Chapter 1 Morning. Yang Chaoyue awoke from her slumber on my bed. A throbbing headache, a sore back. It felt as if he had indulged in excessive revelry, oblivious to moderation for far too long. Zhang Cheng's consciousness gradually emerged from the haze of sleep. Beneath him lay a plush mattress, and a soft goose-down quilt was draped over him. He couldn't help but feel perplexed. He distinctly recalled working overtime at the office. How had he ended up in a bed? His mind still clouded, he refrained from opening his eyes. Groggy, he reached out in a daze, intending to grasp his phone, yet instead his fingers encountered a delicate, warm arm. The gentle touch jolted him awake. Was there someone else? The person beside him murmured in a vague, sleepy tone upon his touch, then stirred, rubbing their eyes. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, reminiscent of a certain celebrity. Zhang Cheng found himself puzzled. But just then, a rush of memories flooded into his mind, accompanied by a sharp pain in his head, causing him to lapse back into unconsciousness. In this state, he was swiftly processing those memories. The individual beside him, upon awakening to his unconsciousness, became alarmed and instinctively leaped onto Zhang Cheng, exclaiming, Brother Cheng, are you all right? Don't scare me." The warmth and softness enveloping him seemed to rejuvenate Zhang Cheng's spirit. His headache subsided significantly, and the memories within his mind were nearly assimilated. Slowly regaining consciousness, he found himself gazing at the young beauty who was now perched atop him, her eyes glistening with tears and a look of anxiety etched across her face. "Chaoyue, don't cry. Brother Cheng, are you okay? You scared me to death." Yang Chaoyue exhaled in relief, patting her chest as if to dispel her anxiety. Yet, she seemed to forget that she was currently in a state of undress. Zhang Cheng, momentarily dazed, couldn't help but reflect on the unpredictability of life. Before him sat a young beauty, appearing merely 18 or 19 years of age, with a delicate oval face and bright, almond-shaped eyes that sparkled with life. At that moment, her eyes were slightly moist, rendering her even more enchanting. A rosy hue adorned her cheeks, adding to her innocent allure that it was indeed Yang Chaoyue, a former star. Indeed, a former life. Zhang Cheng had traversed into a parallel world, replacing his namesake and becoming a wealthy heir. However, this affluent existence seemed rather unfortunate. His parents had passed away early, fitting the archetype of a protagonist. Fortunately, they had left behind a considerable fortune. Had his predecessor chosen to prudently save the money, living off the interest would have sufficed for a lifetime of comfort. Instead, he foolishly ventured into entrepreneurship. As the saying goes, one fears not the wealthy heir squandering, but rather the wealthy heir embarking on a business endeavor. The former self had fallen for a minor internet celebrity and, in a bid to support her, established a media company. After depleting all assets, the internet celebrity achieved fame, only to propose a breakup and subsequently transfer to a larger media firm. With the girlfriend gone, so too were the funds, leaving behind only a media company on the brink of collapse. As for why he awoke in the same bed as Yang Chaoyue, it was tied to this very circumstance. The timeline in this world diverged from his previous life at this juncture. Yang Chaoyue had yet to ascend to stardom, having just departed her hometown to work in a restaurant in Hangzhou. Coincidentally, this restaurant was located near Zhang Cheng's residence. That he frequently dined at the establishment where Yang Chaoyue worked, even assisting her in warding off troublesome patrons. Last night, the protagonist found herself in a state of profound despondency and sought solace in a restaurant. Indulging in spirits until the late hours, as the establishment prepared to close, she volunteered to assist Zhang Cheng in returning home. However, she succumbed to inebriation midway. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Cheng had just perished from overwork at the office, only to transcend into the body of a drunken individual. Upon returning home, she collapsed onto the bed, and as she glanced up, she beheld the starlet, Yang Chaoyue, assisting her in disrobing. Mistaking the moment for a whimsical dream, she drunkenly drew Yang into her embrace, resulting in the morning's unforeseen predicament. Zhang Cheng observed Yang Chaoyue, who had pulled the covers up, concealing her beauty. With her head bowed, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes betraying a hint of panic, she seemed equally bewildered by the turn of events. "Chaoyue, I was foolish yesterday. I sincerely apologize." Zhang Cheng finally broke the silence, embodying the responsibility of a man. "Brother Cheng, You were drunk, it shouldn't all fall upon you, Yang Chaoyue replied, still averting her gaze, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Could you turn around? I need to get dressed first. Of course, Zhang Cheng replied, relieved that she wasn't pursuing the matter further. Should she choose to, it would lead to complications for him so soon after his arrival. Moments later, Yang Chaoyue donned her attire and shoes. Brother Cheng, let us forget this incident, and please do not inform Sister Xiaojuan. Take care of yourself, I must leave, she instructed, clad in her restaurant uniform, before limping away. Zhang Cheng turned to catch only a glimpse of her retreating figure. What remained was a solitary red plum blossom on the bed. Yang Chaoyue departed in tears, her heart secretly harboring feelings for Zhang Cheng. The enormity of the situation belied her true affections, yet she chose to act as if nothing had transpired. As a girl from a rural background, she felt unworthy of Zhang Cheng, the affluent heir who owned a media company and possessed striking good looks. More critically, he was involved with a popular influencer, and Xiaojuan, whom she unwittingly feared would misunderstand her intentions. Foolish girl, Zhang Cheng mused. They've already broken up, why worry about misunderstandings? He chuckled at the absurdity of the situation, contemplating whether to sign Yang Chaoyue before her rise to stardom as a means of redemption, which would simultaneously advance his media company. However, she had not afforded him the opportunity to voice his thoughts. Never mind, I should focus on the company's affairs first. Zhang Cheng sprang from the bed, collecting the scattered garments and hastily dressing himself. He retrieved his phone from his pocket to find a slew of missed calls and unread messages. Opening WeChat, he entered a group chat named Wuyou Media General Group, promptly tagging everyone with a message. I will arrive at the company in 20 minutes, all department heads should prepare for the meeting. Immediately, a flurry of acknowledgments flooded the chat, and Xiaojun had just switched jobs after the expiration of her contract yesterday. Zhang Cheng's company relied solely on this one artist, and now the sole pillar had vanished. The employees of Wuyou Media were engulfed in panic, fearing the potential collapse of the company. Particularly alarming was the fact that Zhang Cheng, the owner, had not yet arrived at the office today, exacerbating the employees' anxiety. This explained the multitude of missed calls on his phone. Regardless of the circumstances, having traversed through time and inherited a company is far better than toiling away as I did in my past life. Zhang Cheng mused as he hailed a cab downstairs. Wuyou Media, remarkably sharing the name of that impressive company from my previous existence. Seated in the vehicle, he found himself wondering whether his company could achieve the same level of success as the Wuyou Media he once knew in his past life. That Wuyou Media boasted numerous top-tier streamers, each with a fan base exceeding 10 million. But what captivated people's attention even more were the multitude of stunning women within the company that if he could develop his own company to mirror the success of the former Wuyou Media, Zhang Cheng would feel utterly fulfilled. Just as this thought lingered in his mind, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Ding! The gifts from the mother planet have arrived. Entertainment Tycoon system has been bound. Company Wuyou Media has been bound. Newbie task released. The company's star influencer has departed, and the employees are in disarray. Within one day, sign at least one artist with a comprehensive rating of over 80. Completion reward. For each point of the artist's score, receive a cash reward of 10,000 renminbi, along with the beginner's gift package. Zhang Cheng was momentarily taken aback by the system's arrival. Then elation surged within him. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could surpass the former Wuyou Media. Chapter 2. Ms. Cheng, are you up to the task? Wuyou Media, conference room. Upon his arrival, Zhang Cheng furrowed his brow. The attendance was disappointingly sparse. Although Wuyou Media had never been particularly large, it boasted a workforce of several dozen employees. Collectively, the heads of various departments would typically number around 5 or 6. Yet, at this moment, only 2 individuals were present, and among them, only one held the title of department manager. Zhang. The managers of both the content and marketing departments have left with a portion of their staff, including in Xiaojuan. I am the sole manager remaining in the company, spoke a woman in her 30s, her appearance unremarkable, but her demeanor decidedly competent. She was Zhou Yun, the manager of the general office at Wuyou Media. With only 4 departments in total, the general office was responsible for miscellaneous tasks and was considered the least significant department. Now, it appeared Zhou Yun was left to shoulder the burden alone. And what the manager of the operations department? Zhang Cheng inquired. Manager Chen submitted her resignation this morning. Another voice chimed in. This speaker, in her 20s, exuded a youthful vibrancy, her softly curled short hair cascading down her back, embodying a fresh and tidy beauty. She was Li Kiki, Zhang Cheng's cousin. At this moment, her expression betrayed a sense of helplessness. After graduating, she had experienced the misfortune of witnessing 3 companies collapse. And now, out of desperation, she sought refuge with her cousin, only to discover that his company was also on the brink of failure. In the realm of a media company, there were 3 core departments. The operations department was responsible for developing accounts and promoting artists. The content department focused on creating material, writing scripts, and filming videos, while the marketing department aimed to monetize the artist's value. Now, however, all 3 departments lay in disarray. If one were to liken Wuyou Media to a person, it would be akin to someone in the late stages of cancer, beyond salvation. A sense of guilt washed over her, as she felt partly responsible for the company's dire state, believing her ill fortune had contributed to its downfall. Zhang Cheng observed the 2 women in the conference room, a dull ache forming in his head. While he anticipated the company would suffer greatly after Xiaojuan's departure, he had not foreseen the extent of the devastation. Were it not for the system, he might have considered giving up entirely. Within Xiaojuan's departure, the immediate priority was to cultivate new talent. Sister Zhou, please publish some recruitment advertisements for artists. I need to select a few for contracts. Zhang Cheng instructed Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun was taken aback. Given the company's current state, the notion of resurrection seemed implausible. To be frank, had she not been searching for a new opportunity herself, she would have likely left today. Zhang, we currently have a batch of resumes on hand. Would you like to review them? Zhou Yun inquired, maintaining her composure. Despite its modest size, Wuyou Media had gained some notoriety by promoting in Xiaojuan, attracting many aspiring influencers eager to align themselves with the company. However, Zhang Cheng had previously envisioned a small family-run operation and had little interest in signing other influencers, thus neglecting the opportunity to expand. Now, with the boss displaying ambition, Zhou Yun, reluctant to seek a new job, decided she would give it another shot. Zhang Cheng nodded slightly and addressed Li Kiki. Kiki, please fetch the resumes. Certainly, Zhang. With outsiders present, Li Kiki dutifully announced her position before turning to retrieve her resume. Sister Zhou, please communicate with the remaining staff to bolster their morale, Zhang Cheng instructed. All right, I'll get to it, Zhou Yun replied before exiting the conference room. After Zhou Yun left, Li Kiki entered, clutching a laptop. Cousin, the company's funds are completely depleted. How can you sign artists now? She asked, placing the laptop before Zhang Cheng with a puzzled expression. Although Wuyou Media lacked a financial department, Zhang Cheng understood the significance of funds and had tasked his cousin Li Kiki with overseeing the company's finances. Thus, she was well aware of Wuyou Media's financial condition. You needn't worry about that, Zhang Cheng replied. For the time being, Sister Zhou must manage affairs in other departments. You should assist her closely. Very well, I'll go now. Please take care of yourself, cousin, Li Kiki said, a hint of concern in her voice as she departed. Zhang Cheng was left alone in the conference room. He opened his laptop to review the electronic resumes. He was not overly concerned about the financial issues. With the system in place, signing artists would yield cash rewards. The pressing question was how to secure artists scoring above 80. Zhang Cheng planned to scour the company's resume database first. If he found suitable candidates, that would be ideal. If not, there was always Chao Yu as a fallback. In his previous life, Chao Yu had achieved stardom, boasting both an impressive physique and striking looks, thus easily surpassing the 80-point threshold. For over an hour, Zhang Cheng sifted through resumes. Most internet celebrities relied heavily on makeup and filters, presenting themselves as stunning beauties. However, Zhang Cheng knew that 99 of them would fail to meet the 80-point standard. After a while, he felt dizzy from the endless viewing. Was Chao Yu the only fallback reward he could depend on? Zhang Cheng felt a tinge of reluctance. The system required at least one signed artist, but securing an additional contract could provide over 800,000 in cash rewards, which was crucial for the company. Reluctantly, he pressed on. Another hour passed, and Zhang Cheng had nearly reviewed all the resumes. He scrutinized each one meticulously, yet none sparked his desire to interview. With only a few left, he resolved to finish them before seeking out Xiaoyu. Shaking his head in resignation, he clicked to open the next resume, feeling a surge of energy. Another familiar name appeared. It was someone closely tied to Wuyou Media. Cheng Yuyu, Ms. Cheng. In his previous life, she was a massive internet celebrity with millions of followers. Her rise to fame came from the viral phrase, "Are you capable, little dog?" coupled with her enchanting voice and strikingly sweet yet alluring appearance, which captivated numerous netizens. In that life, she had also been a signed artist with Wuyou Media. To his surprise in this world, she had yet to achieve fame and had even submitted her resume to Wuyou Media. Zhang Cheng felt a swell of delight. This truly was a treasure unearthed. Cheng Yuyu had excellent qualifications and should comfortably meet the 80-point benchmark. Possessing memories of a previous life, it should not be difficult for her to achieve prominence in this world. Zhang Cheng promptly contacted her using the details listed on her resume. The call connected swiftly, and a melodious voice resonated through the phone. "Hello, who is this?" The sound was remarkably enchanting. Without hesitation, Zhang Cheng addressed her directly. "I am the owner of Wuyou Media. I reviewed your resume and found your qualifications impressive. Would you be interested in signing a contract with Wuyou Media?" "Huh? Wuyou Media?" Cheng Yuyu appeared quite astonished. "You can come to the company for an interview now. You know the address, right?" Zhang Cheng inquired. I don't know." Cheng Yuyu replied quickly. "My phone number is also my WeChat. Please add me, and I will send you the location." "All right." The call ended. Moments later, Zhang Cheng's phone vibrated. It was a notification for a friend request on WeChat. He accepted the request and sent her the location. Cheng Yuyu promptly responded, "I am in Hangzhou and will head over right now." Chapter 3, She Was Too Young. "What are you up to?" As Cheng Yuyu was perfecting her makeup and donning a stunning outfit in preparation for her outing, her roommate, who had just awakened, called out to her. "The owner of Wuyou Media has contacted me. They want to sign me. I'm heading over for an interview right now." Cheng Yuyu exclaimed with palpable excitement. Navigating the world of small internet celebrities is no easy feat. Achieving true prominence necessitates support from influential figures, much like in Shoujuan. Before signing with Wuyou Media, she was merely a minor internet personality, earning less than 10,000 a month. However, after her association with Wuyou Media, backed by substantial funding, she now boasts millions of followers, and a single advertisement can yield hundreds of thousands in income. This was precisely what fueled Cheng Yuyu's enthusiasm. Given Wuyou Media's prior success in promoting in Shoujuan, she felt optimistic about her prospects with the agency. Yet her roommate scoffed. "Do you genuinely believe that being signed by Wuyou Media is a good thing?" "Paige, do you have some insider information?" Cheng Yuyu inquired, regaining her composure. Her roommate, Li Paixia, was also a small internet celebrity, but had entered the industry much earlier and had not achieved the same level of fame. Nonetheless, she often had access to insider news within the influencer community. Wuyou Media is a family-run business. Aside from Shoujuan, the owner signs no one else. Now, out of the blue, they want to sign you. Don't you find that suspicious? Li Peixiao remarked with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yuyu's excitement evaporated entirely. She turned to Li Peixiao, sporting a smile as she pleaded, "Paige, please, if you know anything, just tell me. I'll come to your live stream tonight and gift you a helicopter." Although they were housemates, their relationship was merely cordial. A common dynamic in the influencer sphere where everything had a price, including information. A helicopter gift costs nearly 300 yuan, a decent sum for influencers like them. And it could also boost the viewership of her livestream. Li Peisha nodded in approval before continuing, and Shoujuan has switched agencies. Wuyou Media is essentially a shell now. The owner is undoubtedly eager to promote new talent, but after investing so much in Shoujuan and maintaining her reputation, she hardly accepted any advertisements. With her departure, all those investments have gone to waste. Do you really think the owner of Wuyou has the funds to support new talent? Even if they do, considering in Shoujuan's experience, would the owner be willing to invest heavily in newcomers again? After hearing Li Peixia's analysis, Cheng Yuyu's excitement vanished completely. Li Peixia made valid points. Joining Wuyou Media may not be the best choice after all, though she wasn't particularly famous yet. Several smaller agencies had extended offers to her, presenting her with options. Her desire to join Wuyou Media stemmed from the aspiration to become the next in Xiaojuan. However, it now appeared that Wuyou Media might not be the ideal path. Cheng Yuyu suddenly found herself hesitating. Should she still attend the interview? Seeing her indecision, Li Peixia couldn't help but laugh. In truth, she had always felt a twinge of jealousy towards Cheng Yuyu. Cheng Yuyu possesses a beauty that surpasses her peers, particularly in her age and, most notably, in her uniquely captivating voice. When she utters the same words, the gifts she receives outshine those of others. Furthermore, the agencies seeking Cheng Yuyu are numerous. She submitted her resume to Wuyou Media, yet the outcome revealed that Wuyou Media reached out to Cheng Yuyu instead of her. Although Wuyou Media seems to be struggling, it does hold a track record of promoting talents like in Xiaojuan. For a budding internet celebrity like her, it is undoubtedly an appealing opportunity. However, through Li Peixiao's perspective, it appears to be a significant pitfall, successfully instilling doubts in Cheng Yuyu's mind. Observing Cheng Yuyu's hesitation, Li Peixia felt a sense of triumph. "Oh, you are still so inexperienced," she mused internally, maintaining a facade of nonchalance. "Well, Yuyu, contemplate your decision. I stayed up too late streaming yesterday, and now I need to catch up on some sleep." "All right, Paige, yeah, rest well." Cheng Yuyu forced a smile, and after watching Li Peixia retreat to her bedroom, she found herself not venturing outside, but rather seated on the sofa, embroiled in contemplation. Should she go or not? Cheng Yuyu was undeniably youthful in every sense. Unlike someone like Li Peixia, who would dismiss Wuyou Media upon sensing its lack of promise and simply skip the scheduled interview, Cheng Yuyu deliberated for quite some time. She felt a commitment to the owner of Wuyou Media, believing she should at least attend the interview, regardless of whether a contract would materialize. Otherwise, it would be akin to breaching an agreement. Moreover, she had meticulously applied her makeup and coordinated her outfit for the day. To forego the opportunity would be a waste. Embracing this rationale, Cheng Yuyu set out once more, hailing a cab, and after half an hour, she arrived at Wuyou Media. The agency was situated in a newly constructed commercial complex, occupying a prominent three-story office building, impressively adorned. However, upon entering the company, Cheng Yuyu quickly noticed the scarcity of personnel, with nearly half of the desks in her department unoccupied, diminishing her initial hopes. Guided by the receptionist, she soon found herself at the entrance of Zhang Cheng's office. "Ms. Cheng, Mr. Zhang is available in the office. Please go in." The receptionist led her to the door and returned to her station. Cheng Yuyu knocked lightly, and upon hearing a voice inviting her in, she pushed the door open. Upon entering, her first reaction was one of surprise. The owner of Wuyou Media appeared exceedingly youthful and somewhat handsome, resembling a social media influencer rather than a company executive. "Hello, I am Cheng Yuyu." Despite her reservations about Wuyou Media's prospects, Cheng Yuyu remained courteous, as she was merely an emerging internet star, and Zhang Cheng was, after all, a business owner. "Please take a seat." Zhang Cheng regarded Cheng Yuyu with evident satisfaction. Indeed, this voice, this appearance, is reminiscent of the former Cheng Yuyu. However, the only distinction was that the current Cheng Yuyu sported long hair and adorned herself in a sweet, girlish style, deviating from the alluring yet innocent image she would later embody. Cheng Yuyu, feeling somewhat reserved, took her seat as Zhang Cheng remarked, "You possess impressive qualities." A smile graced her lips, a hint of pride swelling within her. Yet at that moment, a certain conflict brewed in her heart. Her carefree boss seemed to believe that his favorable conditions would inevitably lead to discussions of a contract. How should she decline? Just then, Cheng Yuyu heard Zhang Cheng's voice, but it still lacks a certain flair. Lacks a certain flair? Cheng Yuyu felt a surge of indignation and immediately inquired, "General Manager Zhang, do you have any insightful suggestions?" Zhang Cheng rose from his seat, retrieving a pair of scissors from the drawer, and chuckled. "Cheng Yuyu, would you mind if I trimmed your hair a bit?" This caught her off guard. As an internet celebrity, her appearance was of utmost importance. Her current image was meticulously curated. A hasty alteration, yet considering that Zhang Cheng had previously elevated in Xiaojuan to fame, he must possess considerable skill. After a moment's hesitation, Cheng Yuyu nodded and replied, "All right, but only a slight trim." Suddenly, she faltered. Just as she uttered her consent, Zhang Cheng approached her and, with a swift motion, snipped away half of her hair, staring at the large clump of hair that lay on the floor. Cheng Yu was left utterly stunned. Chapter 4. General Zhang, I am willing. Oh. Cheng Yu emitted a sharp, piercing cry. Half of her hair. It would take at least a year or two to grow back. With a single snip, Zhang Cheng had rendered it all gone. At that moment, Cheng Yu truly regretted her decision. She gazed at the hair strewn across the floor, her expression blank, softly murmuring, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come today. However, Zhang Cheng was undeterred, wielding the scissors with fervor. Though he had never received formal training in hairstyling, he had a vague recollection of how Cheng Yu looked with short hair. With his imprecise memory guiding him, he managed to create a semblance of the charm that short hair could embody. Stop crying. There's a mirror in the bathroom. Go take a look, Zhang Cheng said, stepping back to admire his handiwork. Right, the mirror. Cheng Yu suddenly realized and rushed to the bathroom in Zhang Cheng's office. She needed to see her new appearance. If it looked too dreadful, her live stream tonight would be doomed, and the upcoming streams would certainly be affected. Yet, as she stood before the mirror, silence enveloped her. She blinked, watching her anger and anxiety gradually dissipate. Her short hair seemed to be even more appealing than her long locks. Although Zhang Cheng's haircutting skills left something to be desired and her new style appeared somewhat tousled, it exuded an undeniable allure. Cheng Yu felt a surge of excitement. Judging by her reflection, even before going live, she was certain that tonight's broadcast would be far more successful than before. Truly, the owner of Wuyou Media possessed remarkable talent. Meeting me for the first time, and he already transformed my look. This image was a significant improvement over the previous one. Standing before the mirror, Cheng Yu gazed at her reflection with satisfaction, her tone filled with astonishment. In that moment, all her earlier apprehensions vanished. The concerns about funding and in Xiujuan's potential departure paled in comparison. With Zhang Cheng's evident skill, she was determined to stay. What do you think? Not bad, right? At that moment, Zhang Cheng entered the bathroom, observing Cheng Yu as she admired herself. General Zhang, the results of your few snips are astonishing. I never anticipated that merely changing my hairstyle could lead to such a dramatic transformation. Cheng Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Zhang Cheng. However, it still lacks a certain flair, Zhang Cheng mused, stroking his chin as he appraised her. Still lacking? Upon hearing this, Cheng Yu felt any lingering resentment dissipate. She promptly turned to face Zhang Cheng, striking a few poses, chest out, legs extended, eagerly displaying her figure to him. Come with me, Zhang Cheng commanded, turning to exit the bathroom. He then sent a WeChat message to his cousin. Come to my office. Cheng Yu followed eagerly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. She was eager to discover what further transformations Zhang Cheng could bring about. Moments later, Li Kiki entered the room. Upon seeing the short-haired Cheng Yu and the pile of severed strands on the floor, her expression momentarily froze. When Cheng Yu arrived, she noticed the long hair. How could her cousin have cut her hair? However, upon closer inspection of Cheng Yu, she was utterly astonished. At that moment, Cheng Yu appeared to be a different person compared to her earlier self. Li Kiki was thoroughly perplexed. Can a mere haircut result in such a drastic transformation? Kiki, go to the restroom and change clothes with Cheng Yu, Zhang Cheng instructed. Change clothes? Li Kiki looked at Zhang Cheng in confusion. I am revamping Cheng Yu's style. She needs an athletic outfit, and what you are wearing is quite suitable. Let her try it on, and I shall assess the effect, Zhang Cheng elucidated. All right, Mr. Zhang. Upon hearing this, Li Kiki glanced at Cheng Yu, and the two proceeded to the restroom together. Once inside, while undressing, she inquired, Cheng Yu, did Mr. Zhang really cut your hair? She found it hard to believe. To be honest, the only reason in Xiujuan gained popularity was due to Zhang Cheng's willingness to invest. The content and operations departments were staffed with high-priced talents. This was also why Xiujuan took them along when she switched jobs. Thus, upon learning that the company lacked funds, Li Kiki felt despondent. Indeed, Mr. Zhang cut my hair directly, which startled me, but upon seeing the result, I realized my image had elevated several levels. Cheng Yu responded, also removing her clothes. After finishing, She slipped into Li Keek's outfit while continuing, "No wonder Wuyou Media was able to make Xiaojuan so popular. Mr. Zhang is truly a genius. I believe Wuyou Media can certainly elevate another internet sensation even more popular than Xiaojuan." Upon finishing her statement, she added in her heart, "I hope that person will be me." As they spoke, Cheng Yu had already donned Li Keek's attire. Li Keek, tall and athletic, possessed smooth and natural lines due to her love for sports, exuding a healthy beauty. The clothes she wore leaned towards an athletic style. Conversely, Cheng Yu had always aspired to a sweet girl aesthetic, favoring clothing that was more sugary in nature. Now, as the two exchanged outfits, Li Keek appeared quite awkward. Her figure and the clothes mismatched. Yet, Cheng Yu underwent a stunning transformation. Clad in athletic wear and sporting a tidy, short haircut, she appeared even sweeter than before. The slightly fitted athletic outfit accentuated her alluring curves, adding an enticing charm to her appearance. Such a pure, yet alluring visage left even Li Keek, a woman herself, momentarily mesmerized. Could it be that my cousin possesses such skill? The change from a haircut alone was significant, but now with a change of clothes, it feels as though she has become an entirely different person. Li Keek was astounded. Meanwhile, Cheng Yu gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her eyes sparkling. Is that really me? The transformation is astounding. My goodness. Cheng Yu felt her heart racing. I must stay. I absolutely must stay. Once we step outside, I will propose a contract before Mr. Zhang even has the chance to speak. Despite the current difficulties facing Wuyou Media, Cheng Yu firmly believed that with Mr. Zhang at the helm, she would undoubtedly rise to fame. At that moment, Cheng Yu's heart was filled with fervor, even more so than when she had received a call from Zhang Cheng earlier. The two women were so astounded, gazing at the enchanting reflection in the mirror, that they completely forgot about Zhang Cheng outside. Suddenly, his voice echoed from the outside. "Ladies, have you finished changing?" "Yes, we are ready." Cheng Yu snapped back to reality, promptly opening the bathroom door and stepping out to stand before Zhang Cheng, confidently presenting herself for his admiration. "Excellent, this finally aligns perfectly," Zhang Cheng remarked. Utterly satisfied this time, he began to speak Cheng Yu, but was abruptly interrupted by Cheng Yu. With her short hair, sporty attire, and a visage that was both innocent and alluring, coupled with a body that boasted tantalizing curves, she spoke in a voice that seemed almost ethereal. "Mr. Zhang, I am willing to sign the contract." Chapter 5. Contract Signing and Newcomer Rewards. Zhang Cheng found himself somewhat speechless. He had yet to complete his statement. Nevertheless, Cheng Yu's enthusiasm for the contract signing was a positive sign. Zhang Cheng promptly nodded and instructed, "Cuckoo, please prepare the contract." Eli Giskiviko Hisitated Slightly, saying, "President Zhang, perhaps you should change back into your original attire first." Once she donned her previous outfit, Cheng Yu's beauty saw a remarkable rise. Yet her elegance and poise diminished drastically. In this appearance, she felt too self-conscious to face others. "Let us change back then," Zhang Cheng suggested, glancing at Cheng Yu. She nodded in agreement and, accompanied by Li Cuckoo, made her way to the restroom. Upon entering the restroom and shedding her clothes, Cheng Yu gazed into the mirror at her reflection clad only in her undergarments. Though her skin was fair and her figure was commendable, something essential was missing compared to her earlier allure. "You're called Cuckoo, right? May I call you that as well?" Cheng Yu inquired. "Durning vur gatse dard eli Giskiviko." Li Cuckoo also removed her clothing, revealing an exceptionally graceful silhouette in the mirror, particularly her long, straight legs, which incited a hint of envy within Cheng Yu. "Yes," Li Cuckoo affirmed, hastily slipping into her attire. "Where did you purchase these clothes?" "I would love to acquire something similar," Cheng Yu asked. "At the nearby Jintai Mall," Li Cuckoo replied as she finished dressing. "I will go prepare the contract now. I shall see you shortly." "All right." Cheng Yu nodded, then proceeded to dress in front of the mirror, as her fair and voluptuous form gradually became concealed by the clothing. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed her face. This outfit had been meticulously coordinated before her departure, and she had felt quite pleased with it, even wearing it during her live stream. However, after Zhang Cheng's input, she now perceived it as utterly unappealing. After signing the contract, I will buy new clothes. Cheng Yu resolved, adjusting her demeanor in the mirror, donning a smile as she exited the restroom. In the office, Zhang Cheng was already seated behind his desk. Upon seeing Cheng Yu emerge, he stated, "Let me clarify. The current contract will not be as lenient as before. You are undoubtedly aware of the recent events at Wuyou Media. I do not wish to encounter a repeat of those circumstances." Cheng Yu understood his point. The incident involving an Xiaojuan's job change had stirred considerable commotion within the influencer community. Wuyou Media had invested millions into promoting certain influencers, only for them to depart without significant returns. Anyone in such a situation would find it intolerable. Had she not witnessed Zhang Cheng's extraordinary talents, she might have hesitated. Yet at this moment, she nodded without reservation, saying, "President Zhang, I am willing to accept any terms." Zhang Cheng's expression turned somewhat peculiar upon hearing this. It sounded somewhat suggestive, did it not? Cheng Yu sensed something amiss, casting a furtive glance at Zhang Cheng before lowering her gaze, her cheeks tinged with a blush. The influencer industry was rife with complications. This was not mere talk. Many minor agencies had extended their olive branches, yet she refrained from joining due to these very reasons. Aligning herself with a smaller agency would inevitably lead to compromising situations, perhaps even beyond mere social engagements. Larger organizations may be slightly more legitimate, but they were hardly better. At most, they offered temptation rather than coercion. However, if it were Zhang Cheng, she felt she had no regrets. Cheng Yu had encountered numerous agency heads, yet none were as young and handsome as Zhang Cheng. As Cheng Yu indulged in her musings, Li Kiki approached with a printed contract in hand. Zhang Cheng had already conferred with her. The contract had undergone significant revisions. The signing term and penalty for breach had been elevated. At the very least, incidents like in Xiaojuan's abrupt departure would be impossible in the future. Cheng Yu, upon reviewing the contract, found no issues and prepared to sign. Zhang Cheng, having previously scrutinized the document, affixed his signature and seal before presenting it to Cheng Yu. "Mr. Zhang, please call me Yu. There is no need to be so formal," she said, her eyes curving in a playful manner, her voice sweet as silk. The timbre of her voice evoked a myriad of sensations for Zhang Cheng. Though his feelings remained unspoken, Li Kiki couldn't help but feel it was excessively sweet. She mused that her cousin had impeccable taste and formidable skills. Perhaps this company could indeed rise from the ashes. After all, having toppled 3 firms, if her cousin's company could endure, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Though young, Cheng Yu understood the gravity of the contract and meticulously reviewed it. With a hint of apprehension, she inquired, "Mr. Zhang, can you truly make me famous?" The contract from Wuyou Media was even more stringent than she had anticipated, akin to a bond of servitude. If signing guaranteed her fame, she could accept it. However, if it did not yield success, her future would be bleak. Wuyou Media adheres to a premium approach. "I will not sign you unless I am confident in your potential for stardom," Zhang Cheng replied nonchalantly. Li Kiki, quick to interject, added, Yu, following in Xiaojuan's departure, "You are the first and only artist to sign with Wuyou Media." Upon hearing their words, Cheng Yu promptly picked up the pen and inscribed her name on the contract, followed by her fingerprint, executing the task without hesitation. As soon as Cheng Yu signed, a notification appeared before Zhang Cheng. "Congratulations, host, on signing your first artist." Cheng Yu's overall rating, 88, novice task completed, 880,000 RMB has been legally transferred to the host account. Please check promptly. The novice gift package has been dispatched. Would you like to open it? Upon seeing the system notification, Zhang Cheng was elated. The novice task was completed. He had been concerned that Cheng Yu might not meet the 80-point standard, yet she achieved an impressive 88. It seemed that Ms. Cheng's beauty was indeed formidable. He mentally recited a wish to open the novice gift package. Soon, an image of the package appeared before him, accompanied by a dazzling firework display. As new system notifications emerged, the novice gift package has been activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Eye of Insight, a 1,000,000 traffic card, and the original song Passionate Ice Cream. The eye of insight allows one to directly perceive the intricate data of a target. The million traffic card, when utilized, endows a video or live stream with an additional 1 million organic views. Meanwhile, the original song Passionate Ice Cream is a creation from the host's home planet, yet to be composed and published in this world. These three rewards have rendered Zhang Cheng even more discerning. The eye of insight is particularly formidable. With this skill, he can simply glance at a target's data to swiftly determine whether to sign them. The million traffic card is also advantageous, as it will prove invaluable, whether in promoting Cheng Yuyu or Yang Chaoe. Furthermore, the original song Passionate Ice Cream holds significance, as Zhang Cheng vaguely recalls that in his previous life, Ms. Cheng had a wildly popular video featuring this very track as its background music. Mr. Zhang, I have signed the contract. When shall I commence my work at the company? After signing, Cheng Yuyu could not help but gaze eagerly at Zhang Cheng, her anticipation palpable. Chapter 6. Gratitude in any form. Tomorrow marks your official commencement at the company. Zhang Cheng pondered briefly. He had commitments today, including signing a contract with Chao Yu to secure a reward, and he needed to devise a strategy to support Cheng Yuyu as well. Very well, General Manager Zhang. Do you have any arrangements for me today? Cheng Yuyu inquired eagerly. It was evident that she was fervently eager to progress, unwilling to squander a moment. Here is the plan. I will assign a few employees to assist you in moving your belongings into the company. This evening, you will utilize the live streaming equipment left behind after Xiaojun's departure at Wuyou Media, Zhang Ming replied. Thank you, General Manager Zhang. Cheng Yuyu's face illuminated with excitement, her voice taking on a sweeter tone, already melodious but now tinged with a delicate lilt that sent a tingling sensation through Zhang Cheng. Her exhilaration was palpable. In the past, Zhang Cheng had invested significantly in promoting in Xiaojun. He had witnessed her live streams, where the equipment was top tier, costing no less than 300,000 yuan in total. 300,000. If she were to rely solely on her efforts, she would never have access to such extravagant equipment in her lifetime. Do not mention it. I will devise a comprehensive operational plan tailored specifically for you. You will undoubtedly thrive. When that happens, expressing your gratitude will be more than welcome, Zhang Cheng remarked with a smile. A complete operational plan? Cheng Yuyu's eyes sparkled with interest, her tone becoming even more alluring. If I truly achieve success, I shall repay you in whatever manner you desire. Her words carried a hint of ambiguity, prompting Li Kiki to glance at Cheng Yuyu with concern. She couldn't help but worry. Her cousin, while admirable in many ways, was far too romantic. Cheng Yuyu was considerably more enchanting than in Xiaojun, and Li Kiki feared that her cousin might succumb to infatuation, transforming Wuyou Media into a couple's enterprise. All right, go ahead and move your things, Zhang Cheng chuckled, waving her off. He remained oblivious to his cousin's thoughts. Had he known, he would have assuaged Li Kiki's concerns, assuring her that they were unfounded. In his past life, he had been a sycophant, but that was not the case now. With his newfound abilities from traversing worlds and acquiring a system, it would be absurd to continue in that vein. Cheng Yuyu departed, brimming with anticipation, accompanied by several employees from Wuyou Media, who had temporarily taken on the role of movers, having no other tasks at hand. Kiki, please compile a list of the company's employees, particularly in the content and operations departments. If there are any vacancies, recruit promptly. We need sufficient manpower to manage Cheng Yuyu's operations effectively. Zhang Cheng instructed Li Kiki. Understood, cousin. Li Kiki nodded before hastening to attend to her duties. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng printed an artist contract, leaving the company to head directly to the restaurant where Yang Chaoe worked. Cheng Yuyu had secured her reward, and it would be remiss to overlook Yang Chaoe's situation as well. At the Four Seasons restaurant, it was still early for lunch, and the establishment was not particularly busy. At the front desk, the owner, Wu Yongning, summoned Yang Chaoe. His round face was scrunched up with concern. Chaoe, tell me honestly, what transpired between you and him last night? Upon hearing his words, Yang Chaoe's fair complexion flushed with a rosy hue as she shyly replied, Boss, it's nothing. I just took Chinga home and then returned. Nonsense. Xiaoqi told me yesterday that you didn't even go back to the dormitory, Wu Yongning retorted. Yang Chaoe was left speechless after being exposed. She was not a particularly clever girl, nor was she adept at deception. Observing her reaction, Wuyou Meadia's expression darkened considerably. He had always harbored a desire for the beautiful Yang Chaoyue, yet his wife frequently visited the shop, preventing him from making a move. Unfortunately, while he waited for the right moment, this delicate flower had already been plucked by someone else. Wuyou Meadia's heart ached. "Boss, if there's nothing else, I'll get back to work," Yang Chaoyue said, eager to avoid the topic, and turned to leave. "Wait," Wuyou Media called after her. Despite his inner turmoil, the instincts of a businessman alerted him to a potential opportunity. "Chaoyue, you were introduced to this job by your relative, and I promise to look after you. If you've been wronged, we cannot let this go unaddressed. I must help you seek justice." Wuyou Media feigned a righteous demeanor. However, Yang Chaoyue slightly shook her head. She did not require any form of justice. To be honest, given Zhang Cheng's inebriated state last night, she could have easily escaped if she had wanted to. Yet, she felt as if she were equally intoxicated, her mind clouded, and she did not resist. Deep down, she had long harbored feelings for Zhang Cheng. Being inherently kind-hearted, she did not wish to disrupt his life, so she deemed it best to forget the incident. "You silly girl." Wuyou Media wore an expression of exasperation, lamenting that a virtuous young woman had fallen into the hands of others. "If they have wronged you, how can I face your family when you return? This matter must be resolved." He was genuinely anxious, his demeanor growing somewhat fierce. Yang Chaoyue felt a twinge of fear and was unsure of what to say. Wuyou Media seemed to realize he had frightened her, and his tone softened. "That Zhang fellow is wealthy. Regardless, you cannot allow yourself to be wronged without recompense. It would be only fair to make him pay a price. In doing so, your family's circumstances might improve, wouldn't they?" His intentions were clear. As for Yang Chaoyue, he only dared to contemplate his desires internally, as his wife frequently visited the shop, leaving him cautious. Yet, the flower he had set his sights on had been taken by another, and he could not swallow that indignation. Thus, Wuyou Media planned to extort a sum from Zhang Cheng. He knew Zhang Cheng was affluent, and as long as Yang Chaoyue was willing to cooperate, he could extract money from him. If Zhang Cheng dared to refuse, he could easily threaten him with legal action. A charge of coercion would be inescapable. However, this required Yang Chaoyue's collaboration. As for how the money would be divided, Wuyou Media was not concerned about that. Yang Chaoyue lacked experience and would undoubtedly need him to handle the matter entirely. Once the funds were secured, the specifics of the amount would ultimately be at his discretion. Nevertheless, Yang Chaoyue's reluctance was proving to be a significant obstacle. Yet, without her cooperation, his plans would falter, which was why he had initially attempted to entice her with money. Yang Chaoyue ventured into the workforce with the aspiration of providing a better life for her family. Upon hearing her employer's words, she cast a fleeting glance at him, yet ultimately averted her gaze, murmuring softly, "Boss, truly, it isn't so. Please, do not speak further." Wuyou Media, visibly agitated and somewhat exasperated, could hardly believe that Yang Chaoyue would be so naive as to forego financial assistance. He refused to accept that she had not been mistreated. The fact that she had not returned to the dormitory the previous night was one indicator. Moreover, she had limped throughout the day, a detail that any woman with a modicum of experience would instantly recognize as a sign of trouble. Even his wife had playfully remarked that Yang Chaoyue had finally come to her senses and was seeking a boyfriend. What a shame it was for a young woman to endure such indignities in silence. How could you bring such disgrace upon yourself? Your relatives entrusted you to my care. If I neglect this matter, how shall I explain it to your family? That Zhang fellow is quite affluent. Such money should not be squandered. Have you considered your family's circumstances? A financial boon could significantly improve their situation. Wuyou Media fixed his gaze upon Yang Chaoyue, employing both reason and reproach, determined to press the issue. Overwhelmed with fear, Yang Chaoyue felt utterly inexperienced. To her boss represented a figure of authority, and she hesitated to defy him. Even as the thought of soliciting funds from Zhang Cheng filled her with dread. With her head bowed, her long lashes trembled slightly, tears welling in her eyes. Just as she was on the verge of weeping, the restaurant door swung open, and a familiar voice reached her ears. "Chaoyue, who has wronged you?" Chapter 7. The supermoon of 95 points. Upon entering the restaurant, Zhang Cheng was struck by the sight of Yang Chaoyue, her eyes brimming with tears. Cheng Ge. Yang Chaoyue turned to Zhang Cheng, tears cascading down her smooth cheeks. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words, unable to articulate her grievances. Instead, she could only gaze at Zhang Cheng with a sorrowful expression, tears still flowing. "Wu boss, what is the matter?" Zhang Cheng directed a penetrating look toward Wu Yongning, his demeanor decidedly unfriendly. He held a low opinion of the restaurant owner, having long since noted the inappropriate way this pudgy man in his 40s regarded Chaoyue. Moreover, Wu Yongning displayed a regrettable lack of responsibility. On a previous occasion, when Yang Chaoyue had been harassed by a customer, he, as the owner, had cowardly turned a blind eye, fearing to offend the patron, which resulted in Chaoyue enduring inappropriate verbal advances. It took Zhang Cheng intervening, engaging in a fight with that customer to protect her. A boss who cannot safeguard his own employees is certainly lacking in character. Hence, Zhang Cheng immediately suspected that Chaoyue had been wronged by him. Upon meeting Zhang Cheng's gaze, Wu Yongning's anger erupted. "Damn it, you've plucked this delicate flower, and now you dare look at me with suspicion?" The flames of envy and resentment within him could no longer be contained. He slammed his hand on the bar and exclaimed, "Zhang, Chaoyue's family entrusted her to me. Now that you've bullied her, you must give me an explanation, otherwise, I want to let this go." Hearing this, Zhang Cheng turned to Chaoyue, pondering whether she had had a change of heart and intended to pursue this matter. In a flurry, Chaoyue leaped into Zhang Cheng's embrace, overwhelmed and unable to articulate her thoughts, stammering, "Chenggu, I didn't t." Observing her demeanor, Zhang Cheng understood. It seemed that Wu Yongning had acted unilaterally. "Wu boss, we young people are merely engaging in a normal romantic relationship. What is this talk of bullying? As for you, your relationship with Chaoyue is strictly that of employer and employee. Why the urgency?" Zhang Cheng held Chaoyue's soft form close, casting a decidedly hostile look at Wu Yongning. He was unafraid of Wu Yongning. Given Chaoyue's cooperation, the man had little recourse but to accept his misfortune. However, Chaoyue's stance was evidently clear. Wu Yongning would gain no advantage here, and should he persist in his pursuit, Zhang Cheng could readily accuse him of defamation. As he witnessed Yang Chaoyue nestled in Zhang Cheng's embrace, Wu Yongning's jealousy surged within him. He longed to strike Zhang Cheng. Yet, he recognized that if Chaoyue remained uncooperative, his own position would be perilous. Thus, he begrudgingly retreated, muttering perhaps Chaoyue did not convey things clearly. I misunderstood. Consider yourself fortunate," Zhang Cheng scoffed. In truth, he would have preferred Wu Yongning to maintain his obstinacy, as this would provide him the means to deal with him. Alas, the cunning nature of a businessman allowed Wu Yongning to capitulate swiftly. Nevertheless, this did not imply that Zhang Cheng was without options regarding Wu Yongning. As the number of prominent influencers under the management of Wuyou increased, it became a simple task to arrange for a few to come to this establishment and shoot a review video, delivering a few disparaging comments that could lead to the restaurant's downfall. "Chaoyue, cease your endeavors here and join my company. I will arrange for you to become an artist," Zhang Cheng remarked, lowering his gaze to inquire of Chaoyue. "Me, an artist?" The pristine visage of Yang Chaoyue, streaked with traces of tears, was a canvas of astonishment. Coming from a less privileged background and lacking formal education, she possessed no talents whatsoever. The notion of becoming an artist was beyond her wildest dreams. At that moment, Zhang Cheng activated his newly acquired skill, the Eye of Insight, to gaze upon Chaoyue. Name, Yang Chaoyue. Age, 18 years. Rating, appearance 95, figure 96, aura 92. Overall rating, 95, the average of the 3 ratings. Rounded up if necessary. Talent, none. Only talents will be displayed if proficient in a particular skill. Popularity, none. The level of attention and discussion, updated in real time. Not displayed below 100. A simple yet lucid panel brought considerable surprise to Zhang Cheng. Chaoyue boasted an impressive score of 95, translating to a potential fortune of 950,000. Anxiety was etched across Yang Chaoyue's face. Indeed, she yearned to leave the restaurant. Initially, she had intended to seek employment at a sewing factory, having some experience in women's clothing. Yet, Zhang Cheng's sudden proposition for her to become an artist left her feeling utterly unconfident. You can do it, Zhang Cheng reassured her with a smile. With a score of 95, you could debut solely based on your looks. Talent. That is not essential. In her previous life, Yang Xiaoyu had no notable talents, did she? After comforting Yang Xiaoyu, he turned his attention to Wu Yongning. Boss Wu, please settle Xiaoyu's wages promptly. Xiaoyu was sent here by a relative of mine. If you wish to change your job, you should discuss it with a relative first, Wu Yongning stammered, reluctant to let Yang Xiaoyu go, seeking to delay the process with excuses. However, Zhang Cheng, uninterested in engaging in further conversation, coldly replied, Boss Wu, refrain from courting disaster. Be compliant and avoid unnecessary trouble. Understand? What do you intend to do? Wu Yongning, aware of Zhang Cheng's affluent background, felt a twinge of unease. Is your wife aware of your concern for Xiaoyu? Zhang Cheng's gaze held a playful glint. A cold sweat broke out on Wu Yongning's brow. Very well, I shall settle Xiaoyu's wages. During his time as a chef, he had a penchant for flirting with waitresses, and his wife kept a vigilant eye on him. Now that he was a boss, she frequently visited the establishment to deter any potential indiscretions. Even if he harbored no intentions toward Xiaoyu, the slightest insinuation from others could provoke a significant confrontation with his wife. He dare not take that risk. Zhang Cheng, a regular patron, was acutely aware of this dynamic, allowing him to strike with precision. Subsequently, Wu Yongning dutifully settled Yang Xiaoyu's wages, which, including a month's withheld pay, amounted to just over 4,000 yuan. Yet, Xiaoyu clutched the money with a sense of delight. When she considered quitting, she never anticipated the possibility of reclaiming her withheld wages. The boss had a history of such behavior. He would invariably delay payment to resigning employees until the matter became moot. As for the prospect of becoming an artist, she dismissed it as mere banter from Zhang Cheng. Nevertheless, the sum of over 4,000 yuan was undeniably tangible, sufficient to sustain her until she secured another position. Once Xiaoyu received her payment, Zhang Cheng took her by the hand and led her away. As for Boss Wu, he watched with a burning jealousy as Zhang Cheng wrapped his arm around Yang Xiaoyu's shoulders, unable to suppress his bitterness as he bid them farewell. A moment later, within Zhang Cheng's residence, the door creaked open. Zhang Cheng and Yang Xiaoyu entered the room together. Upon reaching the living room, Zhang Cheng urged Xiaoyu to take a seat. He then procured a pen and an ink pad, presenting the contract before her. Xiaoyu, this is the artist contract. Please sign it. Brother Cheng, are you truly considering making me an artist? Yang Xiaoyu found herself utterly astonished. Chapter 8. Fear not the struggles of sisterhood. Yang Xiaoyu found it hard to believe, not in Zhang Cheng, but in herself. Her large eyes blinked rapidly as she gazed at him, timidly expressing, I don't know anything. How can I become an artist? With your looks and physique alone, you are more than qualified to debut, Zhang Cheng replied with a smile. And besides, you have me. I will support you. All right, then I'll sign. Yang Xiaoyu nodded, not even glancing at the contract, swiftly picking up the pen to sign and affix her thumbprint. The speed was remarkable. At that moment, a system notification appeared before Zhang Cheng. Congratulations, host, on signing a new artist. Yang Xiaoyu's overall score, 95. Cash reward has been dispersed. Following the system's alert, Zhang Cheng's phone vibrated once more. He chose not to check it, knowing it was a notification from a bank. When he signed with Cheng Yu earlier, the bank had credited him with 880,000. Now, it had risen to 950,000. In an instant, Zhang Cheng transformed from a nearly bankrupt rich heir into a wealthy individual with a cash reserve of over $1 million. While this sum may not denote true wealth, it certainly marked a promising beginning. His spirits were elevated. Suddenly, another system notification emerged. Congratulations, host, on completing an additional beginner task. Hidden rewards activated. Contract incentive mechanism solidified. From now on, for every artist signed with an overall score above 80, the host will receive a cash reward of 10,000 RMB for each point. Zhang Cheng was thrilled. The cashback mechanism for signing had been formalized. Henceforth, signing high-quality artists would not only yield returns, but also provide cash incentives. This was indeed fortuitous. Signing artists requires investment, It involves content production and management, all of which demand capital. The potential for success, its magnitude, and the ability to recoup costs remain uncertain. However, now, with each signed artist, he would at least secure an 800,000 RMB reward. This signified that as long as he signed someone, there would be profits to be made. It was a surefire venture. Kudos to you, system, Zhang Cheng silently praised. At this juncture, Yang Chaiwei timidly inquired, Brother Cheng, what will I need to do after signing? Will I be filming videos and live streaming? But I don't know how to do any of that. Zhang Cheng had previously taken and Xiaojuan to dine at the Four Seasons restaurant, where she had met and Xiaojuan. Upon discovering that Xiaojuan was Zhang Cheng's girlfriend, she had gone on a search for her videos and live streams. In those clips, Xiaojuan appeared poised and confident, adeptly responding to every comment, occasionally singing or dancing, showcasing her talents. Such skills were beyond Yang Chaiwei's capabilities. There is no need for that. Zhang Cheng chuckled, gently ruffling Chaiwei's hair. For now, I need to promote another internet celebrity from our company. During this time, your focus should be on learning. Okay. Yang Chaiwei nodded, calculating. You've secured me 4,000 RMB, which is enough to sustain me for a while. I'll wait for you to finish your tasks. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng found himself in a state of amused bewilderment. How naive, he thought. After signing the contract, there is indeed a base salary. You might as well save that 4,000 yuan. Is there still a base salary, even without work? Chao Yu was astonished. From now on, your sole task is to learn. Subsequently, I will enroll you in dance and music training classes, and the company will reimburse your educational and living expenses, as well as provide a base salary, Zhang Cheng declared. Chao Yu felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Brother Cheng, you are truly kind to me. She initially believed this was a special favor from Zhang Cheng. However, in reality, it was merely standard treatment. The new contract that Zhang Cheng had formulated for Wuyou Media, while entailing a high signing period and profit sharing, also offered generous compensation. He did not intend to establish an organization that exploits small internet celebrities for profit. If he would do it, he would aim for the big names and focus solely on quality. Chao Yu, I need to draft a proposal. You can rest at my home, Zhang Cheng said, unable to resist pinching her youthful, collagen-rich cheeks, which made her blush. Not wanting to interrupt Zhang Cheng's important work, she rose and headed to the bedroom. It was not for rest. The room had become somewhat disheveled the previous day, and Zhang Cheng had not attended to it. She intended to help tidy up. First, she opened the window, allowing the mingled scents of alcohol and an inexplicable aroma to escape. Then, she began to strip the bed linens, preparing to wash them. However, upon noticing a red plum blossom on the sheet, she hesitated. Unaware of Zhang Cheng's breakup with Xiaojuan, she did not wish to tarnish someone else's sentiment, and in her mind, this was likely her only encounter with Zhang Cheng. It was, after all, her first time, and such a memorable mark was one she wished to preserve. In the living room, Zhang Cheng was diligently working on the operational plan for Cheng Yu. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Chao Yu quietly concealed the sheet, intending to take it with her when she left, and then replaced it with a fresh one. On the other side, Cheng Yu returned to her rented abode with several staff from Wuyou Media. As an internet celebrity, she possessed an abundance of clothing and various accessories. Yet she had little desire for them now. After Zhang Cheng had revamped her style, she found herself disenchanted with the garments that she had once cherished. Thus, she merely instructed her staff to remove her live-streaming equipment and some personal belongings. The commotion from moving things disturbed Li Peixia, who was resting next door. As she emerged from her room, yawning, she was taken aback. "Yi, what are you doing? Moving? Sister Pei, you're awake?" Cheng Yu responded with a smile. "I signed a contract with Wuyou Media. President Zhang promised me that in Xiaojuan's live-streaming room and lounge are now mine, so I'm simply moving in. I want to be living here any longer." This place was an apartment complex for internet celebrities where many rented rooms. Every night, the noise was unbearable. Were it not for financial constraints, Cheng Yu would have moved out long ago. Li Peixia also harbored the desire to move away, yet this aspiration had remained unfulfilled. Upon hearing Cheng Yu's words, she maintained a stoic expression, while internally seething with frustration. It was not the hardship of her sister that troubled her, but the sight of her sister driving a Range Rover. She had not anticipated that, despite her attempts at intimidation, Cheng Yu would still sign with Wuyou Media, and with such generous terms. Ah, how ironic. Li Peixiao mustered a forced smile, exclaiming, Yu, congratulations. Your future is boundless. Cheng Yu, although smiling outwardly, coldly scoffed internally. After all, Li Peixiao had spoken so much, and she had believed that Li Peixiao had her best interests at heart. However, upon joining Wuyou Media, she realized that had she heeded Li Peixiao's advice, she would have regretted it for life. Thus, she was intentionally revealing her favorable terms, letting Li Peixiao stew in jealousy. Sister Pei, I must go calibrate the equipment now. The system from Xiaojun cost over 300,000. I'm unsure if I'll even get accustomed to it. Cheng Yu said with a sweet smile. To Li Peixiao, however, this was utterly detestable. Then you should hurry. She gritted her teeth, suppressing the urge to curse. All right, goodbye. Sister Pei. Cheng Yu waved to Li Peixiao before departing with several staff members. Watching her retreating figure, Li Peixiao was driven to fury. Once Cheng Yu had left, she could no longer contain her anger, muttering, that little vixen, what is there to be proud of? Once at Wuyou Media, she would just be a plaything for the boss. Damn, Wuyou Media must be blind to have signed Cheng Yu. It would be a miracle for her to succeed. After venting her frustrations, Li Peixiao finally calmed down, sensing something amiss. Cheng Yu had always followed a sweet girl persona, yet there were many who surpassed her in that realm. Signing Cheng Yu seemed a questionable decision for Wuyou Media. But then again, the way Cheng Yu had just presented herself, could it be that she had encountered a formidable talent? Li Peixiao strained to recall Cheng Yu's recent demeanor, her heart filled with astonishment. With merely a haircut, Cheng Yu seemed like a different person entirely. Perhaps she truly had the potential to succeed. No, I must investigate further. Li Peixiao was genuinely afraid of her sister driving a Range Rover. Chapter 9. Straight to the bedroom. Gratitude to Director Zhang. Upon exiting the trendy apartment, Cheng Yu could not contain her jubilant cheer. She had left behind the cramped confines of the influencer's dwelling and now possessed her own independent streaming studio and lounge, equipped with broadcasting equipment worth over 300,000. Moreover, she had transformed her image. In the bathroom, donning attire from Likiko, she admired her reflection, a sight that lingered in her memory. Previously, during her time as an internet celebrity, she felt lost regarding her future. Her streaming and video endeavors had yielded mediocre results, and she remained uncertain about how to effect change. However, with Zhang Cheng's assistance in reshaping her persona, she now glimpsed a horizon filled with promise. I shall be the next in Xiaojun, Cheng Yu vowed in her heart. To her, and Xiaojun was already a prominent influencer, and reaching such heights seemed the pinnacle of her aspirations. It must be noted, however, that Cheng Yu had yet to achieve fame, her perspective still limited. And Xiaojun was indeed foolish. The mere thought of Xiaojun brought to mind whispers she had heard. Allegedly, Zhang Cheng, the owner of Wuyou Media, established the company solely for Xiaojun's sake and invested a considerable sum to elevate her status. Ultimately, Xiaojun had betrayed Zhang Cheng with a swift maneuver of departure and betrayal. Some claimed Xiaojun was astute. Remaining at Wuyou Media would offer little in terms of growth, and transitioning to a larger platform might present better opportunities. Yet at that moment, Cheng Yu deemed Xiaojun utterly naive. With Zhang Cheng's remarkable prowess, no amount of funding could compare. Remaining at Wuyou Media might very well lead to greater success. And Xiaojun's folly was fortuitous for me. If she were not so misguided, would I ever have a chance? Nevertheless, Zhang Cheng's devotion was evident. Having spent such a fortune to promote Xiaojun without even securing a contract, only to see her leave. This contemplation struck a chord within Cheng Yu. With Xiaojun gone, she was now the sole artist at Wuyou Media. Was it possible for her to supplant Xiaojun, having inherited Xiaojun's studio and lounge? Why could she not also claim Xiaojun's boyfriend? In that case, Wuyou Media would remain a family business, with Director Zhang wholeheartedly supporting her. Might she not surpass Xiaojun's fame? Cheng Yu felt a spark of genius within her. This idea was splendid. Envisioning herself as the leading artist, and perhaps even the proprietress of Wuyou Media, filled her with exhilaration. She began to feel a sense of gratitude towards Xiaojuan. Had she not chosen to leave, such fortune would never have graced her. "Hey guys, please take my things back to the company. I need to stop by the mall for a bit." Upon reaching the vicinity of Jintai Mall, Cheng Yu alighted from the vehicle and began her shopping spree. She first visited several stores recommended by Li Kiko, purchasing outfits reminiscent of those worn by Li Kiko. Each time she made a purchase, she would take a selfie and send it to Zhang Cheng. "Director Zhang, I'm off to buy some clothes. Could you please let me know if they match my style?" Then, with her unique voice, she sent Zhang Cheng a sweet and sticky voice message. If she aspired to be the boss lady, she ought to take the initiative. However, to her dismay, no matter how many selfies she sent, Zhang Cheng remained unresponsive. What could be the reason? Did Mr. Zhang not favor her type? Cheng Yu suddenly calmed down. Upon reflection, she realized that Xiaojuan had always maintained a cool demeanor, while her sweeter, more girlish style seemed rather divergent. Could it be? Cheng Yu felt a flicker of panic. Her earlier fantasies had swiftly shattered. Yet, she was not willing to concede defeat. Standing in the fitting room, she gazed at her reflection for a long moment, and with a determined bite of her lip, she stripped off the pants she had just put on and snapped a selfie in front of the mirror. After carefully selecting the angle, she sent the photo. "Mr. Zhang, could you take a look at this top for me?" The image appeared to showcase the upper garment, but the mirror's reflection revealed her bare, delicate dairy clad only in soft tea-colored fabric and her fair, beautiful legs. This tactic was a clever ruse, although Zhang Cheng still did not respond. Cheng Yu felt a swell of pride upon seeing the photo. She might not possess Xiaojuan's aloofness, but she certainly had her own allure. She refused to believe she could not become the boss lady of Wuyou Media. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng had finally completed Cheng Yu's operational proposal. With a million-view traffic card and the original song Romantic Ice Cream, the plan was not particularly challenging to execute. Nevertheless, as Wuyou Media's first major influencer, Zhang Cheng devoted considerable effort to it. He worked diligently until the afternoon before finishing. Yang Xiaoyue was asleep in the bedroom, having been worn out by Zhang Cheng's antics the previous night, followed by Wu Yongning's attention at the store, and then coming to Zhang Cheng's home, where she busied herself tidying up and even cooking lunch, leaving her utterly exhausted. Zhang Cheng glanced over at her, but chose not to disturb her. Instead, he took out his phone to check messages. First, he saw updates from the company. Li Kikik was recruiting, having already posted job ads and engaged with several applicants. Zhou Yun had also stabilized the morale of the company's veteran employees. Although understaffed, operations were proceeding smoothly. Subsequently, he opened the chat with Cheng Yu. The first message he saw was the last photo she had sent. "What do you think of the top?" Zhang Cheng initially overlooked the mirror and scrutinized the image. However, as he continued to gaze, he sensed something was amiss. She was taking a selfie with her back to the mirror, showcasing her upper body. Yet the mirror reflected her entire figure, all of which had been transmitted to Zhang Cheng's phone. He could clearly see that Cheng Yu was clad only in soft pink undergarments, her curvaceous form accentuated, complemented by her fair, slender legs. Quite appealing, he saved the image, though a hint of suspicion lingered in his mind. Was it intentional, or merely an accident? A deliberate accident? Zhang Cheng was not the naive admirer he once was. He understood Cheng Yu's little tactics. Nevertheless, he chose not to confront her. His subordinates are eager to curry favor, offering benefits that he readily accepts. Once the company flourishes, he may find himself surrounded by a multitude of female influencers, some of whom might seek shortcuts. In the realm of media companies, such occurrences are inevitable, and he does not resist. Rather, he perceives this as a privilege of the entertainment industry. The photography turned out splendidly. Zhang Cheng responded to Cheng Yu, omitting any mention of the mirror, yet his reply was suffused with ambiguity. Upon reading his message, Cheng Yu couldn't help but smile. The compliment was clear enough, even without direct attribution. This approach is effective. It could certainly be employed more frequently. Having just exited the shopping mall, Cheng Yu had intended to send a few more photos to Zhang Cheng. "Mr. Zhang, I look forward to your guidance on my fashion choices," she replied, her smile growing ever more radiant. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of potential ahead of her. Later that evening, Zhang Yu arrived at Wuyou Media, taking her place at the position previously occupied by Xiaojuan. Under the $30,000 equipment, she commenced her inaugural live stream, showcasing her new image. As anticipated, her short hair and athletic attire astounded her longtime fans. This iteration of Zhang Yu exuded a charm far superior to before, and a retention rate of new viewers in the live stream was significantly higher. Zhang Yu's confidence soared. During the broadcast, she couldn't help but think, and Xiaojuan was foolish. Now all of this is mine. The studio, the attention of Zhang Cheng, the burgeoning fame, they all belong to me. I must not be as naive as in Xiaojuan. Once I become the mistress of the house, I shall never entertain a breakup. Meanwhile, in Zhang Cheng's home, Yang Chaiwa prepared yet another dinner. After they finished eating, she busied herself in the kitchen, leaving it spotless. Subsequently, Chaiwa announced her departure. Brother Cheng, it's quite late. I must be going. You no longer work in the restaurant. Where will you stay if you can't return to the dormitory? Zhang Cheng inquired. Chaiwa found herself at a loss for an answer. She couldn't bear the thought of staying in a hotel. Most likely, she would spend the night in a park or a 24-hour fast food restaurant. Don't leave. Stay here, Zhang Cheng said, unable to resist the charm of Chaiwa, whose youthful innocence contrasted sharply with her mature figure. This isn't right, Chaiwa replied firmly. Brother Cheng, I cannot jeopardize your relationship with Sister Xiaojuan. Let us pretend last night never happened. However, we have already broken up, Zhang Cheng countered. Broken up? At the moment of her earlier rejection, Chaiwa's heart had ached, but now she felt a surge of exhilaration. Exactly. So, do stay, Zhang Cheng grasped her delicate hand, feeling its softness. But, Chaiwa's shyness began to show. But what? It's getting late. Let us rest, Zhang Cheng observed her demeanor, realizing she was intrigued but too proud to admit it. Without hesitation, he scooped up the soft Chaiwa and carried her toward the bedroom. Chapter 10. Is Wuyou Media out of money? In the stillness of a late night, and Xiaojuan, a renowned internet celebrity, had just concluded another day of live streaming. She sat in the makeup room, her face etched with fatigue, while a weary makeup artist behind her, burdened by overtime, gently removed her makeup. Gazing at her somewhat haggard reflection, and Xiaojuan was suddenly transported back to her past. The company she had transitioned to, Wuyou Media, was a powerhouse in the influencer industry, boasting top-tier personalities with fan bases exceeding 10 million. It was precisely this potential for greatness that had lured her to make the leap. Upon joining Wuyou Media, she was indeed presented with a remarkably generous contract, yet she felt as if she had become a mere slave. Each day demanded adherence to an exhausting schedule of video shoots and live broadcasts, leaving little room for respite, and every piece of content was dictated by the company, stripping her of any semblance of autonomy. It felt as though she had sold herself into servitude. In contrast, during her tenure at Wuyou Media, she had been the boss, working when she pleased and creating what she desired. At that time, she was discontent, believing Wuyou Media's reach was too limited to facilitate her aspirations. Thus, when Wuyou Media extended their olive branch, she hastily accepted the offer and severed ties with Zhang Cheng to avoid any entanglement. Yet now, amidst the relentless hustle, and Xiaojuan found herself emotionally and physically drained and surprisingly nostalgic for her former days. However, it was merely a fleeting reminiscence. After joining Wuyou Media, the company orchestrated several events for her, resulting in an increase in her fan base, compared to the freedom she once enjoyed. And Xiaojuan found herself increasingly drawn to the sensation of being in the spotlight. Zhang Cheng, do not blame me. Wuyou Media could not help me realize my dreams. Being cast aside was inevitable. One must choose a grander stage. I have done nothing wrong, and Xiaojuan silently reaffirmed to herself, feeling no guilt towards Zhang Cheng. One must look after oneself. This is an age-old adage. She insisted on this belief, holding it with unwavering conviction. Suddenly, her phone chimed. Without her intervention, an assistant picked it up and relayed the message. Sister Xiaojuan, there's news in the company group. Someone has mentioned you. It seems to pertain to matters concerning Wuyou Media. What is it? And Xiaojuan's voice was icy. It appears Wuyou Media has signed a new influencer named Zhang Yu. The group is saying that Zhang Yu is using the live streaming room that you once occupied. Upon hearing this, and Xiujuan, who had been weary, felt her body tense with indignation. Although she had parted ways with Wuyou Media, the notion that her space was being usurped ignited a primal fury within her, akin to a beast defending its territory. How could Zhang Cheng allow another to use what was rightfully hers? Who was this Cheng Yu? Just a small influencer. With only a little over 30,000 fans. Hardly noteworthy, the assistant replied, well versed in the landscape of influencers in Hangqing. Upon hearing these words, and Xiujuan scoffed disdainfully, realizing that Wuyou Media was indeed in dire straits, resorting even to signing such a minor internet celebrity. Regardless, even if she were given a top-tier set of equipment, she would still fail to make a significant impact. A fierce beast remains acutely aware of intrusions into its territory, ready to engage in a life-or-death struggle. However, if the intruder is merely a rabbit, then all her ire dissipates, even evoking a hint of amusement. Cheng Yu, in Xiujuan's eyes, was that very rabbit. Furthermore, Zhang Cheng's decision to sign Cheng Yu appeared to Xiujuan as a desperate and misguided act. The company was on the brink of collapse. Sister Xiujuan, should we respond to the messages in the group? Asked her assistant. Do as you please, and Xiujuan replied nonchalantly. Yet, considering that Xiujuan had recently joined the company and needed to establish her presence, the assistant proceeded to reply in the group chat. The messages were trivial, merely casual banter to indicate a lack of concern regarding the matter, followed by a polished version of Xiujuan's remarks relayed into the group. Soon after, Xiujuan removed her makeup and returned to her residence, weary and ready to dismiss the incident from her mind. She was well aware of Wuyou Media's predicament. Many talents had left alongside her, and funds had been depleted. Signing a minor internet celebrity at this juncture was merely a final struggle. She had no intention of investing her thoughts in a company on the verge of collapse. As for her ex-boyfriend, Xiujuan cared even less. Otherwise, she would not have departed so decisively. Meanwhile, within the internet celebrity apartment, Li Peixia concluded her day of live streaming. Immediately, she sought out a few friends to gather intelligence. Following Cheng Yu's departure, she began her inquiries. In truth, the news of Cheng Yu signing with Wuyou Media reached Xiujuan's ears because of her. She probed into the circumstances surrounding Wuyou Media and Cheng Yu, ultimately receiving information from a friend, a contracted internet celebrity with Wuyou Media. This friend had witnessed Cheng Yu streaming in a live broadcast room previously utilized by Xiujuan, subsequently tagging her in the group chat. Li Peixia watched Cheng Yu stream and was infuriated to see the once obscure figure, now transformed and broadcasting from an upscale studio with equipment worth over 300,000. Seething with frustration, she barely managed to complete her streaming duties for the day. After concluding her broadcast, she promptly sought out her friend for more information. The Wuyou Media associate sent her screenshot directly. It contained messages from the Wuyou Media group, including Xiujuan's response. Xiujuan had stated that Wuyou Media was nearly out of funds, and signing Cheng Yu was a final, futile effort that would not stir any significant waves. After her assistant had polished the wording, it was shared in a more casual tone within the group. However, for Li Peixia, the tone mattered little. What held significance were the two words, no money. She couldn't fathom why anyone would take pride in Wuyou Media, which was facing financial ruin. This realization brought her a sense of equilibrium. She quickly took out her phone to send a message to Cheng Yu. Yu, did you not mention that you would arrange a helicopter for me today? Meanwhile, Cheng Yu had just concluded her live broadcast and was reclining in the lounge that once belonged to Xiujuan when she suddenly received a message from Li Peixia, leaving her momentarily stunned. How could you still have the audacity to request a helicopter? Cheng Yu's initially cheerful disposition vanished in an instant. Li Peixia was utterly shameless. She had deliberately deceived Cheng Yu with false information, nearly compelling her to abandon her interview at Wuyou Media. Had she truly not attended, her promising future would have been irrevocably lost, leading to a lifetime of regret. Yet Li Peixia still had the nerve to ask for a helicopter. Shortly thereafter, Li Peixia sent a screenshot, which was indeed the chat log from the Ivory Media Group, displaying a response from Xiujuan. This was a statement made by Xiujuan. I did not deceive you. The words from Li Peixia seemed to exude a triumphant air. Cheng Yu gazed at the screenshot in silence. Has Wuyou Media run out of funds? Chapter 11. I am wealthy. As dawn broke, Zhang Cheng awoke to the sensation of the exquisitely soft form of a beauty nestled in his embrace. Yang Chaoyue lay in his arms, her breathing steady, her cherubic face radiating bliss. As he cast a glance downward, a flicker of doubt stirred within Zhang Cheng. How could such a bountiful fruit emerge from a parched countryside? The circumstances of Chao Yue's family were far from affluent. While they were not destitute, she had never indulged in lavish delicacies throughout her life. Her figure was not plump, her waist delightfully slender, yet upon this remarkably lithe frame, there blossomed an abundance of fruit. It was a testament to the marvels of creation. Zhang Cheng embraced Chao Yue's shoulders, acutely aware of the delicate and tender texture of her skin. It seemed she sensed his gaze. Her long lashes fluttered, and she gradually opened her eyes. "Cheng-gu," she murmured, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she tugged at the covers, yet nestled closer into Zhang Cheng's embrace, leaving one to wonder if her actions were born of bashfulness or boldness. "Are you exhausted?" Zhang Cheng inquired, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "You should rest at home for a few days before returning to the office." Just a night prior had marked Yang Chaoyue's first experience, and now, after merely a day of recuperation, she had endured yet another bout of Zhang Cheng's affections. Fortunately, Chaoyue possessed a resilient constitution. Had she been of a more fragile build, she might not have withstood it. "Cheng-gu, there's no need to rest. I would prefer to go to work," she promptly replied, shaking her head. The base salary Zhang Cheng offered her was substantial, 20,000 a month for minimal effort, an astronomical figure for Chaoyue. The thought of receiving such a sum without engaging in work left her feeling insecure. "Are you sure you can handle it?" Zhang Cheng asked with a smile. Yang Chaoyue slightly moved her legs, feeling a twinge of discomfort, yet she confidently asserted, "I can manage it, Cheng-gu." "Very well then. You may go to the company and experience the atmosphere." Zhang Cheng nodded in agreement. In truth, he had no intention of overly pampering Yang Chaoyue at this moment. Given her exceptional qualities, it seemed a waste for her to pursue a career as an internet celebrity. Once Wuyou Media flourished, he would channel his efforts into propelling Yang Chaoyue onto the path of stardom. Nevertheless, she was still merely a novice in the workforce, and it would be beneficial for her to acclimatize to the ambience of the entertainment and media industry. Following this, the two began to prepare for the day. Zhang Cheng, being a man, dressed swiftly, completing the task with ease before leaning against the headboard to await Chaoyue. However, Yang Chaoyue felt a wave of shyness wash over her, reluctant to emerge from the warmth of her covers under Zhang Cheng's lingering gaze. "Why be shy? I've seen it all," Zhang Cheng teased with a chuckle. At his words, Yang Chaoyue pouted, remaining silent, yet resolutely cocooned within the blankets. All right, I shall wait for you outside." Zhang Cheng feigned exasperation, though inwardly he smiled. Chaoyue's bashful demeanor was far more enchanting than her bare form. He stepped outside to await her. Moments later, Chao Yu emerged, clad in the uniform of the restaurant. "I forgot. I have nothing with me," she lamented. Zhang Cheng, upon noticing, slapped his forehead. "I'll just head back to the dormitory to fetch something," Chao Yu suggested. "Don't bother. Your previous outfits are rather outdated. I'll buy you new ones at the company," Zhang Cheng replied, gently grasping Chao Yu's small hand. They descended the stairs and drove together to the office. Upon their arrival, their hands parted. At present, Chao Yu exuded an innocent charm, and revealing their relationship publicly might invite unwarranted scrutiny from staff. Unaccustomed to the limelight of the entertainment industry, Zhang Cheng feared she might not withstand the pressure. Chao Yu felt a fleeting sense of loss. She found comfort in the warmth of Zhang Cheng's hand, its grasp instilling a profound sense of security. Yet she remained silent, obediently trailing behind him. Deep down, she still believed she was unworthy of Zhang Cheng, and even after spending 2 nights together, she dared not question whether she was truly his girlfriend. She feared that asking would jeopardize the happiness she currently enjoyed. "Mr. Zhang." "Good morning, Mr. Zhang." Throughout their journey, every employee who encountered Zhang Cheng greeted him with respect. Chao Yu, following closely, garnered attention as well, though the staff assumed she was merely a newly signed internet celebrity. In the realm of a media company, it was only natural to have an abundance of beautiful women. Upon reaching the office, Zhang Cheng settled behind his desk, retrieving the operational plan he had drafted the previous day for a final review. Meanwhile, Chao Yu perched cautiously on the sofa in the reception area, her eyes scanning the unfamiliar environment. This was her inaugural visit to Zhang Cheng's company. Knock, knock. The door echoed with a firm rap. Instinctively, Chao Yu straightened her posture. Come in. Zhang Cheng's voice resonated. Mr. Zhang, I heard the company is facing financial difficulties. Cheng Yu burst into the room with fervor. At this revelation, Chao Yu's gaze darted toward Zhang Cheng, anxiety gnawing at her. Could it be that he was indeed out of funds? How then could he afford to treat her so well? Zhang Cheng was taken aback. Who told you that? He inquired. Only Zhou Yun and Li Kiki were privy to this information. Could someone have let it slip? It was in Xiujuan, Cheng Yu responded, presenting Zhang Cheng with a screenshot sent by Li Peixia the previous night. This woman, Zhang Cheng scoffed quietly. He inherited all the memories and emotions of his predecessor, yet he harbored no feelings for Xiujuan. The phrase cut off the heart of the beloved first aptly described his sentiments toward her. Should she fall into his grasp, he would not let her escape easily. However, he had not anticipated in Xiujuan's audacity. Not only had she betrayed Wuyou Media, but she was also spreading malicious rumors about the company. Currently, public opinion was already unfavorable towards Wuyou Media. If news of their financial struggles leaked, it would not only provoke external backlash, but also undermine morale within the company. Her treachery was unforgivable. Zhang Cheng narrowed his eyes. Mr. Zhang, why didn't you inform me sooner about the company's financial situation? How does it matter? Zhang Cheng inquired nonchalantly. As Cheng Yu spoke with an urgent tone, Yang Chaoyue, overhearing their conversation, grew increasingly anxious. Could it be that this woman, who exuded a beguiling charm, intended to take advantage of the situation? Indeed, Zhang Cheng harbored similar doubts. The human heart is inscrutable, within Xiujuan's betrayal preceding this. It would not be surprising if Cheng Yu entertained such thoughts. Should she display any inclination towards this, he would inevitably exercise caution in his future dealings with her. Though his previous incarnation was innocent and endearing, he himself was a seasoned veteran of the business world, well aware of the complexities of human nature. Just as both Yang Chaoyue and Zhang Cheng were mired in their suspicions regarding Cheng Yu's intentions, she unexpectedly extended her hand and retrieved several stacks of cash from a bag she had brought along. Mr. Zhang, if you're short on funds, I have plenty. Cheng Yu smiled, her demeanor both sweet and enticing, her voice laced with a captivating allure that sent shivers down one's spine. Chapter 12. Small Goods. Yang Chaoyue, Zhang Cheng. If reality were painted in the style of anime, a multitude of question marks would be hovering above the heads of Zhang Cheng and Yang Chaoyue. What does this mean, giving money? If it were Chaoyue bestowing money upon him at this moment, Zhang Cheng would find it quite normal. However, Cheng Yu, it seems they haven't reached that stage yet, have they? This sum amounts to 80,000 yuan, a portion of which I earned as an internet celebrity after graduation, and another part borrowed from my family. Although it may not be much, it is a heartfelt gesture. Please accept it, Mr. Zhang. Despite the company facing hardships at present, I firmly believe in your talent, and one day, the company will rise again. With a smile gracing her face, Cheng Yu placed the money on the table, her hands gently resting on its surface as she leaned closer to Zhang Cheng. Her tone was as soothing as a glass of milk, yet, due to her unique voice, it seemed as if a hint of alcohol had been mixed in. Simply hearing her voice was enough to intoxicate anyone. Zhang Cheng was genuinely taken aback by Cheng Yu's surprising gesture. Goodness, could it be that one day a woman would spend money on him? Meanwhile, Yang Chaoyue was left in a state of shock. This beautiful woman was giving so much money to Brother Cheng. What exactly was their relationship? And what about herself? She was still relying on Brother Cheng for her salary. This was completely incomparable. For the first time in her life, Yang Chaoyue felt a sense of crisis due to her own financial shortcomings. She clenched her small fists, vowing in her heart to diligently hone her skills in order to earn a substantial amount of money for Brother Cheng. Indeed, you have a good heart, Zhang Cheng remarked with a nod and a smile directed at Cheng Yu. However, You should take this money back. The company doesn't actually lack funds. Mr. Zhang, please accept it. Consider it a design fee for crafting my image. Cheng Yu insisted, refusing to retract the money. What a jest. Last night, she had pondered for half the night to come up with this brilliant idea. In the middle of the night, she withdrew all her savings and concocted a reason to borrow tens of thousands from her parents, finally accumulating 80,000 yuan. Although Wuyou Media was financially strained, there was Zhang Cheng. She had been utterly captivated by his extraordinary design skills. Even if Wuyou Media lacked funds, she was willing to remain there. Her ambitions did not end there. She aspired to become the boss lady. Such aspirations naturally required some bold measures. With eyes brimming with admiration, Cheng Yu gazed at Zhang Cheng, her gaze more enchanting than her voice, and her admiration was genuine, not feigned. Thank you, Zhang Cheng nodded. At this moment, he felt a mix of emotions. It was more of a poignant sentiment. Regardless of Cheng Yu's motivations for such an act, her decision spoke volumes about her intentions. He could confidently apply his meticulously crafted operational plan to Cheng Yu's endeavors. However, I truly do not require the money. You should quickly take it back and save it. Zhang Cheng pushed the money back towards her. Currently, he possessed 1,800,000 yuan, which, while not an immense fortune, was sufficient to elevate Cheng Yu's status. He genuinely had no need for this 80,000 yuan. If one truly finds themselves in a financial predicament, 80,000 is hardly substantial. There is simply no necessity for such an amount. Zhang, this is a sincere gesture on my part. You should accept it, pleaded Cheng Yu. In a moment of urgency, dashed around the table to Zhang Cheng's side, affectionately clinging to his arm and playfully shaking it. To be honest, Cheng Yu's charm is typically irresistible, yet Zhang Cheng is not an ordinary individual. After 2 consecutive nights delving into the mysteries of human procreation with Chaoyue, his heart was as tranquil as still water, his state of mind akin to that of a sage. Take it back. As a company employee, what does it mean to pay for your work? Zhang Cheng remarked, feeling the soft warmth emanating from her touch, his tone devoid of emotion. Director Zhang, you are truly lacking in empathy. Cheng Yu felt a wave of helplessness wash over her, unable to comprehend why her bold plan left Zhang Cheng unfazed. The company is devoid of personal sentiments. Zhang Cheng chuckled softly. Cheng Yu's heart stirred at his words. Could it be that Director Zhang had been deeply wounded by Xiujuan? This thought seemed quite plausible to her. Indeed, anyone who has endured such betrayal would inevitably harbor a sharp thorn in their heart. Yet, Cheng Yu remained undeterred, even feeling a flicker of fortune. A thorn could be beneficial. If she could soften this hardened prick, would she not have a chance to become the mistress of the company? With this thought, Cheng Yu's resolve strengthened. Director Zhang, I will not save this money. I shall keep it in my lounge, and I will give you a key so you can access it whenever you wish. Cheng Yu placed the money into a bag, then retrieved a key from her pocket and set it on Zhang Cheng's desk. Are you truly suggesting that Cheng Gu take the money? Yang Chaiyue Niarbi was on the verge of biting her lip in frustration, especially after witnessing Cheng Yu cling to Zhang Cheng in such a manner. She could hardly suppress the urge to confront Cheng Yu. Yet she restrained herself. How could she possibly compete with a woman who so boldly offered 80,000? However, Yang Chaiyue could no longer contain herself. Chenggu, it's my first day at work. What should I do? She interjected, interrupting their conversation. There is someone else? Cheng Yu, having rushed in to approach Zhang Cheng, had completely overlooked the presence of another person in the office. Turning to look, she was initially taken aback by Yang Chaiyue's striking restaurant uniform. Then her gaze shifted to Chaiyue's face, which immediately displayed a serious expression. This girl is truly beautiful. Don't worry, I will arrange a training session for you later. For now, focus on learning, Zhang Cheng said to Chaiyue, then proceeded to introduce the two. Chaiyue, this is Cheng Yu, a signed artist of Wuyou Media. Yu, this is Yang Chaiyue, who has just signed with Wuyou Media. You will be colleagues from now on. Having previously worked as an internet celebrity, Cheng Yu greeted calmly, Hello, Chaiyue. However, Yang Chaiyue merely pursed her lips, offering no greeting in return. Cheng Yu sensed something amiss. This hardly seemed like the demeanor of a new employee. Could it be? She cast a glance at Zhang Cheng, only to find his expression indifferent, revealing nothing. Cheng Yu silently scoffed within. If one wishes to be the proprietress, should there not be a sense of order? With a provocative gaze directed at Yang Chaoyue, she then seized the key from the table and placed it directly into Zhang Cheng's pocket. Mr. Zhang, should you require funds, feel free to retrieve them from my lounge, she declared before departing, not allowing Zhang Cheng a moment to decline. Yang Chaoyue watched her leave, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. She loathed the situation. She detested her lack of wealth. If only she possessed the means, she would effortlessly offer Cheng 800,000, determined to overshadow this insufferable little pest. For the first time in her life, she felt such an intense yearning for money. Chapter 13. The Truly Sweet Girl. Long after Cheng Yu departed, Zhang Cheng summoned Zhou Yun and Li Kiki to his office. He first introduced them to Yang Chaoyue and vice versa. He then instructed Sister Zhou, please arrange for Chaoyue to enroll in 2 classes, one for vocal training and another for physical performance. Following that, I have some crucial plans for her, so please pay close attention. Understood, Director Zhang, Zhou Yun replied, casting a glance at Yang Chaoyue, feeling a sense of astonishment. Another girl with such promising potential. Yesterday, after meeting Cheng Yu, her seasoned instincts told her that the short-haired Cheng Yu undoubtedly possessed the potential for stardom. However, upon seeing Yang Chaoyue today, she felt that this girl harbored even greater possibilities. It seemed that the company truly had a chance for revitalization. Kiki, how is the recruitment process progressing? Zhang Cheng turned his attention to his cousin. Director Zhang, I have successfully negotiated with several candidates and have also established contact with a few industry talents. Soon, we will be able to complete the staffing of the company. Li Kiki, dressed in slightly loose athletic attire, sat up straight, exuding a semblance of professionalism. She was fond of sports, her figure perfectly proportioned, and her short hair gave her a strikingly vigorous beauty, contrasting sharply with Cheng Yu's style. Good. Please continue to advance this matter. I need to swiftly fill the positions across departments, including the leadership team. Reach out to companies in our industry to see if we can lure a few experienced talents. Zhang Cheng nodded in affirmation. Understood. Director Zhang, likaka responda earnestly. Sensing a flicker of hope for a transformative turnaround. After working for 3 different companies, she had begun to doubt herself. When Xiaojuan switched jobs, despair had enveloped her. Yet, fortunately, her cousin had exhibited extraordinary capabilities, allowing her to finally break the spell of misfortune. Having addressed these matters, Zhang Cheng proceeded to the main topic. Currently, our primary artist is Cheng Yu. I have drafted a detailed plan. Kiki, please print 2 copies for yourself and Sister Zhou to keep, and deliver the original back to me. Following that, we shall implement the plan. Although Zhang Cheng had never been a boss before, his extensive experience as an employee granted him insight into what being a boss entailed. He adapted swiftly to the role, effectively issuing commands to his subordinates. Just as he was speaking, a system notification suddenly appeared before him. Task issued. The company must return from the brink of collapse and is urgently required to launch a new flagship artist. Within 15 days, elevate the popularity of assigned artist to 10 million. Task reward. Cash reward. 1 renminbi for each point of popularity. 3 chances for a system lottery. Another task. Upon reviewing the task details and rewards, Zhang Cheng felt a surge of joy. To be frank, despite having 1,800,000 in hand, it was hardly sufficient. With dozens of employees and ongoing recruitment, monthly salaries alone would amount to several hundred thousand. Moreover, there were expenses related to promoting Cheng Yu. 1,800,000 would be insufficient to cover the costs. Even if Cheng Yu were to gain popularity, monetization would not occur swiftly. Regarding the recent system rewards, let us set aside the 3 chances for the system lottery. The mere fact that each point of popularity value yields a return of 1 yuan is already a substantial reward for Zhang Cheng. Zhang, right? Both Zhou Yun and Li Kiki, along with Yang Chaoyue, turned their gazes toward Zhang Cheng, their expressions filled with confusion as he seemed to falter mid-sentence. Regaining his composure, a gentle smile graced his face as he continued. Sister Zhou, Kiki, regarding the task just mentioned, proceed with your respective roles. I will personally oversee the operation plan for Cheng Yu. Your cooperation will suffice. Understood, Zhang. Zhou Yun and Li Kiki responded in unison, nodding in agreement. Zhang Cheng then turned his attention to Yang Chaoyue. Chaoyue, you should accompany Sister Zhou. Let her enroll you in some classes. Focus on your studies. Yang Chaoyue met Zhang Cheng's gaze with unwavering determination. Zhang, I will study diligently. Initially, she had felt apprehensive, having come from a rural background and previously worked as a seamstress and waitress. The sudden transition to becoming an entertainer was daunting. Yet now, her resolve was firm. She was determined to succeed as an artist, to earn substantial wealth for Chengge, denying Cheng Yu any opportunity to thrive. The brief meeting in the office concluded swiftly. As Zhou Yun departed, Zhang Cheng transferred 10,000 yuan to her, instructing her to take Yang Chaoyue shopping for clothes and daily necessities. There was no need to arrange accommodation. Zhang Cheng's home boasted a spacious bed that could easily accommodate another person. Once Zhou Yun and the others left, Zhang Cheng opened his computer and began working. The first step in managing Cheng Yu involved replicating an activity reminiscent of a past life event from Douyin, Campus Sweethearts. Specifically, it entailed university students filming delightful dance videos set to the backdrop of the song Love, Ice Cream. Ultimately, Cheng Yu would emerge as the standout star of this series, which would later become synonymous with her brand. In this life, Zhang Cheng intended to recreate Cheng Yu's path to fame, commencing with the campus sweetheart concept. However, this world had yet to release Love, Ice Cream, prompting Zhang Cheng to seek someone to produce the song. In his previous life, the original artist of Love, Ice Cream was the Malay singer Yihui. Thus, Zhang Cheng promptly searched for Yihui's name online, only to find no results. It appeared that there were significant differences between the two worlds. Perhaps Yihui had not pursued a singing career in this realm, or perhaps she simply did not exist here. This posed a challenge. Most songs resonate best when performed by their original artists, and it is rare for covers to surpass the originals. Zhang Cheng naturally preferred to locate the original singer. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he altered his search terms to Malay, sweet female singer, speculating that Yihui might have adopted a different name in this world. After an extensive search, he failed to find Yihui, but stumbled upon another familiar name, Qian Qianlong. In his previous life on Douyin, she was a sensation with over 8 million fans, a sweet voice singer capable of transforming even rugged songs like Da Da into charming melodies. While it is rare for anyone to surpass the original artist in a cover, Zhang Cheng felt that Qian Qianlong possessed such capability. He continued to search for information about her online. After a brief moment, he gained some insight into this charming young lady. At that time, Qian Qianlong had yet to debut. She was also a native of Malay, currently studying at university in the Treasure Island. Due to her sweet appearance and melodious voice, she occasionally participated in variety shows, but her role was primarily as a supporting performer, rarely receiving any significant screen time. The information Zhang Cheng found pertained to her appearances on such programs. Had it not been for this, it would have been quite difficult to uncover her details. Qian Qianlong seemed intent on developing her presence in the realm of social media, as her personal accounts were publicly available online. Zhang Cheng promptly sent her a private message. Hello, I have an original song and would like to invite you to perform it. My phone number is 187. Please contact me if you're interested. Chapter 14 Greetings. I am Qian Qianlong, National Taiwan University, Female Dormitory. Hello, I'm back. Xiao Qianqian. Clad in a simple t-shirt and straight-leg jeans, her feet adorned with gleaming white sneakers, energetically pushed open the dormitory door. She is a Malay student pursuing her studies on the beautiful island. Inside the dorm, only a slightly overweight girl lay on her bed, her eyes glued to a tablet. Upon Xiao Qianqian's return, her roommate did not even look up, seemingly engrossed in something of great importance. Indifferent to this aloofness, or perhaps accustomed to her roommate's demeanor, Xiao Qianqian entered without a second thought. Suddenly, the slightly plump roommate flung the tablet onto the bed, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it, a country bumpkin. Who does he think he is to act so arrogantly? Ida, what is bothering you?" Xiao Qianqian inquired with genuine concern, unfazed by her roommate's earlier indifference. The girl, named Ida, remained irate, muttering curses, "It's Chun Xiao. How dare he reject me?" At this revelation, Xiao Qianqian felt at a loss for words. She was aware of Ida's situation with Chun Xiao. His parents hailed from the mainland, having come to the island for business, and they brought along Chun Xiao to attend university. Handsome and academically accomplished, he was the heartthrob of the campus. In contrast, Ida, a local girl, had never dated due to her slightly heavier build. Logically, Ida and Chun Xiao were mismatched. Their paths were unlikely to cross. Yet, Ida had persistently pursued him, buoyed by her identity as a local. Her upbringing instilled in her the belief that the mainland, merely a sea away, was a barren and savage land. Despite Chun Xiao's striking looks and achievements, Ida felt entitled to pursue him, convinced that he should be astounded to receive her affection. Yet, his rejection shattered her expectations. Ida found this rejection unbearable. In truth, her insecurities stemmed from her own circumstances. She had never experienced love and had often been the subject of ridicule for daring to pursue others. Initially, she hesitated to entertain thoughts of someone as popular as Chun Xiao, but his identity as a mainlander instilled a newfound confidence in her. Having shared a room with Ida for over 3 years, Xiao Qianqian understood her roommate's sentiments well and offered a faint smile of sympathy. In reality, she believed Chun Xiao far surpassed Ida in terms of merit, and Ida ought not to humiliate herself in such a pursuit. "Qianqian, don't you think if I were with Chun Xiao, he could remain on the island forever, thereby escaping the poverty of the mainland? His rejection is utterly ungrateful." Ida's face flushed with humiliation as she turned to Xiao Qianqian, seeking solace. Xiao Qianqian felt a wave of distress at Ida's plight. She wished to offer comforting words, but found herself at a loss. Ida, I have some work to attend to, so I'll be busy for now." With a clumsy attempt to change the subject, she opened her laptop and began to peruse various social media platforms. At merely 20 years of age, she has diligently prepared for her post-graduation endeavors. Having studied vocal music and possessing commendable attributes, she aspires to carve a niche in the entertainment industry. Thus, Xiao Qianqian actively participates in various programs to enhance her visibility and meticulously monitors her social media accounts to ensure she does not miss any invitations. In truth, she remains unemployed solely to avoid conversing with Ida. Hence, she opens multiple accounts to simulate the appearance of being engaged in work, while in reality, she is merely perusing her private messages. Unfortunately, after browsing several platforms, she finds no collaboration offers. Xiao Qianqian remains undeterred, recognizing this as the norm. However, upon noticing a private message on Facebook, her attention sharpens. "Hello, I have an original song and would like to invite you to perform it. My number is 187. Please contact me if you're interested." Staring at the message, Xiao Qianqian is momentarily taken aback. An original song? Could it truly be her turn? In the realm of singers, those who achieve fame often begin their journey with an original piece. Yet, quality original songs are a rarity. Established artists may go years without encountering one. How could a singer who has yet to debut receive such an invitation? Xiao Qianqian finds this hard to believe. Nevertheless, the thrill lingers in her heart for a fleeting moment. While original songs are indeed rare, the prerequisite is high quality. The music industry continuously births numerous original compositions, yet quality ones are scarce. Perhaps this is merely the work of a fledgling songwriter who, in seeking recognition, has turned to an unlaunched artist like herself. Xiao Qianqian harbors no disdain. For an aspiring singer, the opportunity to perform an original song is a significant blessing. To be choosy is a privilege reserved for established artists. Without hesitation, she retrieves her phone, poised to dial the number from the message. Yet, as she prepares to input the digits, she finds herself frozen. This is not a number from the islands. Typically, numbers from the islands begin with 09, but she has never encountered one starting with 187. After a brief pause, she turns to Ida, inquiring, "What region does a number starting with 187 belong to?" Ida, after a moment of contemplation, feels her recently calm demeanor deteriorate, responding with a hint of annoyance. "That is from the mainland. What is the matter? An original songwriter wishes to invite me to sing a song, but I never expected them to be from the mainland. How peculiar that someone from there would seek me out." Xiao Qianqian expresses her bewilderment. Upon hearing that the original creator is from the mainland, Ida is instantly reminded of her recent rejection by a mainland individual, and her pre-existing biases resurface. With disdain, she retorts, "What a joke. In that place, they're so impoverished that they need to burn windows for warmth, and yet someone is taking the time to write songs?" Xiao Qianqian is left at a loss for words. Though she is a Malay and does not comprehend the intricacies of Huagua, and although she has studied on the Treasure Island, receiving an education akin to that of Ida, her sentiments towards the mainland are solely imbued with a sense of mysterious allure, devoid of any prejudice. In this modern age, is it truly a daunting task for anyone with internet access to glimpse the authentic visage of that vast land across the waters? While Qi Qianqian may not have delved deeply into it, she is aware that the mainland is certainly not as Ida has portrayed. She finds it utterly perplexing that Aida's biases run so deeply entrenched. A barren land cannot yield exquisite blossoms, even if songs are penned there. They are merely rustic tunes from the countryside. Qianqian, I advise you not to waste your efforts. Ida, brimming with indignation from Chen Zhao's rejection, relentlessly imparts her prejudices to Qi Qianqian. Perhaps she is aware that the reality is not as she imagines, yet she remains indifferent, choosing to believe in her own narrative, which brings her a sense of satisfaction. However, Qi Qianqian is reluctant to forego this opportunity. As an aspiring singer yet to debut, being sought after to perform is undoubtedly a recognition of her talent. This is an opportunity not to be missed. Ida, I just remembered that I have something to attend to. I'll step out for a moment, Qi Qianqian declared, lightly tapping her pristine forehead as if she had forgotten something important and hastily exited the dormitory, denying Ida further chances to propagate her views. Once in a tranquil spot, Qi Qianqian retrieved her phone and dialed the number beginning with 187 using international roaming. Hello, this is Facebook blogger Qianqian Long. Are you seeking me to sing your original composition? Chapter 15, Love's Ice Cream Greetings, Qianqian Long. I am Zhang Cheng, the proprietor of Wuyou Media in Hangzhou. I have reached out to you regarding an original song that I would like you to perform. To Zhang Cheng's surprise, less than 2 hours after sending the message, he received a call from Qianqian Long. During their conversation, though he could not see her, the sound of her voice immediately confirmed her identity. Indeed, it was Qianqian Long. Much like Cheng Yuyu's voice, Qianqian Long's was remarkably distinctive. Cheng Yuyu's voice was sweet and alluring, almost syrupy, while Qianqian Long's was purely sunny and delightful. Upon hearing her, one could easily envision a pure and innocent college girl, especially with her unique accent from the island, lending her words a charming quality. Really? Oh my, I can hardly fathom it. Why would you seek me out from so far away to sing your composition? Qianqian Long exclaimed, her tone laced with excitement. She had aspirations of becoming a singer, yet felt uncertain about her future and her chances of success. However, at that moment, a media company owner, miles away, had invited her to perform an original song, filling her with a profound sense of joy and validation. Upon hearing her voice, a smile unconsciously crept across Zhang Cheng's face. A man remains a boy at heart, forever drawn to sweet voices. That vibrant and sunny tone, even affecting a seasoned individual like him, transported him back to his own school days. I have listened to your singing, and your qualities align perfectly with my work, Zhang Cheng remarked with a smile. Qianqian Long, are you already so exhilarated before even seeing the piece? Thank you for your recognition. Qianqian Long responded, initially expressing her gratitude before regaining her composure. Mr. Zhang, may I inquire about the nature of your composition? Let's become friends on Facebook. I will send you the piece along with the performance agreement, Zhang Cheng suggested. Certainly, Mr. Zhang, Qianqian Long replied, her face alight with joy as she ended the call. She had made up her mind, in light of Mr. Zhang's endorsement. She would deliver her utmost performance, regardless of the song's quality. In fact, she mused she might even forego payment. However, Qianqian Long lamented one thing. Her phone did not have access to her Facebook account, and to view the work, she would need to return to her dormitory and use her laptop. Thus, she reluctantly made her way back. To avoid any further peculiarities from Ada, Qianqian Long deliberately ignored her and headed straight to her desk. She logged into Facebook, accepted Zhang Cheng's friend request, and eagerly awaited his message. Zhang Cheng did not keep her waiting long. With a ping, a document was sent. Qian Long's eyes fixated on the screen, her fingers trembling with anticipation. Upon opening the file, a complete score and lyrics came into view. Love's Ice Cream, she mused, an irresistibly sweet title. The moment she heard the name, she felt an immediate connection. She is currently in her university years, surrounded by the sweet aroma of young love. Although she has yet to experience it herself, she can still feel the enchanting atmosphere. Her musings about romance mirror the title of the song, as delightful as ice cream. With a rhythmic beat, she envisions taking a bite of love-infused ice cream, strolling hand in hand through a summer night. The melody and lyrics are truly beautiful. As she softly hums a couple of lines, her eyes sparkle with realization. This piece is undoubtedly extraordinary. While it may not rival the classics or chart toppers, it is nevertheless a high-quality original work. Stars inadvertently sneak into your eyes. As she hums another couple of lines, her gaze brightens even more. The quality of this composition is not only superb, but also perfectly aligns with her style. Mr. Zhang must have genuinely listened to her singing and recognized her talent, which is why he sought her out to perform this song. The excitement and gratitude swelling within her intensify. As an aspiring singer, yet to debut, it is remarkable that someone understands her style so well and presents her with a piece that suits her so exquisitely. This sense of recognition and trust envelopes her like a sweet embrace, akin to savoring a bite of love-infused ice cream. In the flickering glow of fireflies, she meanders through the night. The beauty of the world all becomes a prelude for you. The sea breeze chases the tide, while I chase after you. As she gently hums the entire song, her eyes nearly sparkle with stars. The lyrics are enchanting, encapsulating the essence of sweet romance. And after singing, it feels as though she has experienced a delightful love affair herself. However, just as she loses herself in this blissful feeling, Aida's voice intrudes unexpectedly. Qian, what song are you singing? Is it a new release? I haven't heard it before. Her mood is instantly disrupted, and she glances at Ida with a look of helplessness. She contemplates fabricating a lie to brush it off, knowing that if she reveals the truth, Ida will surely seize the opportunity to critique her. After a moment's thought, she chooses honesty instead. Ida, this is a song composed by Mr. Zhang from Hangzhou. He entrusted me to perform it. She hopes that by stating the facts, Ida might let go of her prejudices. However, upon hearing this, Aida's expression shifts, and she scoffs. No wonder it sounds odd. It's not pleasant at all. It's a song from the mainland. Initially, Ida had thought the song was quite lovely, prompting her inquiry. Yet, as soon as she learns it originates from the mainland, disparaging remarks slip out of her mouth without a second thought. Qian feels disheartened and chooses to remain silent, instead focusing on the contract accompanying the song file. Meanwhile, Ida turns away dismissively, pretending to be unconcerned, though her mind is still humming the melody she just heard. The body is honest. Something beautiful resonates within, regardless of her words or thoughts. Qian was not preoccupied with her roommate's thoughts. Instead, she was diligently reviewing the contract. The agreement was straightforward, a simple entrustment contract. Wuyou Media would finance Qian's performance of this song, with all audio recordings and associated copyrights belonging entirely to Wuyou Media. Any profits generated would also be solely theirs. Of course, Qian would not perform without compensation. Zhang Cheng directly provided her with 200,000 RMB, which constituted the entire production budget for the song. She was required to utilize this sum to produce the song meticulously, adhering to Zhang Cheng's specifications. This entailed sourcing her own music, finding a recording studio for the sessions, and managing post-production through her studio. Zhang Cheng had estimated that, when produced to the highest standards, the song would require only around 150,000 RMB. Wuyou Media lacked a recording studio and professional expertise. Thus, by offering a bit more, they could save time and effort by entrusting the entire process to Qian. Although she had yet to debut, she was a singer who had participated in numerous shows, undoubtedly familiar with the production process. As long as her skills were not lacking, she could reasonably expect to earn 50 to 60,000 RMB from this endeavor, a substantial reward for someone yet to make her official debut. Mr. Zhang, rest assured, I shall produce this song to perfection. After reviewing the contract, she promptly signed the electronic document and sent a message to Zhang Cheng. The generous terms he offered and the complete trust embodied in this entrustment arrangement deeply moved her. Chapter 16. The song completed, the plan commences to Zhang Cheng's astonishment. Qianqian sent him the fully produced version of Love Ice Cream on the 5th day. At that moment, he was engrossed in a live streaming session, showering gifts upon a university student who was working as a part-time host. Upon receiving Qianqian's message, he promptly exited the live stream, even neglecting the invitation from the student to add her on WeChat. 5 days. Was that not remarkably swift? He found himself questioning the quality of the production. However, upon listening, he was taken aback by the song's exceptional craftsmanship, even surpassing the original version from his past life. 5 days. Could it truly be enough time? Initially, he doubted the song's quality due to the brief timeline. Yet now he was equally perplexed as to how Qianqian could have achieved such high quality in such a short span. Qianqian, I'm exceedingly satisfied with the quality of this song. Thank you, Zhang Cheng messaged her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qianqian lay on her dormitory bed, her face weary and her body too exhausted to lift a finger. Yet, upon seeing Zhang Cheng's message, a smile broke across her features, filling her with renewed energy and vitality. At last, she had not betrayed Mr. Zhang's trust. She mused within herself. Zhang Cheng had entrusted her with a song that resonated so closely with her style, exhibiting unparalleled faith in her abilities. What immense trust that was! To honor Zhang Cheng's confidence, she had embarked on a whirlwind journey across various recording studios on the island after signing the contract. After painstaking comparisons, she selected the finest studio available. The arrangement and post-production were equally of the highest caliber. She had even considered performing without compensation, and she succeeded in doing so. 200,000. She had nearly exhausted her funds. In terms of her vocal performance, Qianqian dedicated herself to perfection. She devoted nearly all her free time to practicing. When she felt ready, she recorded in the studio. After each session, she would listen repeatedly. If she detected any flaws, she would practice anew and re-record. Ultimately, she produced the version she sent to Zhang Cheng. Exhausted, Qianqian, upon receiving Zhang Cheng's gratitude, resembled a deflated balloon. With her eyes closed and a gentle smile gracing her face, she fell into a deep slumber, oblivious to the subsequent messages Zhang Cheng sent. How strange. Why has she suddenly stopped responding? Zhang Cheng pondered. Could it be that she's reluctant to pursue opportunities in Hangzhou? In the office of Wuyou Media's owner, Zhang Cheng wore a perplexed expression. He had just sent Qianqian a contract invitation. In his previous life, Qianqian had also been a major online influencer. Her talent was undeniable, and achieving an overall score exceeding 80 should not pose a challenge. Signing her would be mutually beneficial for Wuyou Media. With Qianqian unresponsive, Zhang Cheng resigned to set the matter aside for the time being. With the song in hand, he could officially commence the operational plan for Cheng Yuyu. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. As Zhang Cheng pondered over his plans concerning Cheng Yuyu, a knock echoed from outside. Zhang, may I come in? Please do, he replied. Cheng Yuyu entered and promptly seated herself at Zhang Cheng's desk, addressing him directly. Zhang, what exactly is your plan? Can't you share the operational strategy with me? It has been 6 or 7 days since we signed with Wuyou Media. She records videos and conducts live streams daily. And although her popularity has slightly increased after revamping her image, it evidently does not meet the standards of success. Zhang Cheng remained remarkably composed, diligently managing company affairs while also registering a Douyin account, where he lavishly bestowed gifts upon female streamers, particularly young university students. Cheng Yuyu felt a surge of frustration. Was this boss of hers utterly neglecting his responsibilities? Instead of managing the contracted streamers from his own company, he squandered time and resources on others. However, what truly unsettled her was the reaction of her former confidant. That evening, Li Peixia had sent a screenshot from the Ivory Media Company group, revealing in Xiujuan's claim that Wuyou Media was out of funds. Cheng Yuyu believed this to be true. After all, and Xiujuan's departure was a calamity for any organization. Nevertheless, Cheng Yuyu had faith in Zhang Cheng and had even drawn from her savings to bolster his reputation. Yet, the recent silence had gradually eroded her confidence. Was it possible that they were genuinely out of money? Last night, Li Peixia had feigned concern for her, but her words dripped with veiled sarcasm. So what if you signed with Wuyou Media? Is it any different? Let's see how long you can flaunt that. Though Li Peixia did not articulate it so bluntly, Cheng Yuyu was acutely aware of her underlying thoughts. Just moments ago, Li Peixia had messaged again, inquiring about the operational plans for Wuyou Media. Cheng Yuyu was left speechless, once more subjected to Li Peixia's thinly veiled mockery. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, she approached Zhang Cheng. Presently, Cheng Yuyu had adopted Zhang Cheng's guidance in her attire. She wore a fitted white t-shirt that accentuated her graceful curves, layered with a light-colored jacket that tantalizingly obscured her silhouette, evoking a sense of purity intertwined with desire. Her lower half was clad in form-fitting jeans that elegantly highlighted her shapely figure and elongated legs. Yet, this captivating sight did little to sway Zhang Cheng's demeanor. What's the rush? Zhang Cheng cast a fleeting glance her way, harboring a deep skepticism towards the mindset of internet celebrities. Although Cheng Yu was indeed a graduate of Zhangjiang University, he was reluctant to divulge any plans to her, fearing that she might inadvertently let slip critical details that could compromise their strategy. In truth, he was justified in his caution. Had he revealed the plan to Cheng Yuyu, she might have inadvertently disclosed it in response to Li Peixia's first jibe. Zhang, I'm not anxious. I'm merely inquiring. Cheng Yuyu feigned nonchalance. Yet, the truth was that she could hardly wait to achieve fame, eager to retaliate against Li Peixia for the recent mockery she had endured. The preliminary preparations have been completed, and your operations are about to commence. Observing her anxious demeanor, Zhang Cheng chose not to prolong the suspense. Regardless, the operations were set to begin, and even if Cheng Yuyu spoke hastily, it would no longer matter. Zhang, what precisely is the plan? Upon receiving a satisfactory response, Cheng Yuyu's face instantly brightened with a sweet smile. She rose from her seat and approached Zhang Cheng, wrapping her arms around one of his, playfully shaking it while coquettishly speaking. Zhang Cheng, enveloped by the softness of her embrace and the faint fragrance wafting towards him, maintained a remarkably composed expression. Over the past few days, each time Cheng Yuyu encountered him, she always sought ways to offer some small perks. He had grown accustomed to it. Noticing Zhang Cheng's calm demeanor, Cheng Yuyu felt a twinge of urgency. This was not the moment to be indifferent to the plan. After all, she had already extended her benefits. How could he remain so unperturbed? This only indicated that her gestures of goodwill were insufficient. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Cheng Yuyu giggled. Zhang, such an important plan, you should whisper in my ear so that no one else can hear. With that, she boldly leaned into Zhang Cheng's embrace, pressing her cheek close to his lips. Chapter 17. When the fruit ripens. Cheng Yuyu found herself nearly nestled in Zhang Cheng's embrace, her cheek brushing against his lips before her delicate earlobe lingered at the corner of his mouth. The proximity was so intimate that Zhang Cheng's lips were almost able to graze her fair, smooth skin. You, little one, always manage to surprise me with something new. Zhang Cheng mused as he gazed at the enchanting figure before him. Over the past few days, Cheng Yuyu had been showering him with favors. Yet today, she had introduced an entirely novel element. It was evident that she felt a tinge of nervousness. Her porcelain skin was tinted with a rosy hue, and even her glistening earlobe bore a hint of pink. Maintaining her crouch position was uncomfortable, yet she sensed that Zhang Cheng's demeanor was not as calm as it appeared. Thus, despite the quick onset of numbness in her legs, she gritted her teeth and persevered. The proposal is lengthy. Are you certain you wish to listen in this manner? Zhang Cheng chuckled lightly. Cheng Yuyu bit her silver teeth and feigned nonchalance, replying, Mr. Zhang, I shall heed your words. Let us change to a more comfortable position. Zhang Cheng, no longer teasing her, gently supported her slender waist with both hands and seated her upon his lap. Cheng Yuyu momentarily appeared dazed. But her heart surged with joy as she effortlessly settled onto his thighs, wrapping her arms around his neck. Mr. Zhang, this indeed feels more comfortable. Please take your time. I may need a bit more time to comprehend. Zhang Yuyu's gaze lifted slightly, her eyes shimmering as they met Zhang Cheng's, her cheeks growing increasingly flushed. Having recently graduated and only just embarked on her journey as an internet celebrity, many matters were merely hearsay to her, lacking any practical experience. At that moment, her heart raced, her entire being ablaze with warmth. Beyond her shyness lay a sense of exhilaration. She aspired to be the proprietress, having lavished various favors upon Zhang Cheng in recent days, but his demeanor had resembled that of a seasoned rogue, neither proactive nor dismissive, and decidedly ambiguous. Today marked the first occasion he had offered a response. I had someone compose a song of exceptional quality, perfectly aligned with your style. Subsequently, I will tailor an event specifically for you. Zhang Cheng, cradling the soft beauty in his arms, encircled her delicate waist, savoring the warmth of her body and the faint fragrance that enveloped them, as he spoke of his proposal. I will first generate buzz for the event, capturing ample attention, and then you shall make your grand entrance, securing the maximum traffic. Furthermore, I possess a secret strategy. What secret strategy? Zhang Yuyu felt her heart race with anticipation. Although she struggled to fully grasp Zhang Cheng's plan, she could sense the promising prospects ahead. It was enough to leave her exhilarated, and the notion of an additional secret strategy was unexpected. I have already stated it is a secret. Naturally, it must remain confidential. Zhang Cheng shook his head slightly. He reiterated his belief that he did not trust the intellect of internet celebrities. His so-called secret strategy encompassed the phrase, "Can you handle it, little pup?" This phrase represented a first-mover advantage, one that could only yield the best results when uttered by the most suitable person at the most opportune moment. Even his proposal did not encompass the existence of this phrase. Zhou Yun and Li Kiki remained oblivious. If such information were to be divulged, and others spoke of it first, then Zhang Yuyu's subsequent remarks would undoubtedly lose their prior impact. Mr. Zhang, do you still keep secrets from me? Zhang Yuyu purred, nestling on Zhang Cheng's lap with an alluring tone. Yet, Zhang Cheng replied, none of the company employees are privy to this, and you are no exception. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuyu feigned annoyance. Mr. Zhang, am I merely your employee? Today, Zhang Cheng had taken a more proactive approach, leading her to believe she was inching closer to the position of the boss's wife. What else could you be? Zhang Cheng replied coolly. Zhang Yuyu's heart sank at his words, her gaze towards him tinged with a sense of grievance. Was she truly just an employee in this context? Zhang Cheng, noticing her expression, merely smiled faintly without elaborating further. Having learned from past experiences, he was reluctant to entangle himself emotionally with internet celebrities within the company. He would not refuse a shortcut, offering some preferential resources, but to aspire to be the boss's wife was indeed a far-fetched notion. His intentions were crystal clear, and Zhang Yuyu grasped this. For a moment, her resolve wavered, yet she soon reaffirmed her determination. In her eyes, it was evident that Zhang Cheng was deeply wounded by Xiaojuan, yet this presented her with an opportunity. With only herself as the sole internet celebrity in the company, and the other signed artist, Yang Chaoyue, still in training, she believed she could take the initiative and mend Zhang Cheng's heart before others arrived, which held great potential. Mr. Zhang, I shan't inquire further. After all, you would never harm me. I trust you and will heed your wishes. Zhang Yuyu's innocent and eager face rested against Zhang Cheng's chest as she spoke in her most obedient tone. Indeed, be good, and you shall rise to fame. Zhang Cheng replied, pleased with her compliance. They remained in that intimate position, whispering sweet nothings until a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. He gently patted Zhang Yuyu's pert rear, urging her to step down. Reluctant to leave her perch, she longed for others to witness their closeness, but dared not defy Zhang Cheng's request. Thus, she dutifully descended to stand aside, smoothing her disheveled clothes and calming the flush upon her cheeks. Kumin, Zhang Cheng called out robustly. The office door swung open, revealing Zhou Yun. Mr. Zhang, you summoned me for something? Earlier, upon receiving a song from Qianqianlong, Zhang Cheng had sent Zhou Yun a message. However, Zheng Yu had arrived first. leading to their prior exchange. The hot love ice cream has been prepared, and the project is officially underway. I have obtained contact information for several female university internet celebrities. Please reach out to them and invite them to participate in our event, Zhang Cheng instructed. He had called Zhou Yun over specifically to discuss this matter. Understood, Mr. Zhang. Zhou Yun replied, her spirits lifted. Since in Xiujuan's departure, Wuyou Media had been teetering on the brink of collapse. Although they had since signed Cheng Yuyu and Yang Chaoyue, there had been no significant developments. Now, Wuyou Media is poised to commence its operations with Cheng Yuyu. Should it succeed, Wuyou Media will experience a remarkable turnaround. She has meticulously examined the plan and believes the likelihood of success is substantial. Zhou Yun turned and exited. Zhang Cheng glanced at Cheng Yuyu and said, "You should also go and consult with Li Kiki regarding the detailed plan, so you can prepare adequately." "All right, Manager Zhang," replied Cheng Yuyu, a hint of reluctance evident as she departed, glancing back with each step. "What a little enchantress," Zhang Cheng remarked with a smile as her figure vanished completely, feeling an unexpressed frustration building within him. If she truly desired something, she likely would not refuse. However, he was not in a hurry. At present, Cheng Yuyu was merely a minor internet celebrity with only 50,000 followers. Once she is elevated, her followers will surely soar to at least 10 million. After all, the fruit is best enjoyed when it is ripe. Chapter 18. The young woman seeks vengeance. Awaiting just 2 days after assigning the tasks, Zhang Cheng departed. In recent days, the company had recruited numerous employees, although they had yet to find a qualified department manager. With sufficient manpower and the capable assistance of Zhou Yun and Li Ku, the company was now on the right track. As the proprietor, he could afford to relax. Currently, with Cheng Yuyu alone at the office, he had little to occupy his time. Thus, he decided to return home early. Before doing so, he called Yang Chaoyue. "Chaoyue, I missed you. Shall I return now?" Yang Chaoyue's voice was hushed, tinged with a hint of shyness, as if someone were nearby. "Take a taxi back. Don't be stingy with the fare," Zhang Cheng instructed. Zhou Yun had assigned Yang Chaoyue to a location rather distant, and for the past few days, she had been staying at a hotel near the training venue. It had been a while since they had woken up together in the early morning. Today, after being irritated by Cheng Yuyu, coupled with the longing he felt from not seeing Chaoyue for several days, Zhang Cheng decided to return home early and invite Chaoyue back as well to alleviate the pangs of separation. Half an hour later, Zhang Cheng arrived home first. After a few more minutes, Chaoyue returned. "Brother Cheng." Yang Chaoyue stood at the door, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkling with affection as she opened her arms in a gesture that begged for a hug. Having not seen him for days, she too had missed him dearly. Zhang Cheng embraced her, feeling the softness of her youthful form. Unable to contain himself any longer, he swept her up in a princess carry and made his way toward the bedroom. "Brother Cheng, I need a shower first," Yang Chaoyue exclaimed in hasta. She had been practicing her dance before returning and was slightly sweaty, having rushed back without bathing. However, Zhang Cheng was indifferent to such matters. "It doesn't matter. You'll be sweating again soon enough." As night fell, Cheng Yuyu sat in the spacious lounge that had once belonged to Xiujuan. The makeup artist from the content department was retouching her makeup in preparation for the evening's live broadcast. Meanwhile, dedicated personnel were busy adjusting the equipment. Lights, cameras, sound, everything was being meticulously handled by specialists. Observing this scene, Cheng Yuyu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In the days when she had to fend for herself, she had never experienced such treatment. Now, she felt akin to a major internet celebrity, with the burden of everything except for live streaming and video recording lifted from her shoulders. Yet, she was still merely a step away from true stardom. Suddenly, Cheng Yuyu's phone chimed, still not at the stage of requiring an assistant to check her messages. She picked up her phone to see a video posted by a blogger she followed. It was Li Peixia, who had uploaded a video standing at the entrance of a university in Hangzhou, dancing to the background music of Lover's Ice Cream, a song commissioned by Zhang Cheng from Qianqianlong. How shameless! Cheng Yuyu couldn't help but exclaim after watching the video. It was evident to her that others may be unaware, but she certainly was not fooled. Li Peixia had never set foot in a university, A dropout who never even completed junior college brazenly impersonated a student from Hangzhou University, filming a video at the university's entrance and participating in the campus sweet girl competition. What connection do you have with universities and sweet girls? Zhang Yu felt increasingly irked. Li Piqia, naading hadthutius, could not conceal the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, even with heavy beautification, yet she dared to compete in the sweet girl competition. Kiki, when shall we participate? Zhang Yu inquired with a hint of urgency. Li Kiki, also present in the room, replied, "Let us at least wait until tomorrow when the event truly gains traction." Zhang Yu felt a twinge of anxiety, but Kiki, there are so many influencers involved in this event. Will I truly emerge victorious? Zhang Cheng's plan closely mirrored a successful case from his previous life. In that life, an event called the Sweet Girl Competition had surged in popularity on Douyin, with female university student influencers participating, creating dance videos, and sparking discussions across the internet about who was the sweetest. Zhang Yu had also participated then and ultimately stood out, amassing millions of followers from a single video. Consequently, Zhang Cheng organized a similar sweet girl competition. The female university student streamers he had tipped over the past few days were the first batch of contestants. By the time he returned home and enjoyed a brief reunion with Yang Chaoyue, the event had already begun to spread online. Of course, its rapid rise was not solely due to the event's allure. The covert promotion by Wuyou Media played a significant role as well. Within just hours, the event became so popular that even Li Peixiao was aware of it and released a video to enter the competition. Yet, it was still premature. The event had yet to reach its peak. Zhang Cheng's strategy was to wait until sufficient online attention had been garnered before Zhang Yu made her entrance, ultimately capturing all the traffic. This was precisely what made Zhang Yu anxious. Once the event gained momentum, numerous influencers would join, and with so much hidden talent online, what if another influencer outshone her? That would merely mean she had sewn garments for someone else's benefit. Li Kiki felt uncertain as well, thinking, I trust Zhang. He must have confidence to arrange things this way. Yes, trust in Zhang. Zhang Yu felt somewhat reassured at this notion. Although she had transformed her image with great success, her confidence still wavered. Yet, she believed in Zhang Cheng. At that moment, Zhang Yu's phone chimed again. This time, it was a WeChat message. Yu, take a look at this sweet girl competition. It's wildly popular. Everyone's filming. You should join in too. Your company hasn't been promoting you. You need to ride the wave. It was a message from Li Peixiao. After reading it, Zhang Yu felt as if her teeth might shatter. Li Peixiao seemed to be advising her, but the underlying message was clear. In recent days, the two had clashed repeatedly. Li Peixiao envied her signing with Wuyou Media and had deliberately tried to undermine her. After Zhang Yu signed, she had not let Li Peixiao off the hook either, flaunting her success in front of her. Yet now, the tides had turned, and Li Peixiao had been sending subtle jabs every day, leaving Zhang Yu unable to rebut. As indeed, after signing with Wuyou Media, she had experienced little activity. Li Peixiao claimed she was merely being frivolous, and perhaps she was not entirely mistaken. However, the circumstances have changed. As she gazed at the message sent by Li Peixiao, Zhang Yu gritted her teeth, preparing to unleash a few sarcastic remarks. Yet, after typing a line, she regained her composure and deleted what she had just written. No wonder President Zhang had begun to push me. He only shared the plan with me because he feared I might leak it. President Zhang truly understands me. Zhang Yu momentarily fell into a reverie, feeling a newfound respect for Zhang Cheng. She lowered her head to glance once more at Li Peixiao's message, let out a cold snicker, and turned off her phone, opting not to respond. Revenge does not require a decade. 2 days will suffice, allowing you to bask in your glory a little longer. Nearby, Li Kiki exhaled in relief. The moment she saw Zhang Yu typing, she rushed over. If Zhang Yu intended to expose anything, she had to intervene. With the company on the brink of a turnaround, she could not allow Zhang Yu to compromise the plan. Kiki, rest assured, this is crucial for my rise. I won't act recklessly. Zhang Yu noted the tension etched on Li Kiki's face and smiled reassuringly. That's good to hear, Li Kiki replied with a cool nod. The two exchanged glances, realizing that each other's eyes brimmed with anticipation and anxiety. Could Zhang Yu truly emerge victorious among the myriad of influencers? They felt uncertain, yet chose to place their faith in Zhang Cheng. Chapter 19. There must be a mastermind behind the scenes in the early morning. Zhang Cheng's first action upon awakening was to check the results of the University Sweethearts event he had initiated. Opening Douyin, the first video that greeted him was related to the event. After scrolling through dozens of videos, he encountered several others featuring the University Sweethearts theme. The videos shared a common motif, a refreshing dance paired with the sweet melody of love ice cream, set against the backdrop of various campuses, culminating in the most significant element, a vibrant, beautiful female college student. Indeed, the event had gained substantial traction, attracting not only university students, but also numerous internet celebrities who returned to their alma maters to create content. Yang Chaiyue suddenly stiret, awakened by the sound of Zhang Cheng scrolling through videos. She slightly propped herself up and nestled into his embrace, her gaze drifting to his phone. Brother Cheng, are you already scrolling through Douyin so early? You're awake just in time. Let us have a look at some videos on your phone, Zhang Cheng replied, instinctively wrapping his arm around Chao Yue's shoulders. They were both in a state of comfort, the smooth, delicate contact of their skin sending a wave of pleasant sensations through his mind. Here you go. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Chaiyue handed over her phone. This was a level of trust that many couples could only aspire to. Zhang Cheng accepted her phone and began to scroll through Douyin, quickly discovering several videos featuring the University Sweethearts. This reassured him. Indeed, the event had truly become a sensation. This was hardly surprising. Online users are drawn to entertainment and beauty alike, and the University Sweethearts event encapsulated both elements. It was a gathering of beautiful individuals, complemented by a competitive spirit among various universities. Contemporary college students represent the largest demographic online and can generate considerable traffic. Chao Yue, how have you been studying these past few days? Zhang Cheng inquired, turning off his phone and gently pinching her cheek. Ah, well, Yang Chaiyue responded, her expression tinged with embarrassment and shame. To be honest, her progress had been less than satisfactory. Perhaps she was not naturally gifted. She struggled to grasp new concepts, and, despite exerting effort far beyond her peers, she lagged behind. There was even a time when she had cried from frustration over her studies. Yet, motivated by her aspiration to earn money for Zhang Cheng, she persevered. Still, her results remained disheartening. Just yesterday, she felt utterly overwhelmed. Hence, when Zhang Cheng called, she rushed back, partly out of longing for him and partly to escape her studies. There's no rush. Take your time with your learning. Zhang Cheng reassured her upon noticing her demeanor. He tightened his embrace, drawing her closer into his warmth. Brother Cheng, I will definitely work hard to study and earn money for you as soon as possible, Yang Chaiyue declared with determination. There's truly no hurry, Zhang Cheng chuckled. At this moment, Wuyou Media lacked the capability to enter the entertainment industry. It was best for Yang Chaiyue to continue her studies. Yang Chaiyue interpreted Zhang Cheng's words as a form of affection. With her eyes glistening, she gazed up at him, leaning in closer, her lips pursed. Zhang Cheng understood her unspoken desires and leaned in to kiss her tenderly. The joyous melody resonated, shattering the tranquility of the bedroom. A beautiful morning swiftly passed. Yang Chaiyue emerged from her shower, her cheeks flushed, and continued her studies. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng departed for the office. The weather was cool, accompanied by a gentle breeze and light rain. The grass was slick and the roads were muddy. He relished such weather. Upon arriving at the office, Zhang Cheng summoned 3 individuals for a meeting. Zhou Yun, the manager of the comprehensive office, who also held managerial roles in 3 other departments. Li Kiki, who assisted Zhou Yun in various tasks. And Cheng Yuyu, the sole profitable member of the company, albeit with modest earnings. Zhuya, please send me the specific data regarding the popularity of the college sweetheart event, Zhang Cheng requested. He first reviewed a data report from Zhou Yun, a comprehensive statistical analysis indicating that the college sweetheart event had indeed gained significant traction. After just one night, the number of participants had surpassed 10 million. With another day of exposure, the figure could easily exceed 30 million. The number of bloggers participating was also on the rise, and the timing was ripe for us to engage. Zhang Cheng nodded, addressing Li Kiki and Cheng Yu. You too. Take the video crew and head to Xiangjiang to shoot the video. Go and return on the same day. We'll enter the scene tomorrow morning. Understood, Zhang Zong. Li Kiki exclaimed with excitement, having awaited this pivotal moment for so long. Cheng Yu was equally exhilarated, pondering whether her own fame was finally within reach. However, she composed herself slightly and inquired, Zhang Zong, aren't you coming to Xiangjiang with us? Cheng Yu had studied at Xiangjiang University and felt uncertain about the video shoot, hoping Zhang Cheng would accompany them. I don't need to go. Just proceed as planned. Zhang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Cheng Yu remained somewhat apprehensive, but Li Kiki had already taken her away. After their departure, Zhang Cheng assigned more tasks to Zhou Yun. Most viral videos or internet celebrities on platforms like Douyin invariably have someone propelling them behind the scenes. Cheng Yu's image now rivaled that of her past life. And with her youthful vigor, success seemed inevitable. Yet the company needed to create a buzz discreetly. With a shortage of management personnel, Zhou Yun could not handle everything alone, prompting Zhang Cheng to assist her. Soon, Wuyou Media was abuzz with activity. Meanwhile, at Wuyou Media, the atmosphere was tense. Sister Xiaojuan, your operational activities must be halted for the time being. An assistant approached in Xiaojuan. Her expression turned cold, and she furrowed her brow. Is it because of the college sweetheart event? The assistant, appearing helpless, confirmed, yes, the event has become overwhelmingly popular, drawing all the traffic away. If we continue with your operational plan, the effectiveness might be compromised. And Xiaojuan's frown deepened. She had joined Wuyou Media with aspirations for advancement, and this operational campaign had been promised to her by the company leadership. It was projected that post-event, her follower count would increase by at least 100,000. To postpone her participation was not her desire. However, the ongoing event featuring the university's charming girls had captured her attention, radiating immense popularity. The considerations of the operations department were indeed reasonable. Then let it be delayed, and Xiaojuan declared with evident reluctance. I shall notify the operations department, her assistant replied, stepping out to make a phone call. Upon returning, she informed Sister Xiaojuan the operations department mentioned that given the immense popularity of the university's event, you should partake as well. It would be a shame to squander such a splendid opportunity. Me? And Xiaojuan hesitated, pondering whether her style would be suitable. Her assistant chuckled. Everyone is seizing the moment. Some are even filming videos at the driving school entrance. With such a hot event, it would be remiss not to join in. Upon hearing this, and Xiaojuan nodded, contact the content department. I shall participate as well. Certainly, I will reach out, her assistant affirmed, promptly making the call. Meanwhile, and Xiaojuan immersed herself in thought. Such a significant event must have influential backing. Yet, she wondered which prominent institution was behind it. There must be a mastermind propelling this event. She pondered whether there might be future collaboration opportunities. As an ambitious individual, and Xiaojuan yearned for a chance to work alongside this person. I shall wait and observe. When a most favored influencer emerges, I shall discern the identity of the skilled individual behind it all, she murmured to herself. Chapter 20, 130 million National Taiwan University, Dormitory. When Xiao Qianqian awoke, it was already the following evening. After 5 exhausting days of song production, she had succumbed to fatigue. Sleeping for more than a full day and night, it felt delightful. Stretching her limbs, Xiao Qianqian sat up. You finally decided to rise, remarked Ida, who was beside her, munching on snacks. You've nearly gone 5 days without sleep just to help a mainlander create a song. I think you've truly lost your mind. With graduation approaching, the other 2 roommates had already begun their internships. Xiao Qianqian aspired to pursue a career in the entertainment industry, hence she opted out of interning. Ida, on the other hand, was purely lazy, spending her days in the dormitory watching dramas and snacking. It was precisely because of this that she was aware of how fervently Xiao Qianqian had worked on the song. The quality of Love Ice Cream is quite high. This is an opportunity for me that could significantly enhance my visibility. It is only right that I invest my efforts, Xiao Qianqian asserted. Is it really that good? I doubt it. It's been 2 days since you finished producing the song, and I haven't heard it anywhere, Ida dismissed. Mr. Zhang is from the mainland. His songs are surely released there, Xiao Qianqian replied with a smile. It's quite normal that we can't hear it here in Taiwan. Ida scoffed, who knows? Perhaps nobody in the mainland listens to it either. Gradually, she began to forget about being rejected by Chen Xiao. Her tone softened slightly, yet she still harbored prejudice and discrimination towards the mainland. In any case, she was unwilling to believe that a mainlander could create a hit song. Whether it is popular or not, we shall see, Qiu Qianqian replied, her heart brimming with anticipation. She took out her phone, logged onto the internal network, and searched for Love Ice Cream. While the connection in Taiwan was slow, Qiu Qianqian was eager to see if her song had been released, so she patiently waited. Ida occasionally glanced at Qiu Qianqian. Her curiosity piqued about the outcome of Love Ice Cream. As time ticked by, Qiu Qianqian finally managed to conduct her search, beginning with various domestic music platforms. However, after her efforts, a look of confusion crossed her face. Not a single mention? Qiu Qianqian could hardly believe it. The quality of Love Ice Cream was decent, and she had dedicated herself to its creation. After sleeping for 2 days, if the song had been released, it should have made some waves on the major music platforms. I told you, nobody is listening, Ida interjected, a hint of schadenfreude in her voice. Perhaps Mr. Zhang has his own arrangements, which is why the song hasn't been released yet, Qiu Qianqian insisted, unwilling to give up. Ida chuckled softly, remaining silent. Determined, Qiu Qianqian searched the term Love Ice Cream again on the search platform. This time, there were results, but they were not related to the song. Instead, the search yielded short videos from various platforms, all featuring Love Ice Cream as their background music. Has it actually been released on short video platforms? Autumn Qianqian wore an expression of deep confusion, aspiring to follow the path of a traditional singer. She firmly believed that any well-crafted song should be prioritized for release on music platforms. It was unfathomable to her that someone would create a song solely to serve as background music for short videos. Just then, Ida, who was about to get out of bed to use the restroom, heard Autumn's voice and leaned over to peer at her phone screen. Eager to search the short video platform, she had already prepared herself to mock Autumn. Did she truly believe that casually producing a song would lead to fame? Could a genuinely popular song even be released on a short video platform? Fine, let us see. Autumn promptly downloaded Douyin, and before she could even search, the first video that appeared featured her familiar voice. The sea breeze chases the tide. I chase after you the sweet melody, the charming intonation, the refreshing style, the beautiful lyrics. This was all too familiar to Autumn. 4 or 5 days, she had been immersed in this song, singing it, participating in its recording and production. Has the mainland's big data recommendations advanced to such a level? I haven't even logged in with my real name, yet it directly recommends my own song? Autumn's expression faltered slightly. Coincidence, perhaps. Ida was equally perplexed. In a short video, a sweet-looking girl danced at the school gate. Autumn found it amusing, liked the video, and then scrolled to the next one. The sea breeze chases the tide. I chase after you again, that familiar voice. Autumn's expression turned puzzled. How could it be my song again? Another sweet-looking girl danced in a short video. Ida, momentarily taken aback by the footage, suggested, let us see a few more. Autumn continued to scroll through the short videos, watching dozens in succession, only to find that over 10 featured Love Ice Cream as their background music. Ida fell silent, her mind also short-circuiting. What was going on? Was the mainland's big data recommendation truly this impressive? Without the original singer even logging in, the short video platform could automatically identify her and repeatedly recommend her own work? I'll search directly to uncover the reason. Autumn immediately searched for her song title on Douyin. The results astonished her. Discussions about Love Ice Cream were abundant on Douyin. The song's quality was commendable, enhanced further by the presence of beautiful girls. Many viewers intrigued by the sweet girls at college events were curious about the original singer. A girl with such a sweet voice must be quite lovely as well, right? Currently trending on Douyin, the top search was Sweet Girls of College Challenge, followed closely by Who is the original singer of Love Ice Cream. It turned out that Mr. Zhang had composed this song specifically to serve as background music for short videos, which explained why it was untraceable on music platforms. Autumn suddenly realized all the money spent on producing the song was merely to complement short videos. Aida's mind was left even more bewildered. She found it somewhat perplexing why anyone would create a song solely to accompany a short video. Qian, your hopes are destined to be dashed. You will not release your work on any music platform. If you aspire to gain fame through this, it is futile. Aida paused for a second, then remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Not necessarily. With enough uploads of short videos, I could also achieve fame, Qian replied with a smile. Before noticing an option to view the music details within the short video, she clicked on it, and a plethora of information surfaced. Song, romantic ice cream publisher, Wuyou artist, Qian long lyricist, Zhang Cheng composer, Zhang Cheng usage count, 160,032 play count, 139,002, 112. The numbers were overwhelming. Qian counted them one by one as they continued to rise. Play count, 130 million? Qian stared blankly at her phone screen. Aida, equally transfixed, gazed at the screen in disbelief. 130 million? Chapter 21. Video release. Short videos are characterized by their brevity and immediacy, often featuring only the most captivating segments of a song as background music. Thousands of influencers and bloggers have participated in the campus sweetheart activities. A Douyin user may encounter dozens of influencers taking on the campus sweetheart challenge in a single day, making over 100 million views rather unremarkable, perhaps even a tad modest. Nevertheless, the event remains fervently popular, with attention continuously rising. It is conceivable that after a single night, an additional 100 million views could be amassed. Yet, Qian and Aida remain oblivious to these statistics. To them, a view count exceeding 100 million seems astronomical. The song was perfected in less than 2 days. Am I famous now? Qian's fair complexion gradually flushed a deep red, an indescribable excitement surging within her. Her small hands clenched into fists, still grappling with disbelief. Aida's expression was stiff. Despite her numerous prejudices against the mainland, the enormity of the figure rendered any disparaging remarks impossible. That night, it seemed both women would find it difficult to sleep. Suddenly, Qian set her phone aside and opened her computer. She intended to inquire with Mr. Zhang on Facebook about the authenticity of these figures. If true, she would be at a loss as to how to express her gratitude to Zhang Cheng. Soon, she logged into her Facebook account and discovered a previous message from Zhang Cheng. Signing with Wuyou Media. Becoming an influencer? Staring at the message, Qian paused momentarily. She had always aspired to be a singer. While the notion of becoming an influencer had crossed her mind, she had never considered doing so in the mainland. Having spent 4 years studying in Taiwan, she felt familiar with the surroundings, yet the mainland remained an enigma. Though Qian harbored no biases against the mainland, the influences of her environment had instilled a certain trepidation towards the phrase going to the mainland. Aida, having regained her composure from the initial shock, also noticed Zhang Cheng's private message. Her expression shifted dramatically as she cautioned, Qian, this could be a trap. You need to be careful. What trap? Qian exhaled in exasperation. She felt a pang of anxiety, but had never perceived the idea of going to the mainland as a trap. Her roommate's biases were simply too severe. Are you not aware of the numerous scams out there? They lure you in with high salaries, only to send you to a place where deception prevails, where violence is common. Young women like you are particularly vulnerable. Aida's face contorted with fear as she spoke. That is Southeast Asia. Would such things happen in the mainland? Qian retorted, exasperated. Is there really a difference? Aida replied, her tone laced with conviction. To her, there was no distinction between Southeast Asia and the mainland. It's getting late. I'm going to bed, Qian declared, unwilling to engage in further discussion with her roommate. She replied to Zhang Cheng, indicating that she would consider his proposal, and then lay back down. Having just awakened, she found it impossible to return to sleep. She lay down in contemplation, pondering the choices before her. Having journeyed from Malai to the beautiful island, she had spent 4 years there, and if circumstances allowed, she certainly wished to flourish in this new environment. However, the songs penned by Zhang Cheng resonated deeply with her, evoking a profound sense of trust that moved her greatly. A flicker of impulsiveness stirred within her, urging her to abandon the place she had called home for 4 years and venture into the unknown. Yet, indecision gripped her heart. In Hangzhou, at Wuyou Media, nearly everyone was engrossed in overtime work. Zhang Cheng had announced his entry for the next day, but preparations needed to be meticulously arranged beforehand. Cheng Yu was abuzz with excitement, unable to remain still in the conference room, casting glances towards Zhang Cheng, who occupied the seat of honor. The video had been filmed, and the scheduled release was set. As the moment approached, a question loomed. Could they truly outshine all competitors and emerge victorious? Cheng Yu herself harbored doubts. Behind Zhang Cheng, a projection displayed an array of data, including the engagement metrics for the college sweetheart event and the trending videos of the current participants. Zhou Yun and Li Kiki were equally tense, their gaze fixed ahead, uncertain whether they were scrutinizing the data or Zhang Cheng himself. As seconds ticked away, the time for the scheduled video release finally arrived. Cheng Yu's account released the pivotal video. The sea breeze chases the tides, I chase after you. The background music swelled, a sweet voice crooning enchanting lyrics. Standing at the entrance of Xiangjiang University, Cheng Yu wore a slightly bashful expression, her eyes narrowing slightly in a dreamy gaze. Clad in a white cropped t-shirt beneath a beige jacket, she revealed a glimpse of her fair waist, the fitted t-shirt accentuating her alluring figure. Though her movements appeared somewhat unpracticed, they harmonized perfectly with the shy smile adorning her face. The script for this video had been meticulously crafted by Zhang Cheng himself, drawing inspiration from a previous iteration while enhancing its appeal. In this world, the realm of internet entertainment was still in its infancy, with many influencers pursuing a sweet aesthetic reminiscent of Cheng Yu's earlier persona. Yet, Zhang Cheng understood the complexities of human desire. Beneath the sweet facade, a layer of allure could undoubtedly create a significant impact in this nascent stage of online entertainment. As dawn broke, the video was released, first viewed by Cheng Yu's fans and fellow influencers who followed her journey. Yu has finally joined this challenge. Absolutely stunning, my love, they exclaimed. There was an inherent sense that Cheng Yu's presentation was distinct from the rest, yet undeniably more captivating. The fans, though untrained, instinctively offered their assessments, generally agreeing that Cheng Yu's accessories set her apart. Li Peixia also caught sight of Cheng Yu's video. After participating in the College Sweetheart Challenge, her livestream traffic saw a slight increase, prompting her to seize the opportunity to broadcast throughout the night. Having just concluded her livestream and preparing for slumber, she stumbled upon the video posted by Cheng Yu. Upon viewing it, a smile spread across her face. Wasn't that little imp supposed to refrain from filming? How is it that she now cannot resist basking in the limelight? Surely, she has come to realize that Wuyou Media is but a quagmire, hasn't she? Boastful, I shall relish the sight of how she manages to flaunt herself before me henceforth. Li Peixia chuckled, her heart swelling with pride. Over the past few days, she had been engaged in a battle of wits with Cheng Yu, consistently maintaining the upper hand. Yet, at this moment, a sense of relief washed over her. Cheng Yu's participation in the comedic Sweet Girl Challenge signified that Wuyou Media could indeed offer her little support. Otherwise, she would not be seeking to ride the coattails of this event. This meant that in the future, Cheng Yu would no longer have the audacity to flaunt herself before her. Having just finished her broadcast, she was greeted with delightful news, promising her a restful night's sleep. Li Peixia yawned, leaving her makeup untouched, and gracefully settled down to sleep. However, unbeknownst to her, the likes and comments on Cheng Yu's video were surging at an astonishing pace. Chapter 22. Worry-free media sister Xiaojuan. Our video has gone mildly viral. Upon waking up in the early morning, and Xiaojuan received delightful news. Her assistant approached her window to report. As Xiaojuan sat up, she felt no hesitation in front of her female assistant. While dressing, she inquired, "Is it the challenge video of that sweet girl from the university?" "Indeed. Initially, we thought your style wouldn't resonate and that it would merely be a trial to ride the wave of popularity. But who could have anticipated that the fans are now enamored with such striking contrasts?" The assistant beamed with joy. "Your demeanor is so aloof. Yet when you portray a sweet girl in the video, although your appearance resembles that of a sweet girl, Your essence remains cool and distant, which the fans adore. Hearing this, a subtle smile graced Xiaojuan's lips, presenting an unexpected delight. The assistant continued, Sister Xiaojuan, your video data has already entered the top 100, and your followers have surged by several tens of thousands. Although Xiaojuan maintained a composed expression, her heart swelled with joy. The company had yet to launch its promotional activities, yet she had already gained thousands of followers, undoubtedly affirming her worth. She pondered who might be behind the planning of this event, if only she knew. Do you wish to collaborate with them? The assistant queried. The company believes there is no necessity. She shook her head. Why not? And Xiaojuan asked, perplexed. The planning of this event is indeed impressive, but what does it achieve? Currently, many influencers have gained followers, yet none are the primary beneficiaries. The assistant chuckled. This merely indicates that the event planners possess mediocre skills. They orchestrated such a formidable event, yet others reaped the benefits. What is there to collaborate on? And Xiaojuan contemplated this and conceded, that makes sense. She relinquished the notion of collaborating with the event planner. Wait, something feels off. The assistant suddenly exclaimed. What is it? And Xiaojuan, now fully dressed in a light base layer, a light gray coat, fitted jeans, and knee-high boots, stood tall and graceful, exuding an air of confidence and aloofness. A certain blogger has emerged unexpectedly. Their data is surging rapidly. Within an hour of posting their video, they have already entered the top 100, and their ranking is about to surpass ours. The assistant exclaimed, astonished by the data shared in the company group chat. And Xiaojuan's interest was piqued, and she promptly said, send me all the information about this blogger. I have a hunch that this is the influencer the events planners are promoting. The assistant shared her sentiment, as did the operations department of Wuyou Media. Otherwise, they wouldn't have disseminated the data in the group chat. The assistant quickly searched for information and said, Sister Xiaojuan, this influencer is named Cheng Yuyu. Here is her video. Take a look. The assistant presented her phone to Xiaojuan. Together, they watched the video. It was almost identical to others, filmed at the university gates, featuring a young woman dancing, with background music from a trending short video platform hit titled Love Ice Cream. However, the beauty in the video stands in stark contrast to others. After cutting her hair short, Cheng Yuyu appears remarkably sweeter, yet there is an added hint of allure. It is precisely this touch of seduction that catalyzes a transformation within her. And Xiaojuan's video creates a striking contrast and thus garners some attention. But Cheng Yuyu is even more contrasting, innocent yet desirous. This phrase has yet to emerge in this realm. However, there is no doubt that the combination of purity and desire can inflict substantial impact on men, and even on women, while others are capturing sweet maidens. Xiaojuan takes an unconventional path, blending sweetness with a touch of allure. Her assistant provides a professional analysis. Particularly with that expression, there is an air of coyness, reminiscent of a girlfriend playfully teasing. And Xiaojuan's demeanor is extremely serious. The rapid increase in data is justified. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that this blogger looks somewhat familiar. Familiar? The assistant pauses, suddenly recalling, exclaiming, Xiaojuan, do you remember? This Cheng Yuyu is the newly signed internet celebrity from Wuyou Media. She even streamed in your live room. Wuyou Media, and Xiaojuan's expression shifts immediately, her voice quickening slightly. Shaoli, keep a close watch on Cheng Yuyu's data and report back to me. Yes, Xiaojuan, the assistant nods. And Xiaojuan feels a surge of panic within. She attempts to maintain her composed facade, but internally she fervently repeats, impossible, it can't be. How could Wuyou Media possibly have the capability to orchestrate such an event? In the Wuyou Media conference room, everyone breathes a sigh of relief. Cheng Yuyu wears a contented expression. 3 hours have elapsed since the release of her video, which has amassed over 300,000 views, with likes and comments continuously surging, and her follower count increasing by tens of thousands, at a rate of 100,000 views per hour, if this trend continues. Her video is poised to exceed 1 million views by the end of the day, and with a stroke of luck, it may surpass 2 million. 2 million views in a day marks undeniable success from any perspective. Zhou Yun and Li Kiki share in the joy. Cheng Yuyu's rise brings the company a noteworthy internet celebrity, and given the stringent terms of Cheng Yuyu's contract, there is little concern of her departure, signifying that the company can soon capitalize on her newfound fame. Wuyou Media had been teetering on the brink of collapse, yet Zhang Cheng managed to procure over $1 million, barely allowing operations to resume. This sum is nearly depleted now. Nevertheless, the outcome is positive. With Cheng Yu's ascent, the company is on the verge of profitability. There is still a tinge of regret. Cheng Yu suddenly sighs, reflecting on how the event was orchestrated by us, yet so many others stand to benefit. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Yun and Li Kiki silently nod in agreement. It is indeed a pity. Sweet maidens from universities have propelled many to fame, and now, as Cheng Yu's video just breaks into the top 100, she is not the one who has benefited the most. The three women share a sense of regret. Yet when they glance at Zhang Cheng, they find his expression remains neutral, neither joyful nor regretful. Mr. Zhang Yu, wouldn't happen to have any further arrangements, would you? Zhou Yun suddenly inquired. She had reviewed the proposal, which outlined a plan for Cheng Yu to seize all traffic in one fell swoop and emerge as the preeminent victor. Currently, it was evident that Wuyou was not the ultimate winner. Yet, Wuyou Media had benefited and experienced a remarkable revival. Thus, Zhou Yun was quite content with the present outcome, regarding the proposal's blueprint as merely a figment of Zhang Cheng's imagination. At a time when the company was on the brink of collapse, it was entirely reasonable for the boss to inspire morale with grand visions. However, observing Zhang Cheng's demeanor now, it seemed, Li Kiki and Cheng Yu also turned their gazes towards Zhang Cheng, their hearts stirring in unison. With Zhang Cheng appearing so composed, could it be that he truly had more plans in store? Under the scrutiny of the three pairs of eyes, Zhang Cheng offered a subtle smile. The video had been released prematurely, not during a peak period for viewership. Now, the timing was ripe. This ambiguous explanation instantly stirred excitement among the trio, yet alongside their exhilaration was profound confusion. The company possessed limited capabilities. Funds had been expended, connections established, and even hired hand arranged. What further strategies could Zhang Cheng possibly have? Chapter 23. Leveraging millions of traffic, Zhang Cheng commanded the system within his mind. His method was the prized item bestowed by the system, the million traffic card. Upon its activation, it would bestow 1 million organic views to a video or live stream. Given the current circumstances, it was reasonable to surmise that, barring any external interference, Cheng Yu could replicate her past success and achieve viral fame through a single video. It would not be surprising if she emerged as the leading participant in the college sweetheart event. However, Zhang Cheng desired more than mere success. He craved total domination of the event's traffic. After all, he had invested considerable effort into orchestrating this event, and he intended for the rewards to accrue to himself, not to serve as a mere facilitator for others. If Cheng Yu were likened to a blazing bonfire, then the million traffic card would be akin to a barrel of gasoline. Zhang Cheng refrained from explaining his strategy to Cheng Yu, Zhou Yun, and Li Kiki, for the results would soon be evident to them. Zhang, something seems amiss. Zhou Yun was the first to discern the anomaly. Her expression shifted dramatically, her eyes wide with disbelief as she exclaimed, "Our video's views, likes, shares, and comments are skyrocketing." Upon hearing this, both Cheng Yu and Li Kiki turned to examine the back-end data. Indeed, all metrics were surging at an astonishing pace. The view count, which had recently hovered around 300,000, was now rapidly approaching 400,000. In mere moments, it had catapulted to over 500,000. Moreover, it showed no signs of abating, with 600,000 looming on the horizon. Li Kiki swiftly accessed other data points, exclaiming in astonishment, comments, likes, and shares are all rising proportionately. This is genuine traffic, not artificially manipulated. Cheng Yu rose to her feet, only to sit back down, feeling slightly dizzy and unable to maintain her balance. An increase of 200,000 views in just a few minutes. Was this truly happening? Was this Zhang's trump card? The three of them turned their attention to Zhang Cheng once more. What is the current view count for the leading event participant? He inquired. Zhou Yun promptly checked the data and responded, 1,500,000. Zhang Cheng nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. The situation was stable. After employing the million traffic card, Surpassing the current leader was merely a matter of time. At the present rate, it would take no longer than half an hour. However, merely surpassing the leading participant was insufficient. To achieve total dominance and capture all traffic, Zhang Yu's video must far exceed the leading count, completely obliterating the top 100. To accomplish this, her view count needed to reach several million within a matter of days. Zhang Yu's organic traffic was estimated to be around 300,000 over 3 days. Yet, with a million traffic card, the scenario changed entirely. While a million views may seem modest, Zhang Yu could achieve that in a single day. It was fundamentally different. TikTok operated on a big data recommendation system, where the strong became stronger and the weak fell further behind. A video of exceptional quality will only continue to improve over time. A million traffic card can enable a piece of work to swiftly accumulate 1 million organic views within short span. This, without a doubt, disrupts the judgments of big data. The sudden surge in traffic will incessantly elevate the ratings of Zhang Yu's work, continuously drawing in new viewers. A million traffic card can effortlessly leverage 10 million views. This is the true source of Zhang Cheng's unwavering confidence in his success. As time elapsed, Li Kiki suddenly exclaimed, "Zhang, we have surpassed the first place." Everyone turned to see that Zhang Yu's video views had reached 170,000, while the leading video had also seen an increase, now totaling 160,000. Yet, it was still eclipsed by Zhang Yu. Zhou Yun, in her 30s and seasoned by years in the fluctuating workplace, had cultivated an attitude of indifference towards honor and disgrace. However, witnessing the incessantly rising data, her breath quickened, her complexion flushed, and her eyes fixated on the large screen. Her body taut with exhilaration. She was baffled by how Zhang Cheng achieved this feat, yet he had indeed accomplished it. His plan was not mere empty promises. It was a feasible strategy. Even more exhilarated was Zhang Yu. When the views surpassed 1 million, she began to shout with glee, each passing moment's increment stimulating her nerves. And she realized that her stardom was imminent. At that moment, Zhang Yu felt a sense of numbness. Seated in her chair, she gazed at the rapidly increasing figures, her body no longer responding as intensely, yet her heart surged with tumultuous waves. Her gaze frequently darted towards Zhang Cheng, who occupied the leading position. This man delivered on his promises, propelling her to fame. She felt a surge of excitement. At this moment, she would acquiesce to any request he made. Of course, Zhang Yu was also willing to take the initiative. Yet, it was evident that the current surge was not yet the limit. Everything should wait until the dust settled before anything further unfolds. Xiu Yun, Xing Wu, and Xiu Jun was preparing for a live broadcast when her assistant burst in, her expression fraught with anxiety, bordering on panic. The growth of Zhang Yu's data is astonishing. She had hesitated to report, knowing Xiu Jun was about to go live, but she felt compelled to inform her. And Xiu Jun turned to her assistant, her expression impassive, yet her hands clenched into fists beneath the table. She was indifferent to the specifics of Zhang Yu's situation. However, behind Zhang Yu stood her ex-boyfriend. If she left, and he immediately propelled another internet celebrity to stardom, what would that make her? The surge in Zhang Yu's views was terrifying. She had just surpassed the first place with 170,000 views, and in just half an hour, her views had soared to 3 million. The assistant reported the data, her voice trembling. It was not unheard of for internet celebrities to gain 1 million views in an hour on Douyin. However, such divine creations often require a harmonious convergence of time, place, and talent. Even the internet celebrity from Wuyou Media, boasting millions of fans, lacks such prowess. And Xiujun fell into silence, her mind a blank canvas. Why was this happening? Was it Zhang Cheng? Did he possess such capabilities? Why had she failed to recognize his potential during her tenure at Wuyou Media, only to witness it emerge after her departure? And Xiujun clenched her fists, a tumult of emotions intertwining and clashing within her, leaving her in a state of disarray, with a dull ache at the back of her head. Just as both were engulfed in shock, the assistant's phone rang. Upon answering, the assistant listened intently, then respectfully conveyed, "Understood, Mr. Wan. Sister Xiujun will commence the live broadcast shortly." After concluding the call, She turned to Xiujuan and softly stated, "Sister Xiujuan, Mr. Wan is urging us to go live." And Xiujuan remained silent, her expression vacant. The assistant sighed inwardly, empathizing with Xiujuan. Wuyou Media was her former employer, and having recently transitioned after a betrayal. The sudden commotion from her old company was understandably unsettling. Yet the assistant pressed on, "Sister Xiujuan, it's time for the broadcast." After a prolonged silence, and Xiujuan finally spoke, "We want to be going live today. Hand me the phone. I wish to see just how far Cheng Yuyu can truly rise." Chapter 24. Surpassing systematic objectives and solidifying the reward mechanism as Cheng Yuyu's video views soared to 3 million in less than half a day. It became evident that she had garnered attention beyond just Ivory Media. The sudden surge of popularity surrounding the Campus Sweetheart event raised questions about the motives of its orchestrators. Many were eager to uncover the intentions behind the event's planning. Now, the truth was unveiled, yet the extent of Cheng Yuyu's momentum took everyone by surprise. Initially, numerous agencies readily supported the promotion of the Campus Sweetheart event, recognizing that its success would also benefit their own artists. However, some astute individuals began to sense the implications, their expressions shifting in concern. What was the true nature of Wuyou Media? Were their ambitions not overly grand? Were they aiming for all agencies to serve as mere embellishments for their artists? Truly, they were a formidable force. But how could they assure that Cheng Yuyu would achieve such unprecedented fame? In response, the senior executives of various agencies convened to deliberate on Wuyou Media. Cheng Yuyu's momentum was staggering. Anyone who had encountered the Campus Sweetheart videos in recent days was inevitably led to her videos by the system. With her sweet and alluring visage, coupled with her bashful expressions, she captivated audiences effortlessly. Humans possess an innate tendency to compare, and the fervor surrounding the Campus Sweetheart event stemmed from this very inclination. Who was the sweetest of them all? Previously, this question lingered unanswered, but now, the singular answer emerged. Cheng Yuyu. This woman was irresistibly sweet, enchantingly so. Ideally, the Campus Sweetheart event should have showcased a multitude of talents, with each online celebrity leveraging their uniqueness to amass followers. Yet, due to the meteoric rise in Cheng Yuyu's video views, all who had engaged with the event found their attention irresistibly drawn to her. This was the essence of Zhang Cheng's strategy to harvest traffic, drawing all attention towards Cheng Yuyu through her sudden fame. This event was crafted for her. Only after she had her fill could others hope to partake in the spoils. Time flew by amidst the public's gaze. By evening, Cheng Yuyu's video views had surpassed 10 million. 10 million? Was this madness? A simple dance video achieving such heights in a single day? Moreover, the evidence of artificial promotion was negligible. It was all organic traffic. Indeed, there were undoubtedly exceptional talents within Wuyou Media. Agencies across Hangzhou and even nationwide were left in a state of bewilderment, etching the name Wuyou Media into their memories. In addition to the agencies, discussions among netizens regarding Cheng Yuyu flourished. I declare, the true Campus Sweetheart has emerged. It is she, Cheng Yuyu. Apologies, Xiaoya, but I must unfollow you. I fear Yuyu might misconstrue my intentions. Yuyu's reasoning is simply too compelling. Her expressions are so bashful, reminiscent of the sweetness of my first love. Awaken from your slumber, for one cannot possess a first love while remaining perpetually single. Inside the realm of Wuyou Media, Zhang Cheng and his colleagues endured an entire day in the office, their expressions remarkably unperturbed. The data surged at an astonishing pace, leaving them numb with excitement. Even Cheng Yuyu, the subject of this fervor, wore a visage of fatigue. The exhilaration had rendered them weary. The numbers soared to an astonishing 10 million views, over 10,000 comments, and more than 500,000 likes. Such figures were beyond the wildest imagination, all achieved in a single day. Observing the momentum, it was clear that the data would continue to rise. Everyone is exhausted. Let us return home to rest, Zhang Cheng suddenly declared, standing up with calm authority. Zhou Yin was momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't we seize the moment and have Yuyu go live immediately to solidify her fanbase? Cheng Yuyu too felt a twinge of confusion. Though she was fatigued, How could she complain in the face of such overwhelming traffic? She had been awaiting Zhang Cheng's signal to commence her live broadcast. Yet he instructed her to leave for the day. We shall postpone the live session. I have other plans for the time being. You may all clock out. Zhang Cheng stated, casting a glance at Cheng Yuyu. He activated the skill of the system's reward mechanism, the Eye of Insight. Name, Cheng Yusin. Stage name, Cheng Yu. Age, 21. Rating, appearance 88, figure 86, charisma 81. Overall rating, 85. Talent, unique vocal ability, popularity, 11,200. 332. Cheng Yuyu's popularity had surged beyond 10 million, signifying the completion of the system's task. Yet, the 15-day period was not yet over. Zhang Cheng's primary concern was not merely task completion, but rather how to exceed it. Upon surpassing the initial task, the system would solidify the signing reward mechanism, ensuring a minimum of 800,000 in rewards with each contract. Currently, the task rewarded 1 yuan for each point of popularity. If this mechanism could also be solidified, future earnings would multiply. Thus, he opted to delay Cheng Yuyu's live broadcast. If they were to settle for immediate gratification, they could indeed go live to reinforce their achievements. However, Zhang Cheng aspired to establish a solidified popularity reward mechanism, necessitating an exceptional performance beyond the task's requirements. He aimed to employ a strategy of scarcity, a temporary shrouding of Cheng Yuyu in mystery, devising a plan to further elevate her popularity, thus maximizing benefits. President Zhang, Yuyu is too popular. I shall remain on duty and monitor the situation closely to avert any unforeseen incidents. Zhou Yun interjected suddenly. The company was on the brink of revival. As the most seasoned and capable employee, her future was undoubtedly promising. Zhou Yun was resolute in her determination to prevent any mishaps. Your diligence is appreciated, Zhou Jia. Once you use fame translates into profit. Both you and the employees working overtime shall receive bonuses, Zhang Cheng acknowledged, recognizing the prudence of seasoned staff. He then turned his attention to Li Kiki. Kiki, Zhou Jia cannot manage alone. Please stay behind to assist. This is also an excellent opportunity for you to learn. Yes, President Zhang, Li Kiki responded eagerly, her expression brimming with enthusiasm. At long last, the tides of fate are about to be altered. Zhang, what about me? Cheng Yuyu inquired as she noticed her colleagues had all been assigned tasks. You should take a break, Zhang Cheng replied, turning to leave. Cheng Yuyu was taken aback. Wait. I'm the one who's agitated. I'm directly involved here, and now I have nothing to do? She gazed at Zhang Cheng's retreating figure for a moment, then exchanged greetings with Zhou Yun and Li Kiki before heading to the lounge to rest. However, halfway there, she halted in her tracks. The reason was simple. Her emotions were in turmoil today, and sleep eluded her. She was filled with excitement, yet had no outlet for it. She pivoted and headed towards the exit of the company. She wasn't quite sure what she intended to do outside. Perhaps she simply yearned for a breath of fresh air. Yet, upon reaching the entrance, she spotted Zhang Cheng starting his car, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a spark ignited within her, and she hurried over, calling out, Zhang, wait. Chapter 25. Exaggerated data, are you out of your mind? Zhang Cheng had just begun his journey when he suddenly noticed a figure flashing ahead. He promptly slammed on the brakes, rolled down the window, and glared at the alluring silhouette before him. Zhang, I am genuinely furious today. Cheng Yuyu's face was adorned with a smile as she effortlessly opened the passenger door and slid into the seat, her voice sweet enough to induce a shiver. Give me a chance to express my gratitude to you. Zhang Cheng turned to look at her. Today, Cheng Yuyu wore an outfit reminiscent of her video, a crisp white t-shirt, a beige coat, and a pair of jeans, complemented by stylish white sneakers. The t-shirt was cropped, revealing a slender, fair waist, while the jeans hugged her legs, accentuating their length and elegance. Gratitude, her words hinted at deeper implications. Though she often displayed initiative, the tone of her message today was distinctly different. Zhang Cheng regarded her, observing her enchanting, cherubic face as he inquired, how do you intend to express your gratitude? Any way you prefer. Cheng Yuyu's voice dripped with allure and sweetness. It was merely one day, yet she felt an overwhelming surge of emotions. At that moment, Cheng Yu questioned whether she was trapped in a dream. This surreal sensation left her feeling uneasy. She yearned to undertake some action to affirm the reality of the day's events, with Zhang Cheng as the catalyst. Thus, she had intercepted his vehicle, seeking a means to express her appreciation. In truth, it was not merely gratitude that she sought from Zhang Cheng. Rather, she required him to do something for her to quell the disquiet within her heart. Otherwise, she feared she would spend the night in restless unease. Close the door. Zhang Cheng's calm voice reached her ears. All right. Cheng Yu seemed to anticipate what was to come next. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. Yet she obediently closed the door without inquiring about their destination. Zhang Cheng started the car, pressing the accelerator as dust swirled in their wake. Moments later, he halted the vehicle outside a hotel, turning to Cheng Yu. You still have time to reconsider. He had not taken her directly to the hotel, not because Cheng Yu lacked allure. Indeed, her beauty and figure were beyond question. Even her sultry voice was captivating. However, Zhang Cheng remained mindful of the lessons learned from his past experiences. His subordinates, eager to take shortcuts, often sought his indulgence, and he was willing to oblige, deriving pleasure from the arrangement. Yet, the notion of her becoming the boss's beloved was out of the question. Thus, he ultimately offered Cheng Yu a chance. Yet, it was evident that she did not require this opportunity. Zhang, I brought my ID, she responded, seemingly deflecting his question, but providing her answer nonetheless. Then let us proceed. Zhang Cheng nodded. He had initially intended to wait until Cheng Yu had achieved full stardom before taking this step. Firstly, it would be more entertaining once she had truly made it. Secondly, Cheng Yu was no fool. If she wished to offer herself, she would certainly wait until she had fully risen to fame. In this regard, Zhang Cheng had fallen into a misconception. He was aware of how popular Cheng Yu had been in her previous life. Thus, he did not perceive her current fame as remarkable. However, for Cheng Yu, the present fervor had far exceeded her wildest imagination. Within a single day, she amassed a staggering 10 million in popularity points, signifying that at least 10 million individuals had taken notice of her and were engaging in discussions about her. This served as the most potent elixir for her spirit. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming surge of excitement and surrealism, prompting her to seek an outlet for her exuberant emotions. The two of them secured a room at the front desk and ascended the stairs together. Upon reaching the elevator, Cheng Yu could hardly contain herself and eagerly slipped her small hand into Zhang Cheng's larger one. Zhang Cheng cast a glance at her, noticing the rosy blush adorning her round face. How could she be so forward, yet still shy? A smile crept into Zhang Cheng's heart, alleviating some of his earlier coolness and calculations. Ever since his arrival in this new world, he had been contemplating ways to generate income. Although he had the assistance of a system, Cheng Yu's meteoric rise was undoubtedly a result of his own diligent efforts. Now, it was time to reap the rewards of their labor. Today was to be focused on relaxation. Before long, they arrived at the hotel room. Cheng Yu was finally able to indulge in the authentic experience she had yearned for. Meanwhile, in a different part of the city, internet celebrity Li Peixia had slept throughout the day and finally awakened in the evening. The previous day, she had participated in an event for sweet girls at universities and gained a few followers, leading her to extend her live stream into the early hours of the morning. Now that she was awake, she hurried to begin another live session, eager to capitalize on the current trend and attract followers before the opportunity slipped away. Upon waking, Li Peixia promptly applied her makeup and settled in front of her streaming equipment, activating her phone. Before starting her live stream, she habitually checked a few videos and streams from familiar influencers. After all, if one of her peers gained sudden fame, she would not want to miss out. Cheng Yu was no exception. However, today, before Li Peixia could search for Cheng Yu's videos herself, Douyin automatically recommended them to her. The familiar lyrics filled the air. The sea breeze chases the tides as I chase after you. The screen displayed Cheng Yu, with whom she had shared a rental for several months. Li Peixia paused in surprise, wondering if her recent searches for Cheng Yu had triggered the recommendation through big data. Assuming this was the case, she paid it little mind and instinctively glanced at the accompanying statistics. Likes, 590, 323. Comments, 20, 022. Favorites, 31, 192. Shares, 39, 921. Wait, is Douyin experiencing a bug? Li Peixiao's expression turned blank as each number shattered her comprehension of what data could signify. Her heart raced, and an unsettling feeling gripped her, suggesting that these figures belonged to Cheng Yuyu's video. Yet, the magnitude of the data was so outrageous that she would rather believe it was a glitch. After standing in a daze for a considerable time, Li Peixiao's trembling fingers clicked open the comment section. As she read through the remarks, which were evidently crafted by real individuals rather than bots, she remained stunned for a while longer before finally accepting the reality. How could Wuyou Media, having been so thoroughly deceived by Xiaojuan, still achieve such remarkable success? Her expression was vacant, filled with a myriad of uncertainties. Chapter 26. Why her? It is not the hardships of her sisters that instill fear, but rather the sight of them driving a Land Rover. This is the current mindset of Li Peixia. However, the issue lies in the fact that her sisters are not merely driving a Land Rover. They have soared to the skies in an airplane. Li Peixia felt her composure shatter as she recalled the scornful messages she had once sent to Cheng Yuyu, a burning embarrassment flushing her cheeks. That evening, she chose not to go live, and Xiaojun, too, refrained from broadcasting, though she was supposed to do so in the afternoon. Instead, she became engrossed in monitoring Cheng Yuyu's statistics, ultimately abandoning her own live stream. More terrifying than her sisters driving a Land Rover was the realization that her ex's new girlfriend surpassed her, and Xiaojun was uncertain about Cheng Yuyu's merits. But in terms of appearance, Cheng Yuyu was at least her equal, possessing a distinctive voice that most men found appealing. Yet, this was of little consequence to Xiaojun. What mattered was the popularity. She had anticipated that after her departure, both Zhang Cheng and Wuyou Media would falter. Yet to her astonishment, within a mere 10 days, Zhang Cheng had elevated another Cheng Yuyu. With over 3 million followers, this was something Zhang Cheng had painstakingly achieved over 2 years, investing all his resources. Yet Cheng Yuyu, she gained more than 300,000 followers in a single day, surpassing in Xiaojun and continuing to grow. Why was this so? If Zhang Cheng possessed such talents, why had he not utilized them before? It should have been her basking in the limelight. Even her assistant, Xiao Li, speculated that in Xiaojun's decision to forego her live stream stemmed from regret over her career change, and such conjectures would only proliferate. However, and Xiaojun felt no regret whatsoever. She was merely filled with resentment. After all the time she had devoted to him, it was only now that he had elevated her to this status, and she had only been with Wuyou Media for a few days. And Xiaojun gazed at the video of Cheng Yuyu dancing on her phone, her cold visage twisting into a grimace. Why? If Zhang Cheng could hear in Xiaojun's discontent, he would undoubtedly provide her with an answer. It was not for any other reason, but for Cheng Yuyu's docility. She at least understood who had propelled her to success and knew how to reciprocate. The entire night, she was fervently relentless, ignoring her status as a novice. She pressed the accelerator to the floor, making it difficult for Zhang Cheng to exit the vehicle. The following morning, they awoke. Cheng Yuyu, the first to stir, glanced beside her and found Zhang Cheng there, which brought her a sense of relief. She had indeed achieved fame, and it was not an illusion. She feared that upon awakening, everything would prove to be a mere dream. Thankfully, Zhang Cheng remained, and the soreness in her body served as a reminder of her reality. Awake? Can you move? Zhang Cheng, now conscious, turned to her. She was tucked under the covers, her breathtakingly beautiful form hidden beneath the pristine white sheets, revealing only her charming little round face, her elegant swan neck, and her delicate, fair collarbone. Cheng Yu stirred slightly, furrowing her brow as she croaked, "I can't move." Her voice retained its alluring quality, albeit tinged with a hint of hoarseness, which was only natural. After all, who wouldn't end up hoarse after singing incessantly for hours? "Let us see if you'll still be this wild in the future," Zhang Cheng remarked, a hint of irritation in his tone. Last night, he nearly succumbed. It was only due to the youth of this body that he managed to endure. Had he been in the guise of his former self, a laborer for many years, he would have found it unbearable. "Mr. Zhang, I simply wish to repay your kindness." Cheng Yu murmured softly, propped up slightly, the blanket slipping away to reveal glimpses of her form. Enduring the pain, she nestled in Zhang Cheng's embrace, whispering, "I am unlike others from now on. I shall belong to you for a lifetime." The other she referred to was, of course, and Xiaojun. This was her declaration of loyalty. Zhang Cheng remained noncommittal, offering a gentle smile. "I shall await the demonstration." He felt a certain assurance in Cheng Yuyu's loyalty, although he recognized that people could change. Unlike his previous incarnation, he was no sycophant, placing all his hopes in the realm of emotion. The new contract he devised left him unperturbed by the prospect of Cheng Yuyu's departure, unless she could present him with a sum several times greater than his investment. "Mr. Zhang, is there anything else?" Cheng Yuyu, perceiving his ambivalence, felt a pang of injustice, but, in her eagerness to prove her fidelity, immediately suppressed her pain to inquire. Should Zhang Cheng express a need, she would lay everything on the line to show him her unwavering loyalty. Save your strength for tonight's live stream. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Cheng felt a surge of emotion, yet quickly regained his composure. Cheng Yuyu was currently riding a wave of popularity. Delaying too long could extinguish her momentum. Tonight's broadcast would solidify her standing, and he intended to unveil a masterstroke to elevate her popularity once more. The system's task had been completed. Rewards were ready to be claimed. Yet Zhang Cheng hesitated, aiming to amplify her popularity further to secure greater rewards. "Are we live streaming today?" Cheng Yuyu's eyes sparkled at the mention. The current buzz surrounding her felt almost surreal. However, she recalled Zhang Cheng's words that there were still tricks left to be revealed. If she employed them during tonight's stream, her fame would surely skyrocket. Without hesitation, she attempted to rise. "The broadcast is this evening. You should rest for now," Zhang Cheng interjected, displaying a measure of tenderness. Yet, Cheng Yuyu, clearly impatient, rose despite her discomfort, asserting, "As girls, we must always be prepared in advance. Applying makeup and such." Recognizing her ambitious spirit, Zhang Cheng refrained from further protest. Subsequently, the two arose, freshened up, and returned to the company together. "Mr. Zhang, what is the secret weapon for tonight's stream? Can you share it with me now?" Once in the car, Cheng Yuyu could no longer contain her curiosity. Zhang Cheng exuded confidence, as though after the broadcast, her follower count would soar by several million. However, she could scarcely fathom what method could achieve such rapid growth. Chapter 27. No loss on either side. When the meeting at the company commenced, the details would be revealed. Zhang Cheng chose not to elaborate, not out of deliberate secrecy, but simply due to a reluctance to repeat himself. Having informed Cheng Yuyu now, he would still need to relay the information to Zhou Yun and Li Kiki upon his return. It was far more efficient to wait and address everyone collectively at the company. "Understood, President Zhang," Cheng Yuyu replied, fully aware of Zhang Cheng's character, displaying no arrogance from his favor, but rather a sincere demeanor. The hotel was not far from the company, and, with a swift press of the accelerator, Zhang Cheng arrived in no time. On the way, he notified Zhou Yun and Li Kiki, who were already prepared in the conference room. Zhou Yun, evidently deprived of sleep, bore dark circles under her eyes, yet remained remarkably alert as she held a cup of iced Americano. A stark contrast to what one might expect from a woman of 30. In contrast, Li Kiki, youthful as she was, struggled to maintain her composure, dozing off while waiting. However, upon Zhang Cheng's arrival, she instantly perked up. "President Zhang, what are the arrangements for today?" Zhou Yun and Li Kiki inquired in unison, their gazes fixed on Zhang Cheng. Cheng Yuyu took her seat, her anticipation palpable. "Kiki, please reach out to prominent streamers in the fitness domain. The more renowned, the better. Schedule a live challenge with Yuyu for this evening," Zhang Cheng instructed as he settled down. "Understood, President Zhang," Li Kiki nodded. "Zhou Jia, ensure that all data and comments for Yuyu's evening broadcast are prepared. While Yuyu does not lack in this regard, it is imperative that we have the essentials in place." Zhang Cheng addressed Zhou Yun, acknowledging the norm of public engagement. Investing a little money could significantly enhance the already explosive data surrounding Cheng Yuyu. Why not seize the opportunity? "President Zhang, do share your secret. What exactly is your masterstroke?" Cheng Yuyu asked, her impatience evident. Zhou Yun and Li Kiki had initially intended to continue their tasks, but found themselves drawn in by her inquiry, their attention now on Zhang Cheng. With a light chuckle, Zhang Cheng replied, "Internet celebrities often require just a singular spark to ignite their fame, be it a lyric, a dance move, a humorous quip, or perhaps a single phrase." A single phrase? The three women exchanged puzzled glances. Zhang Cheng's assertion held merit. Many internet stars had indeed risen to prominence on the strength of a singular moment. Yet, such phenomena typically demanded a confluence of timing, opportunity, and circumstances, conditions that were notoriously stringent. Indeed, just a phrase, Zhang Cheng continued with a calm smile. "I believe it is possible to create a viral catchphrase that spreads rapidly and embeds itself in the public consciousness. A phrase that could potentially be worth 5 million followers." 5 million followers? A shared sentiment of incredulity swept through the three women. Had someone suggested such a notion to them previously, they would have dismissed it as mere boastfulness. Yet, Zhang Cheng had just demonstrated his prowess by propelling Cheng Yuyu's follower count by nearly 4 million through a single video. They instinctively sensed the absurdity of the situation. Yet reason told them it was indeed possible. Subsequently, Zhang Cheng shared the viral phrase that had propelled Cheng Yuyu to fame in her previous life with the three women. And the ridiculousness of the sentiment was almost palpable on their faces. "Is it really feasible, you little pup?" Cheng Yuyu pondered aloud, her expression laced with confusion. Just this one phrase could garner 5 million followers? Zhou Yun raised a question. "Zhang, isn't that phrase somewhat inappropriate? If it's uttered during a live connection, it could easily offend someone." Zhang Cheng chuckled, asserting that it would not only avoid offending anyone, but might actually delight them. Zhou Yun remained perplexed, wondering how being scolded could possibly be enjoyable. Was she truly becoming outdated, left behind by the current era? Meanwhile, Li Kiki lowered her head, contemplating something. She had a passion for fitness and exercise, and it was evident that this phrase was somehow connected to that realm. Although she couldn't fully grasp it, a subtle intuition suggested that this catchphrase might indeed become a sensation. "All right, you two, go about your business." Zhang Cheng gestured to Zhou Yun and Li Kiki. Once they departed, he turned to Cheng Yuyu and remarked, "Yuyu, your tone was off just now. Let me guide you. Say it again. Is it really feasible, you little pup?" Still lacking the right inflection, he encouraged her to add a touch more allure to her voice. "I see now. Is it really feasible, you little pup?" Cheng Yuyu slightly adjusted her pitch, her tone dripping with sweetness, reminiscent of the alluring charm she had exuded the previous night at the hotel, delivering her classic line that was inherently hers. "Now that resonates perfectly." Zhang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. This single line was even more enticing than in her past life. After toiling through the night, he felt as serene as a monk. Yet hearing her now stirred a certain excitement within him. "Zhang, do you truly believe this will catch on?" Cheng Yuyu still harbored doubts. "What if it does? I'm intrigued." Zhang Cheng replied eagerly. "If it becomes a sensation, then whatever you say goes." Cheng Yuyu responded boldly, her determination evident. "It's settled then." Zhang Cheng smiled. Although Cheng Yuyu had been somewhat recklessly proactive the previous night, she lacked experience and hesitated to try many things. Now, however, everything seemed feasible. Cheng Yuyu clearly understood Zhang Cheng's intentions, her cheeks flushing slightly, yet she nodded resolutely. "All right, it's settled." Her consent was unwavering. She had considered the gamble. Regardless of the outcome, she stood to gain nothing but potential fame, even in the event of a loss, while she would have to agree to some embarrassing conditions. The prospect of fame was alluring. Ultimately, she found herself somewhat anticipating the possibility of losing. Chapter 28. Inviting Qian Qianlong to the mainland. Observing the faintly flushed cheeks of Cheng Yuyu, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, the stakes were trivial. Given Cheng Yuyu's current state of mind, the matters that caused her embarrassment would merely be a question of time. He only needed to broach the subject a few more times before she would acquiesce. Nevertheless, Cheng Yuyu still lacked confidence, feeling as though the flames of passion were igniting too swiftly and unrealistically. Placing a bet brought her a sense of reassurance. She merely sought a modicum of authenticity. "All right, you should head to the studio to prepare. Practice a bit more, adhering to the standards we discussed earlier. I have matters to attend to, Zhang Cheng said with a light-hearted laugh, waving his hand as he departed. Cheng Yu nodded and exited the conference room alongside him before returning to the studio to rehearse. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng returned to his office, powered on his computer, and commenced his work. While the lower-tier staff of the company had been fully assembled, the upper echelons remained severely lacking. The four departments were solely reliant on Zhou Yun and Li Kiki to hold the fort. As the owner, he had to pull his weight. His current task involved issuing directives to the operations department, preparing a plethora of slice accounts, ready to be activated immediately following Cheng Yuyu's live broadcast. These accounts would swiftly disseminate her fame across the internet. The term slicing refers to capturing highlights from a live broadcast and subsequently releasing them as short videos online. This concept has yet to gain traction in the current world. Only a few prominent streamers have fans who spontaneously create slices. Many streamers remain oblivious to the benefits of slicing, with numerous internet celebrities even perceiving it as an infringement of their rights, fiercely suppressing fan-created slices. Those engaged in slicing are often unaware of the potential benefits it may bring, driven largely by passion. However, endowed with memories from a past life, Zhang Cheng recognized that slicing is an exceedingly advantageous method for enhancing a streamer's notoriety. Naturally, where there are advantages, there are also disadvantages. If slice accounts are neglected, they could exploit this method to monetize the influencer's fame, thereby profiting at the expense of the streamer's reputation and interests. Thus, Zhang Cheng took a straightforward approach and decided to create the slice accounts himself. This would not only rapidly elevate Cheng Yuyu's fame, but also ensure that all profits would flow into his coffers. In this world, no institution had yet adopted such a strategy. Although the operations department of Wuyou Media was relatively professional, it remained unfamiliar with the slicing model and required Zhang Cheng's personal guidance. After a flurry of activity, noon arrived, and clarity regarding the slicing matter was finally achieved. Following this live broadcast, Cheng Yuyu would gain fame, and Wuyou Media would establish its reputation, transforming the company from a makeshift ensemble into a credible entity. At that point, it would be essential to hire additional personnel. After all, how could a boss work tirelessly every day? Furthermore, the roster of influencers needed expansion. Setting aside Chao for the moment, Cheng Yuyu was the sole profitable artist within the company, which was inherently unstable. Once he completed all tasks, Zhang Cheng leaned back in his office chair and muttered a few words to himself. Having toiled like a beast of burden in his previous life for so many years, he was rather disinclined to engage in labor now. However, before, Wuyou Media faced considerable challenges, necessitating the boss's personal involvement. After this event, the situation transformed. Cheng Yuyu gained popularity, and industry professionals began to recognize the strength of Wuyou Media, making talent recruitment considerably simpler. With a capable team in place, the boss could then manage the bigger picture and perhaps indulge in the world of female internet celebrities, allowing life to flow smoothly. Speaking of female internet celebrities, Zhang Cheng suddenly recalled Qian Qianlong. The last time he messaged her, she did not respond, and subsequently, he became engrossed in affairs related to Cheng Yuyu and neglected to log into Facebook. Now that he had finished his tasks, he opened Facebook to check for any messages from Qian Qianlong. With a collaborative foundation established regarding the love ice cream, Zhang Cheng believed that recruiting Qian Qianlong was still a possibility. At the very least, she would not ignore him entirely. Upon reopening Facebook, he was indeed met with a reply from Qian Qianlong. As he contemplated her response, Zhang Cheng pondered deeply. After all, Qian Qianlong was not from Huaxia. Born in Malay and having studied in Taiwan, she was unfamiliar with the mainland. It would be unwise to hastily invite her to develop her career on the mainland, as she might genuinely struggle with the decision. With this in mind, Zhang Cheng smiled and sent her a message. The content was straightforward, inviting Qian Qianlong to visit the mainland to participate in a live broadcast by Wuyou Media. If she had reservations, she could come to observe first. Presently, many on Douyin were intrigued by the original singer of Love Ice Cream. The plan was for Qian Qianlong to join Cheng Yuyu in a live performance, one singing while the other danced, guaranteed to generate buzz. It would also provide Qian Qianlong an opportunity to witness the developments on the mainland, alleviating her concerns. Understanding that Qianqianlong, being a young woman, might feel hesitant to travel alone, Zhang Cheng sent another message, permitting her to bring 1 or 2 friends along, with all expenses covered by Wuyou Media. After sending the message, Zhang Cheng closed Facebook and turned to other tasks, preparing for Cheng Yiyu's live broadcast that evening, which required extensive arrangements. At the university in Taiwan, in the female dormitory, Qiu Qianqian was initially lazily lying on her bed, scrolling through Facebook on her computer when she suddenly noticed Zhang Cheng's private message. Instantly, she leaped from her bed in excitement. Her petite figure clad in loose pajamas moved gracefully, revealing hints of her fair skin. Enticing yet regrettably unseen by anyone in the all-female dormitory. Ada, still in the dormitory engrossed in a drama series, heard her exclamation and removed her headphones, turning slightly to look at Qiu Qianqian with a furrowed brow. "For what I gather, you want to go?" she inquired. Mr. Zhang said he would reimburse all travel expenses. "And I can bring friends too," Qiu Qianqian replied with a hint of pride in her voice. Such generous terms surely indicated that Mr. Zhang valued her highly. "You do realize the circumstances on the mainland. You might go and never return," Ada warned with a serious tone. Qiu Qianqian felt slightly speechless. Her determination was resolute. She would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to visit. She yearned to remain on the beautiful island for her development, yet opportunities seemed scarce there. On the mainland, however, there existed an individual who understood and trusted her. She wished to venture there and explore the possibilities. Although she harbored doubts, the prospect of witnessing the mainland for herself was enticing. Regrettably, Qiu Qianqian was merely a financially strained student, lacking the means to embark on such a journey. Fortunately, Mr. Zhang generously offered to cover her expenses, alleviating her concerns entirely. She resolved to go to uncover the true nature of the enigmatic mainland. It need not be exceptionally splendid. As long as it proved not to be as dreadful as Ida had described, she would choose to stay. With her mind made up, Qiu Qianqian turned to Ida and earnestly declared, "Ida, come with me. If you truly believe the mainland is inferior to our island, you should at least witness it with your own eyes before forming a judgment." Chapter 29. A memorable scene in Hangzhou at Wuyou Media. Cheng Yiyu adorned herself with the most exquisite makeup and took her place before the live streaming equipment. Surrounding her were numerous staff members, each radiating palpable tension, herself included. Although Cheng Yiyu had previously been an internet celebrity, her followers had scarcely reached 50,000. Now, however, her fan base had surged past 1 million, with the popularity of her videos continuously elevating her follower count. In the past, her live streams attracted only a handful of viewers. Yet today, the operations team had informed her that she could expect at least 10,000 viewers online simultaneously. The data from Douyin live streams were remarkably accurate, devoid of any inflated figures. 10,000 was no trifling number. Many influencers boasting millions of followers could only gather several hundred to a few thousand viewers at a time. Cheng Yiyu had never dared to envision her live stream hosting such a multitude. Though others remained oblivious, she was acutely aware that her legs felt weak with anxiety, primarily due to the absence of Zhang Cheng. The live streaming room was spacious, a lavish investment by Zhang Cheng, designed not only to accommodate her broadcasts but also to provide ample space for the staff to await their turns. Cheng Yiyu wished for Zhang Cheng's presence, for his support would have offered her the reassurance she desperately craved. "Yiyu Jia, it's time to start the live stream," a staff member reminded her. "Very well. Everyone step back. Only I shall remain in the frame." Cheng Yiyu inhaled deeply. At this juncture, she had no choice but to muster her courage. The words imparted by Zhang Cheng were now etched in her memory. Whether she could rise to prominence once more was a matter left to fate. Rubbing her face to restore a natural expression, she turned to the camera and presented a sweet smile tinged with a hint of allure. The live stream commenced punctually, her radiant visage illuminating the screen. "They're here. Wow, I just entered and saw you smiling at me." "Nonsense," she asked, clearly smiling at me. "Wife Yu has finally gone live. Truly the sweetest girl from the top university." Her smile is so delightful. As the stream began, hundreds of viewers flooded in. Wuyou Media had undoubtedly promoted the event in advance, and Cheng Yiyu, was riding the crest of her popularity. Her video from the previous day had gone viral, and her absence from live streaming had fostered a sense of anticipation among her fans, compelling many to tune in promptly upon hearing the news of her broadcast. Good evening, everyone. I am Cheng Yu. Initially feeling a twinge of nervousness, Cheng Yu's anxiety gradually dissipated as she observed the viewer count climbing by the second. Yu's voice is truly enchanting, so sweet, almost sticky. I need to hear more. The barrage of comments streamed by. Within the next half hour, the live stream's concurrent viewership soared to 20,000 and continued to rise, far exceeding the projections from the operations department. As Cheng Yu gradually settled into a calm demeanor, she engaged with her fans as usual, reading their comments and conversing with them. Her newfound fame sparked immense curiosity among her followers, leading to a plethora of topics to discuss, until a staff member discreetly reminded her, "Sister Yu, the fitness streamer we contacted is ready. We can begin the live connection." This reminder was conveyed in text, unheard by the audience. Engrossed in her interaction with fans and exhilarated by the sheer number of viewers, Cheng Yu, upon noticing the prompt, deftly shifted the topic. After a lengthy chat, she suggested, "How about we connect with someone for PK?" This was merely a pretext, not a genuine inquiry for fan opinions, as she had already clicked the button for a random connection. Initially, the connection was indeed random. Given Cheng Yu's popularity, no one could surpass her in a PK, and she had secured several consecutive victories. At that moment, the fitness influencer, prearranged by Wuyou Media, made his entrance. "Hello, I am Big Mouth Brother. Wow, it's Cheng Yu, what an honor." The screen flickered to reveal a robust, boisterous fitness streamer. Finally, he had arrived. In the office, Zhang Cheng straightened his posture. In a previous life, a casual remark from Cheng Yu had unexpectedly catapulted her to fame, but this time, it was different. Zhang Cheng had orchestrated a scenario to allow her to make a spontaneous comment, ensuring an even more impactful outcome. In a live stream, Cheng Yu and Big Mouth Brother exchanged a few lighthearted words before commencing the PK. As a fitness streamer, Big Mouth Brother enthusiastically proclaimed, "Brothers, I'll do 50 push-ups. Keep those gifts coming." The essence of the PK lay in two streamers connecting live, showcasing their specialties, and soliciting gifts from fans, with the one receiving the most gifts declare the winner. For amusement, the victor could impose a playful penalty on the loser or make a lighthearted request. Big Mouth Brother, prearranged by Wuyou Media, had no intention of winning, nor did he possess the ability to do so. Everything was scripted. Cheng Yu lacked remarkable talents. Her dancing and singing were mediocre at best. Her appeal stemmed mainly from her beauty, alluring figure, and, most importantly, her melodious voice, which allowed her to thrive as an internet sensation. As Big Mouth Brother performed his push-ups, she chatted with her fans, resulting in an avalanche of gifts that overwhelmingly surpassed those given to Big Mouth Brother. When he finally completed his 50 push-ups and glanced at the gifts, he was dismayed to discover that his tally was less than 1/10 of Cheng Yu's. Stunned, he thought, "I knew I couldn't win against Cheng Yu, but it shouldn't be this lopsided. Moreover, she didn't even do anything." His arms ached painfully. "Big Mouth Brother, you've lost. Let me think of a suitable penalty for you." Cheng Yu beamed with delight, having just blossomed into womanhood and meticulously adorned herself. The radiance of her youthful round face was positively enchanting, exuding an irresistible beauty. The fans before the screen were utterly captivated, overwhelmed by the sheer beauty of the spectacle. Affluent individuals frantically showered gifts, balloons, money guns, helicopters, and various carnival effects flooded the screen in an instant. Meanwhile, those with fewer resources bombarded the chat with fervent messages, chanting for their beloved wife and goddess. On the other hand, Big Mouth Brother faced a more dismal fate. The number of viewers in his live stream was already modest, and after connecting with Cheng Yu, half of his audience was drawn away, leaving his chat sparsely populated. "All right, a bet is a bet. You call the shots," Big Mouth Brother said with a wry smile. The loss was quite severe, and he braced himself for the inevitable scolding that would follow. Though he was unaware of the exact words that would be directed at him, he sensed they would not be favorable. Nevertheless, connecting with Cheng Yu, the current internet sensation, would undoubtedly elevate his own popularity. Even if he were to be berated 100 times, it would be worth it. "And let's do 50 more push-ups." Cheng Yu suggested after a moment as contemplation. What? 50 more? Big Mouth brother exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief, before resolutely declaring, fine, I'll do it, but I can't guarantee I'll finish. The fans on both sides were equally astonished. This was a considerable weight for push-ups. Attempting 100 consecutively could truly be perilous. Can't guarantee you'll finish? Cheng Yu smiled, her voice, already sweet as honey, took on an even more teasing tone as she delivered her iconic line. Can you handle it, little pup? Chapter 30. The mental nitrogen pump. Big Mouth lay sprawled on the equipment, his face flushed and his powerful arms bulging with veins, presenting a rather fearsome visage. He was already exhausted, which was why he had uttered words of surrender. Yet, upon hearing Cheng Yu's provocative remark, "Can you even do it, you puny dog?" his mind ignited with fervor, compelling him to lie down in the gym and lift weights. When he reached the 30th lift for the first time, his arms ached with fatigue. However, during his second attempt at bench pressing, he had already accomplished 40 repetitions, still brimming with vigor, his pace unwavering. In the two live streaming rooms, tens of thousands of viewers watched in stunned silence. Was Big Mouth on steroids? No. It was just that one line from Wuyou. Who could withstand it? I felt the surge too. I immediately dashed out to plow 2 acres of land. I was fired up, even crushing an egg in my hand. I gave my father a good thrashing and asked Wuyou, am I capable or not? It was clearly an insult, yet why did it feel somewhat exhilarating? Goodness, I can hardly imagine, if this were said in bed, how intense would it be? That single phrase proved more effective than any nitrogen pump. In the live streaming rooms, a flurry of astonished comments filled the screen. Cheng Yu's words wielded immense power. When a woman speaks such a line to a man, it inherently invigorates him. Coupled with her sweet and alluring voice, which had been refined by Zhang Cheng, it possessed an enticing undertone reminiscent of romantic overtures. Forget Big Mouth. The men in the streaming room were itching to leap into the fray and prove to Cheng Yu that they were anything but puny dogs, and indeed quite capable. In the office, observing the rapidly refreshing comments and the drenched in sweat yet resilient Big Mouth, Zhang Cheng smiled faintly. This was assured. That phrase still held formidable impact in this world. Finally, Big Mouth completed 50 bench presses. Gazing at his flushed skin, reminiscent of a boiled shrimp, Cheng Yu inquired, Big Mouth, shall we engage in a PK? Big Mouth, his limbs numb, quickly shook his head. No more, no more. I yield. Farewell, Miss Cheng. With that, he abruptly disconnected from the stream. The script had essentially concluded moments ago. He could have opted not to finish those 50 presses. Yet, Cheng Yu's words had truly propelled him into action, compelling him to grit his teeth and complete the task. He feared he might collapse in the streaming room if he continued. Haha, Wuyou is incredible. Big Mouth has retreated in haste. One of Big Mouth's fans defected, choosing to remain in Cheng Yu's live stream. One phrase had driven a man to the brink of exhaustion. Having not heard enough, could Wuyou repeat that line? I've decided to record it for future workouts. It would undoubtedly prove more effective than any nitrogen pump. In a live streaming room, a multitude of fans erupted in laughter. The recent spectacle was immensely entertaining, and that phrase was so memorable that they couldn't help but recall it. Coco, ensure that the fitness streamers scheduled later join in, reinforcing the memory of the fans and ingraining this catchphrase into their minds. Zhang Cheng placed a call to Li Coco, who was waiting just outside the broadcasting room. Upon receiving the call, she promptly arranged for other fitness streamers to apply for a connection. Zhou Yun, observing the data closely beside her, noted that after Cheng Yu uttered that phrase, the metrics for the live stream began to soar dramatically. As of now, the number of viewers in the stream has surpassed 50,000, with comments and shares reflecting a remarkably healthy engagement. Although she had immense trust in Zhang Cheng's capabilities due to a single viral video, witnessing the explosion of viewership triggered by just one statement left her in silence. Having been in this industry for a decade, she had never encountered such a prodigious talent as Zhang Cheng. Sister Zhou, Wuyou's fan count has already exceeded 5 million and continues to grow at an astonishing pace. From filming a video yesterday to streaming today, she gained over 500,000 fans in just 2 days. After making the necessary arrangements, Li Coco approached Zhou Yun and exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment. Zhou Yun sighed in admiration, and Xiaojuan spent several million of President Zhang's funds over the years and achieved nothing close to this in just 2 days. The two exchanged curious glances, pondering why Zhang Cheng had not previously exhibited such prowess. Could it be that this was the evolution of a man following heartbreak? Wuyou Media has made a complete turnaround, Li Coco remarked, a smile gracing her lips. After toppling 3 companies in succession, she had finally defied the odds. Zhou Yun also smiled faintly, relieved that she hadn't secured another job at that time. Otherwise, she would have missed witnessing this miracle. Inside the streaming room, Cheng Yu was not burdened with such reflections. She was engrossed in chatting with fans and continuously connecting for competitions. Zhang Cheng had instructed her to engage more with the audience to reinforce their memory, though it seemed the fans were already fervently urging her to repeat that phrase, as if spurred on by some unseen force. Thus, each time she connected with a fitness streamer, she dutifully repeated it. The results were consistently electrifying, even if a fitness influencer appeared utterly exhausted. The moment she spoke that line, they would spring back to life, ready to train for another half hour. Fans affectionately dubbed Cheng Yu the spirit nitrogen pump. Cheng Yu's streaming session thrived, attracting considerable attention from her peers, particularly from Li Peixia. Observing the astonishing 70,000 viewers in Cheng Yu's stream, she fell into a prolonged silence. At that moment, even envy eluded her. Had Cheng Yu's popularity been merely average, she might have felt jealousy. But the brilliance of these figures rendered her envy obsolete. Cheng Yu was indeed fortunate to have encountered a true master, President Zhang of Wuyou Media. Previously, she had perceived him as just a discarded admirer, but now it was clear that in Xiaojuan was the one lacking vision. Li Peixia gazed at the radiant and stunning Cheng Yu in the live stream, her focus shifting in mockery. Once, she had looked up to Xiaojuan and ridiculed Cheng Yu. Now, she found herself admiring Cheng Yu while deriding in Xiaojuan. And Xiaojuan's job change, though considered unethical, is perceived by many as a prudent decision. However, in retrospect, it may not be so. Zhang Cheng, the owner of Wuyou Media, was once ridiculed by numerous industry insiders, mocked for his subservience, ultimately left with nothing after being unceremoniously dismissed by Xiaojuan, both human and financial resources lost. Yet, it now appears that the one who truly incurred the greatest loss is in Xiaojuan herself. Li Peixia closed the Chenga live stream and, out of curiosity, sought to search for Xiaojuan, eager to witness her current performance. Upon searching, she discovered that Xiaojuan had just concluded a live stream merely 10 minutes prior. Li Peixia chuckled, and Xiaojuan had not streamed yesterday, and now she ended the day as broadcast so early. Could it be that she was disheartened upon seeing Chenga's achievements? Chapter 31. Are you capable, Zhang? And Xiaojuan had indeed reached her breaking point. Although she would not admit it, everyone around her could see it. Her assistant, Xiaoli, was trembling with trepidation. Just yesterday, and Xiaojuan's mindset had been adversely affected by Cheng Yu's data, resulting in her failure to livestream. President Zhang of Ivory Media had erupted in fury, even threatening to penalize Xiaojuan. Today, she had assured that she would broadcast on time and fulfill the required duration. In an effort to maintain her composure, she refrained from even glancing at her phone prior to the live stream. However, Cheng Yu's skyrocketing popularity, coupled with some malicious competitors flooding her live stream with comments, proved too tempting for Xiaojuan to resist. She succumbed to curiosity and took a peek at Cheng Yu's broadcast. Subsequently, she ended her own stream abruptly without offering any excuse. Afterward, in a fit of frustration, she smashed her computer. Now, slightly calmer, she sat before the shattered device, her expression blank and her lips sealed. Xiaojunjia, President Zhang called and asked me to inquire about your reason for ending the live stream, Xiaoli said, approaching with a forced bravado. Everyone was aware that Xiaojun was in a foul mood, and the reasons for her discontent were well known. Yet, Ivory Media was a company, and they had invested heavily in Xiaojun with the expectation of profit. President Zhang would not tolerate such capriciousness. She could not simply terminate her stream at will. Xiaoli's message had been delicately phrased. On the other end of the line, President Wan's tone was exceedingly stern, commanding Xiao Jun to resume her live stream without any semblance of politeness. I don't wish to broadcast anymore, and Xiao Jun replied coolly. Xiao Li, though not from Wuyou Media, had heard tales of Xiao Jun's past treatment there. Once, Xiao Jun held more sway than her superiors, free to choose when to broadcast and when to leave, enjoying a level of autonomy comparable to that of a boss. However, this was Ivory Media. Xiao Junjia. The contract stipulates that you must complete your live streaming obligations each month. You have already interrupted your stream yesterday. If you do so again today, you will undoubtedly fail to meet your quota, which will result in penalties from the company. Furthermore, a second consecutive day without a live stream will diminish your fan engagement, contravening the terms of the contract and ultimately disadvantaging you. Xiao Li's words were courteous, framed as advice, yet internally she scoffed. If one craved freedom, they ought not to join Ivory Media. In Wuyou Media, one was the queen, with decisions made unilaterally. Had this been the past, there would have been defenders for Xiao Jun when she contemplated changing jobs, claiming that Wuyou Media could not keep pace with her ambitions, thus necessitating her departure for personal growth. Now, however, Wuyou Media had demonstrated its capability, elevating Cheng Yuyu's popularity to surpass Xiao Jun's in a mere 2 days. What could one say now? Forget the external chatter. Within the company, how many were labeling her a fool? And yet, she still threw tantrums? Xiao Li's mind was rife with disdain. Although Xiao Jun could not hear Xiao Li's thoughts, she could sense the underlying sentiments. Her face remained impassive, yet internally, she seethed with indignation. Why? The feeling persisted within her. Why, when I was present, did you not employ such tactics? Now that I am gone, you elevate Cheng Yuyu. Was it a deliberate affront directed at me? She had always believed she harbored no regrets. Yet at this moment, an inexplicable sensation enveloped her heart, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing away at her very core. If not regret, then what could it be? Nevertheless, despite the turmoil within, bound by contractual obligations, she suppressed her negative emotions, procured a new computer, and resumed her live broadcast. In the office of Wuyou Media, Zhang Cheng reclined his chair, a relaxed smile gracing his face. Unbeknownst to him, his ex-girlfriend and Xiao Jun's thoughts were far from his mind. In truth, he had never been particularly concerned about her. Unlike his predecessor, who was deeply enamored with Xiao Jun, Zhang Cheng felt nothing but disdain for her character. Should the opportunity arise, he would certainly seek retribution for his former self. However, he realized that he need not lift a finger. By simply improving himself, the impact on Xiao Jun would only grow more profound. At this moment, Zhang Cheng's thoughts were singularly focused on one matter, the system's task. Just moments ago, the online viewership for Cheng Yuyu's livestream had surpassed 100,000, and her popularity had exceeded 20 million. This indicated that he could claim over 20 million in cash from the system at any moment. Yet, Zhang Cheng had not exhausted all his strategies. Today's livestream had indeed propelled Cheng Yuyu's popularity to new heights, but the dissemination of fame through live streaming paled in comparison to that of short videos. After all, live streams were time-bound, and many viewers might not be able to tune in at a fixed hour. Short videos, however, could be consumed at any time, anywhere. Zhang Cheng had meticulously prepared for this. While Cheng Yuyu was connecting with the Zige, the employee responsible for editing had already prepared the video snippets, ready to be released at Zhang Cheng's command. He was merely waiting for the conclusion of the live stream. Finally, in Cheng Yuyu's live stream, after being prompted by her assistant, she bid farewell to her fans. Zhang Cheng promptly issued his directive, released the video snippets across the internet. It was already past midnight, and once these videos were disseminated, they would gradually gain traction, rapidly spreading across the web by morning. Tomorrow, Cheng Yuyu's fame would reach unprecedented heights. At that time, completing the task would surely yield special rewards. With a single command from Zhang Cheng, dozens of Douyin accounts, along with countless accounts on various platforms, instantly broadcasted the video snippets of Cheng Yuyu, akin to a celestial maiden scattering flowers. As long as there was internet access at home, regardless of the platform, one could encounter Cheng Yuyu's videos. Now, all that remained was to await the dawn. Suddenly, A knock resonated from outside. "Come in," Zhang Cheng called out, immediately deducing that it must be Zhou Yun, Li Qixi, and Cheng Yuyu. Sure enough, Cheng Yuyu was the first to enter, followed closely by Zhou Yun and Li Qixi. "Manager Zhang, here are the final statistics post-livestream. Please take a look." Zhou Yun hurried to the front, placing a report on Zhang Cheng's desk. At that moment, she truly believed Zhang Cheng was a genius. With a mere phrase, he had elevated someone to stardom. He had accomplished it. Wuyou Media possesses boundless potential, a belief that she holds firmly. "Let it go." Zhang Cheng casually waved his hand, asserting that the displayed popularity metrics are more accurate than any statistical data. "Mr. Zhang, what tasks do we have ahead?" Li Qixi gazed at Zhang Cheng with a hint of admiration, feeling puzzled as to why her cousin had not been this impressive before. Could it be due to Enshiujuan? She seemed to have found her answer, nodding inwardly. Indeed, love can render one somewhat dim-witted. She must be cautious in the future. All that remains are the slicing tasks. Keep a close watch and ensure that Yu's reputation spreads far and wide. Once Yu's popularity stabilizes, this plan will be fully realized. Zhang Cheng outlined the tasks for the following day and added, "It's getting late. You should return and rest." "Understood, Mr. Zhang. I'll take my leave now. Please contact me for any tasks. I am available 24 hours, Zhou Yun replied, embodying the spirit of a diligent worker. Li Qixi quickly echoed, "Mr. Zhang, I too. There's no need for so much work. Take a good rest," Zhang Cheng smiled. If he were to keep Li Qixi working late into the night, his aunt would surely come to the company to reprimand him. After sending the two away, Zhang Cheng turned to the quietly observant Cheng Yuyu and inquired, "Aren't you going to rest?" At his words, a faintly bashful smile graced her face. If she truly wished to rest, she would have left long ago. Why wait until now? The last surge of popularity had come so abruptly that it felt surreal. This time, however, as her fans multiplied, the sense of unreality had dissipated. Yet, she still recalled their wager. "Mr. Zhang, we made a bet. Have you forgotten?" Cheng Yuyu's smile was enchanting, her eyes seemingly captivating him like a hook. Her voice sultry as she teased, "Are you still up for the challenge, Mr. Zhang?" Chapter 32. The consolidation of popularity reward mechanism. Zhang Cheng never anticipated that the jest he crafted for Cheng Yuyu would ultimately befall him. He finally comprehended the sentiment of the outspoken brother from before. While he cannot perform 50 push-ups, he was certainly capable of. The question was not whether he could, but rather if she could. "Yuyu?" Zhang Cheng chuckled. "You were quite wild yesterday. I presume you haven't fully recovered yet?" Cheng Yuyu paused momentarily. She had repeated this very phrase to others countless times today, yet it was unexpected to hear it directed at her. A faint smile graced her lips. Since she had taken the initiative, she was evidently prepared. Women employ various tactics when it comes to pursuit, unlike men. As moments ticked by, the lights of Wuyou Media gradually dimmed, leaving only a single lamp lit in the boss's office. Zhou Yun and Li Qixi concluded their workday together, and, while walking partway, Li Qixi glanced back, her tone laced with concern. "Sister Zhou, currently in the office. It's just President Zhang and Yuyu. They wouldn't being Zhang Cheng's cousin. She was acutely aware of the misfortunes he had endured and the heartache it had caused him. She certainly did not wish for her cousin to tread the same path, becoming romantically entangled with another female internet celebrity in the company. Although Cheng Yuyu appeared more reliable than in Xiujuan, the human heart is indeed inscrutable. Zhou Yun also turned to look back, chuckling, "Qixi, do not fret. I can see that President Zhang has undergone significant changes. During this period, as the head of the company, he has faced pressures far greater than ours. Now that the company is finally turning around, I believe he merely seeks to unwind." Being slightly older and having weathered more storms, she discerned the substantial transformation in Zhang Cheng. Unwind, Likakas Flusha. She had only considered the possibility of her cousin dating Cheng Yuyu. But Zhou Yun's remark led her to realize that they might be engaged in more intimate activities in the office. Rest assured, President Zhang is no longer the same as before, nor will Wuyou Media experience the troubles of the past, Zhou Yun assured with a light laugh. Li Qixi fell into a brief silence. Previously, she had worried that her cousin's naivety might lead him to be deceived by women. Now, while that concern had dissipated, She found herself anxious about the potential for him to adopt a more unscrupulous nature. In the office, Zhang Cheng gently stroked Cheng Yuyu's short hair, exhaling deeply. In the coming days, be diligent. Create more videos and live streams to solidify your popularity. Soon, you too shall become a major internet celebrity with millions of followers. He assigned Cheng Yuyu some tasks, knowing she was adept at finding shortcuts, while he himself bore the weight of responsibility. If this continued daily, he would find it unbearable. "Ah, I understand," Cheng Yuyu replied, elegantly dabbing her mouth with a tissue. "All right, I shall rest now. I will head back." Zhang Cheng stood, straightening his clothes before descending to drive home. He thought to himself that if he lingered any longer, should Cheng Yuyu inquire again, "Can you do it, President Zhang?" He might very well risk his life right there. In a fantastical realm, he would have deemed this moment a burning of vitality. Should he remain unrestrained, he might indeed shorten his lifespan. Yang Chaoyue continued to diligently pursue her studies, opting not to return home, and Zhang Cheng did not summon her. After a restful night at home, he arrived at the company the following day, brimming with vitality. The promotional clips had already been disseminated, and their effects were gradually unfolding. The fanbase and attention surrounding Cheng Yuyu continued to grow incessantly. Zhang Cheng observed that Cheng Yuyu's popularity had surged to over 25 million. Uncertain if it would reach 30 million by nightfall, he had inquired with the system about the concept of popularity, which was defined as an individual's level of attention, measured over a 3-day cycle, with each person contributing a unit of value. As long as an individual devoted significant attention to the target within 3 days, they would incrementally enhance the popularity score. The timing aligned perfectly, marking 3 days since Cheng Yuyu's ascent to fame. And Zhang Cheng intended to claim the system's rewards that evening, irrespective of whether the score reached 30 million. Throughout the day, Cheng Yuyu busied herself with video shoots, refraining from disturbing him, indicating her awareness of the critical nature of this period. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng had not overly engaged with company affairs, delegating tasks to Zhou Yun and Li Kiki, rarely intervening himself. As the day progressed, he issued a single directive: recruitment. He sought to enlist senior and mid-level staff, as well as more artists. This task was merely a command. The execution would naturally follow, especially since Wuyou Media had gained a reputation, no longer facing the previous dilemma of attracting talent. As night fell, following Cheng Yuyu's live broadcast, Zhang Cheng found himself alone in the office, once again accessing the system. Task completed. Current popularity score for Cheng Yuyu: 30, 122, 984. Task exceeded, triggering additional rewards. Cash reward of 30, 122, 984 renminbi will be legally transferred to the host's bank account. Lottery draws increased from 3 to 10. Popularity reward mechanism solidified. Each artist under the host company will receive a 1 renminbi reward for each increment in popularity. Note: non-repetitive. Zhang Cheng's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he found a message from a bank. Industrial and Commercial Bank, October 2nd, 2020, 2229. Your account ending in 651 has received a deposit of 30, 122, 984 renminbi, with a balance of 30, 128, 833 renminbi. Now this felt a touch extravagant. Zhang Cheng beamed with delight. Since his arrival in this world, he had been under the pressure of financial burdens. Without funds, the company would face imminent collapse. Although the system he acquired was dubbed the Entertainment Tycoon system, it had not immediately transformed him into a magnate. However, receiving over 30 million in one go certainly bestowed upon him a semblance of opulence. Once more, he glanced at the system, where a prompt awaited him. Lottery draws. 10, would you like to draw? Zhang Cheng refrained from drawing immediately, choosing instead to focus on the newly established popularity reward mechanism. With this solidification, every artist under his banner would gain rewards as their popularity increased, though it was noted that these rewards could not be repeated. System: do you mean that if the popularity of Yuyu drops by 30 million, even if it subsequently rises again, no rewards will be granted? Zhang Cheng inquired. Indeed, was the response. But if the popularity of Cheng Yuyu surpasses its current level, Will there still be a reward of $1 for each point of popularity? Zhang Cheng asked again. Yes, came a reply. Understood, Zhang Cheng nodded. The system was meticulous, leaving no opportunity for him to manipulate the popularity for financial gain. However, it mattered little. The mechanism was now established, and he was certain that he would continue to earn in the future. Having grasped the situation, he turned his attention back to the system. System brother, let's proceed with the lottery. Chapter 33. Being a media company owner is exhausting among the myriad rewards offered by the system. Zhang Cheng eagerly anticipated the system's lottery. In his understanding, the lottery was akin to a beginner's gift package. It might yield skills such as the Eye of Insight, items like a data card, or even songs from other realms like Love Ice Cream. Regardless of the outcome, each reward held more value than mere monetary gain. Without the million-tier data cards and Love Ice Cream, he would not have been able to elevate Cheng Yuyu to her current level of popularity. Lottery introduction. The lottery pool comprises items, technology, real assets, cash rewards, original artistic works from other worlds, skills, and more. Each lottery draw is entirely random, featuring a safety net mechanism, ensuring that something is always obtained. Introduction complete, the lottery commences. Before Zhang Cheng appeared a grand spinning wheel, adorned with at least 100 rewards. A slender pointer was fixed in the center, and as the system announced the start of the lottery, the wheel began to spin. Stop! Zhang Cheng quickly called out. The wheel gradually came to a halt, with the pointer landing on a small icon. The icon was too diminutive to discern clearly, resembling the shape of a card. Before Zhang Cheng could lean in for a closer look, the system provided an update. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a 100,000 data card. Was this a diminished version of the million-tier data card? It could indeed be useful for supporting others in the future. Zhang Cheng nodded subtly, satisfied with the first reward's considerable value. The lottery continued. The wheel spun again and then stopped. Congratulations, host! You have received a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Zhang Cheng was not in need of money at the moment, feeling a slight disappointment, and promptly initiated the third draw. Congratulations, host! You have acquired a 10 equity stake in the Hanhai commercial complex. Oh my! Zhang Cheng's expression shifted profoundly. This reward was rather impressive. The office building of Wuyou Media was located within the Hanhai commercial complex, encompassing an area of a staggering 100,000 square meters, integrating business, commerce, culture, entertainment, art, dining, and exhibition facilities. The office area, where Wuyou Media was situated, spanned nearly 30,000 square meters. There were over 100 small office buildings like Wuyou Media, in addition to 4 large skyscrapers. Beyond the office zone, amenities included shopping malls, amusement parks, and conference halls. Despite the system only granting a 10 equity stake, this fraction was valued at no less than 100 million yuan, though Zhang Cheng could not ascertain the exact figure. He proceeded with another draw, his spirits lifted. Congratulations, host! You have obtained. Finally, the luxurious system began to exhibit its opulence. The subsequent lottery draws predominantly yielded cash rewards or data cards, confirming that cash and data cards were indeed the safety net of the lottery. However, Zhang Cheng remained undeterred. As the owner of a media company, both cash and data cards were beneficial. President Zhang, are you there? A sudden knock on the office door announced Cheng Yuyu's voice from outside. Zhang Cheng's expression shifted slightly. Come in. Cheng Yuyu gracefully entered, her expression alluring and her voice sweetly melodic. Zhang Zong, I've gained over 1 million fans today. Could it be the effect of the sliced videos? Indeed, Zhang Cheng replied. As the videos continue to circulate, your following will only grow. Maintain a composed demeanor. Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. Cheng Yuyu gazed at Zhang Cheng with admiration, utterly captivated by him. When he initially claimed he could make her famous, she never dared to dream of rivaling in Xiujuan. She would have been content with a mere few 100,000 fans. Yet Zhang Cheng employed one tactic after another. First the romantic ice cream, then the live-streaming antics, followed by the sliced videos. Now, her fan count was nearing 7 million. On any platform, this would classify her as a top internet celebrity. Cheng Yuyu's spirits had been soaring in recent days, yet she felt a twinge of insecurity. fully aware that her success was entirely due to Zhang Cheng. Thus, she yearned to prove her worth. That earlier question was merely an icebreaker. Now, she shifted to the main topic. Zhang Zong, it's quite late. Perhaps you should stay here. My lounge is rather spacious. Her voice was syrupy sweet, her eyes sparkling with invitation, though she had yet to fully recover. She was not an outdoor streamer. Otherwise, her limping gait would render live streaming impossible. However, being a woman provided her with a significant advantage. Surely there were numerous ways to entice someone. Enough of this. Are you trying to drive me to my demise? Zhang Cheng found himself both amused and exasperated. Upon hearing Cheng Yu knock on his door, he sensed trouble. This woman was indeed offering herself up. He could muster the strength to comply, but it seemed unnecessary. Moreover, Yang Chaiyue was returning today. He could not leave her to keep the lonely vigil. Timing had to be meticulously planned. Zhang Zong, Cheng Yu pouted, unwilling to take no for an answer. She had come to spite her injuries. How could he refuse? She was about to unleash her ultimate charm. Zhang Cheng, however, could not allow her to complete her sentence, for that would mean he could not leave at all. Thus, he interjected, "Listen to me. Focus on recovering and solidifying your popularity these days." Cheng Yu pouted, feigning innocence. "Even if it hurts, I'm willing." "You refuse to listen." "Huh?" Zhang Cheng's expression shifted as he playfully smacked her pert backside. "Ah, that hurts," Cheng Yu exclaimed, her eyes filling with tears. The smack itself was not painful. It merely aggravated her injury. "If it hurts, then behave," Zhang Cheng said, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her lips before rising and leaving without a moment's hesitation. "Hey, Zhang Zong." Cheng Yu watched his retreating figure, longing to chase after him, but the pain prevented her from doing so, leaving her to watch him depart. Ultimately, she returned to the lounge, feeling dejected as she prepared for sleep. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng drove home, where he found Chaiyue already lying in bed, waiting for him. She was covered by a thin blanket, revealing only her porcelain shoulders and arms while the rest of her body remained concealed. The delicate fabric clung to her form, naturally accentuating her graceful curves. Zhang Cheng felt a surge of warmth in his heart, and he couldn't help but exclaim that being the owner of a media company was indeed quite exhausting. Setting aside the affairs of the company, the matter of women alone was overwhelming. If one's physical constitution was lacking, it was truly challenging to cope. He wondered if, with an increase in responsibilities, he might not shorten his own lifespan. Though he harbored some doubts, the temptation was too great to resist, and he could only hope that future system lotteries would yield enhancements to his physical well-being. "Brother Cheng, you're back," Chao Yu said, nestled under the covers. She propped herself up slightly, revealing a glimpse of her allure, which she hurriedly attempted to conceal, unaware that the teasing glimpse was far more enticing. Her expression was one of shyness, her cheeks flushed, her gaze filled with anticipation. This visage was even more captivating than the hidden beauty beneath the blankets. All of Zhang Cheng's chaotic thoughts vanished in an instant. "Is the bedding warm?" he inquired. "Yes," she replied. "Is it? Allow me to check." Chapter 34. Teacher Su and her daughter Chengge. There is something I am uncertain whether I should share with you. In the early morning, Yang Chaiyue lay in Zhang Cheng's embrace, her expression tinged with hesitation. A sense of worry lingered within her. After all, Chengge had only sought her once the previous night. Could it be that he no longer held any affection for her? "You speak," Zhang Cheng gently urged as he wrapped his arm around her delicate shoulder. "I encountered a talent scout yesterday who persistently insisted that I sign a contract with them, claiming it would allow me to debut as a member of a girl group, stepping into the limelight as an idol trainee," Yang Chaiyue confessed softly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng nodded slightly. It was hardly surprising that a talent scout had taken notice of Chaiyue, given her remarkable attributes. Coincidentally, in her previous life, she had also debuted in a girl group. Had it not been for him, she might have continued down that path. "What are your thoughts? Do you wish to pursue a career in entertainment?" Zhang Cheng inquired. "At present, I'm juggling studies while staying in a hotel. You even have to pay me a salary. I feel utterly useless, merely consuming resources without generating any income. I desire to debut. I want to earn money," Yang Chaiyue candidly expressed, hastily adding, I do not wish to switch careers to become an idol. I mean, I would appreciate it if you could help me become an internet celebrity, akin to Cheng Yu. While I may not achieve her level of fame, I will be content as long as I can earn. In recent days, Cheng Yu's popularity had surged, and Yang Chaoyue had found herself frequently watching her videos. This was one of the sources of her anxiety, the pressure stemming from Cheng Yu's success, the financial burden it imposed, and most importantly, Zhang Cheng had only sought her once the previous night. Additionally, the relentless pursuit by the talent scout had left her feeling quite vexed. Hence, she had approached Zhang Cheng that morning to discuss the matter. Becoming an internet celebrity is a waste, Zhang Cheng remarked, his hand sliding down to grasp hers with a smile. Debuting as an idol is indeed a viable path, but I currently lack connections in the entertainment industry. Yang Chaoyue's cheeks flushed as she gazed up at him, her voice dreamy. I never even considered that I could become a star. I would be content simply being an internet celebrity. Does that talent scout pursue you daily? Zhang Cheng asked. Yes, he practically harasses me every day, Yang Chaoyue replied, her tone carrying an unusual undertone. Very well, I shall accompany you to your art class today to confront this talent scout, Zhang Cheng said, his eyes narrowing. Okay, Yang Chaoyue replied with a faint smile. Although she found the talent scout's advances tiresome, she felt powerless to address the situation alone. By confiding in Zhang Cheng, she hoped he would assist her in dealing with the scout's incessant harassment. As for pursuing a career as a star, she would much prefer to remain an internet celebrity under Zhang Cheng's guidance rather than follow the path of that unscrupulous woman in Xiaojuan. Xinggu, shall we get up, freshen up, and set off? Yang Chaoyue looked at Zhang Cheng, her eyes shimmering with a hint of mist. As they spoke, Zhang Cheng's hands were not idle. She felt a twinge of discomfort, yet Zhang Cheng's demeanor the previous night had not been overly enthusiastic, leaving her hesitant to make the first move. There's no rush. Let us work up a sweat first, making the shower even more refreshing, Zhang Cheng chuckled as he moved closer. After a prolonged moment, the two of them emerged from their activities refreshed and clean, donned in fresh attire, and stepped out together. The location where Yang Chaoyue studies is not in close proximity to Zhang Cheng's residence. It is said that the instructor of the class possesses considerable talent. Otherwise, Zhang Cheng would not have spent a substantial sum to send Chaoyue there. Zhang Cheng drove the old Cadillac left by his father and, after half an hour, arrived at the art school's entrance. The art class is situated within a villa in the suburbs, boasting an excellent environment, indicating the instructor's commendable capabilities. Yang Chaoyue frequents this place for her studies and has become quite familiar to the security personnel, allowing Zhang Cheng to enter without hindrance. Upon entering the instructor's villa, they found that most of the other students had already gathered. Zhang Cheng first utilized his discerning eye to assess the surroundings. His purpose for visiting today was not only to meet the talent scout, but also to scout for promising candidates to sign. Those studying physical and vocal arts here undoubtedly have aspirations toward a career in the arts, suggesting a solid foundation. However, after a thorough scan, Zhang Cheng shook his head in disappointment. There were no suitable candidates. The art class comprises only 7 students, including Chaoyue, the majority of whom are teenage girls, making them unsuitable for signing. Among those of appropriate age, none achieved a score exceeding 80, rendering them unworthy of his attention. Chaoyue, why are there only 7 students? Zhang Cheng quietly inquired. The instructor may have considerable skills, but with such a small number of students, it cannot be financially rewarding. Perhaps the tuition is relatively high, leading many to inquire and then leave, Yang Chaoyue speculated, though she was not entirely certain. Zhang Cheng nodded in silent agreement, recognizing this as the likely reason. He understood Chaoyue's potential. Otherwise, he would not have invested so much to enroll her. Generally, even families with some means would hesitate to spend such sums. What about the talent scout you mentioned? Zhang Cheng asked again. Look over there. He brought that girl to study. Sometimes he comes to pick her up and then discusses career opportunities with me. Yang Chaoyue indicated toward a young girl on the other side. Zhang Cheng glanced over and activated his discerning eye to examine the girl's details once more. Name, Meng Dan. Age, 19. Scores, appearance 84, figure 74. Temperament 79. Overall score, 79. Talent, ethnic, dance, Popularity, 3329, with a score below 80, it was no wonder she had escaped his notice earlier. However, her popularity suggests she may already have debuted, likely as the talent scout signed artist. It was clear why the scout had been persistently pursuing Yang Chaoyue. In comparison, Meng Dan fell somewhat short. I will wait for you to finish your training here today and for the talent scout to arrive, Zhang Cheng said to Chaoyue. Many parents were present, primarily mothers, making his presence as a man seem somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, Zhang Cheng was unconcerned. Conversely, Yang Chaoyue felt a twinge of anxiety. Among this cohort of students, her talent was perceived as the least remarkable, and the instructor often criticized her. In the past, it did not matter much. But with Zhang Cheng present today, her anxiety heightened. If I were to be reprimanded by the teacher in front of Changge, Yang Chaoyue's small face immediately tensed, and she silently vowed that today, even if it required all her strength, she would not allow the teacher to criticize her again. Suddenly, the alarm clock hanging on the stair railing rang, signaling the time for class. A total of 7 girls, including Chaoyue, obediently stood in the middle of the classroom, awaiting the teacher's descent. Zhang Cheng curiously glanced toward the staircase. He was quite intrigued by this teacher, having only heard her name without ever seeing her. It was said that she had once been a member of the national dance troupe. Just as he was pondering this, 2 figures descended the stairs. Both were clad in dance leotards and tights, accentuating their slender figures and curvaceous silhouettes. One was older, while the other appeared to be in her teenage years, vibrant and youthful. The older one seemed to be around 30, possessing an elegant beauty and a gentle demeanor, a charming young woman with a captivating presence. Zhang Cheng's eyes swept over them, instinctively activating his probing gaze, and their data instantly materialized before him. Chapter 35. The Talent Scout. Name: Su Wanqing. Age: 36. Score: Appearance 85. Figure 86. Temperament 91. Overall score: 88. Talent: Dance Professional. Singing Professional. Popularity: None. Name: Su Qingqing. Age: 17. Score: Appearance 86. Figure 88. Temperament 89. Overall score: 88. Talent: Dance. Singing. Popularity: None. The data of the 2 individuals presented itself before Zhang Cheng, leaving him slightly astonished. They appear to be a mother and daughter duo, bearing a resemblance to one another. Remarkably, both had achieved an impressive score of 88. He had initially intended to scout for promising students among the trainees, only to find that neither of them qualified, while the instructor and her daughter displayed such high potential. Indeed, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Good day, students. Su Wanqing descended the stairs with poise, her lips painted a vivid red. Her gentle voice resonated throughout the room, and as one beheld her appearance and listened to her tone, an overwhelming sense of elegance enveloped the space. Good day, teacher. Yang Chaoyue, Meng Dan, and the others respectfully bowed in deference. Having studied here for some time, they were deeply impressed by Su Wanqing's artistry. Qingqing, please join your classmates. The lesson is about to commence. Su Wanqing instructed her daughter with a nod. The young Su Qingqing obediently made her way to the cluster of students. This as Su Wanqing suddenly cast a curious glance at Zhang Cheng. Despite the presence of a student's parent, most were women. Zhang Cheng was a man of relatively young age, not fitting the typical image of a student's guardian. Teacher, I am Chaoyue's employer, here to observe her progress. Zhang Cheng replied with a warm smile. Oh, then please feel free to observe without disrupting our class. Su Wanqing acknowledged with a slight nod, before turning her attention back to the students and commencing the day's instruction. Prior to the lesson, Yang Chaoyue had changed into her form-fitting dance attire, removing her outer layer to reveal only the snug clothing and stockings beneath. The delicate fabric clung closely to her skin, accentuating her ample curves. Typically, girls who pursue dance tend to possess leaner physiques, yet she stood out as the most shapely among her peers. It was no wonder Chaoyue lamented her struggle with the dance. With such ample burdens, the learning curve was indeed steeper than for others. Nevertheless, her beauty was undeniable. With a smile gracing his face, Zhang Cheng savored the sight from the sidelines. Before long, the lesson neared its conclusion. Su Wanqing expertly pointed out each student's areas for improvement when the villa's door swung open, revealing a round-faced man in his 30s. While the others remained indifferent, Meng Dan glanced over, clearly recognizing him as the individual come to retrieve her, also the talent scout mentioned by Yang Chaoyue. Zhang Cheng turned his head briefly in acknowledgement before redirecting his gaze toward Yang Chaoyue and Su Wanqing. Chaoyue, you performed splendidly today. If you maintain this level of effort daily, would I still need to criticize you? Su Wanqing remarked with a serious expression, prompting a silent groan from Chaoyue. Today, with Chenggu present, I exerted every ounce of strength within me to avoid making any mistakes. In the future, it seems likely that things will remain the same. All right, today's lesson has concluded. Everyone may return home. A hint of fatigue graced Su Wanqing's face as she waved her hand, signaling the crowd to disperse. The students donned their coats and returned to their families. Of course, there are those like Yang Chaoyue and Meng Dan, who headed back to their respective employers. Xinggu, let us depart, Meng Dan urged, approaching the round-faced man with a hint of urgency in her tone. However, Li Xing merely shook his head slightly, glancing toward Yang Chaoyue as he remarked, I will go have another word with her. With that, he made a beeline for Yang Chaoyue. Witnessing this scene, Meng Dan lowered her head slightly, harboring a deep-seated resentment. She had been discovered by Li Xing and brought here to study, with promises of a debut. She had believed that her path to stardom would be smooth sailing. Yet, who could have anticipated the emergence of Yang Chaoyue along the way? It was evident that Li Xing held Yang Chaoyue in much higher regard, persistently pursuing her despite numerous rejections. Meng Dan feared that if Yang Chaoyue were to relent, her own opportunity for debut might be jeopardized. This was the very reason for her earlier tone of subtle urgency. Yet, it was clear that Li Xing would not be swayed by her. Chaoyue, about what I mentioned last time. Li Xing approached with a smile, exuding a friendly demeanor, but suddenly froze upon encountering Zhang Cheng. Who is this? He inquired. This is General Manager Zhang, my boss. Yang Chaoyue replied, taking the initiative to introduce. Li Xing nodded slightly, turning to Zhang Cheng with a bland tone. You are the General Manager Zhang. I have heard from Chaoyue that you run a social media influencer agency. It is a pleasure to meet you. In this world, the influencer economy was only just beginning to rise. Individuals in the entertainment industry still tended to look down upon influencers. Although Li Xing was merely an agent at a small entertainment company, he perceived himself as far superior to the owner of an influencer agency, his attitude bordering on arrogance. The pleasure is mine, Zhang Cheng replied with a chuckle. Chaoyue is my artist, and I have heard she has been persistently pursued by you. As her boss, I came here today to take a look. Li Xing's demeanor soured at this. Lacking the patience for pleasantries, he cut straight to the chase. An owner of an influencer agency dares to be so audacious. Upon hearing this, Li Xing raised his eyebrows slightly, his tone growing colder. This is not harassment. It is merely a standard business invitation. Does General Manager Zhang have any objections? Zhang Cheng let out a cold laugh, preparing to respond, but Yang Chaoyue interjected. I have declined numerous times, yet you continue to pester me. That constitutes harassment. With Zhang Cheng's backing, she felt emboldened and retorted decisively. Zhang Cheng had initially felt a hint of anger, but upon hearing Yang Chaoyue's words, he burst into laughter. This girl was certainly worth the affection bestowed upon her. Li Xing's expression darkened. His persistent pursuit of Yang Chaoyue stemmed primarily from significant performance pressures. His company was involved in the production of a girl group training reality show, securing several spots for participants. After much effort, he had finally managed to secure one and promptly selected Meng Dan, sending her here to study. At first, Meng Dan seemed quite promising, but upon encountering Yang Chaoyue, one began to perceive that Yang Chaoyue possessed even more advantageous qualities. Should Yang Chaoyue excel in variety shows, her achievements would undoubtedly shine more brightly. Yet, who could have anticipated that Yang Chaoyue would be impervious to persuasion? Initially, her refusals were somewhat mild, couched in politeness. However, now she exhibits a more confrontational demeanor. Li Xing's expression darkened, and his tone lost its gentleness. What spell has she cast upon you, Yang Chaoyue? Do you truly comprehend the distinction between an internet celebrity and a star? I do not understand, but I am resolute in my decision to remain, Yang Xiaoyu replied firmly. Li Xing took a deep breath and shifted his gaze toward Zhang Cheng. With all due respect, Zhang, Yang Xiaoyu's talent is wasted in the realm of internet fame. Your company lacks the resources to cultivate her entrance into the entertainment industry. It is evident that your relationship with her is quite special. I advise you to consider her future and not hinder her prospects. Yang Xiaoyu apparaît oblivious, clearly enraptured by romantic notions, making her challenging to manage. Therefore, he altered his strategy. A discerning employer would not be so naive as to relinquish such a talent to another upon mere advice. He merely sought to plant a thorn in Yang Xiaoyu's heart. As long as Zhang Cheng remained steadfast in retaining her, he would find opportunities to showcase the allure of the entertainment world to Yang Xiaoyu. She is merely a young girl, likely to be dazzled by the glamour surrounding her. In time, she might entertain thoughts of leaving, and recalling Zhang Cheng's resolute stance could breed discord within her. Should Zhang Cheng still refuse to let her go at that juncture, it is possible that Yang Xiaoyu would harbor resentment towards him. Having navigated this industry for long, Li Xing had long since discerned the intricacies of human nature and wielded his subtle tactics with ease. Chapter 36. The mother-daughter duo. Who told you I wanted Xiaoyu to become an internet celebrity? Zhang Cheng discerned his ulterior motives and raised his gaze, stating, "In the future, my company will venture into the entertainment industry. You need not worry about Xiaoyu's prospects." Are you feigning ignorance? Li Xing scoffed. Is the entertainment industry something anyone can simply enter? Your words deceive Yang Xiaoyu into thinking she understands. Who says I don't understand? Yang Xiaoyu interjected. Brother Cheng has always encouraged me to enter the entertainment circle. He has never deceived me. Do you comprehend the depths of the entertainment industry? Li Xing retorted. He claims he can guide you. Yet do you not ponder whether he possesses such capability? He shook his head in disbelief. In his view, Yang Xiaoyu is merely an ignorant girl misled by Zhang Cheng. Brother Cheng certainly possesses such ability, Yang Xiaoyu declared, exuding confidence surpassing that of Zhang Cheng. Search for Cheng Yu. She is an artist under Brother Cheng's company, gaining hundreds of thousands of followers in merely 3 days. Do you possess such talent? Her tone was filled with pride as she puffed out her chest. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Xiaoyu failed to grasp the distinction between the entertainment industry and the realm of internet celebrities. To her, Cheng Yu was already a sensation. Li Xing frowned, indifferent to the popularity of internet personalities, troubled instead that his subtle tactics seemed ineffective. Yang Xiaoyu harbored an extraordinary trust in Zhang Cheng. Gentlemen, if you have matters to discuss, kindly take them outside. We require some rest. Su Wanqing interjected softly, having approached them. Noticing the tension between the two men, she sought to usher them away. Although this was a training center, it was also her and her daughter's home, and she feared that should a confrontation arise, the two women would be unable to intervene. Zhang Cheng nodded slightly to Su Wanqing before turning to Li Xing, coldly warning, "Enough, Mr. Li. I will not engage in further banter. I advise you to cease any harassment towards Xiaoyu, or we shall meet at the police station." Li Xing chuckled derisively, yet refrained from responding. The prospect of Yang Xiaoyu, so obedient to Zhang Cheng, potentially filing a harassment complaint was not something he wished to endure. Primarily, he pondered whether Yang Xiaoyu was truly of age. Nevertheless, he had no intention of conceding. In his perspective, Yang Xiaoyu merely lacked experience. He was determined to eventually introduce her to the true entertainment industry, confident that her views would inevitably shift. "Mr. Zhang, until we meet again," Li Xing concluded with a veiled threat, beckoning Meng Dan as he added, "Come, Meng." The two departed from the villa. At this moment, the other students and parents had already left, leaving only Zhang Cheng and Yang Xiaoyu behind. Su Wanqing, seemingly gentle and amiable, exuded an air of distance as she regarded Zhang Cheng, as if inquiring why he had not yet taken his leave. "Ms. Su, I notice there are not many students here. Is there a particular reason?" Zhang Cheng inquired, unhurried to depart. He had come with the intent of recruitment. The students did not meet his standards, yet both the teacher and her daughter did. Two individuals scoring 88 each equated to a remarkable total of 176. In his previous life, he had scrolled through Douyin and stumbled upon several videos featuring mothers and daughters dancing together. The aesthetic appeal of those mothers and daughters was rather modest, with some even appearing somewhat aged. However, the novelty of the mother-daughter duo was sufficient to attract a following. Upon encountering Su Wanqing and Su Qingqing, Zhang Cheng's mind began to churn with ideas. If he could secure a contract with the mother-daughter pair and launch a dance ensemble, it was bound to gain popularity. Moreover, Su Wanqing and Su Qingqing possessed a far superior allure compared to any other mother-daughter combinations he had previously encountered, particularly Su Wanqing, who, in her 30s, appeared remarkably youthful due to her meticulous self-care. The potential for this duo to amass millions of fans seemed inevitable. Su Wanqing's tone was tinged with hesitation, as if reluctant to respond. Zhang Cheng, unfazed, casually remarked, "I notice your home decor seems rather outdated. It hasn't been renovated in quite some time, has it?" He continued, "You must be in need of funds." Upon entering the villa, he had observed its prime location and pleasant surroundings, indicating a hefty price tag. Yet, the interior was reminiscent of designs from over a decade ago. Anyone capable of affording such a property would typically keep the furnishings, appliances, and decor updated. If financial constraints weren't an issue, a renovation would have likely occurred long ago. "What exactly do you want to say?" Su Wanqing regarded Zhang Cheng with a hint of wariness. "I see you're running a training program that probably doesn't yield much profit. Would you be interested in a career change?" Zhang Cheng offered a faint smile as he extended a business card. "The influencer economy is thriving and quite lucrative. Consider it. And if you're interested, give me a call. Desperation can be advantageous. Influencers earn handsomely." After presenting the card, Zhang Cheng departed with Yang Chaoyue. He sensed Su Wanqing's apprehension. Although unaware of her past, he deemed further conversation futile. As long as she was in need of money, she would eventually reach out to him. "Brother Cheng, the hotel where I'm staying isn't far from here. If you're not in a rush to return to the company, would you like to come by for a visit?" Yang Chaoyue hesitated momentarily before extending the invitation. She seldom returned home and often stayed for several days. A young girl in the bloom of youth, reluctant to part even for a moment. Given the slightest opportunity, she wished to spend time with Zhang Cheng. "Sure, just a visit." Zhang Cheng nodded, acknowledging her invitation. After all, with the conclusion of the operational plan for Cheng Yuyu, there were no pressing matters at the company. He started the car and sped towards the hotel. Meanwhile, at Wuyou Media, Li Xing returned to the company with Meng Dan. As a seasoned agent, he had represented several minor celebrities, securing his footing within the entertainment industry. With a rising trend of idol cultivation, the company's new girl group reality show project promised to debut a few third- or fourth-tier idol artists. He had exerted considerable effort to secure a competition slot, initially intended for Meng Dan. However, after encountering Yang Chaoyue, he found himself unable to shake her from his thoughts. Following a warning from Zhang Cheng, he harbored frustration and remained silent throughout the journey, even dismissing Meng Dan's attempts at cordiality. Upon arriving at the company, he casually dismissed Meng Dan and retreated to his office. "Cheng Yuyu, you say? I am curious to see what merit there is in your meager influencer agency." Fortunately, Yang Chaoyue inadvertently let something slip. "Otherwise, I would have struggled to uncover your information." Li Xing sat before his computer, searching for details regarding Cheng Yuyu. He was determined to discover what sort of enterprise that insufferable Zhang had established, which had led him to exhibit such arrogance, claiming an ambition to enter the entertainment industry. Soon enough, Li Xing stumbled upon the information regarding Wuyou Media, the organization behind Cheng Yuyu. An influencer agency daring to call itself a media company? He perused the details with a contemptuous smile. The registered capital was no more than 5 million. Its current total valuation barely reached a few million. With a mere handful of employees, the only noteworthy influencer was Cheng Yuyu herself. A few million followers may qualify her as a significant influencer. But does that truly warrant a claim to venture into the entertainment realm? Having absorbed the information, Li Xing's expression grew even more dismissive. Just as he intended to close the page and seek connections to manipulate this insignificant company, a particular piece of information suddenly caught his eye. Wuyou Media's astonishing operation. Cheng Yuyu gained 7 million followers in just 3 days. This was a commercial analysis conducted by a blogger, assessing the operational strategy of Cheng Yuyu. Li Xing found himself captivated. 7 million followers in 3 days? Even stars do not achieve such rapid growth. Could it be true? Li Xing's expression shifted to one of gravity as he instinctively clicked on the analysis video. Chapter 37. Teacher Su takes the initiative to contact the world is replete with intelligent individuals. This commercial analysis blogger took an entire day to reflect, nearly reconstructing Zhang Cheng's complete plan. He dedicated an entire episode to this, releasing it in 3 parts. The planning of a humorous and charming event, followed by Cheng Yuyu's efforts to capture traffic and culminating in Cheng Yuyu's live streaming antics. He even managed to predict the dissemination of short clips to some extent. After watching all 3 analysis videos, Li Xing's disdainful expression dissipated. To cultivate a celebrity with 7 million followers in 3 days is no small feat. This young man is certainly not devoid of intellect and ambition, although he held a certain contempt for the influencer industry. He cannot help but acknowledge Zhang Cheng's operational prowess. After all, both influencers and stars thrive on fame, and their operational strategies often bear similarities. However, a modicum of talent does not afford one the luxury of arrogance. Does he truly believe that elevating an influencer grants him entry into the entertainment realm? Li Xing chuckled to himself. Having absorbed the insights from the analysis videos, he became more cautious, no longer underestimating Zhang Cheng. Yet, he remained resolute in his pursuit of Yang Chaoyue. Indeed, Yang Chaoyue possesses significant potential. Her chances of rising to fame through participation in a girl group variety show far surpass those of Meng Dan. If managed well, there lies a greater possibility for advancement. He contemplated finding an opportunity to introduce her to the true entertainment industry, thereby revealing to her the deception woven by Zhang Cheng. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Zhang Cheng reclined on the bed. Looking up, he could discern a blurred figure behind the frosted glass of the bathroom. The hotel-esque glass was obscured just enough to pique his curiosity, and with Yang Chaoyue's remarkable figure illuminated by the cascading water, he felt a stirring impulse despite having just emerged from a grueling endeavor. Moments later, Yang Chaoyue emerged, wrapped in a towel. Her fair skin glistened with droplets, the steam adding a rosy hue that accentuated her delicate beauty. "Brother Cheng, you should rest. I need to practice a little longer," she said, as she tucked him under the covers before commencing her physical training in the hotel room. Her daily classes lasted only an hour or 2, with the remainder of her time devoted to solitary practice. Aware of the considerable investment Zhang Cheng had made for her, she never allowed herself to grow complacent. Zhang Cheng, observing the graceful, youthful beauty as she danced, savored the fleeting joy of a sovereign witnessing a captivating performance. Soon, afternoon arrived, prompting Zhang Cheng to rise, freshen up, and depart. While the company had no pressing matters, as the newly established enterprise was just finding its footing, the owner could not afford to be absent for an entire day. Driving back to Wuyou Media, he settled into his office and summoned his cousin, Li Kiki, to inquire about the company's status. Finding nothing of immediate concern, he took a seat before his computer and suddenly recalled Qian Long. He opened Facebook to check if she had responded. Upon opening the app, he found her reply. She expressed her willingness to visit the mainland and inquired if she could bring 2 friends along. With Zhang Cheng's current affluence, he readily acquiesced. Qian replied promptly, "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. We shall prepare for a few days and contact you once we arrive on the mainland." Her text even bore a hint of an accent. Zhang Cheng exchanged a few words with her, a smile playing on his lips. Before long, Zhouya knocked on the door. "Mr. Zhang, a gentleman has arrived to apply for the position of manager in the content department." "Oh, what are his credentials?" Zhang Cheng inquired. Zhou Yun had already gathered information. He was the deputy manager of the content department at Wuyou Media. Rumor had it that, after years of hard work, he believed he could ascend to the role following the resignation of the former manager. However, the company unexpectedly appointed a new manager from outside, prompting him to resign in frustration. Recently, with Yu trending, he took note of our Wuyou Media and decided to apply. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng straightened his posture. Wuyou Media was a substantial influencer agency, boasting numerous internet celebrities, including 2 with millions of followers and many more with hundreds of thousands. Talent emerging from such a large company was likely to be quite adept. Sister Zhou, please bring him in. I will conduct the interview personally, Zhang Cheng stated promptly. Understood. Mr. Zhang. Zhou nodded and hurried away. Moments later, she entered with a middle-aged man, balding and of unremarkable appearance. They conversed in the office for a while, and Zhang Cheng gained a general understanding of the man's capabilities. His name was Yuan Liang, 35 years of age. While his innovative abilities were somewhat lacking, his competence in leading a team to produce content in bulk was commendable. Zhang Cheng found him rather satisfactory. As for innovation, Zhang Cheng believed that his prior experiences would suffice, requiring the content department manager to possess extensive team leadership and execution capabilities rather than a high degree of creativity. Yuan Liang met those expectations. Zhang Cheng promptly signed a probationary contract with him, lasting 1 month, allowing both parties to assess their compatibility. If satisfied, he would remain. If not, he could depart. The terms offered were quite generous, alleviating any concerns Zhang Cheng had about Yuan Liang's potential departure, as he was primarily keen to evaluate Yuan Liang's capabilities. Finally, the content department, one of the 4 major divisions of Wuyou Media, had a leader. Zhou Yun's tasks would become significantly easier moving forward. Manager Yuan. Currently, the company has only one influencer, Wuyou. Your immediate task is to create high-quality videos for her to solidify her popularity, Zhang Cheng assigned. Rest assured, if I do not perform well, I shall forfeit even my probationary salary, Yuan Liang replied confidently. He possessed some ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resigned in frustration. Initially, he had underestimated Wuyou Media as a small firm, yet he held Zhang Cheng's operational acumen in high regard, believing in the company's potential, which prompted his decision to join. In his former company, he had managed content production for dozens of influencers. Now, focusing solely on Cheng Wuyou, failure would compel him to consider selling sweet potatoes at home. On his first day, Yuan Liang dove straight into work. After he departed, Zhang Cheng took out his phone to check messages. During their earlier conversation, a call had come in, which he missed while chatting with Yuan Liang. Upon checking, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number and decided to return the call. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang? The call connected, and a voice that was gentle yet tinged with hesitation reached his ears. Zhang Cheng immediately recognized it as Su Wanqing. He felt somewhat surprised. Although he was aware that Su Wanqing was in financial need, he did not anticipate that she would reach out so soon. It's me, Zhang Cheng replied. Su Wanqing's tone was conflicted. After a slight pause, she continued, regarding the internet celebrity you mentioned. Could you elaborate on the specific nature of the work? What is the income like? I would like to understand it better, if possible. Chapter 38. The decision to sign a contract. Su Wanqing's words left Zhang Cheng momentarily bewildered. In this era, although the influencer economy had not yet reached the feverish heights of its previous incarnation, the explosive popularity of platforms like Douyin and Kuaishou had made the term influencer familiar to the masses. It was surprising that Su Wanqing would pose such a question. Ms. Su, if you sign with Wuyou Media, your primary responsibility would involve creating dance videos, Zhang Cheng succinctly explained. Is that really a viable source of income? How much can one earn? Su Wanqing cleared, perplexed. Zhang Cheng scratched his head. At 36, Su Wanqing maintained her youthful appearance, looking no older than 30. It was baffling how she seemed so out of touch with contemporary trends. If one wishes to achieve a high income, they must first attain some level of fame. However, upon signing, you would receive a base salary of 20,000 yuan per month, provided you cooperate and complete your work, Zhang Cheng clarified. 20,000? Su Wanqing expressed her surprise. In truth, she earned over 10,000 monthly teaching body language and vocal skills. Yet, Zhang Cheng emphasized that 20,000 was merely the base salary. If she gained popularity, her earnings would undoubtedly exceed this amount. The income in the influencer industry is directly correlated with one's popularity. If you can amass over 100,000 followers, I can assure you that your monthly income would surpass 300,000 yuan, Zhang Cheng continued. 300,000? Su Wanqing exclaimed, her tone tinged with astonishment. She quickly asked, do you think I could reach 100,000 followers? If both you and your daughter were to sign with our company and form a duo, I can guarantee that your follower count would exceed 100,000, Zhang Cheng asserted. Both my daughter and I signing? Su Wanqing felt tempted, but suddenly hesitated at this suggestion. Indeed, Zhang Cheng replied calmly, noticing her uncertainty without elaborating further. Su Wanqing's financial struggles were almost palpable. As long as she sought to earn money, any reservations she had could be overcome. Ms. Su, I can assure you that both you and your daughter will surpass 100,000 followers, and we can include this in the contract. Moreover, before you achieve fame, both of you will receive a monthly base salary of 20,000 yuan each. Zhang Cheng smiled, laying down the enticing offer. With a combined base salary of 40,000 yuan, the allure was undeniable, especially with Zhang Cheng's promise of their impending success. Su Wanqing felt her breath quicken. However, her greatest concern was for her daughter. Mr. Zhang, may I take some time to consider this? She asked, suppressing her temptation. Of course, Zhang Cheng replied with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, Su Wanqing responded promptly before hanging up. In her villa on the outskirts of the city, Su Wanqing's expression was conflicted as she tucked her phone away. Beside her, Su Qingqing eagerly asked, Mom, what did Mr. Zhang say? Mr. Zhang mentioned. Su Wanqing recounted the details of the conversation. Upon finishing, Su Qingqing exclaimed, Mom, this sounds promising. Just the base salary alone is 40,000. Not to mention the potential earnings once we gain popularity. Why don't we sign with Mr. Zhang? But I still hesitate to let you be in the spotlight. Su Wanqing replied, wrestling with her doubts. In the room, two strikingly similar beauties, one tall and the other petite, displayed contrasting expressions. The youthful Su Qingqing had shed her dance attire, donning a delicate silk nightgown that gracefully accentuated her tall and well-proportioned figure. The sheer fabric clung to her form, revealing a hint of her fair and delicate skin, enticingly alluring. In contrast, Su Wanqing was clad in a charmingly feminine pink loungewear, slightly loose in design, which obscured her graceful curves, yet her elongated silhouette remained unmistakably elegant. The two shared strikingly similar features, both possessing exquisite countenances, with enchanting almond-shaped eyes and cherry-like lips. Their cheeks pale, yet flushed, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. However, their expressions diverged. One bore a look of turmoil, while the other radiated youthful infatuation. Who cares about public exposure these days? If it brings in money, that is all that matters, Su Qingqing stated nonchalantly. Su Wanqing sighed. Mother was once too famous, which led to her downfall. I do not wish for you to follow the same path. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing fell silent for a moment, recalling the tales her mother had shared about her past. In her youth, Su Wanqing was the most celebrated performer in the dance troupe. Yet her extraordinary beauty drew much controversy, attracting the unwelcome attention of powerful figures. After repeatedly declining propositions of companionship and intimacy, she was ultimately expelled from the troupe. For many years thereafter, her life was fraught with hardship. Even after marriage, financial stability eluded her. It was only due to her father's recent success that they moved into a villa and enjoyed a more comfortable existence. However, their fortune was short-lived. 2 years prior, her father's business collapsed, leaving them burdened with debt and forcing him into hiding, abandoning her and her mother to face a horde of creditors. Her mother resorted to teaching art classes to make ends meet, but the income was insufficient, leaving them unable to pay even the villa's maintenance fees. Su Wanqing had long believed that her misfortune stemmed from her early prominence in the dance troupe. Yet, she recognized the validity of her daughter's perspective. It was no longer merely a matter of public exposure. If they did not secure financial stability soon, they risked being evicted from their villa and left to wander the streets. Do you wish to sign with Wuyou Media or Wuyou Media? Su Wanqing pondered for a moment before sighing and inquiring. Li Xing had previously expressed interest in signing Su Qingqing, but after Su Wanqing declined, he shifted his focus until the arrival of Yang Chaoyue. Now, with Yang having already signed with the company, Su Wanqing sought her daughter's opinion on the matter. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Qingqing replied, I want to sign with Wuyou Media. Oh, why? Su Wanqing questioned, somewhat perplexed. She herself favored Wuyou Media, as it would allow her to remain close to her daughter and protect her, yet she had anticipated that her daughter might lean towards Wuyou Media. In the grand scheme of things, stars typically enjoyed greater prestige and financial rewards compared to internet influencers. Thus, She was taken aback by her daughter's resolute choice of Wuyou Media, without a moment's doubt. Sukinin smiled gently. After signing with Wuyou Media, they provided me with a monthly allowance of 3,000 yuan, without guaranteeing my success. In contrast, Wuyou Media offered a base salary of 20,000 yuan per person, along with a promise of future success. The choice is quite apparent, isn't it? Su Wanqing was slightly taken aback, realizing that her daughter had considered the situation more comprehensively than herself. Upon reflection, she acknowledged the truth in her daughter's words. Li Xing painted a grand picture, yet the reality of achieving it remained uncertain. Conversely, Zhang Cheng offered immediate financial support and assured them of their success, even including it in the contract. It was evident who possessed greater sincerity. All right, I will follow your lead. Let us sign with Wuyou Media together. Su Wanqing looked at her daughter with pride, envisioning a future where they would earn together. Okay, Mom. Su Qingxing walked over and embraced her mother. The two beauties, one large and one small, shared a heartfelt embrace. Chapter 39, Are They Foolish? Teacher Su, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Just as Su Wanqing and her daughter Su Qingxing were poised to contact Zhang Cheng, Li Xing preemptively called. Mr. Li, is there something you need? Su Wanqing inquired calmly. Initially, she harbored neither fondness nor disdain for Li Xing, but after her daughter's analysis, her sentiments shifted toward discontent. Look at President Zhang, then take a look at yourself. Is there any sincerity here? Li Xing remained oblivious to Su Wanqing's thoughts. Had he been aware, he might have protested. This is a company policy, not my personal decision. Every company operates this way, casting a wide net and signing many individuals with a minimal base salary, allowing each to develop independently. Those who succeed become stars, while those who do not merely squander their youth without saving a penny. That is not our concern. At that moment, however, Li Xing was consumed by excitement, as he conceived a brilliant strategy to entice Yang Chaoyue to switch agencies. His thought process was straightforward. Yang Chaoyue hesitated to leave her current agency simply because she was unaware of the entertainment industry's allure. Thus, he aimed to create an opportunity for her to witness the entertainment world's true nature. He called Su Wanqing, Teacher Su. Our company is participating in a girl group variety show, as you know. There will be a rehearsal soon, which will be akin to the actual recording. I have a few spots available. Would you like to bring your students to experience the stage atmosphere in advance? Confidently, he proposed this opportunity, knowing that those enrolled in the arts program were naturally inclined toward a career in the entertainment industry. Such an opportunity to preview a variety show would be hard for both the students and Su Wanqing to decline. This was the chance he had crafted for Yang Chaoyue to glimpse the true glamour of the entertainment world, and he hoped she would reconsider her allegiance to her current agency, choosing instead to join him. I believe we will pass, Su Wanqing replied softly, leaving Li Xing momentarily stunned. Refused? Li Xing struggled to comprehend, quickly responding, Teacher Su, this would be beneficial for you as well. Your art class could allow students to feel the stage ambience in advance, and word of that would surely attract more enrollees. Indeed, such an opportunity would benefit the arts program immensely. However, Su Wanqing had already decided against continuing the class. Thus, she reiterated, Mr. Li, we will not be continuing the art program. She was straightforward, articulating her reasoning. Li Xing was left speechless on the other end of the line. This is utterly frustrating, he thought, having hoped for Su Wanqing's cooperation to sway Yang Chaoyue's perspective. Now, with the art program's closure looming, he found himself at a loss. Unwilling to concede, he implored, Teacher Su, could you at least assist me by leading the students in participating in the variety show rehearsal before the art program ends? I could offer some benefits. If it were earlier, Su Wanqing might have agreed, for she was in need of money. However, at this moment, she had already made her choice. Compared to Zhang Cheng, Li Xing lacked sincerity and appeared to be devoid of strength. She was disinclined to lend assistance. I apologize, but there are too many students, making communication difficult. Perhaps we should let it go. Su Wanqing fabricated an excuse and declined once more. Damn! Li Xing was seething with frustration. Yet, unwilling to concede defeat, he bluntly stated, Teacher Su, if you find it challenging to communicate due to the number of students, how about this? You could allow only Yang Chaoyue to participate. You might tell her that this is a hard-earned opportunity you secured. Li Xing was aware that Yang Chaoyue held Zhang Cheng in high regard, and his direct request would likely be dismissed. Thus, he sought Su Wanqing's intercession. He also recognized Su Wanqing's financial predicament and continued, "Teacher Su, without delving into other matters, if you assist me with this small favor, I shall offer you 10,000 yuan. What do you think? 10,000 yuan for such a minor favor?" And perhaps Yang Chaoyue would be grateful as well. He could not believe Su Wanqing would refuse. No way, absolutely not. Su Qingqing whispered to her mother upon hearing the phone ring. Although she was unaware of Li Xing's intentions, they were resolute in not assisting him, having already decided to align with Zhang Cheng. Su Wanqing nodded slightly. Without her daughter's reminder, she was well aware of her choice. "Mr. Li, you need not elaborate further. I am uncertain of your intentions, but I am certain this is not a favorable situation. I will not jeopardize my relationship with General Manager Zhang on your behalf." Su Wanqing replied coolly. "If there is nothing else, we shall end the call." Once again, she turned him down. Li Xing was so enraged he felt like throwing his phone. Without Su Wanqing's cooperation, his plan to introduce Yang Chaoyue to the glitz of the entertainment industry would surely fail. Signing Yang Chaoyue seemed to be an unattainable dream. Yet, he was after all a businessman. Suddenly struck by a thought, he quickly added, "Moreover, Teacher Su, since you are no longer conducting the art examination classes, you have lost your source of income. Regarding what I previously mentioned about having Su Qingqing sign with our Wuyou Media, if signing Yang Chaoyue was not feasible, securing Su Qingqing would suffice. With the art examination classes no longer in session, they needed to generate income, did they not?" Li Xing felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps there was still a chance for gain. "Mr. Li, Su Wanqing, with her softer demeanor, sought a reason to decline. But Su Qingqing could no longer tolerate it. She snatched the phone away. "My mother and I have already signed with Wuyou Media. You lack sincerity and merely paint grand visions, which cannot compare to General Manager Zhang. This is where I shall end my remarks. Henceforth, please refrain from calling us, for I fear it may lead to misunderstandings with General Manager Zhang." Having concluded her tirade, Su Qingqing hung up the phone decisively. She turned to her mother and urged, "Mom, quickly call General Manager Zhang. The sooner we sign the contract, the sooner we can find peace." Su Wanqing paused momentarily, then took the phone and immediately dialed Zhang Cheng. "Hello, General Manager Zhang. I have made my decision." On the other end, at Wuyou Media, Li Xing sat in his office, his expression vacant for quite some time. His mind was struggling to comprehend the situation. What did this mean? Su Wanqing and Su Qingqing had signed with Wuyou Media together? Was it possible that these two, mother and daughter, were foolish? Did they not understand the distinction between becoming a star and a social media influencer? Li Xing felt as if his head might burst from the confusion. No matter how hard he tried, he could not fathom why Su Wanqing and Su Qingqing would make such a choice. One Yang Chaoyue was one thing, but now this mother-daughter duo had joined the fray. Were people truly so naive nowadays? Or was it that the enigmatic Mr. Zhang from Wuyou Media possessed some extraordinary charm? Li Xing remained in his office, his expression still blank, lost in profound contemplation. Chapter 40. Signing with the Su family mother and daughter. Rewards received. Li Xing sat in his office, perplexed, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration akin to a red stone. Yang Chaoyue was out of the picture. Consequently, Su Qingqing was also unavailable. The agony was unbearable. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng remained oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently disrupted Li Xing's plans. He was somewhat surprised, although he was aware that Su Wanqing was in need of money and would soon seek him out for a contract. He did not foresee that less than an hour after their phone call, she would reach out again. During the call, Su Wanqing conveyed her and her daughter's willingness to sign a contract with Wuyou Media. Due to the late hour, they agreed to come to Wuyou Media together the following morning to finalize the agreement. That evening, Su Wanqing contacted each of her students to process refunds. She realized that her earnings from the class were minimal and decided to pursue a full-time career as an internet celebrity, opting not to continue the classes. The parents of her students expressed their disappointment, as Su Wanqing was quite competent. Although her fees were not inexpensive, she taught diligently. They were eager for their children to learn from her. Alas, Su Wanqing had made up her mind. The night swiftly passed, and by the next morning, Su Wanqing, accompanied by Su Qingqing and a reluctant Yang Chaoyue, arrived at Wuyou Media around 9 o'clock. In the office, Zhang Cheng once again beheld the striking mother-daughter duo. Su Wanqing had clearly put significant effort into her appearance. Her fitted top and trousers accentuated her elongated figure, while a long, light-colored coat highlighted her mature and intellectual demeanor, resembling a sophisticated lady. In contrast, Su Qingqing appeared more natural, donning a light-colored knee-length skirt, a pink jacket, light gray cotton socks, and a high ponytail that radiated youthful exuberance and sunshine. By comparison, Yang Chaoyue's attire seemed rather ordinary, yet her innate charm required little enhancement, making her endearingly cute and instantly likable. "This is the contract. Teacher Su, please take a look," Zhang Cheng said, handing her the meticulously prepared documents. There were 2 copies, one for Su Wanqing and one for Su Qingqing. Su Wanqing's character was a blend of strength and gentleness, while the younger Su Qingqing was more forthright. As they reviewed the contract together, Su Qingqing spoke first. "Zhang Zong, don't you think some of these terms are rather harsh?" Su Wanqing nodded in agreement. The penalties for breach of contract were indeed severe, and she had intended to voice her concerns, but her daughter had already taken the initiative. This is all the result of Xiujuan's actions. Cheng Yu had reservations initially, yet ultimately, Zhang Cheng managed to persuade him. Now, not only is there no thought of changing jobs, but even if asked to leave, she would not. We at Wuyou Media are confident in your potential for success, which is why we must establish certain conditions and restrictions. After all, the resources invested by the company are substantial, as you can see from the base salary. Zhang Cheng explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing felt some trepidation, yet Su Qingqing had already made up her mind. "Mom, I think it's fine. Let us sign." After signing, as long as they did not change jobs, even if they did not achieve fame, they would still receive a monthly base salary of 40,000. Only a fool would consider switching jobs. These treaties, in truth, hold little value. Moreover, the commission taken by Wuyou Media is merely average within the industry. Even if there were a genuine opportunity, there would be no necessity for a career change. Very well, let us proceed with the signing. Su Wanqing has now begun to heed her daughter's counsel. Subsequently, the mother and daughter inscribed their signatures upon a contract. Before Zhang Cheng, a notification from the system promptly appeared. "Congratulations, host, on signing a new artist. Su Wanqing's comprehensive rating, 88, reward of 880,000 RMB has been disbursed. Congratulations, host, on signing a new artist. Su Qingqing's comprehensive rating, 88, reward of 880,000 RMB has been disbursed. Both mother and daughter received a score of 88, resulting in a total cash reward of 1,760,000 RMB. Zhang Cheng's phone vibrated slightly. Upon glancing at it, he confirmed that the sum of 1,760,000 RMB had indeed been credited to his account. "Congratulations on your employment with Wuyou Media. I trust you shall never regret this decision," Zhang Cheng remarked with a faint smile directed at the duo. "Mr. Zhang, what will our duties entail?" Su Qingqing inquired with palpable eagerness. "Initially, you will be filming dance videos and live streaming. The company has a dedicated content department that will produce videos for you, aimed at attracting an audience. Once you have amassed a substantial following, I will devise monetization strategies tailored to your needs," Zhang Cheng explained as he sent a text message to Yuan Liang, requesting his presence in the office. Su Wanqing and Su Qingqing nodded. They were indeed proficient in dance. However, could mere dancing guarantee success? A shadow of doubt lingered in their minds. The internet is replete with dancers, many of whom have not achieved fame. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Liang arrived. Upon entering the office, he was struck by the sight of 3 stunning women. Could they all be artists of the company? If so, Wuyou Media's prowess exceeded his expectations. "This is Teacher Su and her daughter. Both have signed with Wuyou Media. I have some ideas regarding the style of their videos. Please take note," Zhang Cheng instructed. "Of course, Mr. Zhang," Yuan Liang responded, feeling a thrill of anticipation. It was indeed true that these women were company artists, and Zhang Cheng, though youthful, possessed remarkable capabilities. He had certainly come to the right place. First, regarding the makeup and styling, Teacher Su should appear somewhat younger, while Su Qingqing ought to adopt a more mature guise, thus visually narrowing the age gap between them. During video shoots, a caption should be superimposed above Teacher Su, reading 1984 Caretaker, while another should denote Su Qingqing as 2003 Divine Beast, clearly delineating their identities. Although both Su and Su Qingqing possess excellent attributes, it is rare for an internet celebrity to achieve success solely based on beauty. We must proactively generate topics of interest. The 2 points I have mentioned are essential for creating that intrigue. Do you understand? After articulating his thoughts, Zhang Cheng inquired. Yuan Liang's expression brightened, a hint of astonishment crossing his features. Mr. Zhang, have you studied marketing? Your ideas are simply brilliant. He had initially assumed Zhang Cheng's strength lay solely in the quality of artists, yet he was pleasantly surprised by his insights into content marketing. The 2 concepts Zhang Cheng proposed had not occurred to him until mentioned. Upon reflection, he immediately recognized their potential to generate discussion. Influencers dread a lack of topicality and discussion. However, Zhang Cheng has effortlessly resolved this dilemma. Yuan Liang can almost ascertain that this mother-daughter duo has indeed become a sensation. Although lacking formal training, Zhang Cheng possesses a wealth of experience. He chuckled and candidly acknowledged that these insights stem from past experiences. This is not mere experience. It is wisdom. Yuan Liang sincerely expressed this sentiment and added, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, I now understand how to produce the video." Meanwhile, Su Wanqing and Su Qingqing, listening in on their conversation, may not fully grasp the context, yet they discern that Zhang Cheng has imparted something truly remarkable. Initially, they felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain about their potential for success. However, their hearts now brim with newfound confidence, and their gazes toward Zhang Cheng are tinged with admiration. This young entrepreneur appears genuinely capable of propelling them to fame. The mother and daughter exchange a glance, their thoughts perfectly aligned. Chapter 41. Renting a Space. Expanding the scale, Yuan Liang returned to the content department with his assigned task. However, Su Wanqing and Su Qingqing were still present in the office. Zhang Cheng looked towards the mother and daughter duo and said, "I will first find you an empty office to serve as a venue for shooting videos and live streaming. You may use it for now, and later I will arrange a professional studio for you." When Wuyou Media was initially designed, it was tailored solely for Xiaojuan, featuring just one live streaming room, which has now been allocated to Chengyu. Consequently, Su Wanqing and Su Qingqing found themselves without a place to create their content. The 2 exchanged glances, surprised by the prospect of having a dedicated space. "Thank you, President Zhang," they expressed in unison. Although Su Wanqing was already 36, her impeccable maintenance made her appear around 30, a striking young matron. Standing alongside her daughter, Su Qingqing, they resembled sisters with a slightly larger age gap. Zhang Cheng envisioned that when Su Qingqing was made up, she could be styled to look more mature, making it plausible for them to be mistaken for siblings rather than mother and daughter. Turning to matters at hand, Zhang Cheng addressed Su Wanqing. "Ms. Su, Xiaoyu still needs to continue her training in dance and vocal performance. Would you be able to teach her occasionally?" With Su Wanqing's art class no longer in session, Xiaoyu had found herself at a loss. Fortunately, Ms. Su had signed with Wuyou Media, which meant she could still learn without incurring any tuition fees. Su Wanqing readily agreed, stating, "As long as Xiaoyu is willing to learn, I can teach her anytime." The generous offer from Zhang Cheng, along with a dedicated workspace, prompted her immediate and enthusiastic consent. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoyu appeared somewhat dazed. This morning, when Su Wanqing unexpectedly approached her to bring her to the company, she had been taken aback. Now, after returning, her teacher had suddenly become her colleague, only to revert back to being her teacher again. Such twists and turns. "Xiaoyu, you will continue to learn from Ms. Su." Zhang Cheng beckoned to her. "All right, President Zhang," Yang Xiaoyu obediently replied, her title now altered in the presence of others. Subsequently, Zhang Cheng summoned Li Kiki to assist Su Wanqing and Su Qingqing in finding an office. When not filming, Ms. Su would continue to teach Yang Xiaoyu. Once the 4 radiant blossoms had departed, Zhang Cheng called upon Zhou Yun. Thus far, she remained the most capable and composed individual in the company. "Sister Zhou, Please inquire with the property management to see if there are any available office buildings nearby that we can rent. Our company is poised for rapid expansion, and we will require ample space, Zhang Cheng instructed. Understood, President Zhang, Zhou Yun acknowledged, turning to carry out the task. Zhang Cheng leaned back in his chair, sighing. It's a pity that my share is only 10%. During the last system lottery, he had acquired a 10% stake in the Han Hai commercial complex where the company was located, making him one of the shareholders, albeit just one among many. Otherwise, why bother renting a place? It would be far more convenient to utilize it directly. However, possessing only a small fraction of shares, he found himself in the position of a minor shareholder, unable to exploit his influence for personal gain. Thus, he instructed Zhou Yun to engage with the property management to rent a residence through the proper channels. It is worth noting that since acquiring his shares, he had yet to exercise any shareholder rights. Nevertheless, with merely a 10% stake, his voice at shareholder meetings was hardly decisive. He would simply collect dividends for now, planning to reassess when his equity increased. Zhang Cheng shook his head slightly. The company was poised for rapid expansion, and if he could secure full ownership of the Han Hai commercial complex, he envisioned transforming it into an exclusive domain for Wuyou Media. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, a knock resonated at the office door. Zhang Zong, it's Yu, came the distinctive voice of Cheng Yu, sweetly penetrating the barrier of the door. Please come in, Zhang Cheng replied. The door swung open, revealing Cheng Yu, who entered with a lively grace. Her attire was meticulously curated, a black Chanel-style suspender dress paired with a white undershirt, her legs elegantly encased in form-fitting black stockings, reflecting the aesthetic Zhang Cheng had envisioned for her, sweet yet alluring. Zhang Zong, I heard the company has signed new artists, she remarked casually. Though her demeanor belied a sense of urgency, she had hurried over upon receiving the news. Previously, apart from her, there was only Yang Chaoyue, who was still in her training phase, not posing much of a threat. However, with the recent signing of 2 new artists, allegedly a mother and daughter duo, her heart raced. The older one did not concern her. After all, she was a mother, and Zhang Cheng was unlikely to be interested. But the younger one posed a significant threat, causing her considerable anxiety. Once, when Xiaojun was around, she had been the sole artist under Zhang Cheng's exclusive favor. Why was it that now, in her time, competitors were multiplying? You seem quite well informed, Zhang Cheng observed, discerning Cheng Yu's underlying feelings, a playful smile gracing his lips. What? Do you have any objections? Cheng Yu hastily replied. I have no objections at all, just came to ask casually. As she spoke, she effortlessly settled onto Zhang Cheng's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Zhang Zong, I've given you everything. You can't just disregard me for someone else, she cooed, her voice dripping with sweetness as she leaned in close, her warm breath brushing against his ear and cheek, creating an atmosphere thick with intimacy that quickened heartbeats and raised temperatures. Work diligently, and what is yours will come. Do not overthink it, Zhang Cheng replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. Then I can rest easy, Cheng Yu said, subtly shifting her body, yet internally she sighed. She had come to seek affection. But Zhang Cheng maintained his businesslike demeanor, always discussing matters of work rather than romance, leaving her feeling somewhat defeated. Nonetheless, Cheng Yu did not attribute any fault to Zhang Cheng. She believed all of this turmoil stemmed from Xiaojun, and Xiaojun's betrayal left Zhang Cheng with a heart sealed off, rendering him incapable of accepting the affections of others. Pondering this, Cheng Yu felt a renewed sense of determination. And Xiaojun had embedded a stubborn thorn deep within Zhang's heart. If she could soothe this thorn, it was only a matter of time before Zhang would come to embrace her feelings. This proprietress, she had already decided to claim as her own. Of course, softening that steadfast thorn was not an endeavor that could be accomplished overnight. However, she could begin by easing its rigidity. Zhang, your office 1T be visited by anyone else, will it? Cheng Yu inquired, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, her tone laced with shyness and a hint of sweetness. It shouldn't be, he replied. That's reassuring. Chapter 42. Accompanying Cheng Yu for drinks, Mr. Zhang. I have a matter to report to you. Zhou Yu knocked gently on the door. The office remained silent for a considerable time. until she began to think that Zhang Cheng was not present and prepared to leave, when a voice finally emerged from within. Ahem, please come in. Upon hearing the sound, Zhou Yun entered the office and was met with a scene that left her somewhat perplexed. Zhang Cheng sat calmly in his executive chair, seemingly unaffected. However, the demeanor of Cheng Yuyu beside him spoke volumes. She stood awkwardly to the side, her cheeks flushed, nervously adjusting her disheveled attire. For Zhou Yun, a married woman, it was immediately apparent what had transpired in her absence. Cheng Yuyu's blush was not born of embarrassment. In fact, she would gladly proclaim her relationship with Zhang Cheng to the world, as such a revelation would serve as a deterrent to the newly arrived temptresses. Her rosy complexion was merely the result of vigorous activity, with her flustered movements stemming from the recent intensity of their encounter, leaving her somewhat disoriented. Zhou Yun regarded the two with a mix of incredulity and exasperation. Couldn't you have gone to a hotel? This is an office. Zhou Jia, if there's something to discuss, please go ahead, Zhang Cheng replied with an air of nonchalance. Zhou Yun shook her head slightly, attempting to dispel the bizarre images swirling in her mind, and said, Mr. Zhang, I contacted the property management, but the situation seems a bit unusual. What could be unusual about renting an office space? Zhang Cheng inquired, puzzled. Well, Zhou Yun glanced at Cheng Yuyu, remaining silent. The implication clear. The forthcoming discussion was not suitable for her ears. To speak freely, Yuyu is one of us, Zhang Cheng encouraged. Zhou Yun felt a surge of frustration. Wasn't it precisely because of this closeness that they found themselves in such a predicament during daylight hours? Meanwhile, Cheng Yuyu beamed, her cherubic face lighting up with a smile, her eyes glistening as she gazed affectionately at Zhang Cheng. She felt a swell of pride. Her recent efforts had not gone unnoticed, as Mr. Zhang no longer felt the need to shield his affairs from her. I inquired about the rental information for office buildings, and the staff informed me that there are available spaces nearby, but they cannot be leased to us as they have already been reserved, Zhou Yun explained slowly. That seems reasonable. We can simply look for offices elsewhere, Zhang Cheng remarked, slightly bewildered by the fuss over what seemed a trivial matter. Although finding a new office nearby would be convenient, if there were no suitable spaces, they could always search further afield. Did Zhou Yun really need to come report such a minor issue in person? However, the reality was more complex. I discreetly investigated further and discovered that the nearby spaces were not actually reserved. It was merely an excuse fabricated by manager Han Xia from the Hanhai office district. Zhou Yun continued. Zhang Cheng furrowed his brow slightly. Have we offended this individual? Manager Han sent word that he would be willing to rent to us, but only if you agree to treat him to a meal for a face-to-face discussion, Zhou Yun elaborated. What is he thinking? Zhang Cheng pondered, still unable to comprehend. We are merely paying to lease a space. His refusal to rent to us is ultimately his loss. Must we beg him to accept our money? Cheng Yuyu wore a similarly puzzled expression, unable to fathom the rationale behind such a peculiar situation. He also conveyed that there's a new policy in the Hanhai office area, where qualifying companies can receive a 50% rent reduction. If Mr. Zhang is willing to discuss this in person, negotiating the rental matters would be quite feasible, and there is a possibility of obtaining further rental concessions. Zhou Yun continued. Sister Zhou, please express everything at once. It's exhausting to listen. Zhang Cheng remarked. It's contradictory to both avoid renting and simultaneously offer incentives. He discerned that there must be conditions involved. In essence, Han Xia hopes that when you invite him to dinner, you will bring along Yuyu. Zhou Yun concluded. Why is this even related to me? Cheng Yuyu looked bewildered, wondering how she had become part of this. This scoundrel has been talking for so long, and it turns out this is the reason. Zhang Cheng found it amusing in his frustration. He realized that Han Xia had first created difficulty and then offered benefits, all to persuade Cheng Yuyu to accompany him for drinks. It likely entailed more than mere drinking. If Zhang Cheng were to lease several office buildings, the rental discount would constitute a substantial sum. Such a significant advantage likely required more than just companionship. Cheng Yuyu's expression turned slightly dazed, then quickly shifted to one of discomfort. As a top student from Xiangjiang University, she was quite astute and quickly grasped Han Xiao's intentions. Having been in the industry for a while, She had heard of such occurrences, but never expected to encounter them herself once she gained popularity. Mr. Zhang. Cheng Yu disregarded Zhou Yun's presence and directly leaned into Zhang Cheng's embrace, anxiously stating, "Once I start earning, the company can take a larger cut. I do not wish to accompany Manager Han to dinner." She was understandably apprehensive, as such matters were commonplace in influencer agencies. Not only would there be benefits involved, but sometimes, just to foster connections, agency owners might require their influencers to make sacrifices. Many influencers had become accustomed to this reality. Zhou Yun remained silent, unable to provide any advice, leaving Zhang Cheng to make his own decision. Forming a connection with Han Xia certainly bore advantages. Aside from the rental discount, having a manager's assistance in future matters would be beneficial. However, given the nature of Cheng Yu and Zhang Cheng's relationship, she couldn't ascertain how he would respond. The old Zhang Cheng would have undoubtedly refused, being so infatuated previously. But the current Zhang Cheng appeared significantly more composed and rational, perhaps inclined to make the most advantageous choice. Accompany him? That bastard dares to ask my woman to dine with him. I will not let him off easily. Zhang Cheng, holding Cheng Yu, wore an expression of deep displeasure. He was well versed in the unspoken rules of influencer agencies and had anticipated such situations. While typical agency owners might not be able to manage such matters, Zhang Cheng had a system. If such sordid dealings were to persist, it would be better to close the company and return home to sell sweet potatoes. More importantly, Cheng Yu was his woman. He not only needed to refuse, but also to teach Han Xia a lesson, completely extinguishing any such thoughts from others. Mr. Zhang, I will decline Han Xia on your behalf. Zhou Yun was slightly taken aback by Zhang Cheng's decision. She dismissed his words as mere expressions of anger, not taking them to heart. In such matters, a simple refusal suffices, even if it may offend the other party. However, it is not a matter of deep enmity that one cannot forgive. How could one not forgive? Even if reported to the higher-ups at Han Hai, they would likely be indifferent. There is no need for you to decline. I will handle this matter personally, Zhang Cheng said coldly. Mr. Zhang, please do not act impulsively. Zhou Yun sensed an ominous turn in the situation. Why did it seem that Mr. Zhang was somewhat infatuated? Would he really resort to a confrontation with Han Xia? If that were to happen, it would irreparably damage their relationship, complicating her future at Han Hai. Zhang Cheng was certainly not infatuated. This was merely a manifestation of a man's primal anger. He had no intention of resorting to violence. In today's society, physical confrontation is the least prudent course of action, and he would not act so foolishly. Coincidentally, he found himself in possession of a means to address Han Xia's actions. Just moments ago, he had mentioned that after acquiring shares in Han Hai, he had yet to exercise his rights as a shareholder. Now was the perfect opportunity to do so. Chapter 43. The power of shareholders. Cheng Yu nestled in Zhang Cheng's embrace, feeling a profound sweetness in her heart. Until now, Zhang Cheng had always exhibited a demeanor of indifference, as if their relationship were merely that of employer and employee. However, today, he had boldly declared that she was his woman. In that moment, Cheng Yu found herself torn between disdain and gratitude towards Han Xia. Zhang, such matters can simply be declined. After all, I did not accompany him to dinner. It would not be prudent to offend others on my behalf, she gently persuaded. Taking the initiative, Zhou Yun sighed in relief, genuinely worried that Cheng Yu might exacerbate the conflict. Fortunately, Cheng Yu demonstrated maturity, understanding the importance of not escalating the situation. You need not elaborate. I am well aware of how to handle this matter, Zhang Cheng said dismissively, instructing her to remain silent. Cheng Yu promptly complied, recognizing that Zhang Cheng was standing up for her, and thus felt it inappropriate to press further. However, Zhou Yun's anxiety returned. Before she could speak, Zhang Cheng made a phone call, leaving her no choice but to wait in silence for him to finish. The phone rang for a brief moment before connecting, and a middle-aged man's voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, who is this?" The caller was Home Mao Xue, the general manager of the Han Hai commercial complex. His tone was somewhat peculiar. This was his work phone, typically reserved for familiar contacts whose numbers he had saved, yet this call came from an unfamiliar number. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to answer. Anyone who knew his work number was certainly not an ordinary individual, either a client, a partner, or a high-ranking company official, or perhaps even one of the various shareholders. I am Zhang Cheng. You should have heard my name recently. If not, I shall grant you a minute to recollect. Zhang Cheng stated calmly. Yet, Hou Maoshue felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. Being a seasoned professional, he quickly discerned an undercurrent of displeasure in Zhang Cheng's composed tone. Of course, Mr. Zhang, as the company's newest shareholder, how could I be unaware of your presence? May I inquire as to the purpose of your call? Hou Maoshue replied with immediate respect. In truth, he had almost forgotten about Zhang Cheng, especially since he had not set foot in the company since acquiring his shares. However, upon hearing Zhang Cheng's name, he recalled recent changes in the equity distribution of Hanhai. Several minor shareholders had transferred their stakes to a shareholder named Zhang Cheng, who now held a commanding 10 share. He did not doubt Zhang Cheng's identity. The fact that he could reach him directly on his work phone and correctly name the shareholder confirmed his status. Indeed, Zhang Cheng had slightly miscalculated. In the context of a large corporation, a 10 stake was substantial. Although he was not the majority shareholder, he was the third largest, granting him a degree of influence within the company. Otherwise, Hou Maoshue would not have exhibited such deference. I have heard that the company is implementing a rent reduction policy. Is this true? Zhang Cheng inquired. You're referring to the office area, correct? Indeed, that is the case, Hou Maoshue affirmed. Hou Maoshue's mind raced as he pondered the underlying issues of this policy that seemed to irk the third largest shareholder so profoundly. Could it be that the rental reductions adversely impacted his interests? This policy is commendable, aiding numerous small and medium-sized enterprises yet. Zhang Cheng paused, then continued, however. Some individuals exploit this policy for their own gain, even going so far as to suggest that an artist from a media company accompany patrons for drinks. How do we address this? Upon hearing the initial part, Hou Maoshue was taken aback. How could one commend a policy yet find fault with it? However, as Zhang continued, he realized his initial assumptions were misguided. It was not the policy's fault. Rather, it was a matter of someone abusing their power at the shareholders' expense. Hou Maoshue let out a sigh of relief and promptly inquired, Mr. Zhang, may I ask who has the audacity to transform the company's policy into a tool for personal gain? The manager of the office area, Han Xia, Zhang Cheng replied bluntly. So it is him. Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, I shall ensure that Han Xia faces severe consequences and provide you with an explanation, Hou Maoshue declared resolutely. Very well. I await your findings. Zhang Cheng's expression softened. The matter seemed to be progressing smoothly, revealing the considerable influence he wielded as a shareholder. Once the call ended, Zhou Yun gazed at Zhang Cheng in confusion, wondering whom he had just called. She could hear Zhang's voice, but not the responses on the other end. Only discerning that he had mentioned something about Han Xia. Will this really lead to Han Xia's reprimand? Mr. Zhang, what exactly is going on? Zhou Yun queried, perplexed. It's nothing. You may return to your duties. Zhang Cheng waved her off. Should I continue following up on the office rental matter? Zhou Yun asked once more. Hold off for now. Please liaise with the property management just before the day ends, Zhang Cheng instructed. Understood, Mr. Zhang. She nodded and turned to leave. Mr. Zhang, whom did you just call? Some questions were inappropriate for Zhou Yun, but Cheng Yu could inquire directly, reflecting their differing relationships. The general manager of Hanhai, Zhang Cheng revealed without hesitation. You know such prominent figures? Cheng Yu replied, a hint of surprise in her tone. Her astonishment stemmed not just from the connection, but from the respect she sensed in Zhang Cheng's conversation, even without hearing the other party's words. How could the general manager of Hanhai Commercial Complex show such deference to a media company owner? Indeed, Zhang Cheng nodded without further elaboration. More than just knowing him, one could say Hou Maoshue was, in some sense, working for him. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yu's admiration for Zhang Cheng deepened. His operational prowess was remarkable, but his extensive network was equally impressive, and Xiujuan had truly underestimated him. She felt fortunate to have crossed paths with such a gem. Mr. Zhang women are often drawn to strength, and at that moment, Cheng Yu found herself further enamored, drawing closer to Zhang Cheng, her voice sweet and enticing. It's still early. How about we? Zhang Cheng's expression darkened. Good heavens, is this meant to shorten my lifespan? Stop, stop, stop. This is utterly absurd in the office. You should return, and I will seek you out later, Zhang Cheng replied with a stern expression. Cheng Wuyou, slightly calmed, wore a somewhat melancholy countenance. Now you realize the absurdity of this situation in the office? Meanwhile, at the Hanhai Commercial Complex's office headquarters, Hou Maoshue hung up the phone, unable to suppress a bitter smile. What on earth is happening? He pondered. This was his first conversation with a new shareholder, and it was about such a trivial matter. He immediately summoned his secretary to inquire about Han Xia's situation. The secretary arrived promptly, having gathered some information en route. Upon reaching the office, he reported to Hou Maoshue. I inquired with some staff in the office area, and a company named Wuyou Media has just requested to rent office space, but Manager Han rejected them. Wuyou Media. Hou Maoshue furrowed his brow. He had never heard of this company and was unaware of its connection to the shareholder. Without understanding the relationship, he was uncertain how to address Han Xia's actions. Dismissal? That seemed rather severe. A fine? That appeared too lenient. Please provide me with detailed information regarding this Wuyou Media, Hou Maoshue said while rubbing his temples. Zhang Cheng remained silent, leaving the secretary to draw his own conclusions. The secretary promptly began searching for information and stated, the owner of Wuyou Media is named Zhang Cheng. Wait. The secretary's first statement was abruptly interrupted by Hou Maoshue. Mr. Hou, the secretary said, puzzled. Hou Maoshue inquired, what is the name of the owner of Wuyou Media? The secretary replied, Zhang Cheng. Hou Maoshue immediately declared, all right, you need not say more. I know how to handle this. Chapter 44. A dignified assistance in the Hanhai Commercial Complex. Within the office property office, Han Xia sat comfortably in his executive chair, engrossed in short videos. On his phone screen, Cheng Wuyou made her appearance, the background music beginning softly before crescendoing into an intense beat. Her attire transitioned from a fresh, youthful style to a strikingly alluring ensemble of form-fitting leather, exuding a commanding queenly aura. The camera angle, shot from below, created the impression that the viewer was being gazed down upon by a regal figure. Cheng Wuyou's style melded sweetness with a hint of seduction, and her queenly garb rendered her irresistibly captivating. The upward perspective evoked an undeniable urge to possess her. This video was produced by the content department under Yuan Liang's direction, and while the initial fervor had subsided, there was no need for extravagant marketing efforts. The focus now lay on the continuous release of high-quality content to maintain engagement. Yuan Liang demonstrated his competence. The Queen transformation video had garnered significant attention, amassing hundreds of thousands of views shortly after its release. The comments flooded in, including one particularly popular remark. Wow, I can hardly fathom the joy of having such a Wuyou beneath me. After watching the video, Han Xia, still craving more, delved into the comments section and immediately encountered this particular comment. A smirk crept across his face as he could not resist adding his own. Coward. I dare to imagine. And not only imagine, but I am willing to give it a try. Almost instantly, several of Cheng Wuyou's fans began to respond to his comment. Try in your dreams. Step aside, I'll wake him up. Is the person above free of diabetes? Don't let him taste the sweetness. Han Xia chuckled dismissively at the throng of admirers, too indifferent to reply. He had already instructed his subordinates, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would soon be able to indulge in her company that very evening. To him, such encounters held no surprise. He had offered considerable benefits, merely seeking to enjoy a meal and drinks together, followed by a night of intimacy. What could possibly be more advantageous than this? She was merely an internet sensation. If it weren't for his genuine fondness for Cheng Wuyou, he would never have taken such risks. The rental prices for the office buildings in the Hanhai district varied greatly, averaging around 100,000 per month. Wuyou Media had proposed renting several buildings at half the price, potentially saving over $1 million a year, a substantial sum. Yet, ever since he had stumbled upon the video of the sweet girl from the university, Han Xia had been captivated by Cheng Wuyou. He had also watched her live streams, particularly enjoying her provocative phrase, "Are you capable, little dog?" Today, he yearned to hear her utter that line in his ear, so he could demonstrate just how capable he truly was. Anticipation danced across Han Xia's features. However, He pondered. Why had Wuyou Media not replied yet? Was it truly necessary to delay a matter as simple as a night as companionship? His tone tinged with confusion. He contemplated sending a subordinate to inquire with Wuyou Media when suddenly a knock echoed from outside. Han Xia's heart leapt. Could it be that Wuyou Media had finally responded? He was just about to utter the words, "Please come in," when the person outside could no longer contain their impatience. The office door was forcefully pushed open, and the manager of the Human Resources Department of the Hanhai Commercial Complex stormed in. "Han Xia, you have abused your power for personal gain, using company policies as leverage for your own benefit. General Manager Ho has personally issued the directive. You are hereby dismissed." Han Xia's expression turned blank. What? ISNT, it's supposed to be a response from Wuyou Media? Instead, the HR manager comes in person to inform me of my dismissal? Just a moment ago, he had been filled with anticipation for a delightful evening. Now, a thunderbolt had struck him unexpectedly. "Old Guo, Manager Guo." Han Xia immediately dispelled the sordid thoughts from his mind and asked urgently, "What is going on? Everything was fine. Why have I been dismissed? What personal gain have I sought?" He had not even considered that it was an issue with Wuyou Media, as that matter had not yet unfolded. He had merely sent a message, and they had yet to respond. Han Xia's mind raced, recalling his decade-long career. He had undoubtedly committed infractions, and quite a few at that. Of course, he had engaged in questionable dealings. Who hasn't? Yet, no matter the circumstances, dismissal seemed excessive. After all these years, he had indeed profited, but he had also contributed significantly. The HR manager regarded Han Xia with a glimmer of pity in his eyes. He had heard from General Manager Ho's secretary about the circumstances. Han Xia's actions had been somewhat excessive, yet not deserving of dismissal. His misfortune lay in the fact that the owner of Wuyou Media was also a shareholder of Hanhai. What a stroke of bad luck. "Old Han, this is General Ho's directive. You'd best cooperate. Please expedite the handover of your work and leave with dignity. Otherwise," the HR manager sighed, indicating that they could only assist him in departing with some semblance of honor. "Anxia, esa contananza darkanat considerably." From the HR manager's tone, he discerned that today's issue was insurmountable, and he had only one path left: to leave. Yet, he felt a twinge of resentment. So he lowered his voice and implored, "Old Guo, at least let me understand my fate." Manager Guo shook his head slightly. "Old Han, just leave swiftly." Han Xia had offended a shareholder, and his fate was sealed. Guo had no inclination to extend any further leniency. Speaking out of turn, what could he do if the shareholder took notice? That individual was the third largest shareholder of Hanhai, while they might not have a decisive say in major decisions. Removing an employee was well within their capacity. Even General Manager Ho, backed by the major shareholders, would not wish to antagonize the third largest shareholder. Perhaps the third largest shareholder could not directly cause General Ho's departure, but they could certainly obstruct his endeavors, leading to Ho's own resignation. "Damn you, Old Guo. You've turned your back on me." Han Xia felt a surge of frustration. The camaraderie they had shared over drinks and meals now felt utterly hollow. Now, facing dismissal, Guo wouldn't even provide him with an explanation. But such is the nature of the world. Manager Guo spoke in a flat tone. "Old Han, just leave." "All right, I shall take my leave." Han Xia understood that there was no possibility of redemption left. With a sardonic smile, it was uncertain whether he was mocking others or himself. He then rose and departed from the office. As he wandered through the aesthetically pleasing workspace, Han Xia wore a bewildered expression, his mind racing with tumultuous recollections. Who had he offended? How could it lead the general manager to personally order his dismissal, leaving no room for negotiation? Who possessed such power? As he walked, a voice suddenly called out from a distance, "Manager Han?" It was Zhou Yun, who had intended to seek him out and serendipitously encountered him along the way. "Ah, Manager Zhou," he replied with feigned nonchalance. Yet internally he felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Not long ago, he had employed his subtle tactics to propose that Cheng Yu accompany Zhou Yun for drinks. Now, in an instant, his greatest support had vanished. Encountering Zhou Yun again, he felt akin to a mere jester. Chapter 45, a soul-building manager. "Zhou, I have a matter to attend to, so I must take my leave." Han Xia hastily fabricated an excuse and departed in a rush. If Zhou Yun were to bring up the matter regarding Cheng Yu, it would surely destabilize his composure. If Wuyou Media were to decline, then so be it. However, if they were to acquiesce, that would lead to an even greater collapse of his spirit. The thought of succulent morsels slipping from his grasp was indeed a torment. Wait, Zhou Yun observed Han Xia's almost panicked exit, momentarily taken aback. I haven't even discussed the matter yet. What's going on? Yet, Han Xia fled with remarkable speed, vanishing in an instant. Perhaps it was for the best, as rejecting him would undoubtedly lead to animosity, and discussing the office rental with others might yield a more favorable outcome. Zhou Yun murmured to herself before heading to the property office. Meanwhile, Han Xia, in his frantic escape, did not pause until he had exited the office area. Standing outside, he gazed at the picturesque surroundings and the towering office buildings, a profound sense of desolation enveloping him. Whom have I offended? Han Xia felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The encounter with Zhou Yun lingered in his mind, deepening his melancholy, and he remained uncertain whether Wuyou Media had agreed or declined. Suddenly, Han Xia's expression shifted dramatically. Upon careful reflection, he realized he had not offended anyone recently. The only incident that could be construed as offensive was the situation with Wuyou Media. Could it be? Yet this seemed somewhat implausible. He had merely sent a message a mere hour or two ago, and now he found himself dismissed. Such swiftness was almost absurd. Currently, there were only two possibilities. Either he had misjudged the situation, or Wuyou Media held a formidable background. Upon further contemplation, Han Xia leaned towards the latter being more likely. His frustration intensified. How could they be so unwilling to communicate? As a mere property manager, what power do I wield over them? Must they make such a grand spectacle of it? Han Xia felt deeply aggrieved. A trivial matter had led to the loss of his job. However, he failed to comprehend Zhang Cheng's rationale. As the number of beautiful women in the company increased, it would inevitably attract the covetous eyes of some. Zhang Cheng's intention was to sever every outstretched hand. A single decisive blow would prevent a multitude of subsequent strikes. Otherwise, dealing with such matters in the future could become insufferably burdensome. Han Xia was the first, but certainly not the last. With Han Xia as a precedent, many troubles could be alleviated. Perhaps initially, Zhang Cheng acted out of a man's primal rage, but being a rational individual, his decision undoubtedly bore a more profound purpose. In truth, such actions did indeed preempt a plethora of complications. Upon arriving at the property office, Zhou Yun quickly grasped this reality. I still wish to discuss the rental situation. She began to address a staff member, mentally bracing herself for rejection. Having not acquiesced to Han Xia's terms, she anticipated that resolving this matter would not be straightforward, and the property office would likely delay her for several days. However, the staff member's response left her utterly stunned. Wherever there is an empty space, feel free to rent it, and everything will adhere to our latest policies. Both rent and utilities are halved, the staff member enthusiastically declared. Zhou Yun was taken aback. This was a stark contrast to the earlier demeanor. Caught off guard, she felt utterly bewildered. Manager Zhou, if you have any further requests, please do not hesitate to let me know. Our property management will ensure your esteemed company receives the best service, the staff member said, his tone now tinged with deference. Even flattery. It was no joke. Who would dare to be anything but obsequious? When Manager Han made a request, he was promptly dismissed. If the general manager faced such a dire fate, what chance did a mere employee have? Mandarin. Zhou Yun, regaining her composure, asked in confusion. Did Manager Han believe she would surely acquiesce to his conditions, thus instructing the staff to offer the most favorable terms? Yet, such excessive flattery from the staff seemed unwarranted. Manager Han is no longer with us, the staff member replied with a smile. He has been dismissed, and the former deputy manager Qi is now acting as the manager. Would you like to meet Manager Qi? I can summon her immediately. That won't be necessary. Zhou Yun's heart raced. A thought struck her. General Zhang had just made a call, and suddenly Han Xia was out of a job. She muttered in disbelief. Who exactly was that call for? Moreover, the boss is rather ruthless. Just for making a request, they were summarily dismissed. If I were Cheng Yu, I might have fallen hopelessly in love with General Zhang. Zhou Yun chuckled softly to herself, and then smiled at the staff member, saying, "There is no need to trouble the manager. I merely wish to rent an office building." Subsequently, Zhou Yun smoothly secured leases on several office buildings adjacent to Wuyou Media, obtaining the most favorable rates and the most lenient contracts, all while enjoying the halved rent and utility policy. Even after leaving the property management office, she remained somewhat dazed. Having worked for Zhang Cheng for 2 or 3 years, she had never realized that her boss was not only exceptionally talented, having garnered over 7 million fans for Cheng Yuyu in just 3 days, but also possessed an extensive network. One phone call was all it took to send the manager of Han Hai's office area packing. It all made sense now. No wonder Han Xia had displayed such a demeanor upon seeing her. This was the advantage of Zhang Cheng's assertive methods. At the very least, the staff at Han Hai understood that Wuyou Media was not to be trifled with. Not only did they refrain from petty tricks, but they also extended the highest level of treatment, resulting in fewer complications and numerous conveniences. It was hardly a significant matter. One could only blame Han Xia for crossing the wrong person. After a fleeting moment of pity in her heart, Zhou Yun returned to Wuyou Media in high spirits. Upon entering the company, she encountered Su Wanqing and her daughter, Su Qingqing, who were preparing to leave for home. "Hello, manager." The mother and daughter greeted her somewhat awkwardly. Having just joined the company, they were understandably respectful towards the most seasoned manager. No need for formality. Zhou Yun smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, then said, "President Zhang has just leased several nearby office buildings, and it is anticipated that one of them will serve as your exclusive workspace. However, the renovation will take some time, so you will need to be patient." Upon hearing this, the mother and daughter exchanged astonished glances. Su Qingqing could not contain herself and inquired, "We have an entire building to ourselves?" The offices in the Hanhai Business District cater primarily to small and medium-sized enterprises, consisting of 3-story structures that are neither too large nor too small. Yet, the surrounding environment is picturesque, well-equipped, albeit not inexpensive. They had thought that having a separate office would be quite satisfactory, never imagining that an entire building could be in the offing. Zhou Yun was certainly not speaking frivolously. Her vision extended far beyond the immediate. It was highly likely that the Su family would rise to prominence, and once they did, this modest building would be insufficient to accommodate the teams of 2 burgeoning internet celebrities, necessitating a separation. By discussing this matter now, she was also nurturing the loyalty of the Su family. Having witnessed Zhang Cheng's extensive network, her faith in him had deepened, and her actions were now wholly centered on his interests. Every casual remark she made was aimed at garnering support for him. "Indeed, an entire building," Zhou Yun affirmed, her mind racing. She continued, "President Zhang is exceptionally considerate of his employees. For instance, just moments ago, the manager of Hanhai Property expressed interest in Yuyu and proposed that she accompany him for drinks. Can you guess how President Zhang handled the situation?" Chapter 46. The release of side missions. How should this be handled? A subtle change swept across Su Wanqing's visage, and an undercurrent of worry surged within her. Her initial refusal to allow her daughter to sign with Wuyou Media stemmed from her awareness of the entertainment industry as murky waters. During her time at the dance troupe, she had often been coerced into drinking and compromising situations. After multiple refusals, she was ultimately dismissed. Thus, she remained exceedingly wary of such matters. The reason she had preferred her daughter to sign with Wuyou Media was the hope that they could remain together, allowing her to protect her daughter from straying down the wrong path due to her naivety. However, little did Su Wanqing anticipate that on the very first day of their contract, an incident of this nature would occur within the company. With Cheng Yuyu's popularity, even he was asked to partake in such activities. What then awaited her and her daughter? Su Qingqing pressed her lips together. As a youth, she was even more averse to such scenarios. Yet, she held a favorable impression of Zhang Cheng and looked at Zhou Yun with hopeful anticipation, nervously inquiring, "Manager Zhou, Mr. Zhang must have declined the request, correct?" "Haha, there is no need for you to be overly anxious," Zhou Yun replied with a gentle smile. "Mr. Zhang unequivocally refused and was quite irate, asserting that the company would never condone such occurrences. I knew Mr. Zhang was not that kind of person, Su Qingqing exclaimed, her pink lips curving into a smile, her tone filled with elation. Su Wanqing too felt a wave of relief. As long as they had refused, it seemed Wuyou Media was indeed dependable. However, this is merely Mr. Zhang's stance. Would you like to know how he intends to address the situation? Zhou Yun teased, adopting an air of mystery. What more can be done? Su Wanqing pondered, momentarily taken aback. Wasn't a refusal sufficient? Su Qingqing, straightforward by nature, directly inquired, Manager Zhou, what action did Mr. Zhang take? Zhou Yun, dropping her playful demeanor, disclosed, Mr. Zhang leveraged his connections and had that property manager dismissed. His refusal was not mere words. He is genuinely committed to protecting you. The property manager was dismissed, but they are from different companies. What kind of connections must he possess to accomplish such a feat? Su Wanqing felt a flicker of skepticism, yet she believed Zhou Yun had no reason to deceive her. Such matters could easily be verified. Su Qingqing, however, harbored no doubts. After hearing Zhou Yun's account, she felt an overwhelming sense of security working under Zhang Cheng. Mother, did I not say signing with Wuyou Media was the right decision? She asked, a hint of pride in her tone. Su Wanqing found herself at a loss for words. Wasn't she also inclined to sign with Wuyou Media initially? Her daughter's comment made it seem as though she had been unwilling. You both must be heading home now, so I won't delay you any further, Zhou Yun said, having achieved her objective, and added with a smile. I have some work to attend to, so I'll be on my way. Certainly. Manager Zhou, please carry on, Su Wanqing replied courteously. Zhou Yun nodded and returned to her tasks within the company. As Su Wanqing and Su Qingqing made their way home, both were in exceptionally high spirits. Their employer was not only formidable, but also valued them, and, most importantly, displayed such a sense of responsibility. Working for such a boss was undoubtedly worth their unwavering dedication. As the employees of Wuyou Media gradually finished their workday, apart from Cheng Yuyu and the staff assisting her with the live broadcast, Zhang Cheng also remained behind. Both Su Jia and her daughter were aware of Han Xia's dismissal, and naturally, Cheng Yuyu was informed as well. Upon receiving the news, her gaze turned vacant. She never anticipated that Zhang Cheng would take such a drastic step on her behalf. Han Xia had merely suggested a condition, yet Zhang Cheng had indeed rendered him unemployed. Cheng Yuyu contemplated canceling her evening broadcast, wishing to pour out her heartfelt emotions in the lounge that once belonged to Xiaojuan. However, it was evident that Zhang Cheng would not permit such an action. Reluctantly, she proceeded with the broadcast, but her thoughts were incessantly consumed by Zhang Cheng. The mere thought of him caused her cheeks to flush and her heart to race, her voice becoming unusually sweet and tender. She was genuinely moved today. Her demeanor was undeniably alluring, resulting in a significantly higher viewer retention rate than usual. Fans flooded the comments, remarking on her newfound femininity and charm. Under normal circumstances, such compliments would elate Cheng Yuyu, but today, her mind was clearly elsewhere. She barely glanced at the comments and found it difficult to remain still. Zhang Cheng's visage constantly occupied her thoughts, and reflecting on his actions earlier made her legs involuntarily intertwine. Yet she felt as though she were merely scratching the surface of her emotions, unable to fully express them. This was a torment for her. Fortunately, she finally endured until the broadcast concluded. After finishing, she hurried to the lounge where Zhang Cheng awaited her. President Zhang, upon entering the lounge and seeing Zhang Cheng resting against the sofa, Cheng Yuyu could no longer contain her emotions and leapt into his arms. It was not merely about Han Xia's resolution. Zhang Cheng had acted to minimize future complications. Who could have anticipated that Cheng Yuyu would be so deeply touched? This was quite the predicament. Zhang Cheng momentarily froze in surprise. He had intended to come here to fulfill a brief obligation before heading home to accompany Xiaoyu. Now, given the situation, it seemed he would not be leaving easily. As time passed, over 2 hours later, after freshening up, the two of them lay entwined on a single bed in the lounge, beneath a light blanket, their youthful bodies nestled together. President Zhang, is it all right to rest here tonight? Cheng Yuyu nestled against Zhang Cheng's chest, her cheeks still flushed, her voice slightly hoarse. Of course, Zhang Cheng replied readily. Even if you return home, Xiaoyu would be alone, so why not remain here and keep Cheng Yuyu company? Thank you, President Zhang. A radiant smile graced Cheng Yuyu's face as she leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on his chest, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. Zhang Cheng held her delicate shoulder, remaining remarkably composed. In this moment, he resembled a sage, embracing the languid and enchanting Cheng Yuyu, his mind devoid of any impure thoughts. Instead, meticulously contemplating the future development of the company. It was imperative that the company continued to sign new artists. The positions of manager in the marketing and operations departments remain unfilled, and it is indeed time to address these staffing needs. The Su family, comprising mother and daughter, has just finalized their contract, and they must now devise their operational strategy. In summary, Zhang Cheng is an exceptionally responsible and diligent boss, whose dedication to work surpasses all else. The system seems to echo his unwavering commitment, as a new notification has appeared before him. Side quest activated. Zhang Cheng is overwhelmed with emotion. Finally, the system's intervention arrives at a most opportune moment. I crave more tasks. Let the lottery commence. Chapter 47. Mother and Daughter Blossom. Qian Qianlong arrives in Hangzhou. Side quest released. Side quest. Better to be picky. Quest objective. Sign 5 artists. With an overall rating of no less than 80. Current progress. 4-5. Quest reward. 1,000,000 RMB in cash. 5 system lottery draws. Side quest. Fill in the gaps. Quest objective. The leadership of the company's 4 major departments is lacking. Complete the missing leadership. Current progress. 2-4. Quest reward. 800,000 RMB in cash. 4 system lottery draws. Side quest. A million eyes on you. Quest objective. 1 artist under your management must have over 10 million followers on a single platform. Current progress. Cheng Yuyu 8. 252 123 10 000 System automatically selects the closest target. Quest reward. 3,000,000 RMB in cash. 3 targeted lottery cards. Choose 1. Targeted lottery card. Upon use, the type of prize can be specified, guaranteeing a win of the specified prize type. 3 tasks. Zhang Cheng gazed at the notifications before him, astonished. His system had previously been quite miserly, having issued only 2 tasks until now. Yet, it had suddenly released 3 at once. Although they were all side quests with rewards less substantial than before, they still held their advantages, primarily their ease of completion. The task of signing artists had already seen 4 contracts secured. Just 1 more was needed to fulfill the quest. Completing the leadership task was also manageable, as it was something he intended to accomplish anyway. The goal of reaching 10 million followers was even simpler, although Cheng Yuyu's popularity had slightly waned. Her followers on Douyin continued to rise steadily, making the milestone merely a matter of time. These tasks posed no challenge and were indeed aligned with Zhang Cheng's existing objectives. The system's issuance of tasks felt like a generous gift of rewards. Moreover, the rewards were incredibly beneficial. Zhang Cheng's attention was drawn to the 3rd task's reward, stirring something within him. The ability to specify prize types. This seemed the most advantageous. However, Zhang Cheng glanced down to see Cheng Yuyu nestled against his chest, her eyes squeezed shut in slumber. Noticing his gaze, she opened her eyes slightly, still appearing somewhat dazed. A hint of confusion lingering in her expression. Exhausted from extensive physical exertion and dehydration, she felt utterly spent, reluctant to move even a finger. Yuyu, would you like to have 10 million followers? Zhang Cheng inquired, his fingers gliding over her smooth back, the delicate sensation transmitting directly to his mind. 10 million followers. Cheng Yuyu perked up a bit, her voice hoarse as she replied, "Of course I do, but given the current situation, it seems it will take quite some time. Doesn't it?" The peak of her popularity had already passed. While her follower count continued to rise, the pace had slowed significantly. Without external intervention, it might take a month or even longer to reach 10 million. Nonetheless, Cheng Yuyu understood that since Zhang Cheng had asked, it surely held more significance than mere curiosity. "Let me arrange an event for you in the coming days to elevate your popularity," Zhang Cheng remarked nonchalantly. "President Zhang, I am utterly exhausted and unable to move. I cannot express my gratitude adequately. If you are willing, I shall simply lie here, and you may take the lead, Cheng Yu responded, her emotions in turmoil, longing to participate, yet her body protested vehemently, compelling her to recline beside him, adopting a posture of submission. Indeed, she was quite fatigued, even experiencing some discomfort. However, in gratitude for Zhang Cheng's immense kindness, she was willing to endure. Zhang Cheng, exasperated, playfully smacked Cheng Yu on her side and scolded. Is this all that occupies your mind? Ah! Cheng Yu exclaimed in pain. Yet instead of anger, she laughed and sweetly replied, President Zhang, you are too kind to me, and I possess nothing but myself to offer in return. Her words amused Zhang Cheng, who gently patted her again and said, All right, rest quickly. Otherwise, I fear you may be unable to film tomorrow. President Zhang, could you disclose what the event entails? Cheng Yu queried, her eyelids heavy with fatigue. Yet she mustered the energy to ask. You shall find out in a couple of days, Zhang Cheng replied cryptically. Cheng Yu, resigned, refrained from further inquiry, nestling into Zhang Cheng's embrace and closing her eyes to rest. Zhang Cheng, also weary, shut his eyes to sleep. The event he mentioned was not a mere facade to deceive Cheng Yu, although the side tasks lacked a time constraint. Waiting a month or even longer for rewards would test his patience. Hence, he naturally sought to expedite the process. He had maintained communication with Qianqianlong, who was set to arrive in Hangzhou in the coming days. After signing a contract with Qianqianlong, Zhang Cheng planned to have her and Cheng Yu co-host a live stream, as there was considerable curiosity on Douyin regarding the original singer of Loving Ice Cream. Her youthful, melodious voice had captivated many, and the air of mystery surrounding her only fueled the allure. Having remained anonymous for so long, her sudden appearance in a live stream would undoubtedly create a stir, with Qianqianlong performing live and Cheng Yu dancing alongside her. They would surely spark a wave of excitement, allowing Cheng Yu to ride the coattails of this momentum. This opportunity would also serve as Qianqianlong's official debut, enabling her to gain recognition by leveraging Cheng Yu's popularity. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, not merely a case of one capitalizing on the other. As for Zhang Cheng, he would complete his signing task and fulfill his goal of amassing millions of followers, achieving his own version of a win-win situation. Indeed, a double victory for him. 3 days swiftly elapsed. During this time, Zhang Cheng orchestrated a debut showcase for Su Wanqing and Su Qingqing, featuring a captivating dance performance by the mother-daughter duo. The video, enriched by Zhang Cheng's strategic use of several high-traffic promotional cards, quickly went viral, garnering an impressive 30,000 followers in a single day. Su Wanqing, well-preserved and youthful, appeared to be in her late 20s, enhanced further by makeup and visual effects. In contrast, Su Qingqing intentionally donned a slightly more mature makeup style, presenting herself as a young woman of around 20. Their synchronized dance, if not for the labels indicating their identities, would leave fans astounded at the revelation that they were indeed mother and daughter. Choosing between mother and daughter has left a multitude of fans in a state of indecision, swiftly transforming into a trending topic. Zhang Cheng, riding the wave of this fervor, capitalized on the situation, resulting in a meteoric rise in popularity for both women, thereby earning substantial cash rewards from the system. Once he concluded his dealings with the Su family, it coincided perfectly with Qianqianlong's arrival in Hangzhou. On the evening of the third day, Qianqianlong messaged Zhang Cheng, informing him of her landing at Shaoshan Airport and requesting that he send someone to collect them. In a show of sincerity, Zhang Cheng personally drove to the airport. Upon arriving at the parking lot, he spotted Qianqianlong immediately. Having previously encountered videos of her in his past life, he found the sweet and charming girl familiar and recognized her instantly. She was not alone. She was accompanied by a friend. This companion was also a beauty, possessing a sweet visage reminiscent of someone from the islands, and she appeared somewhat familiar as well. Despite never having visited the islands in either of his lifetimes, he was certain he had seen her online in his previous life. This suggested that she must have had some degree of fame back then. A smile crept across Zhang Cheng's face. Could it be a delightful 2-for-1 offer? Without hesitation, he drove over. Chapter 48. The sock removal competition. In a corner of the parking lot, 2 exuberantly sweet young girls awaited with their luggage. Qiu Qianqian donned a pair of black straight-leg trousers that accentuated her long legs and slim waist, complemented by a black leather jacket adorned with English letters, numerous studs, and metallic embellishments exuding a cool vibe. She fancied herself quite the stylish girl and was eagerly anticipating her meeting with Zhang Cheng. Hence, she chose to wear her favorite outfit for the occasion. Beside her stood her friend Lin Xiang. Initially, she had hoped to invite Ada to join her in Hangzhou, but Ada's deep-seated prejudices against the mainland rendered her unwilling to come. Thus, she turned to another friend, Lin Xiang, to accompany her. Lin Xiang, a member of the school cheerleading squad, had gained considerable exposure during her university years due to her striking looks and aspired to make a career in the entertainment industry. The two had met on a variety show and became friends through their shared aspirations. Lin Xiang was loyal. Upon receiving Qiu Qianqian's invitation, she readily agreed to travel to the mainland without a second thought. While both girls shared a sweet aesthetic, they possessed distinct styles. Qiu Qianqian radiated sunshine and approachability, while Lin Xiang embodied an exquisite sweetness, perfectly described as having a devilish figure and an angelic visage. Xiang, what do you think Zhang is like? Qiu Qianqian asked, her heart fluttering with excitement and trepidation, akin to meeting an idol. She held Zhang Cheng in high regard, especially since he had entrusted her with a remarkable song and the creative process, a gesture that deeply touched her. She had conjured many fantasies about his persona, hoping he would be a handsome gentleman, yet she reassured herself that if he were not, it would still be acceptable. He'll be here shortly. You shall see him soon, Lin Xiang remarked, observing Qiu Qianqian's nervous demeanor and chuckling. Are you here for an interview or to meet your online crush? Of course it's an interview, Qiu Qianqian replied, momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly. Then, do you even care what the boss looks like? Lin Xiang queried, bemused. Qiu Qianqian found herself at a loss for words. Don't get your hopes too high. Behind-the-scenes talents like lyricists and composers are rarely handsome. If they were, they would debut themselves. Moreover, company owners are seldom dashing. They might be more prone to portliness. Lin Xiang doused her friend with a splash of cold water, sensing that Qiu Qianqian was becoming a bit overly excited. Qiu Qianqian pouted. I listened to his voice. He sounds quite charming. Lin Xiang laughed. You can gauge someone's appearance from their voice? As they conversed, an aging Cadillac pulled up beside them. The window rolled down, revealing a young and sunny visage. Hello, Qianqian. I am Zhang Cheng. Though Zhang Cheng's looks could not quite rival those of the entertainment industry as heartthrobs, he was nonetheless handsome. Had it not been for Lin Xiang's words, Qiu Qianqian might have merely felt a slight astonishment. After all, in her heart, Zhang Cheng's image had been elevated to great heights. However, having just been somewhat disheartened by Lin Xiang's remarks, her standards had lowered to the point where as long as he was not portly, she would deem him handsome. Thus, upon seeing Zhang Cheng again, she was instantly filled with delight. How handsome! Qiu Qianqian's eyes seemed to sparkle as she hurriedly responded, Hello, Mr. Zhang, I am Qiu Qianqian. My online alias is Qianqianlong. Meanwhile, Lin Xiang, witnessing this scene, was momentarily speechless. It appeared she had inadvertently played a supportive role. Yet, she felt a tinge of surprise. Throughout their journey, she had gleaned much information about Zhang Cheng from Qiu Qianqian. He could compose songs, write lyrics, and was even the owner of a media company. Such a young and handsome individual. Zhang Cheng and Qiu Qianqian had exchanged a few pleasantries, and she was so amused by something he had said that she laughed heartily for quite some time before remembering to introduce each other. Mr. Zhang, this is my friend Lin Xiang. I was a bit apprehensive about traveling alone, so I asked her to accompany me, Qiu Qianqian introduced. Then she turned to introduce Zhang Cheng to Lin Xiang. Xiang, this is Mr. Zhang, a lyricist and composer, as well as the owner of a media company. Lin Xiang smiled and waved, Hello, Mr. Zhang. Inside, she felt somewhat helpless. She had heard so much about Zhang Cheng during their journey that her ears nearly felt calloused. And now she was hearing it all over again. Hello. Zhang Cheng glanced over. From a distance, he found the girl somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place who she was. However, upon hearing Qiu Qianqian's introduction, he immediately recalled her. Lin Xiang had made quite a splash on the internet in her previous life. Initially, It was a video of her performing energetically in a cheerleader outfit that went viral. Her sweet smile and captivating dance moves not only inspiring the teammates on the field, but also igniting enthusiasm among countless netizens. Her main stage was not on the mainland, but on the beautiful island, and after a brief period of obscurity, Zhang Cheng came across her again in a variety show called Sock Removal Competition. In the show, she donned a swimsuit. Her perfect physique and striking curves left a profound impression on Zhang Cheng. Sign Lin Xiang as well. Zhang Cheng thought to himself. The opportunities on the beautiful island were still too limited. Although Lin Xiang could develop there, her potential was constrained. If she could come to the mainland, her prospects would be significantly enhanced. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, the trio stowed their luggage, and Zhang Cheng pressed the gas pedal, driving the two young ladies from the beautiful island through the bustling streets of Hangzhou. Zhang Cheng was at the wheel, while Qiu Qianqian and Lin Xiang sat in the back seat, each gazing out the window at the scenery. The night in Hangzhou was illuminated by towering skyscrapers and brilliant lights. Alongside modern architecture, there were many ancient structures steeped in culture and history, creating a captivating blend of the contemporary and the traditional. The two young women were utterly mesmerized. Living on the beautiful island, one could not help but harbor a somewhat backward impression of the mainland. Upon disembarking from the plane, their initial impressions were somewhat disrupted. However, upon truly arriving in Hangzhou, their perceptions were entirely transformed. Qian Qian, having lived in the island for just over 3 years, was less affected by entrenched stereotypes and felt a sense of novelty and wonder. The city of Hangzhou, much like Zhang Cheng, left her with a remarkably positive first impression. She contemplated that working and living in such a place might indeed be delightful. In contrast, Lin Xiang fell into a contemplative silence. Prior to her arrival, she had diligently researched information about the mainland and was aware of its rapid development, contradicting her preconceived notions of it being backward. Yet upon witnessing Hangzhou, it struck her like a hammer, shattering her outdated impressions. The mainland not only proved to be advanced, but appeared even more prosperous than the island. She suddenly found herself envious of Qian Qian for the opportunity to work in such a splendid city. Chapter 49. Bitter Enemies Cross Paths. Donghu Yeyuan. A renowned private dining establishment in Hangzhou is often said to lack culinary delights. Yet such claims are simply a matter of perspective. As long as one is willing to part with sufficient funds, exquisite dishes await. With a minimum consumption of 800 renminbi per private room, and that amount required per person, a meal for 3 easily exceeds 10,000 RMB. This price point generally deters even the most affluent second-generation heirs. Zhang Cheng had dined here several times in the past, primarily at the urging of Xiao Jun. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to indulge in such extravagance. Nevertheless, Dongyuan is indeed worth the cost, as its master chef is a retired imperial cook from state banquets, whose mastery of Huayan cuisine is nothing short of divine. Drawing from the memories of his former self, Zhang Cheng retains a vivid impression of the culinary experience. When two young ladies from Taiwan arrived on the mainland, Zhang Cheng spared no expense, taking them directly to Donghu Yeyuan, not only to negotiate contracts with them, but also to showcase the splendor of the mainland. Mr. Zhang, this is quite extravagant, isn't it? Upon entering the private dining room and perusing the menu, Zhang Cheng maintained a calm demeanor, while Qiu Qianqian and Lin Xiang felt increasingly uneasy. In Taiwan, they were merely struggling students. Although they had earned some money from participating in various programs, they had never encountered such opulence. Zhang Cheng promptly ordered 3 sets of meals, each priced at 888 renminbi. Given the exchange rate of approximately 1 to 4, 5 between RMB and New Taiwan dollars, each set amounted to a staggering 40,000 TWD. While it is true that incomes in Taiwan are relatively high, 40,000 TWD still represents a month's salary for a white-collar worker. To spend an entire month's salary on a single meal? The owner of this media company is indeed wealthy. The two young ladies exchanged glances, astonished. As this is your first visit to the mainland, I must extend my utmost hospitality as your host, Zhang Cheng said with an easy smile. The 30 million in popularity rewards he had accrued had yet to be spent, and the signing of the Su mother-daughter duo had garnered him an additional 1 million in rewards, which, combined with their subsequent online success, had further enriched his account. It could be said that at this moment, Zhang Cheng was not lacking in funds. As the three engaged in conversation, a succession of exquisitely crafted dishes graced the table. The culinary prowess of the national banquet chef instantly captivated the two young ladies. While the depth of Qianqian's emotions is best left unspoken, Lin Xiang began to comprehend her friend's sentiments. Qianqian had often spoken of how much Zhang Cheng valued her, a notion Lin Xiang had found difficult to grasp. Yet now she understood. Upon their arrival, he had taken both her and Qianqian to indulge in such expensive and delectable cuisine. This was indeed a demonstration of care. Although such thoughts might seem somewhat trivial, the price undoubtedly serves as a powerful gauge of significance. Much like a scene from the film The Richest Man in Shihong, where Xia Zhu claims not to cherish money, yet every moment that moves her is underpinned by substantial wealth. Lin Xiang gazed at the sumptuous dishes, reluctant to take a bite, and could not help but marvel. If she were in Qianqian's position, she certainly would not wish to leave. She truly lives up to being a close friend of Qianqian. Initially, upon meeting Zhang Cheng, Qianqian contemplated pursuing opportunities on the mainland, and after witnessing the splendor of Hangzhou, her desire intensified significantly. At this moment, she harbored no doubts whatsoever. While the two young women savored their delectable meals, Zhang Cheng finally found the leisure to examine their profiles. Given their qualifications, it was evident without any systematic evaluation that their scores would undoubtedly exceed 80. However, when scrutinized through the lens of the probing eye, their data became even more pronounced. Name: Qianqian, stage name, Qianqianlong, age, 20, scores, attractiveness 92, physique 87, charisma 86, overall rating 89, talent, singing, popularity 6004, name, Lin Xiang, age, 20, scores, attractiveness 93, physique 95, charisma 82, overall rating 90, talent, dancing, popularity 4903. The data of both young women unfolded before him, prompting Zhang Cheng to nod in approval. Indeed, both of their scores were commendable. Should they be signed, it would result in an influx of over 1 million, rendering this meal a trivial expense. Nonetheless, he refrained from hastily broaching the subject of contracts. Qianqianlong seemed likely to present no issues, but Lin Xiang was still unfamiliar to him. Introducing the idea of contract too abruptly might intimidate her. Thus, Zhang Cheng resolved to take his time, planning to showcase the company to them the following day before proceeding with negotiations. As for today, it was simply a matter of enjoying a meal and engaging in pleasant conversation. At Donghuyou, a luxurious sports car came to a halt at the entrance. A young man in his 20s, clad in expensive streetwear, emerged from the driver's seat and gracefully opened the door for the woman on the other side. She stepped out draped in a long coat, exuding an icy elegance reminiscent of a celebrity. With a slight nod, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Gao Zong. Please, just call me Gao Han," he replied warmly. Gao Han served as the vice president of Wuyou Media. Naturally, attaining such a position at his age was not solely due to his own merits. Wuyou Media had two owners. One was the president, Wan Xiangrong, and the other was Gao Han's father, who was the primary investor and the true magnate behind the scenes. However, since his father was occupied with other ventures, he entrusted Gao Han with overseeing the company. As a young man immersed in a realm of beauty, he naturally thrived in this environment. Over the years, he had mingled with numerous stunning internet celebrities, yet he remained unscathed by emotional entanglements, embodying the archetype of a playboy. That was until he encountered in Xiujuan, and Xiujuan's ethereal demeanor and regal poise captivated this wayward soul, leaving him utterly smitten. Ever since her arrival at Wuyou Media, he had refrained from pursuing any other internet celebrity. After a period of courtship, he finally succeeded in inviting her out for dinner. It must be said, and Xiujuan possessed her own unique charm. Once capable of ensnaring Zhang Cheng's affections, she now had the power to transform a rogue into a gentleman. As the two individuals stepped into the restaurant, and Xiaojuan's expression shifted subtly upon spotting a familiar car. It was Zhang Cheng's vehicle, one she had spent years riding in, and thus it was unmistakably familiar to her. Instantly, her cheerful demeanor evaporated. It was Zhang Cheng who had initially brought her to this restaurant for a meal. But after her career transition, she had refrained from returning, reluctant to spend her own money. Only after Gao Han began pursuing her did she find herself back in this establishment. And to her dismay, Zhang Cheng was present as well. The last time Cheng Yiyu had made headlines, it felt as though she had been dealt a harsh slap in the face, serving as the perfect revenge from her ex. After her departure, the industry had regarded Zhang Cheng as a sycophant and a fool. Yet now, following Cheng Yiyu's rise to fame, the narrative had shifted, leaving her in the position of the fool. Thus, encountering her ex's car was hardly conducive to her mood. However, what weighed most heavily on Xiaojuan's mind at that moment was the urgent desire to discover who was dining with Zhang Cheng. Was it Cheng Yiyu? Contemplating this, she instinctively quickened her pace, bypassing the reserved private room without pausing, and headed straight for the booth she knew so well. Chapter 50. The humiliation of Xiaojuan in the fragrant garden hall. It was customary for Zhang Cheng to bring in Xiaojuan for meals, often choosing this very private room. Now, Xiaojuan headed directly to the fragrant garden hall, driven by an instinct inherent to women. She felt Zhang Cheng must be there. Her intuition proved accurate. Men are creatures of habit. Although Zhang Cheng no longer regarded Xiaojuan with any significance, he instinctively opted for the familiar setting upon this visit. Thus, when Xiaojuan furiously pushed open the door to the fragrant garden hall, she indeed discovered three individuals engrossed in animated conversation. It was not Cheng Yiyu. A sense of relief washed over her momentarily. Cheng Yiyu now possessed more admirers than she did, which weighed heavily on her. After all, it was disheartening to see her ex's new girlfriend surpassing her in every conceivable way. However, her gaze suddenly sharpened, and the relief she had just felt was quickly replaced by anxiety. It was not Cheng Yiyu, yet there were two other women in the room, each more stunning than the last, and Xiaojuan's anger surged. It was an inexplicable fury. She had no valid reason to be angry, nor any rightful claim to such feelings. Yet, she was undeniably incensed. Zhang Cheng. She gritted her teeth. How could you indulge so freely, enveloped by two lovely ladies, relishing in shared pleasures? The trio inside turned towards the entrance, confusion etched across their faces. Who is this woman? Qiu Qianqian and Lin Xiang exchanged puzzled glances, having been enjoying their meal. The atmosphere had reached a pleasant high, with Zhang Cheng ordering 2 bottles of red wine for a light toast, leaving them both somewhat flushed from the drinks. Suddenly, an angry woman barged in, left embraced and right adored. Such words only deepened their bewilderment. However, as they exchanged glances, silence ensued. Having been in good spirits, and having consumed a bit of wine, they had inadvertently drawn closer to Zhang Cheng, seated on either side, creating an undeniably intimate ambience. Qiu Qianqian and Lin Xiang felt a twinge of unease. Could this furious woman be Mr. Zhang's girlfriend? Had they been caught in a compromising situation? Zhang Cheng, too, was taken aback. What brought in Xiaojuan here? Moreover, why was she so irate? Are you out of your mind? Zhang Cheng frowned, recalling how she had drained him of considerable funds, and he had refrained from confronting her. Now, she dared to interrupt his meal? Who gave her the audacity? Once, he had been deeply enamored with Xiaojuan, but he was no longer a lovesick fool, enjoying his meal with the charming and adorable island girl who idolized him. His emotional satisfaction was at its peak. Suddenly interrupted by Xiaojuan, he felt no obligation to be courteous. Are you insulting me? And Xiaojuan's expression was one of disbelief. After more than 2 years together, Zhang Cheng had never uttered a harsh word to her. Yet, barely a month after their breakup, he dared to chastise her. If you don't leave now, I might just hit you. Zhang Cheng's demeanor turned harsh. And Xiaojuan. She was utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Cheng's current attitude felt entirely foreign to her. Nearby, Qiu Qianqian and Lin Xiang exchanged glances, feeling a sense of relief. Zhang Cheng's demeanor clearly indicates that he was not caught in an illicit affair by his girlfriend. Consequently, she seems unperturbed. Brother, who is this fierce woman? Lin Xiang inquired. her eyes darting playfully as she clung to one of Zhang Cheng's arms, speaking with a lilting accent from the Treasure Island. She is my ex-girlfriend, a former artist from my company. After I helped her rise to fame, she switched agencies and left me. Zhang Cheng replied nonchalantly. Goodness, she is truly wicked. Lin Xiang exclaimed, her indignation palpable. Having suspected that this woman might indeed be Zhang Cheng's former partner, her embrace of his arm was intended to provoke Xiaojuan. Upon hearing Zhang Cheng's words, she felt vindicated in her actions and tightened her grip. The lavish hospitality provided by Zhang Cheng included exquisite red wine worth hundreds of thousands per bottle. Lin Xiang believed it was only fitting to support Zhang Cheng in vexing his ex. Meanwhile, Qiu Qianqian, upon hearing this, was equally incensed. Though not as bold as Lin Xiang, she was emboldened by her friend's example and boldly wrapped her arms around Zhang Cheng's other arm, addressing Xiaojuan. You two have broken up. It's none of your concern if he chooses to embrace both sides. She glared fiercely at Xiaojuan. Yet, Zhang Cheng found the scene quite amusing. Her fierce demeanor lacked any real intimidation, appearing rather endearing the longer he observed. However, the seemingly adorable Qiu Qianqian posed a significant emotional threat to Xiaojuan. After their breakup, witnessing her ex's flourishing career and romantic prospects was undoubtedly a bitter pill to swallow. Standing at the doorway, Xiaojuan felt utterly awkward, caught in a dilemma where leaving was not an option, and she struggled to articulate any biting retort. She simply stood there, breathing heavily, her face flushed with embarrassment. Xiaojuan. Gao Han finally caught up, glancing at the frozen Xiaojuan before turning his gaze to the man surrounded by two women. It seemed he grasped the situation. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Is he Zhang Cheng?" Zhang Cheng had become quite the sensation in the industry recently. He had single-handedly catapulted Cheng Yuyu to fame, earning him the reputation of being the strongest case in the field. It was rumored that some marketing schools were revising their curricula to include the operational case of Cheng Yuyu. Although Gao Han was not directly involved, being within the influencer circle, he had certainly heard of Zhang Cheng. Xiaojuan shot him a glance, her mood sour, and said nothing. However, Gao Han had deduced the answer. It had to be Zhang Cheng. Logically, this was an opportunity to demonstrate his worth. If he could help Xiaojuan strike a blow against Zhang Cheng, it would surely win her favor. Yet, as he observed the two women beside Zhang Cheng, he quickly dismissed the thought. How could he possibly compete? He had been fervently pursuing Xiaojuan without success, only to find her in the company of two equally impressive women. Xiaojuan, let us leave. I'll help you seek revenge later, Gao Han suggested, casting a glance at the private room. At that moment, Zhang Cheng had his arms outstretched, draped across the shoulders of the two women, both of whom appeared flushed and dazed. Despite his deep infatuation with Xiaojuan, Gao Han couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Xiaojuan realized she had made a fool of herself by coming today. She truly ought not to have shown up. Yet at that moment, overwhelmed by emotions and a surge of determination, I lost all rationality and rushed forward. Let us go. Xiaojuan fixed a deep gaze upon Zhang Cheng, uttering no further words, and turned to leave. Gao Han exhaled in relief, following closely behind. However, at that instant, Zhang Cheng's voice echoed behind them. Close the door for me. Xiaojuan hesitated briefly, gritting her teeth as she quickened her pace. Guan Sai hid helplessly, shutting the door to the private room before hastening after her. Moments later, the two sat facing each other within the confines of the room. Gao Han observed Xiaojuan's inscrutable expression and pondered for a while before speaking. Xiaojuan, I will seek a sum of funds from my father to expand your marketing efforts, enabling your fan base to surpass Cheng Yuyu's. Perhaps then, you might even challenge Cheng Yuyu in a competition. He was astute, understanding the art of leveraging strengths while avoiding weaknesses. In the earlier encounter, the former lovers measured the worth of their companions, assessing who among them was superior. Clearly, he could not compete with the ladies, and even if he won, it would lack any merit, especially since there were two of them. The two ladies willingly nestled against Zhang Cheng, while Xiaojuan would likely not afford him the same intimacy. Yet, he possessed his own advantages. His power and influence were his assets. Gao Han recognized Xiaojuan's vulnerabilities, she yearned to validate her decision to switch careers, wishing to demonstrate her flourishing development and evoke a sense of regret in Zhang Cheng. Thus, he resolved to provide her with financial support, striking directly at her core concern. Upon hearing this, and Xiaojun's expression softened considerably. If she could surpass Cheng Wuyou in popularity and triumph in the competition, it would affirm that her career move was indeed the right choice, proving she was no fool. With these thoughts in mind, her tone grew gentler. Gao Han, thank you. To Gao Han, her slightly softened demeanor resembled the blooming of a snow lotus upon a high mountain, captivating him entirely. In his heart, he resolved to secure additional funds. Determined to prevail in the contest against Cheng Wuyou, this battle was not only between Xiaojun and Cheng Wuyou, but also a struggle between himself and Zhang Cheng. Chapter 51. A double reward in the fragrant garden hall. Lin Xiang, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, shyly addressed her brother. The guests have left. You may release us now. She clung to Zhang Cheng's arm, intending to vex his ex-girlfriend in gratitude for today's hospitality. Zhang Cheng, sharing the same intention, reciprocated the advances of the two young ladies. Yet, with everyone gone, he found himself still embracing them both. What was even more exasperating was that Xiao, on the other side, feigned nonchalance, leaning against the man with her flushed face, utterly devoid of shame. Eventually, it was she who could no longer bear the situation and spoke up. Forgive me, I became so comfortable that I forgot to let go. Zhang Cheng, unperturbed, chuckled softly and released both of them. Rather than offering an awkward explanation, he spoke the unvarnished truth. Arriving in this world, armed with the lessons of his predecessor, he had no intention of adhering to a naive path. However, even if one were to be unfaithful, it must be done with authenticity. Sincerity is a potent weapon, though it may also be a poor hand when played alone. Fortunately, Zhang Cheng possessed an abundance of cards to play. Thus, his sincerity, in the eyes of Xiao and Lin Xiang, was not a lackluster hand, but rather a manifestation of confidence and masculine allure. As Xiao detached herself from Zhang Cheng's embrace, she felt a twinge of reluctance. Observing her friend's demeanor, Lin Xiang sighed inwardly, realizing her friend had indeed fallen head over heels. Yet, she found herself surprisingly unresistant to the feeling of being enveloped in his arms. Subsequently, the trio lingered in the restaurant a while longer, finishing their meal and drinks. Zhang Cheng arranged for a designated driver to take Xiao and Lin Xiang to a luxurious hotel near Hanhai, securing 2 rooms for their comfort before returning home himself. Having consumed considerable amounts of alcohol, they were inebriated. Otherwise, he would have taken them for a tour around Hangzhou. Consequently, they remained in a stupor the following day. Foregoing any exploration, Xiao awoke early the next morning, eager to visit Wuyou Media. Lin Xiang felt a sense of resignation. She had hoped to seize the opportunity for a proper trip. She understood that after yesterday, Xiao had resolved to remain on the mainland. And even if Zhang Cheng did not broach the topic of a contract, it was likely that Xiao would, with her friend in a hurry to become a workhorse. Lin Xiang had no choice but to accompany her. The two did not even wait for Zhang Cheng to pick them up, opting instead to stroll to Wuyou Media on their own. After all, they were in the same commercial district. With a little inquiry, they would surely find it. Upon arriving at Wuyou Media, they beheld a modest building and instantly began to question their life choices. Last night, Zhang Cheng had spent lavishly, leading them to believe the company was grander than it appeared. Yet here it was so small. The environment was lovely, and the rent must not come cheap. Noticing her friend's skeptical expression, Xiao racked her brain to defend Zhang Cheng. Lin Xiang, feeling exasperated, retorted, "Are you foolish? He isn't even yours, and you're speaking up for him. Who says I'm foolish? I possess the visage of a genius." Xiao replied defiantly, though a hint of blush graced her cheeks. What does this even mean? As they conversed at the entrance, employees of Wuyou Media began to arrive for work. Through the snippets of conversation overheard among employees, she learned of a significant development. You may have also heard that Mr. Zhang has leased several nearby office buildings. His company is not insignificant and may have merely been in its nascent stages. Xiao appeared quite proud of this news. Lin Xiang rolled her eyes in exasperation. Yet the last vestige of her doubt dissipated. Just then, a woman in her 30s paused before them, her gaze curious as she scrutinized the duo. It was Zhou Yun, who had come to work that morning and, upon seeing the two young, charming girls conversing at the entrance, approached them with inquiries. Initially, she presumed they were there for a standard job interview, but upon observing their striking appearances, she quickly surmised otherwise. Could they be auditioning for a role as artists? As Zhou Yun entertained this thought, one of the girls replied, "We hail from the beautiful island, and Mr. Zhang has invited us here, stating that he wishes to sign me as an internet celebrity." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun was taken aback. From the beautiful island? The scope of their boss's outreach seemed astonishing, extending even to recruiting talent from there. "Mr. Zhang has yet to arrive. Why don't you two step inside the company? I can arrange for someone to give you a tour." Zhou Yun enthusiastically invited them in. These two young ladies, with their delightful charm and exceptional attributes, were the kind who could easily rise to fame based solely on their looks. With a boss absent, she felt it was her duty to ensure they remained interested in the company. In the following moments, Zhou Yun assigned Li Kiki to accompany Qiu Qianqian and Lin Xiang on a tour of Wuyou Media, while introducing them to the workings of internet celebrities in the mainland. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng was diligently engaged in morning exercises with Yang Chaoyue, blissfully unaware that they had independently made their way into the company. Since Zhang Cheng had stayed over at Cheng Yuyu's place last time, he had not returned for 2 days. Even someone as simple-minded as Chaoyue recognized the implications of this absence. Though she did not outwardly express her concerns, she dedicated herself to her studies with newfound vigor, achieving rapid progress that astonished Su Wanqing, as Yang Chaoyue had previously been a slow learner. Besides her academic pursuits, she had also become more proactive. Zhang Cheng, however, could only feel exasperated, laboring day and night under considerable strain. Meanwhile, at Ivory Media, Gao Han burst into Xiujuan's studio, his voice charged with excitement. "Xiujuan, the funding application has been approved, totaling 3 million. This is sufficient to surpass Cheng Yuyu. Although it may seem that internet streamers and celebrities often rake in millions in tips, the reality is that actual donations constitute only a fraction of that sum, with most being orchestrated by agencies. As the Douyin Guild's level increases, it can even offer gifts at discounts of up to 80. Ivory Media had already established plans to manage in Xiujuan, and the funds were in place. This 3 million represented new specialized funding, entirely designated for promoting in Xiujuan and raising support for Cheng Yuyu. His father and Wan Xiangrong had surprisingly chosen to back him this time. Gao Han's request for funds was primarily aimed at winning in Xiujuan's favor, while his father and Wan Xiangrong saw a lucrative opportunity. And Xiujuan was once the star of Wuyou Media, and now she had joined Ivory Media, while Cheng Yuyu was the new rising star from Wuyou Media. The ongoing rivalry between the current girlfriend of the elusive boss and the former pillars of the establishment has sparked considerable intrigue. This presents a prime opportunity to extend the utmost support to Xiujun, enabling her to engage in a fierce competition against Cheng Yuyu, ultimately securing her victory. Such an achievement would undoubtedly serve as an effective means to rapidly elevate in Xiujun's popularity. Wuyou Media gained prominence through Cheng Yuyu's remarkable performance, establishing a reputable name within the industry. Should Xiujun triumph over Cheng Yuyu, the fame associated with Wuyou Media would seamlessly transfer to Ivory Media, creating a win-win scenario. However, Gao Han and Xiujun remain oblivious to these intricate details, both under the impression that this funding was acquired due to Gao Han's connections with the wealthy heir. And Xiujun couldn't help but smile, her heart brimming with anticipation. She yearned to defeat Cheng Yuyu and validate her worth. Meanwhile, Gao Han was equally eager, for he knew he had struck a chord with Xiujun. If he could assist her in vanquishing Cheng Yuyu, would he not then have a chance to win her heart? Chapter 52. A performance starring 3 women when Zhang Cheng arrived at the company. Qiu Qianqian and Lin Xiang had already been wandering around with Li Kiki for quite some time. "Zhang, you're here. I must be off now," Li Kiki said as she spotted Zhang Cheng, handing the two over to him before leaving. With the company currently short-staffed, she was quite busy and couldn't afford to accompany Qiu Qianqian and Lin Xiang for long. In fact, She was quite curious about how her cousin had managed to attract so many beautiful women. Cheng Yu, Yang Chaoyue, and the Su mother-daughter duo were all exceptionally attractive. Not to mention Xiao Qianqian and Lin Xiang, who had just arrived today. However, she simply didn't have the time to inquire further. Perhaps she would ask in private later on. Qianqian, Xiang, how do you feel about the company after your tour? Zhang Cheng inquired as he led them to his office, and they settled into their seats. It's quite good, Lin Xiang replied first. She wasn't just flattering. Despite its small size, the company was well-equipped with departments and had recently catapulted Cheng Yu to fame. The employees felt a sense of prospect, and their spirits were high. All in all, it was an enterprise with a promising future. Xiao Qianqian, however, remained silent, feeling a bit anxious. During their online chats, Mr. Zhang had mentioned signing her. Yet now that she was here, he seemed reticent. Should she take the initiative to speak? But wouldn't that come off as too forward? Just as she was mulling over this dilemma, Zhang Cheng spoke up. Qianqian, have you given more thought to the signing? I'm not in a hurry. I could even accompany you around Hangzhou for a few days. No need to think it over. I'm ready to sign with Wuyou Media, Xiao Qianqian replied promptly, having awaited those very words. However, upon realizing her eagerness, she felt a tad embarrassed and gave a sheepish laugh. Zhang Cheng found her reaction amusing and pulled out a contract. Here, take a look. If everything seems fine, just sign. Xiao Qianqian had immense trust in Zhang Cheng. After all, he had transferred her 200,000 without a hint of doubt. Although they were not in the same location at that time, even with a contract in place, if she had taken the money and not fulfilled her end, Zhang Cheng would have been powerless to act against her. Consequently, she didn't even wish to glance at the contract and reach for the pen to sign immediately. Cough, Lin Xiang lightly cleared her throat, casting a somewhat helpless glance at Xiao Qianqian, thinking to herself how fortunate it was that she had come along. Otherwise, her friend might have been taken advantage of without even realizing it. While she held a good impression of Zhang Cheng and didn't believe he would deceive them, it was wise to exercise caution regarding contracts. May I take a look at the contract? Lin Xiang asked. Of course, Zhang Cheng replied with a smile. Go ahead. Once you've reviewed it, you'll be better prepared when it's time to sign, saving us both from unnecessary explanations later. Lin Xiang picked up the contract and read through it meticulously, then raised a question similar to those posed by Cheng Yu and others. Zhang, are the various restrictions in this contract rather stringent? Zhang Cheng, well versed in this process, patiently reiterated his usual explanations. It is merely that Wuyou Media is confident in its ability to elevate her status, coupled with the cautionary tale of Xiaojuan, which has led to a more stringent contract. Lin Xiang found this reasoning plausible and chose not to elaborate further. Xiao Qianqian took the contract and promptly inscribed her name upon it. Congratulations, host, for signing a new artist. Xiao Qianqian's comprehensive rating, 89, total remuneration of 8,990,000 RMB has been disbursed. Task completed with quality over quantity, 1,000,000 RMB has been disbursed. System Lottery 5 has been issued. A notification from the system appeared before Zhang Cheng, while his phone vibrated with a bank deposit alert. He had grown accustomed to such occurrences and did not bother to check his phone. Instead, he smiled and extended a hand towards Xiao Qianqian. Qianqian, welcome to Wuyou Media. Xiao Qianqian smiled gently, placing her delicate hand into Zhang Cheng's larger grasp. He gave her slender fingers a gentle squeeze before releasing them and turning to Lin Xiang. Xiang, would you be interested in signing with Wuyou Media? Me? Lin Xiang looked bewildered, her finger pointing at herself like a tender green onion. I see your potential. Come develop in the mainland. With a population of 14 billion and a billion internet users, the growth prospects here far surpass those of our beloved island, Zhang Cheng suggested. Lin Xiang's mind was still in a fog. She had primarily come to the mainland to accompany her friend and indulge in some travel. The notion of Zhang Cheng inviting her to further her career had never crossed her mind. There's no rush for a response. You can spend these days working alongside Qianqian, experiencing the atmosphere of my company. In your spare time, I will also accompany you in exploring Hangzhou, allowing you to save your life on the mainland, Zhang Cheng reassured. Unhurried in his approach, his offer was generous, and the mainland market indeed eclipsed that of the island. Lin Xiang appeared quite astute, and he believed would make the right decision. Well, I will think it over, Lin Xiang replied hesitantly. To be honest, she too found the opportunity of developing in the mainland appealing. Yet, the reality was that she was not adequately prepared for such a leap. Fortunately, Zhang Cheng was not pressuring her for an immediate decision. She felt little stress and perceived him as exceedingly gentlemanly. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed from outside, followed by a voice. President Zhang, it's me. Come in, Zhang Cheng called. Cheng Wuyou entered, her eyes mischievously darting toward the two young women in the room. Residing in the company's lounge, she awoke to work each day, naturally absorbing much of the company's gossip. As internet celebrities often kept nocturnal hours, she had woken up close to noon, only to hear about Zhang Cheng bringing two beautiful women to the office. Unable to sit still, she quickly washed up, adorned herself with her finest makeup, and hurried to Zhang Cheng's office to ascertain the situation. President Zhang, who are these two? Cheng Wuyou inquired, feigning ignorance as she stepped into the room. Allow me to introduce you. These are Qian and Lin Xiang. Qian has already signed with the company. She is the original singer of Loving Ice Cream. Qian and Xiang. Allow me to introduce Cheng Wuyou, the most popular artist in our company at present. Zhang Cheng facilitated their introductions. Cheng Wuyou's gaze shifted towards Qian, and she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. During the recent campus Sweet Girl event, if Cheng Wuyou emerged as the primary beneficiary, then undoubtedly, Qian was the secondary one. Although the event has concluded and the fervor has waned, discussions surrounding the original singer of Love Ice Cream continue to flourish online. Qian herself is remarkably sweet and charming. Upon her appearance in a live broadcast, it is certain that she would quickly ascend to fame. Qian glanced at Cheng Wuyou, her heart similarly burdened with anxiety. The company's reigning star, was there something amiss in her gaze towards Mr. Zhang? Could it be that this would be her future rival? Unbeknownst to Zhang Cheng, he was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in their minds and had no desire to unravel the complexities of women's emotions. He clapped his hands and announced, Xiang, why don't you work with Wuyou today to familiarize yourselves with the workflow? All right, Cheng Wuyou readily agreed, as she had been pondering how to gather insights on her competitor, and Zhang Cheng had conveniently presented her with the opportunity. Qian's eyes instinctively turned to Lin Xiang. As a newcomer, she felt a twinge of unease, but fortunately, her friend was by her side. Lin Xiang offered her a slight nod, yet internally, she felt a pang of helplessness. Hadn't she come here to assist her friend in assessing the company? How had it devolved into a scenario of competing for a man? Chapter 53, The X Versus. The current, it is often said that three women create a drama. What transpired among the three individuals in a single day remains a mystery to Zhang Cheng, as he was preoccupied with his own affairs, primarily sifting through resumes from 4 departments, as well as various internet celebrities. Regrettably, the number of qualified candidates was disappointingly low. While some ordinary employees were hired across the 4 departments, managerial positions remained unfilled. Following the rise of Wuyou Media, numerous budding influencers and attractive women submitted their resumes. Yet most possessed average qualifications that failed to meet Zhang Cheng's stringent signing criteria. As the day drew to a close, Zhou Yin entered the office to report, Mr. Zhang, there is something I am uncertain about whether to bring to your attention. Go ahead, Zhang Cheng replied with directness. There has been a sudden surge of clips featuring and Xiaojuan across Douyin and various platforms. I suspect there may be a hidden agenda at play, likely orchestrated by Elephant Media, Zhou Yin informed him. Ordinarily, since Xiaojuan had switched jobs, her affairs did not warrant reporting to Zhang Cheng. However, given the peculiar circumstances, Zhou Yin felt it necessary to discuss. Many of these videos mention Wuyou Media and you. I am unsure whether this is intentional, she stated hesitantly. References to Wuyou Media and myself? Zhang Cheng, initially indifferent, found himself intrigued by the revelation. But before he could inquire further, Li Kiki knocked and entered. Mr. Zhang, during a live stream on Wuyou, we encountered an invitation for a collaboration from Xiaojuan. Wuyou declined, yet Xiaojuan persisted in her request, and we are at a loss as to how to proceed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng and Zhou Yun exchanged worried glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "This is problematic." If it were merely promotional videos, occasionally mentioning Wuyou Media and his ex, it could be dismissed as coincidence. However, and Xiujuan's determination to connect with Yu was undeniably deliberate. Zhou Yun suddenly recalled something and immediately added, "Mr. Zhang, numerous marketing accounts continue to circulate gossip regarding Xiujuan and Cheng Yu, suggesting that Xiujuan is your ex and Cheng Yu is your current partner, even drawing comparisons between the two. Initially, I believe this was merely a ploy for clicks, but now it appears there may be a strategic force behind it." Zhang Cheng nodded thoughtfully. "It seems this is a marketing endeavor orchestrated by Elephant Media. When it comes to driving traffic, the most effective methods are often those that involve undermining and comparison. Previously, I planned the Sweet Girl event at universities based on such comparisons. Now, Elephant Media's strategy is to undermine, by forcefully juxtaposing Xiujuan and Cheng Yu, with the latter's popularity still lingering, and Xiujuan was attempting to ride the wave of attention. Should Xiujuan succeed in overshadowing Cheng Yu, she would absorb her popularity and emerge as the new sensation. Mr. Zhang, we cannot refuse. Repeated rejections will certainly provoke marketing accounts to proclaim that Cheng Yu pales in comparison to Xiujuan, even suggesting that she fears a competition." Zhou Yun's expression shifted. "This is a calculated maneuver. If we engage in a collaboration, Xiujuan will undoubtedly capitalize on the ensuing attention. Should we lose in a competition, Elephant Media will surely exploit the situation, thoroughly diminishing Cheng Yu's standing while Xiujuan ascends to become a viral sensation with millions of followers. Winning seems to offer little advantage. Cheng Yu is already quite popular, and absorbing a fraction of Xiujuan's traffic won't significantly elevate her status. Avoiding a confrontation is not an option either. Zhou Yun has already articulated the consequences." Li Kiki, observing the situation, felt a shift in her expression. Initially, she thought this was merely an attempt by her former sister-in-law to provoke Cheng Yu, unaware of the deeper implications at play. A sense of tension gripped her as she realized that just as their company was beginning to flourish, they were faced with such a daunting challenge. "Kiki, inform Yu that if Xiujuan wishes to collaborate again, we shall accept. I am eager to see what tricks they have up their sleeves," Zhang Cheng remarked with amusement. He had no fear of the competition. After all, who would refuse an influx of traffic? Since they had chosen a challenge, they would meet it head-on. Once capable of elevating Xiujuan, they could just as easily bring her down. "Understood, Zhang Zong," Li Kiki replied without hesitation, promptly setting off to notify Cheng Yu. By now, she had developed unwavering trust in her cousin. In this world, only he could help her change her fate. "Zhang Zong, is there anything you require of me?" Zhou Yun inquired, noticing Zhang Cheng's newfound resolve. She was wholly supportive, echoing Li Kiki's sentiments. She too had been won over by Zhang Cheng's confidence. If he was bold enough to accept the challenge, she believed he must have a strategy in mind. No need for preparations. The strategy is already in place. Zhang Cheng smiled. Initially, he had intended to wait a few days until Qiu Qianqian became familiar with the workflow at Wuyou Media before having her join Cheng Yu for her debut livestream. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed fortuitous to seize the moment. After being wronged previously, it was time to exact revenge. "Are you referring to Qianqian Long?" Zhou Yun, quick-witted, immediately grasped the implication, a confident smile gracing her features. What a splendid timing. Just as Wuyou Media signed Qianqian Long, Shangya Media throws down the gauntlet. This is indeed a clash of titans. Let us proceed to Yu's live streaming room. This spectacle is worth witnessing, Zhang Cheng chuckled heartily. Rising to head towards Cheng Yu's studio, with Zhou Yun following closely behind. Upon their arrival, they found Cheng Yu just connecting with Xiujuan. The live stream was bustling with activity. In addition to the staff, Li Kiki, Qiu Qianqian, and Lin Xiang were present. Qiu Qianqian and Lin Xiang had come to learn, yet they had not anticipated such a significant event. Li Kiki had already briefed them on the gravity of the situation, and they now wore expressions of apprehension. Seeing Zhang Cheng enter, the trio approached him. Qiu Qianqian spoke up first. Zhang, today's collaboration appears crucial. Do you think we can secure victory? With you here, Victory is assured, Zhang Cheng replied with a smile. Me? How can I possibly win against a major influencer with millions of followers on my very first day of work? Qiu Qianqian exclaimed, her face a portrait of bewilderment. Will you assist me? Of course, as long as I am able to. Qiu Qianqian responded resolutely. Very well, just follow my instructions shortly, Zhang Cheng said. Understood. Qiu Qianqian nodded earnestly. Beside her, Lin Xiang wore a bewildered expression. How could it be that Qiu Qianqian, who had only arrived on the mainland yesterday, could already amass millions of followers as a prominent internet celebrity today? It seemed utterly absurd. Yet, Li Keqi's eyes sparkled with realization. She grasped her cousin's intention. If the original singer of Ice Cream and Love, Qianqian Long, were to unexpectedly appear in Cheng Yuyu's livestream, the excitement would undoubtedly surge. Brilliant. Truly. Her cousin is remarkable. Meanwhile, Cheng Yuyu had already connected with Xiaojuan via microphone. The livestream displayed a split screen, one side showcasing the charming Cheng Yuyu, while the other revealed the serene Xiaojuan. They gazed at each other in silence, yet sparks seemed to fly between them. Xiaojuan was once Zhang Cheng's girlfriend, while Cheng Yuyu was his current partner. Xiaojuan had been the former pillar of Wuyou Media, whereas Cheng Yuyu now held that esteemed position. The confrontation between the former and the current had commenced. Chapter 54. The aristocrat's money returned in full. Although Xiaojuan and Cheng Yuyu had never met, they regarded each other as rivals, frequently indulging in a voyeuristic pleasure of watching each other's videos and live broadcasts online. Upon their first connection, they immediately recognized one another. However, the atmosphere was undeniably awkward, and neither dared to break the silence. Their eyes locked in a silent battle. While the two remained mute, the barrage of comments in their live stream exploded with excitement. Aren't they supposed to be battling it out? Why is there no conversation? I can practically feel the temperature rising. Oh, how amusing, an ex and a current partner connecting live. What is the scoop here? Xiaojuan had once been the star of Wuyou Media, and she was also the girlfriend of the company's owner, while Cheng Yuyu now stood as the leading figure of Wuyou Media. What more could be said? This is bound to get heated. I adore watching women clash. Thanks to the proactive promotion by Xiangya, which even included hired commentators explaining their relationship in the chat, the fans quickly became aware of the rivalry between the two. After a brief moment of eye combat, it was Cheng Yuyu who ultimately lost her composure. Although Xiaojuan had initiated the connection, she could not resist speaking first. Xiaojuan, right? I've heard of you. The live streaming room I am currently using used to belong to you. Cheng Yuyu wore a smug smile. Thank you. If you hadn't switched jobs, I wouldn't have had access to such a splendid studio, nor would I have encountered such an excellent boss, Mr. Zhang. And I certainly wouldn't be this popular. Her opening remark was laden with sharpness. Upon hearing this, Xiaojuan's expression turned even frostier as she replied coolly. It seems you are quite pleased with something that was discarded by others. Cheng Yuyu chuckled. It's amusing when someone picks up trash. But if a treasure is discarded and then claimed by another, the joke is on you. Xiaojuan's countenance grew icier. She hadn't anticipated Cheng Yuyu's formidable retort, leaving her momentarily speechless. Yet, it was not merely Cheng Yuyu's prowess. It was Zhang Cheng's influence that bolstered her. Zhang Cheng had demonstrated that he was no fool, and it was Xiaojuan who was the real simpleton. With Zhang Cheng's support, Cheng Yuyu was emboldened to counter with such forceful words. Xiaojuan, cease this chatter and engage in a PK. Let your strength speak for itself. The online audience cares not for who is right or wrong. They only discern strength from weakness. Wan Xiangrong issued this directive within the live stream. This was a grand initiative for Wuyou Media. If successful, Xiaojuan would become the second internet sensation with 10 million followers within the company. Thus, he took personal charge of this live event. The exchange between Xiaojuan and Cheng Yuyu had left him with a headache. Engaging in trivialities with Cheng Yuyu was merely highlighting weaknesses. Xiaojuan had a way with men, having ensnared Zhang Cheng of Wuyou Media, and now she was reducing the vice president of Wuyou Media to a mere subordinate. Yet, her tactics faltered when it came to dealing with women. With a sense of helplessness, Wan Xiangrong had no choice but to personally take the reins. It must be noted that after years of leading Ivory Media, he has indeed demonstrated considerable prowess. His every move strikes at the core of the matter. The online realm operates in such a manner that individuals tend to remember only the victors, seldom recalling who was truly right. If in the Battle of PK, and Xiujuan proves herself superior to Cheng Yuyu, she will naturally be deemed correct. And Xiujuan, with her headphones on, received one Xiangrong's command. Taking a deep breath, she addressed Cheng Yuyu. Cheng Yuyu, all your words are in vain. Let us engage in PK. I am eager to see if the garbage I discarded can lead you to victory over me. Very well, let us compete. Cheng Yuyu readily accepted the challenge. Zhang Cheng positioned herself nearby, exuding confidence. The two disconnected each other's voice channels and commenced their quest for gifts. PK, in essence, is a contest of gifts between two streamers. The one who receives the most gifts emerges victorious. Many streamers relish engaging in PKs, as both winning and losing can yield financial gain, often showing little regard for the actual outcome. However, at this moment, Xiujuan and Cheng Yuyu viewed the stakes far more significant than mere monetary gain. Feigning a pitiful demeanor, Xiujuan addressed her audience, brothers in the stream. You have heard how Cheng Yuyu has mocked me. Whether I can reclaim my pride rests in your hands. Historically, she has maintained a cool and aloof persona. And given her adeptness in training her followers, her fan base is remarkably loyal, with several prominent figures among them. Now, displaying an uncharacteristic vulnerability, her fans were instantly captivated, disregarding the notions of right or wrong as they began showering her with gifts. Gaohan had long been prepared for this moment. He skillfully operated several accounts to unleash a barrage of high-value gifts, elevating the atmosphere of the stream to a fever pitch. Such tactics are common among influencer agencies, akin to the political maneuverings of a county mayor. First, rallying the wealthy to donate, and only then appealing to the common folk. Once the affluent contribute, the populace follows suit. Afterward, the wealthy are reimbursed, while the commoners' contributions are split. The realm of live streaming is even more ruthless. Accounts controlled by the influencer can unleash gifts that drive both true patrons and ordinary fans to contribute, ultimately funneling the returns back into their own pockets, rendering the division of profits unnecessary. This strategy proved effective. As Gaohan's accounts intensified their efforts, genuine patrons and ordinary fans began to offer real monetary support. Although most gifts were modestly priced, the accumulation of these offerings caused Xiujuan's gift tally to soar, effectively stifling any chance of survival for Cheng Yuyu. On Cheng Yuyu's side, she too began soliciting gifts. She first recounted Xiujuan's unscrupulous decision to switch allegiances, then implored her audience, "Brothers, we must not allow this villain to revel in triumph. Rally behind me and bring her down." Upon her declaration, the gift progress bar in her stream surged rapidly. Alas, her newfound popularity had only recently ignited, and her streaming experience was limited. Thus, her influential patrons were few, although her intense appeal attracted a multitude of ordinary fans to donate. The amounts they contributed were insufficient to rival Xiujuan's ascendancy. Observing this disparity, Cheng Yuyu could not help but feel a wave of anxiety. The gap was far too wide. During this period of fervor, she was led to believe she could effortlessly triumph over Xiujuan. In truth, she was indeed quite popular, enjoying substantial support from ordinary fans, with a loyalty that surpassed that of other streamers. However, on Xiujuan's side, both genuine and counterfeit heavyweights united against her, leaving her utterly defenseless. Don't panic. She isn't the only one with powerful allies. We have our own. Zhang is about to intervene, Li Kiki reassured her, noticing her unease. Yu turned a glance at Zhang Cheng, observing him engaged in a phone call, which instilled a sense of calm within her. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng concluded his call. "All right, Lin Xiao, thank you. I'll treat you to a meal later." After hanging up, Zhang Cheng beckoned to Zhou Yun, stating, "The accounts from Lin Waitesi's associates have already been secured. Let us strike back fiercely." Chapter 55. How much did Wuyou actually spend? Zhang Cheng mentioned Lin Weikai, who is not only his friend, but also a wealthy second-generation individual running a media company. Lin established his company long before Zhang, and when Zhang first entered the industry, he sought Lin's guidance. However, at that time, Zhang was infatuated with Xiujuan, and his entire company revolved around her, which was rather unconventional. He didn't even establish a talent agency. The company had only one internet celebrity, and when she switched jobs, the company was left on the brink of collapse. In contrast, Lin Weikai proved to be quite adept, albeit lacking in scruples. He cast a wide net, signing numerous attractive streamers, allowing them to develop independently. When any of them showed promise, he would invest further, only to later exploit them ruthlessly, reaping both their talent and financial rewards. This was a stark contrast to Zhang Cheng's previous approach. Lin managed a substantial streamer agency and supported many high-tier accounts. Many top streamers' leading fans were believed to be genuine individuals, but in reality, they were accounts nurtured by Lin Weikai. Zhang Cheng called him to borrow these prominent accounts and his agency. Personal donations to streamers would typically see half the revenue go to the platform and the other half to the streamer, along with taxes, making it a rather unprofitable venture. However, using an agency to gift streamers could reduce the platform's cut to as low as 20%, making it a far superior strategy. The agency wherein Wuyou worked, Wuyou Media, also had its own streamer agency. Zhang Cheng was no longer short on funds, although the entertainment Tycoon system was not as bountiful as portrayed in novels. He could easily afford to spend 10 to 20 million to support Wuyou without any qualms. Yet, he wasn't foolish. If he engaged in direct competition with the agency, it would merely benefit the platform. Thus, he sought to borrow Lin Weikai's agency and prominent accounts. Their relationship had once been amicable, but as the disparity in their companies grew, their interactions dwindled. Nevertheless, when Zhang Cheng reached out, Lin Weikai readily obliged. Beyond their past camaraderie, the primary reason was Lin's recognition of the potential within Wuyou Media following the successful marketing campaign regarding Wuyou. He did not impose any other conditions, simply requesting that after Zhang completed his PK, they could meet for a meal to discuss the development of their companies. Lin Weikai sought to glean insights from Zhang Cheng. Zhang readily agreed. Given Lin's willingness to lend his accounts and agency, he found it trivial to reciprocate. Zhang transferred all the agency accounts to Zhou Yun and subsequently deposited 5 million into the company account. Sister Zhou used this 5 million to compete with Wuyou Media. If it's insufficient, I have more. Zhou Yun's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. The company had been on the verge of financial ruin, and ever since Wuyou had gained popularity, they had focused on maintaining her momentum without reaping substantial profits. Now, the boss suddenly produced 5 million just for a PK? That was quite extravagant. Li Keqi's lips moved as if she wished to voice something, yet she held her tongue, fully aware of Zhang Cheng's financial situation. When Zhang Cheng's parents tragically passed away, he was still a child, and all their assets were held in trust until he reached adulthood. He was acutely aware of his financial standing. The origin of this 5 million was a question lingering in the air, but it was clearly not the appropriate moment to inquire. Li Keqi chose silence, contemplating the right time to question her cousin privately after the PK concluded. Xiao Qianqian and Lin Xiang exchanged incredulous glances, equally astonished. The scale of Wuyou Media was modest, and Zhang Cheng's extravagant invitation to dinner and drinks the previous night had already left them in disbelief. Now, he was boldly wagering 5 million in the PK, far exceeding their expectations. The two women looked at each other, astonished. 5 million for a PK? How affluent could one be? Xiao Qianqian mused inwardly, realizing she had made a wise choice. Though Wuyou Media appeared small, CEO Zhang truly possessed remarkable capabilities. Meanwhile, Lin Xiang couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. She envisioned a day when she might receive 5 million in gifts from a single live stream. What an exhilarating feeling that would be. Even if that 5 million never graced her hands, the mere thought was intoxicating. For young women aspiring to enter the entertainment industry, it wasn't mere vanity. It was a yearning for the spotlight. As Lin Xiang daydreamed, her heart raced, and a flush crept on her cheeks. Perhaps, remaining in the mainland for development wouldn't be so bad after all. This thought emerged in her mind. While the musings of the women continued on the other side, Zhou Yun swiftly took charge of the guild account and sprang into action. The situation in the live stream was dire, and Xiaojuan faced a formidable challenge. With both the genuine and faux big brothers rallying to her side, their gifts overwhelming Wuyou's contributions. The fervor from the big brothers spurred ordinary fans to shower gifts, causing her gift value to soar. Cheng Yuyu found herself utterly outmatched. Xiaojuan, maintain this momentum. I'll fuel the fire further, and we shall obliterate Cheng Yuyu. Gao Han exclaimed, exhilarated by the skyrocketing gift value. The goddess was on the verge of crushing her rival with his support, a thrilling sensation that intoxicated him. Initially, he had planned to invest a modest 500,000 to secure a small victory before going all in, but now, seeing the opportunity to decisively defeat the opponent, he immediately allocated an additional 500,000. Beyond the thrill, this was also a calculated financial strategy. A single blow to vanquish the competitor meant that the remaining 2 million could be conserved, effectively saving him money. As in Xiaojuan witnessed the escalating gift values and the dazzling display of gift effects on the screen, a smile broke through her previously stoic demeanor. At that moment, the heavy burden she had carried began to lift. This world is devoid of clear notions of right and wrong. After her transition, few had condemned her for being ungrateful. Rather, many mocked Zhang Cheng, deeming him foolish. Yet, Zhang Cheng had since transformed public opinion through his prowess. Now, people derided in Xiaojuan as the fool. Even within Wuyou Media, there were those who covertly ridiculed her. Yet, if she could triumph over Cheng Yuyu, the tide of public sentiment would shift once more. Society seldom extends sympathy to the defeated. Instead, it revels in mockery. Conversely, it refrains from criticizing the successful, opting instead to idolize them. In addition to reversing her public image, she could seize the opportunity presented by this competition to garner attention and elevate her status. And Xiaojuan was daydreaming about a bright future when she suddenly noticed an explosive surge in gift value from Cheng Yuyu's side, with a dazzling array of gift effects nearly obscuring the entire livestream. The PK gift progress bar above their heads, which had previously left Cheng Yuyu with almost no room for survival, was now witnessing a vigorous ascent in favor of Cheng Yuyu. And Xiaojuan's expression shifted slightly. She instinctively turned to look at Wan Xiangrong and Gao Han, who were also in the studio. Wuyou Media had yet to make a move, possibly biding their time for a significant strike. There was no need to panic. Gao Han, confident in his ample resources, remained unperturbed. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Cheng Yuyu's gift progress bar had surpassed the 50 mark, beginning to constrict in Xiaojuan's space. While Gao Han was still processing this turn of events, Wan Xiangrong's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Something fell off. The momentum was too fierce. Just how much had Wuyou invested? Writing in this genre is exceedingly challenging, fraught with anxiety over reviews and the constant need for revisions, often leading to a change of platforms midway, which leaves authors feeling dispirited and struggling to maintain momentum. Nevertheless, the author is resolute. With the dawn of a new month approaching, I will erase all bookmark links and dedicate myself to writing fervently, striving to add an extra chapter every day in December. In conclusion, I earnestly beseech my readers, given my steadfast determination, please offer your support with a few free gifts. I implore you. Perhaps you could procure some Lu Wei Di Huang, one to bolster my health. I'm relying on you all. Chapter 56. A narrow escape from collapse with the combined efforts of a true big brother and a plethora of fans. The advantage painstakingly amassed over time was swiftly overturned in a mere minute. The progress bar for Xiaojuan's gifts was drastically compressed, dwindling to a mere fraction, even less than what Cheng Yuyu had just achieved. Her expression froze in disbelief. How could this be possible? And Xiaojuan's demeanor was rigid, a remnant of a smile lingering. Yet her spirits sank heavily. She instinctively turned her gaze towards Gao Han. Gao Han sensed the pressure emanating from the goddess's eyes. According to their previous strategy, an investment of 500,000 for the first round of the PK was deemed sufficient. Driven by a desire for a decisive victory, he had chosen to inject an additional 500,000. Yet now, in the span of just 1 minute, and Xiaojuan had been utterly overwhelmed by Cheng Yuyu. How much had the opponent actually spent? Such an extravagant display of gifts could not possibly be the work of the true big brother. Gao Han was certain of this. However, this revelation was even more astonishing. The true big brother might indulge in a frenzy of gift-giving, but the false big brother would be constrained by corporate budget calculations. Such extravagance was implausible. and Xiujuan's gaze remained fixed upon him. Gao Han understood her silent plea. She desired victory. However, he turned his attention to Wan Xiangrong. Mr. Wan, perhaps we should invest another $1,000,000. I sense that they're also relying on an all-or-nothing strategy, and they must have exhausted their funds by now. He harbored a glimmer of hope, wishing to take a chance. Yet Wan Xiangrong remained composed, resolutely stating not a single cent more. He recognized the opponent's financial might. Engaging in a head-to-head battle would not bode well for Wuyou Media. It was time to employ a strategy. Powerless to alter Wan Xiangrong's decision, Gao Han lowered his head, avoiding Xiujuan's gaze, acutely aware that she must be harboring resentment towards him. Indeed, Xiujuan felt anger towards both Gao Han and Wan Xiangrong. They had promised to support her to the fullest extent, yet faltered at the first round of the PK. How could they continue from here? However, she only dared to assert her displeasure in front of Gao Han. Before Wan Xiangrong, she remained silent, accepting the outcome with a heavy heart. Watching her precariously dwindling gift progress bar, Xiujuan came to terms with her defeat, yet she was perplexed. Where did Zhang Cheng acquire such funds? She was well aware of Zhang Cheng's financial circumstances. Otherwise, she wouldn't have departed so resolutely. And now, his wealth exceeded her wildest imaginations. Damn it, why? You possess the talent to elevate Cheng Yu while keeping me in the dark, and you conceal such substantial wealth from me? Scoundrel! She silently cursed him. At that moment, the PK concluded. The system announced that Cheng Yu had triumphed with a crushing advantage. Haha, we won! Cheng Yu exulted in the live stream, bouncing from her chair as her two little bunnies mirrored her excitement, causing viewers to feel dizzy from the spectacle. One couldn't help but marvel at Ms. Cheng's formidable prowess. I must admit, I thought defeat was imminent, but suddenly a few formidable figures emerged. Where did these stalwarts come from? Their prowess is astonishing. Surely, it cannot be that the company behind Yu is manipulating the situation? No, I have encountered these individuals on other streamers' platforms. They are indeed real people. Victory is sweet. Observing the despondent expression of the opposing female streamer. How could her limited abilities ever rival those of Yu? The chat room buzzed incessantly with discussions. In stark contrast, Xiujuan's side was considerably quieter. Her few supporters fell silent, bewildered by the fierce onslaught from the other side. While these patrons were undoubtedly affluent, they had never witnessed such an overwhelming display of generosity. Cheng Yu took a moment to collect herself, casting a subtle smile towards Xiujuan as she remarked, Xiujuan, you have lost this PK match. According to the rules, are you not obliged to accept a penalty? Penalty? Xiujuan hesitated slightly. Although the subject of penalties had not been broached before, it is customary for the losing party in a live-stream PK to face consequences, a spectacle that fans relish, leaving her no choice but to comply. Of course, a penalty must be enforced. After all, the brothers showered her with gifts not in vain. Cheng Yu sneered softly, determined not to let Xiujuan off easily. What punishment do you propose? Xiujuan's countenance turned icy. While such penalties were not typically severe, the person administering her punishment was someone she found particularly unsettling. Her ex had been bested by her current rival, and now she was to face repercussions. Zhang, the head of Wuyou Media, has been quite generous towards you, spending millions to elevate your status. For your sake, the company has refrained from signing any other streamers, dedicating dozens of staff solely to your service. Cheng Yu's expression shifted from sweet to serious. I must ask, what possessed you to unilaterally sever ties and switch allegiance to your current company? Upon uttering these words, an uproar erupted in both chat rooms. Though numerous rumors had circulated previously, none had been substantiated. The involved party and Xiujuan had been rather vague, leaving her fans in the dark regarding the truth. However, with Cheng Yu revealing the reality, doubts began to surface, not only among her own supporters, but even within Xiujuan's fanbase. As previously stated, winning this PK would have smoothed over all matters. Yet now, having lost, Cheng Yu's remarks led her fans to question Xiujuan's character. Xiujuan's ire surged, her previously serene demeanor evaporating, replaced by a stormy countenance. Faced with Cheng Yu's inquiries, she found herself at a loss for words. She could assert that she sought a better future, claiming no wrongdoing. Yet, she was acutely aware that her fans would not acquiesce to such rationalizations. What no retort? Zhang Yu pressed on, her voice laced with disdain. I do not speak on behalf of Zhang to salvage anything, for he has long forgotten you, not a thought bestowed upon you. I simply wish for your fans to comprehend the true nature of your character. Is this how it truly stands, Jun? A supporter in Xiujuan's chat room ventured to inquire. She had always maintained an impeccable image in the hearts of her fans, exuding an ethereal grace akin to a celestial being, isolated yet enchanting. However, it has come to light that she has not only been in a romantic relationship, but is also labeled as a heartbreaker, leading to a significant disillusionment regarding her persona. The elder brother's inquiries left Xiujuan with no option but to respond, albeit reluctantly, asserting that Zhang Yu was merely envious of the privileges she once enjoyed and was intentionally defaming her. Another elder brother probed further, inquiring if she had indeed been romantically involved with her former boss. And Xiujuan found herself at a loss for words once more. At that moment, Wan Xiangrong could no longer stand idly by. He recognized that if this continued, then Xiujuan's image would undoubtedly crumble. He had invested considerable effort in bringing her on board, and with the return still pending, he could not afford for her reputation to falter. And Xiujuan cease your discussions with the elder brothers and divert the conversation by announcing some good news. The immensely popular streamer, Sister Li of Emotional Affairs, will be joining your live broadcast, Wan Xiangrong stated, a hint of resignation in his expression. Sister Li was the company's most significant internet celebrity, initially intended to be the trump card for a grand finale, but who could have anticipated? During the first PK, she had been utterly overwhelmed, leaving him with no choice but to reveal the trump card prematurely. Chapter 57. Qian Long's debut in Xiujuan was at a loss for how to respond to her elder brother's inquiry when she suddenly heard Wan Xiangrong's directive. She immediately felt a sense of relief and swiftly changed the subject, declaring, I have just received wonderful news. The immensely popular streamer, Sister Li, who boasts millions of followers, will be gracing my live stream as a guest. She is on her way, so everyone can look forward to it. Sister Li, the emotional mentor, exclaimed a fan. I can't believe Jun knows her. How exciting. When will she arrive? The fan's attention was promptly diverted, while her elder brother wished to continue his questioning. However, Xiujuan deliberately ignored him, engrossed in responding to other comments, leaving him in a state of helplessness. Sister Li was an emotional influencer who had gained immense popularity over the past 2 years, renowned for her ability to serve up various soul-soothing platitudes. Regardless of age or gender, anyone who imbibed her words felt an immediate warmth in their hearts, rendering life's tribulations inconsequential. Although Sister Li's fame had waned since her peak 2 years ago, her fan base remained substantial. Many, even if they had not followed her, had come across her videos and partaken in her comforting wisdom. Seeing the fans' attention redirected, and Xiujuan finally exhaled, her previously sullen expression returning to its usual serene demeanor. And Xiujuan, keep the fans engaged. Once Sister Li arrives, request to connect with Zhang Yu for the live battle. This PK will be decisive. With Sister Li's support, the remaining 2 million will surely be invested, and you will undoubtedly emerge victorious. Wan Xiangrong's composed voice resonated in Xiujuan's ear, and Xiujuan, inspired by his confidence, regained her composure and resumed her adept live streaming. Gao Han, witnessing this scene, also felt a sense of relief. Stabilizing the situation is crucial. Earlier, I was completely taken aback. Thankfully, Director Wan maintained his composure and promptly devised a new strategy for counterattack. At this moment, his confidence was restored. In comparison to Wuyou Media, Wuyou Media possessed overwhelming advantages. With years of experience, their media company had deep-rooted foundations. Beyond financial resources, their network and connections far surpassed those of Wuyou Media. For instance, now that Xiujuan had secured the presence of Sister Li, who could Wuyou Media possibly enlist? As for funding, Gao Han harbored serious doubts that Wuyou Media had any plans beyond simply throwing all their resources into the fray, attempting to intimidate their opponent in a decisive showdown. He suspected that Wuyou Media's funds must have been entirely depleted. In the next PK, they would surely find themselves at a loss. Sister Li is on her way, All departments, prepare yourselves. Wan Xiangrong's voice echoed in the headsets of every staff member, prompting a smile from Gao Han. With Sister Li's fan support and 2 million in funding at hand, victory seemed assured. Meanwhile, within Wuyou Media, Cheng Yu was engaged in conversation with fans, sharing in the joy of their recent success. In the background, Zhang Cheng was reprimanding Zhou Yun. Sister Zhou, you seem reluctant to spend money. You should have swiftly allocated the funds without hesitation. If you had directly disbursed 5 million, it would have dealt a crushing blow to Wuyou Media, leaving them no chance for recovery. Zhou Yun was drenched in sweat. Within just a minute, she had already disbursed 3 million, which she thought was quite extravagant. Yet, to her astonishment, Zhang seemed dissatisfied. This is real money. 2 million would have sufficed to incapacitate them. Why invest everything? Zhang, I just received news that Xiaojuan has enlisted Sister Li from the Emotional League for a joint livestream. Their popularity is rapidly climbing, and they may soon challenge us to a PK. We should reserve some funds for later use, Zhou Yun said, wiping the sweat from her brow. Have they sought external assistance? Zhang Cheng pondered for a moment. Well, this is quite the predicament. We also have a formidable external ally yet to make an appearance. Sister Zhou, I will transfer another 5 million to the guild's account. Combined with the previous savings during the next PK, I want you to unleash everything to ensure that Yu's popularity skyrockets once more. As Zhang Cheng spoke, another 5 million left his account, causing Zhou Yun to sweat even more. Another 5 million? Since the inception of the influencer profession, who has ever received 10 million in a single livestream? This is madness. Zhang Cheng recognized the exaggeration, but sought precisely that dramatic effect. Cheng Yu's follower count had reached a plateau. Aside from her distinctive voice, she lacked significant strengths, and there were no more gimmicks to create. To swiftly elevate her follower count beyond 10 million, this was the only viable approach. Receiving over 10 million in gifts during a single livestream would undoubtedly set a record. With this publicity, her visibility would experience a substantial boost, allowing her follower count to surge past the 10 million mark. This was the rationale behind Zhang Cheng's willingness to invest heavily. Should we bring Qian Long onto the stage now? Li Kiki inquired from the side. Yes, Zhang Cheng nodded, calling for Qian. He gently patted her petite shoulder and smiled. Qian, today marks your debut, and the attention is considerable. How do you feel? Nervous? Nervous, indeed. I don't even know what to say shortly. Qian's face was taut, anxiety evident on her features. Kiki, please inform Yu to start warming up in the livestream. Qian will be on shortly. Zhang Cheng instructed his cousin before turning back to Qian. Once you appear, perform alongside Yu. You know the song Ice Cream of Love very well. You sing, and Yu dances. Then, engage with the fans. If they request a song, you can sing it as well. Zhang Cheng patiently guided Qian. Upon hearing his words, she suddenly felt a wave of calm wash over her. Nodding, she declared, I understand, General Zhang. I want to let you down. Observing her serious demeanor, Zhang Cheng found her irresistibly adorable and could not help but reach out to pinch her cheek, declaring, All right, I believe you. Mr. Zhang Yu, Qian was left speechless, her entire being frozen in place, her face gradually flushing with color. Meanwhile, Cheng Yu had already set the stage for Qian Long's arrival, and the fans expressed immense anticipation. After all, the background music of Cheng Yu's most popular video was Love Ice Cream. Qian Long's singing was indeed delightful, igniting a curiosity about her. Now that the real person was about to make her entrance, the heat in her livestream room was rapidly escalating. She had prepared everything and was just about to call Qian Long on stage when she witnessed the scene of Zhang Cheng pinching Qian Long's cheek. Cheng Yu was instantly taken aback. Oh no, after all the precautions, I still couldn't prevent this. Having pinched her cheek, I shudder to think what might happen if you were to pinch elsewhere in a few days. Chapter 58. The task of amassing 10 million fans inside Cheng Yu's heart. She silently called Qian a mere trinket, yet on the live stream, she presented an image of deep sisterly affection. Viewers must be eagerly anticipating the appearance of the original singer of Love Ice Cream. So without further ado, I shall welcome my dear sister, Qian Long. As Cheng Yuyu's voice faded, Xiao Qianqian stepped into the view of the camera. Although she had participated in variety shows before, those were pre-recorded. She had never experienced a live broadcast like this. Feeling slightly nervous, her movements were somewhat constrained. To add to her embarrassment, Zhang Cheng had just pinched her cheek, leaving her a touch flushed. As the saying goes, a girl's blush surpasses all romantic declarations. Now, with her shy demeanor, Qianqian Long completely fulfilled her fans' fantasies. Indeed, her voice was as sweet as her appearance. Oh my, I declare myself a fan of Qianqian Long. Yu, I'm sorry, but please don't contact me anymore. I fear Qianqian Long might misunderstand. This is the true embodiment of sweetness, far purer than Ms. Cheng. Observing the fervent barrage of comments, Cheng Yuyu wore a somewhat helpless expression. The excitement had surged, yet a crowd was threatening to unfollow her. They even claimed she was not as sweet as Qianqian Long. Nonsense. President Zhang himself said my words are sweet. What do they know? Ladies and gentlemen, today we are fortunate to have Qianqian Long with us. Let us put on a show. Qianqian Long will perform Love Ice Cream, and I shall dance live. Cheng Yuyu, despite her internal grievances, spoke with a gentle smile. As soon as she made this announcement, the fans erupted in enthusiasm. The flood of comments and likes was overwhelming. Their donations were even more frenzied than when Zhang Cheng was showering money. Clearly, fans relished the sight of the two performing together. Pleased with the response, Cheng Yuyu was ready to commence the performance, when suddenly, she heard Zhang Cheng's voice in her earpiece. Yuyu, go and actively seek to connect with Xiaojuan for a live battle during the performance. Cheng Yuyu was taken aback. She had heard that Xiaojuan had invited the immensely popular influencer, Sister Li, who boasted 10 million followers. Their heat was not any less than hers. Engaging in a live battle now would be a direct confrontation, yet she respected Zhang Cheng's instructions and promptly requested to connect. Within the Wuyou Media office, upon noticing Cheng Yuyu's request to connect, and Xiaojuan was momentarily stunned. How dare she? She murmured to herself. Ever since Sister Li joined her live stream, the viewership had skyrocketed, nearly doubling its previous numbers. The allure of a seasoned influencer was no mere exaggeration. It was indeed remarkable. Yet, Cheng Yuyu had the audacity to connect during the peak of her stream's popularity. Was it arrogance? Or did she possess some hidden trump card? And Xiaojuan couldn't help but glance at Wan Xiangrong. Wan Xiangrong had been closely monitoring the situation on Cheng Yuyu's side and was aware that she had invited Qianqian Long. However, he still found it perplexing. A singer who had only performed one song dared to compete with a veteran influencer boasting 10 million followers? Wan, could there be something amiss? Gao Han inquired, now somewhat apprehensive. In the previous competition, the opponent left him with a significant psychological scar. Although Sister Li presided over the situation, wielding a substantial fund of 2 million, which instilled confidence in him, Cheng Yu's unexpected initiative caught him off guard, causing a surge of anxiety within him. Now, we find ourselves in a precarious position, having already suffered defeat in one match. If we shy away from this connection, we will lose face before Wuyou Media. Wan Xiangrong spoke solemnly. Upon hearing his words, and Xiaojuan promptly approved the connection request. It was not merely Wuyou Media at stake. To refuse would imply her fear of Cheng Yuyu, and she would never regain her composure in his presence thereafter. With Sister Li's support and the backing of the company's funds, she was resolute in her determination to prevail against such a minor entity as Wuyou Media. And Xiaojuan's eyes gleamed with resolve, vowing to secure victory in this match. Suddenly, the live broadcast shifted, displaying Xiaojuan and Cheng Yuyu, each occupying half the screen. As they reconnected, there was no need for superfluous banter. Their fans were already well aware of their animosity. Few cared about right or wrong. The audience simply craved spectacle. Both were prominent internet celebrities, each with their own supporters, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Friends, Xiaojuan is a good girl. We cannot allow her to be bullied like this. Let us rally together and help her win this match. Sister Li, in her 30s, possessed striking beauty and a gentle voice. Her fan base consisted largely of middle-aged men, many of whom were financially capable. As Sister Li spoke, Gao Han sprang into action, managing several accounts and fervently showering gifts. under the guidance of the faux Big Brother. The genuine supporters and casual fans began to inundate the screen with gifts. Meanwhile, Cheng Yu addressed her fans. If Qian Long sings while I dance, my brothers, if you enjoy it, please support us generously. If we win this PK, you can request songs for Qian Long to sing, and I will accompany her in dance. Upon her declaration, gifts cascaded onto the screen like falling snowflakes. However, these were mere trifles, numerous yet lacking in substantial value. Cheng Yu's live stream did not boast many genuine supporters, as she was still a rising internet star without the time to cultivate a vast following. Yet, Zhang Cheng was also gearing up for action. Sister Zhou, it's time to demonstrate your efficiency. Spend every penny as swiftly as you can. Zhang Cheng commanded with a calm demeanor. Spending 10 million and ultimately retrieving over 6 million was not a hefty expenditure. As Zhou Yun began to unleash a torrent of gifts, he prepared another 5 million, ready to invest more if necessary. Moments ago, and Xiujuan's gift value surged, appearing to dominate the contest. But just seconds later, at Zhang Cheng's command, Cheng Yu's side began to surge past, swiftly overwhelming in Xiujuan's figures. In an instant, and Xiujuan's gift value dwindled to a mere sliver, nearly vanishing from view. This is impossible, and Xiujuan's face drained of color. The scene from the first PK replayed in her mind, as she was once again crushed. Her thoughts became a void, utterly incomprehensible. Is it truly worthwhile to invest so much in Cheng Yu? Wan Xiangrong's expression shifted, growing grave and even tinged with a hint of fear. His voice dripped with skepticism. Has Wuyou Media lost its senses? Such a hefty investment. Can they genuinely recoup their costs? At this juncture, he perceived no glimmer of victory on the horizon. Initially, he had intended for Xiujuan to bask in the glow of Cheng Yu's popularity. Yet, it now appeared that the tables had turned, and the repercussions were far more severe. Should another failure occur, and Xiujuan's negative reviews would be utterly uncontrollable. Her carefully crafted persona could collapse at any moment. If that transpires, not only would their financial outlay be squandered, but even the heavily invested in Xiujuan might become a liability. Gaohan, cease all expenditures immediately. Wan Xiangrong suddenly recalled something and barked out. The failure had become inevitable. Now, the only course was to mitigate the losses as much as possible. Gaohan was equally petrified, stammering, but the money has already been poured in. Wan Xiangrong was utterly dumbfounded. No, 200,000. And not even a ripple in front of the opposing party? Meanwhile, within Wuyou Media, as the rival faltered, a portion of their momentum shifted to Cheng Yu's livestream. Every employee present wore a radiant smile. Victory, just as Wuyou Media seemed to have risen from the ashes. They triumphed over the veteran media company, Ivory Media. Wuyou Media had firmly established its foothold within the industry. Zhang Cheng also bore a smile, as a notification from the system appeared before him. Congratulations, host. Task accomplished. Chapter 59. Directed lottery card. Jean Potion following her second defeat in the PK. And Xiujuan opted to end her live stream. This decision was not a directive from Wan Xiangrong, but rather a choice made under the weight of her own pressures. A retreat into avoidance. In fact, Wan Xiangrong's initial reaction was also to terminate the stream. With circumstances as they were, he felt powerless to intervene. And Xiujuan's transition and breakup had been executed rather clumsily, although her popularity had managed to overshadow the matter. Yet now, as she chose to bring it to light and face consecutive losses in PK, the situation became increasingly untenable. However, abruptly ending the stream was hardly the appropriate course of action. There remained numerous viewers in the chat room, including Sister Li and her fans. To leave without a word could severely jeopardize her future prospects. In Xiujuan, the company extended such considerable support to you, even arranging for Sister Li's presence. And yet you chose to depart without notice, a blatant violation of company protocol. Seizing upon this incident, Wan Xiangrong confronted in Xiujuan. He bestowed numerous benefits upon her when she joined, offering not only this marketing endeavor, but also a lucrative guaranteed contract. Now that in Xiujuan had faltered, her future appeared bleak. This would provide a perfect opportunity to reclaim the generous contract. And Xiujuan, already in a dismal mood, was further disoriented by Wan Xiangrong's sudden reproach, leaving her slumped in her chair, utterly drained. One thought resonated in her mind. Had she truly erred? In stark contrast to the internal strife within Wuyou Media. The atmosphere at Wuyou Media was remarkably harmonious. Cheng Yuyu and Xiao Qianqian passionately performed before the camera, while the backstage crew diligently executed their tasks. Just moments ago, Zhang Cheng announced that in celebration of their victory, the following day would feature a half-day of work, followed by a grand banquet, with bonuses for every employee. Consequently, the morale at Wuyou Media soared. Even late into the night, everyone was vibrant and devoid of fatigue. Amidst work, conversations brimmed with excitement. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng maintained a calm demeanor as he retreated to his office alone, choosing not to partake in the collective joy of his employees. What was amiss? Was the boss unhappy? Lin Xiang's expression betrayed her confusion. Even she, who hadn't yet joined Wuyou Media, felt uplifted by the atmosphere, while Zhang Cheng, the owner, opted for solitude. Zhou Yun gazed at Zhang Cheng's silhouette for a while before sighing. The pressures he bears far exceed our own. With substantial investments at stake, a failure could plunge our newly revived company into irretrievable ruin. Zhang Cheng, in an effort to safeguard our confidence, has never exhibited signs of anxiety. Now that we have triumphed, he no longer needs to feign composure, yet he requires solitude to recuperate from his fatigue. Upon hearing her explanation, both Li Kiki and Lin Xiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, such was the reality. There is no serene passage of time. There are always those who bear the burdens of progress. The collective jubilation now stemmed from their hard-won victory. Even in defeat, all pressure rests upon Zhang Cheng. Let us refrain from disturbing Mr. Zhang and allow him some solitude to rest. Once Yu concludes her broadcast, she may then keep Mr. Zhang company. Li Kiki sighed inwardly at her cousin's burdens and softly remarked. Lin Xiang, who had also been contemplating Zhang Cheng's struggles, suddenly widened her eyes and inquired, Miss Kiki, are Cheng Yuyu and Mr. Zhang in a romantic relationship? She felt a wave of despair. If that were the case, her dear friend would be doomed. What was there left to compete for? That is not the case. Li Kiki scratched her head, uncertain how to elucidate. Observing her demeanor, Lin Xiang quickly grasped that Zhang Cheng and Cheng Yuyu undoubtedly shared an extraordinary friendship, albeit not yet at the level of lovers. In that case, Qianqian should still have a chance, Lin Xiang mused, though her confidence wavered. As for the exceptional bond between Zhang Cheng and Cheng Yuyu, she felt no opposition. Recently, Zhou Yun's words had resonated deeply with her. Mr. Zhang bore immense pressure and occasionally required a release, as long as Cheng Yuyu was not his girlfriend. The three women continued to work in the streaming room, silently agreeing not to intrude upon Zhang Cheng's peace. In their hearts, they understood that what he needed now was tranquility to alleviate his mental fatigue. However, in truth, Zhang Cheng had felt no pressure from the outset. Returning to the office alone, he sought not to ease any psychological strain, but rather to prepare for the lottery, having completed both of his side quests. This lottery differed from previous ones. It was no longer entirely random as the system dictated outcomes. Now, he had 3 opportunities to specify the type of rewards. After signing on Qianqian, he received a personal signing bonus of 890,000 RMB, and with the completion of the prefer quality over quantity task, the system rewarded him with an additional 1 million RMB and 5 chances for system lotteries. Just moments ago, thanks to 2 victorious PKs and the initial hype surrounding Qianqian Long's appearance, Cheng Yuyu's fan base successfully surpassed 10 million. The resulting popularity awarded him several million in cash. Setting that aside, the pivotal point was the completion of the 10 million attention side quest, which presented him with a choice between 2 rewards. Task 10 million attention completed. The host may choose one of the following rewards: 10,000,000 RMB, 3 directed lottery cards. One option was a straightforward 10 million in cash. The other, a directed lottery card that allowed him to specify the lottery results. Faced with 2 equally enticing choices, Zhang Cheng chose without hesitation the latter option, directed lottery cards. Congratulations, host, you have received 3 directed lottery cards. Zhang Cheng held a fondness for wealth. In his past life, he had been ensnared by financial woes, forced to toil like a beast of burden. Yet in this life, he lacked for nothing. Although he had spent significantly today, he still possessed over 20 million in cash. With the additional popularity reward from Cheng Yu's breakthrough, it should now exceed 30 million. Moreover, a portion of the tips would eventually return to him. Thus, acquiring an additional 10 million holds little significance for Zhang Cheng. Conversely, the targeted lottery card proves to be of paramount importance. What should one indulge in after amassing wealth? Naturally, it is the enjoyment of life. To truly savor life, one must possess a robust physique. System, I wish to draw lots. Zhang Cheng summoned the system. Upon the manifestation of a virtual lottery wheel before him, he continued, utilize a targeted lottery card, designating the prize pool to consist exclusively of physical enhancement rewards. Targeted lottery card successfully utilized. This lottery has updated the prize pool, replacing all items with those that enhance physicality. Lottery commencing. The wheel began to spin, and as Zhang Cheng casually uttered stop, its velocity gradually diminished until it came to a complete halt. Lottery completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Gene Evolution Agent X1, Chapter 60. The moving experience of Cheng, Phase 1 Gene Evolution Serum, a technological marvel from the future. This product signifies humanity's leap towards active evolution. Upon application, it can enhance physical attributes by 1 to 3 times, rectify numerous genetic flaws, and significantly diminish the likelihood of various diseases. Note, this product is the first phase of the Gene Evolution Serum series, with 2 subsequent phases to follow. Only after the complete series is utilized can one achieve full genetic evolution. Zhang Cheng gazed at the vial in his hand, emanating a soft azure glow, as the system's introduction materialized before him. This serum indeed aligned perfectly with his aspirations. Moreover, in addition to its capacity to enhance physical prowess, it astonishingly possessed the ability to rectify genetic deficiencies. It is vital to recognize that most diseases, aside from environmental factors, are inherently tied to genetic predispositions. Particularly, incurable ailments are fundamentally linked to genetic flaws. After administering this serum, one could attain immunity against the majority of diseases, a pivotal advantage. In both worlds, many affluent individuals succumb to illnesses, illustrating that no matter how wealthy Zhang Cheng became, he remained at risk of falling ill. However, he now felt a sense of reassurance. In light of such formidable capabilities, the enhancement of his physical condition seemed secondary. Given that this was merely the first phase, one could only wonder what humanity would embody after complete evolution. With a sense of wonder, Zhang Cheng rolled up his sleeve and injected the serum into his skin. The serum gradually coursed through his body, initiating a profound transformation. Surprisingly, there was no sensation of pain, for this serum was a highly refined product of the future, with minimal side effects. Nonetheless, some minor side effects did manifest. Zhang Cheng felt a surge of heat enveloping him, akin to a flame igniting within, as perspiration began to pour from his pores. This process lasted approximately 10 minutes. Gradually, his body temperature normalized and the sweating subsided, as Zhang Cheng attuned to his transformation. The most notable change was a significant clarity in his vision. Previously, he had suffered from mild myopia, around 100 degrees. Yet now his eyesight was crystal clear, even surpassing its previous state. He clenched his fist, rose to his feet, and executed a gentle leap, acutely aware of a marked increase in both strength and agility. His mind, too, felt remarkably sharper. The evolution serum provided Zhang Cheng with an all-encompassing enhancement. Just days prior, he had experienced some fatigue due to overexertion, but now, despite having stayed up until the early hours, he felt invigorated, exuding an essence of vitality that radiated from within. However, he pondered. Zhang Cheng straightened his posture. The past few days had been arduous. The system indicated that after utilizing the serum, one could expect a 1 to 3-fold enhancement in physical attributes. He was eager to test his combat prowess and ascertain the extent of his improvement. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden knock echoed from outside. "Mr. Zhang, is I you? I have finished my broadcast and come to keep you company." Outside the door, Cheng Yu's complexion was radiant. There was no helping it. She was exceedingly excited today. Her fan base had surged to the tens of millions, and from now on, she would be acknowledged as a leading internet celebrity. Furthermore, she had accomplished the remarkable feat of receiving over 10 million in donations in a single day. Tomorrow, she would undoubtedly be trending. All of this was a result of Zhang Cheng's guidance. In truth, her contributions had been minimal. She simply followed Zhang Cheng's arrangements. To say that she had won without effort would not be an exaggeration. She had heard what Zhou Yun had said, and Cheng Yuyu found it quite reasonable. She had effortlessly risen to fame, but who bore the pressure? It was undoubtedly her boss, Zhang Cheng, especially given the considerable investment he had made. Therefore, now that her boss appeared so fatigued, she felt she ought to perform admirably. Thus, she hurried over after finishing her broadcast. "Please come in." Zhang Cheng's voice emanated from the office, lacking the exhaustion Cheng Yuyu had anticipated. However, upon opening the door, she was taken aback. Although Zhang Cheng appeared spirited, he was drenched in sweat, his clothes completely soaked. Cheng Yuyu stood frozen in place. She had envisioned Zhang Cheng looking weary, but she never expected him to be this exhausted. It seemed the pressure he endured was far beyond her imagination. In front of others, he always maintained an air of nonchalance. Yet privately, his stress had no outlet, resulting in such perspiration. "Did you just finish your broadcast? What brings you here?" Zhang Cheng inquired with a smile while seated in his office chair. Cheng Yuyu had arrived at an opportune moment, just as she had intended to test her resolve. "Mr. Zhang, I truly did not expect." Cheng Yuyu's eyes welled with tears, which then cascaded down her smooth cheeks. She could no longer contain herself. While she basked in the adoration of her fans in the broadcast room, she realized how hard Zhang Cheng had been working behind the scenes. She reveled in the glory while he bore the burden of stress. Cheng Yuyu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and believed she must repay Zhang Cheng's efforts. "Why are you crying?" Zhang Cheng was taken aback. He had no idea that in the eyes of the women at Wuyou Media, he had become an almost mythic figure. He was utterly perplexed by Cheng Yuyu's current state. Mr. Zhang Cheng Yuyu wiped her tears and threw herself into Zhang Cheng's embrace, sobbing, "I am fine. I just feel that you are working too hard, and you have no confidence. It is all that Xiaojuan's fault. She has hurt you deeply." "How is this related to Xiaojuan?" Zhang Cheng remained bewildered, silent, unsure of how to respond. Cheng Yuyu continued, "If you ever feel pressured, please do not bear it alone. You can talk to me. I promise that no matter what happens in the future, I will always be by your side and never leave you." She continued to wipe her tears. It must be said that women are indeed adept at weaving elaborate narratives. The thoughts of several women have been passed down, culminating in a complete narrative with Cheng Yuyu. Zhang Cheng is undoubtedly deeply wounded by Xiaojuan, to the extent that he finds it difficult to trust others. He bears the pressure silently, unable to confide in anyone, resulting in his excessive perspiration alone in the office. Thus, she expressed those heartfelt words earlier. Zhang Cheng perceives that this woman spoke with genuine emotion. He scratched his head, unable to fully comprehend the situation, yet recognizing it to be a positive development. Embracing Cheng Yuyu, he could sense her slight sobs and the gentle tremors of her delicate frame. The warmth of their skin and the exchange of body heat heightened his awareness, and though he could not ascertain the extent of his own transformation, he felt notably invigorated in that moment. Zhang Zong. Cheng Yuyu also sensed the shift, ceasing her weeping and softly calling out with deep emotion. Chapter 61. The legendary yoga technique. Sweat poured from his body, and he felt the urge to cleanse himself. Zhang Cheng, however, was not in a hurry. He was merely uncomfortable in his drenched state. Yet, Cheng Yuyu's emotions were in turmoil, leaving her indifferent to such trivialities. After washing up, she found herself drenched once more. So she decided to complete her tasks before bathing, a notion she often expressed. Cheng Yuyu's eyes were slightly red, tears tracing her cheeks, and her voice bore a hint of huskiness. Having just wept, her tone, though devoid of the previous sweetness, carried a newfound maturity. "As long as you don't mind," Zhang Cheng said, exasperated, raising his hands in surrender. "I don't mind," Cheng Yuyu retorted with a playful huff, ignoring the fact that they were in an office, and leapt towards him. Hours later, They had thoroughly refreshed themselves at a nearby hotel and lay entwined on the large bed, succumbing to slumber. Cheng Yu was utterly exhausted. She had anticipated that Zhang Cheng would be fatigued, requiring her to hold back, yet he exhibited an unexpected vigor that left her bewildered. During their shower, she needed his support to remain upright. Once in bed, she collapsed into sleep, while Zhang Cheng embraced the slumbering beauty, contemplating his own state. Earlier, they had engaged in a fierce battle in the office, only to relocate to the hotel for a prolonged encounter, leaving Cheng Yu drained, while he felt no fatigue whatsoever. The system had indicated that the potion could enhance one's physique by 1 to 3 times. He sensed that he had maximized his potential. His combat prowess had increased at least 3-fold. He was even confident about returning home and applying the supermoon potion effectively. It seemed that the targeted lottery cards should not be used recklessly. Perhaps he would need to acquire the second and third phases of the potion in the future. He was immensely curious about what fully evolved humanity might resemble. With 4 lottery opportunities still available and 2 targeted lottery cards unused, he decided to draw again. Congratulations, host. You have received a 100,000 data card 1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill, Legendary Yoga Technique. The first reward was a guaranteed 100,000 data card. With this addition, Zhang Cheng now possessed 3 of them. The second reward, however, piqued his interest. He gazed at the second reward as the system's description materialized before him. Legendary Yoga Technique. The host practice yields 10-fold efficacy compared to ordinary yoga. When imparted to others, their practice will yield 5-fold efficacy compared to ordinary yoga. Zhang Cheng scratched his head. In his recollection, yoga seemed to be a pursuit primarily for women. Yet now, he had acquired such a skill. It appeared somewhat useless to him. However, adhering to a pragmatic approach, he searched online for information about yoga, and his expression turned peculiar. Yoga was not merely a serious discipline. Originating from India, it began as a form of spiritual practice and has gradually transformed into a modern fitness regimen. Many women engage in yoga practice primarily to enhance their physical flexibility, maintain a balanced physique, and achieve a more youthful appearance. Undoubtedly, these benefits have only been recognized in modern times. Originally, this practice was utilized by ancient practitioners as a method of dual cultivation. Zhang Cheng, now filled with curiosity, wonders about the enhancements that the legendary yoga technique offers, whether it pertains to the dual cultivation aspects of ancient yoga or the modern benefits of body maintenance and youthfulness. Intrigued, he decided to teach Cheng Yu the technique first thing the following morning after a restful night. The legendary yoga technique is indeed a skill, with the specific steps of practice firmly etched in his mind. The entire yoga regimen takes approximately 30 minutes, and he is well-versed in the precise movements and breathing rhythms. Under his guidance, Cheng Yu, though initially clumsy, successfully completed a full sequence. Yu, how do you feel after the practice? Zhang Cheng inquired immediately. Cheng Yu, still fatigued from the previous day and having not fully recovered overnight, would have struggled to complete the sequence had it been anyone else instructing her. Now, she lay breathlessly on the bed, glistening with a light sheen of sweat. After a moment of reflection, she exclaimed, "Mr. Zhang, the yoga technique you taught is truly remarkable. Although I am physically tired, I feel an invigorating sense of vitality." Zhang Cheng nodded slightly, realizing that this so-called legendary yoga technique is indeed an enhanced version of modern yoga. However, Cheng Yu then sat up, her cheeks flushed and leaning into Zhang Cheng's embrace, bashfully suggesting, "Mr. Zhang, I don't seem to feel as tired anymore." Perhaps it appeared that the effects were not solely from modern yoga, but also incorporated elements of ancient practices. Zhang Cheng found himself speechless, recognizing that the system's reward of legendary yoga encompassed benefits from both eras. In his arms, the beauty had just finished exercising, her body temperature slightly elevated, glistening with a fine sheen of perspiration. Her skin exhibited a delicate, porcelain-like quality, particularly her cheeks, which were a captivating rosy hue, evoking an irresistible desire. Zhang Cheng had already discerned what he sought, and now, with the enchanting figure in his embrace, he swiftly rolled over, pinning her beneath him to commence their morning exercise. Their intimate moment was interrupted only by the ringing of a phone. Having just concluded their session, Zhang Cheng remained in high spirits as he leaned against the headboard to answer the call. "Hello, Lin Xiao. What brings you to call so early?" It was Lin Weikai on the line. "What the hell? It's nearly noon. Early? And stop calling me Lin Xiao. We're brothers. It feels so formal." Lin Weikai replied with a familiar jest. Zhang Cheng chuckled in response. "What advice do you have for me, Lin Ge?" The two had been quite close before drifting apart over time. Lin Weicai's company is destined to grow ever larger, while Zhang Cheng's Wuyou Media may resort to piracy, potentially leaving him impoverished for life, resulting in their paths never crossing again. However, after Zhang Cheng's unexpected journey, everything changed. Lin Weikai came to a renewed understanding of Zhang Cheng, particularly after last night, when Cheng's followers surged past 10 million. He realized that this younger brother, whom he once underestimated, had now become someone he could look up to. Of course, in terms of company size, he need not look up to Zhang Cheng. His own Forest Media remains significantly larger than Wuyou Media. Yet, when it comes to marketing and star-making prowess, he indeed ought to admire Zhang Cheng. Therefore, the following noon, he eagerly dialed Zhang Cheng's number, using a colorful expletive as an icebreaker to close the distance between them, before exclaiming, "Cheng, you rascal. You said you would treat me to a meal, and I've been starving since morning. I'm about to perish from hunger." Chapter 62. Your dream of desire. Lin Weikai suggested that Zhang Cheng treat them to dinner, yet he had already reserved a table and settled the bill in advance. Zhang Cheng merely needed to show up. He decided to bring Cheng Yu along. Lin Weikai accompanied several influencers from his agency. Zhang Cheng could hardly attend alone, so bringing Cheng Yu was sufficiently impressive. Among Lin Weikai entourage, none of the influencers boasted more than 300,000 followers, whereas Cheng Yu alone surpassed 10 million. As Zhang Cheng took his seat in the private dining room, he felt the weight of several piercing gazes upon him. The female influencers brought by Lin Weikai looked at him with an intensity that seemed almost predatory, ignoring the presence of the renowned Cheng Yu, who had millions of fans. Everyone in the industry understood the dynamics at play. Cheng Yu's meteoric rise was not solely due to her own efforts, but rather the result of a formidable supporter, Zhang Cheng, the owner of Wuyou Media. Once, he was the subject of derision, labeled a sycophant within the circles, yet perceptions had shifted dramatically. Was it flattery? No, it was genuine devotion. The foolish one was in Xiujuan, who overlooked such a promising figure, opting instead to serve others, only to face 2 consecutive defeats in live competitions, ultimately retreating without even a video to share afterward. What does this signify? A complete emotional collapse. To distill all this, the essence is clear. Zhang Cheng is undoubtedly the most luminous new star in the industry. Numerous influencers have been eager to submit their resumes to him during this period, leading to an overwhelming pile he scarcely has time to review. Even those influencers accompanying Lin Weikai had submitted their applications to him. At this juncture, any mention of signing with him would likely see them willingly paying breach of contract penalties to switch allegiances. "Ah, Cheng, you have finally arrived. Look at these ladies. They can barely contain their excitement waiting for you," Lin Weikai jested, his arm draped around a voluptuous influencer. "Lin, I believe it is you who can hardly sit still," playfully retorted a charming girl beside him, her endearing appearance contrasting sharply with her slightly accented voice, creating a delightful dissonance. Zhang Cheng surveyed the 4 female influencers. Aside from the one who had spoken, he did not recognize the others. The girl who had spoken, known in her previous life as an artist from Wuyou Media, shared a similar level of fame with Cheng Yu, boasting over 10 million followers as well. However, at this moment, she seemed to be experiencing a lull in her popularity, which was likely why Lin Weikai had summoned her to join them for drinks. Lin Weikai, unfazed by the teasing from the influencer, chuckled heartily. "Indeed, Cheng, I have already boasted about you to them. You are my brother, and if you hadn't come today, it would have been quite embarrassing for me as your boss." At that moment, Cheng Yu also took her seat next to Zhang Cheng. Lin Weikai turned to her with a smile. "You must be Ms. Cheng, right? You have been incredibly popular lately. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Lin Weikai was a natural businessman, always wearing a smile and treating everyone with utmost courtesy. However, he was far from naive, when it came to matters of profit, he was astutely meticulous. "Hello, Mr. Lin," came the polite response. Zhang Yuyu greeted with a smile, then obediently sat beside Zhang Cheng and fell silent. "Linge, you brought a few friends. Why not introduce them?" After taking his seat, Zhang Cheng glanced at the several female internet celebrities. They met his gaze, among them Lin Wei's companion, who displayed the most audacity, puffing out her chest, creating quite a mesmerizing spectacle that left one momentarily dazed. "This is Gao Xiaotu, who used to be a car model." Lin Wei began by introducing the girl beside him before introducing the others. "Your dream just signed with my company, and these two are Xiao Bai and Qingqing. All of them are quite impressive." Zhang Cheng had only heard of your dream and had no impression of the others. However, with Lin Wei bringing so many people, it was clear he intended to showcase them. So Zhang Cheng naturally offered flattering remarks. "Waiter, serve the dishes," Lin Wei called out, then turned to Zhang Cheng with a smile. "Brother, feel free to choose any of these four, except for the one beside me. If you fancy, you can take her out later for shopping or a movie." He appeared to be a generous fellow, but his winks and nudges made it evident that if one were to take a girl away, it would entail more than mere outings. Zhang Cheng understood the implication, as did Zhang Yuyu, who then wrapped her arm around Zhang Cheng's, claiming her territory. This left Lin Wei somewhat vexed. He had once looked down upon Zhang Cheng's obsequious demeanor, and now, with Zhang Yuyu in the picture, he thought, if this is the case, then perhaps there is no need for further relations. A sycophant always meets an unfortunate end. "Thank you, Linge. I find your dream quite appealing. Let's chat later." Zhang Cheng responded without hesitation, ignoring Zhang Yuyu's pout. Your dream certainly had potential, and having just signed with Lin Wei's company, Zhang Cheng was intrigued. However, figuring out how to proceed was still a challenge. After all, Lin Wei had just assisted him, and he couldn't simply poach someone. "Your dream, you're fortunate. Go sit next to my brother. Just a few pointers from him, and you'll be a sensation." Lin Wei's smile returned. "All right, Lin Zong." Your dream's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly took a seat next to Zhang Cheng. Gao Xiaodu remained beside Lin Wei without concern, but Xiao Bai and Qingqing watched the scene unfold with eyes nearly brimming with envy. They had no qualms about the idea of accompanying someone, but depended on the individual. For an ordinary person, raising a glass in toast would be a courtesy, but this was Zhang Cheng. They would gladly accompany him, even if it meant sharing a bed. Lin Wei had brought them along to curry favor with Zhang Cheng. Whoever made him comfortable would have boundless prospects. It was not just about achieving the popularity of Zhang Yuyu or managing a fan base of several million. That was already worthwhile. Your dream understood this as well. The chance to catch Zhang Cheng's thrilled her immensely. Initially, when Lin Wei suggested she accompany him for drinks right after signing, she had intended to decline. However, upon hearing it was Zhang Cheng, she eagerly rushed over. At this moment, although Zhang Yuyu was seated beside her, she was resolute in her ambitions and pressed forward toward Zhang Cheng, her cup filled with wine never ceasing. Before long, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her gaze becoming hazy, her body swaying precariously as she leaned into Zhang Cheng's embrace. Zhang Yuyu's eyes blazed with jealousy. However, now that she had become a prominent internet celebrity, she bore the weight of her public persona and refrained from competing with Yumeng, choosing instead to sulk in silence. After several rounds of drinks, Lin Wei finally broached the main topic. "Brother, as you know, my Wuyou Media has been expanding rapidly, yet we lack a formidable leading anchor. The most popular among us has merely over 2 million followers." Zhang Cheng had barely touched his drink, even when Yumeng raised her glass to him. He only took a sip. Now, with Yumeng intoxicated and nestled in his arms, he remained remarkably sober. Upon Lin Wei's initiation, he instantly grasped the underlying intent of his words. Without hesitation, he replied, "Brother Lin, please speak plainly. You've just assisted me, and I shall not refuse any requests I can fulfill." Chapter 63. Holding one, giving another today, I present to you, my esteemed brother, a selection of the most aesthetically pleasing individuals from my company. Please assist in managing them, Lin Weikai chuckled. Upon hearing his words, Gao Xiaotu, Yuma, along with Xiao Bai and Qingqing, perked up their ears. They had come here precisely for this purpose. Cheng Yu is currently the most popular internet celebrity, having garnered over 10 million in single-day rewards yesterday, and has now ascended to trending status, enjoying immense adoration from her fans. As her employer, Zhang Cheng stands as the pinnacle of popularity within the influencer realm. Should he express interest, it is likely that a majority of lesser-known influencers would willingly offer their company for naught. Lin Weicai's objective today is to persuade Zhang Cheng to create a leading internet star, and these four women may very well be the fortunate candidates. Of course, this hinges on Zhang Cheng's consent. In truth, Lin Weicai harbored uncertainties. He had assisted Zhang Cheng with a minor favor, merely a guild account, which other media companies also possess. With a little expenditure, such arrangements can typically be made. However, to elevate someone to the status of a top influencer, given the magnitude of the benefit, if Zhang Cheng were to decline, no one would dare voice a complaint. Thus, Lin Weicai decided to lay his cards on the table. Whoever Zhang Cheng took a liking to could be taken away without hesitation. He had already conferred with Yuma, Xiaobai, and Qingqing beforehand. They were all willing to make sacrifices for the sake of fame. Yuma, at this moment, felt the most exhilarated. Aside from Gao Xiaodu being Lin Weicai's partner, Zhang Cheng had clearly taken a fancy to her and the other two women. Did this not imply that her chances were the greatest? Zhang Cheng remained silent, surveying the four women. Each one instinctively straightened her posture and raised her chin, eager to present herself in the best light for his scrutiny. After a thorough appraisal, Zhang Cheng finally spoke. Brother Lin, this endeavor is not particularly challenging for me, but upon hearing the first half of his statement, Lin Weicai and the four influencers felt a surge of joy, but the subsequent cast a shadow over their spirits. Lin Weicai quickly responded, I understand that the benefits of promoting a top influencer are substantial. I have no intention of taking advantage of you. Cheng, name your terms. Assisting is merely a preliminary step. He had no desire for a free ride. Creating a major influencer with millions of followers is crucial for his company, and he was fully prepared to bear the costs. Brother Lin, please have them leave. Let us discuss this privately, Zhang Cheng stated. Very well, Lin Weicai exclaimed, elated. Zhang Cheng's demeanor indicated potential success, and he promptly gestured for the four influencers to exit the private room. Zhang, I shall take my leave, but once you and Brother Lin conclude your discussions, may I join you for a drink? Yuma asked with her enchanting eyes lingering on Zhang Cheng. We shall address that later, Zhang Cheng replied with a smile. Yuma's heart sank at his dismissive response, leaving her to question her worth. Had he merely chosen her at random, harboring no genuine interest? Meanwhile, the other three women felt a sense of exhilaration. Observing Zhang Cheng's demeanor, it became evident that Yu Meng's prospects were dim, consequently amplifying his own opportunities. Three women, one adorned with a joyful countenance and the other with a heart shattered, exited the private room. You come here, Zhang Cheng beckoned, drawing Cheng Yu closer to whisper a few words in her ear before gesturing. All right, you may leave now. With that, Cheng Yu departed, leaving Zhang Cheng and Lin Weicai alone in the room. Without further ado, Zhang Cheng addressed Lin Weicai, who was brimming with anticipation. Of the four you presented, I can elevate two. Two? Is that truly the case? Lin Weicai nearly leapt from his seat, although he had meticulously selected these four individuals. His confidence was tenuous. After all, in the span of Wuyou Media's existence, they had yet to cultivate a single influencer boasting over 1 million followers. The only one with 2 million followers had been poached from elsewhere. Indeed, Zhang Cheng affirmed with a nod. So, my brother, what do you desire? Anything I possess shall be yours without hesitation. Lin Weicai was elated. If he could successfully launch 2 major influencers, it would be a life-changing moment for him. Brother Lin, you can observe the flow of the guild's account. You should understand that I lack for nothing, Zhang Cheng replied, shaking his head slightly. This, Lin Weicai felt a pang of confusion. Was Zhang Cheng toying with him, offering hope only to snatch it away? I shall be forthright. I can assist in propelling one to success without asking for a single penny in return, but I require the other, Zhang Cheng stated plainly. Upon hearing the first part of Zhang Cheng's proposition, Lin Weicai was nearly moved to kneel in gratitude. But the latter half of Zhang Cheng's request left him uneasy. while Zhang Cheng's terms were fair and generous. The thought of relinquishing one of the promising influencers was indeed disheartening. Nonetheless, Lin Weikai understood that these potential stars were merely raw talent. Given his own limitations, he could not elevate them. Sacrificing one for the opportunity to launch another into stardom was the wisest course of action, yet a sense of reluctance lingered within him. Cheng, you will be better off deceiving me. This truly pains my heart, Lin Weikai lamented, his expression sour. Zhang Cheng merely smiled, remaining silent. His efforts were all directed towards Yumeng. Were it anyone else, he would have simply undermined them. However, since Lin Weikai had recently assisted him, he opted to lay his cards on the table. By acquiring Yumeng, he could elevate the other influencer. Among the remaining three, while none were particularly familiar to him, one named Gao Xiaodu had promising attributes, reminiscent of a popular influencer from his past life. He could replicate that influencer's meteoric rise, ensuring Gao Xiaodu's success. In this regard, Lin Weikai would undoubtedly benefit. After grappling with his emotions for a moment, Lin Weikai reached a resolution. Cheng, tell me who you believe can succeed. Which one do you desire? Yumeng or Gao Xiaodu? You choose one for me to elevate, and the other shall be yours. Zhang Cheng relinquished the choice. In truth, Lin Weikai had no real choice to make. However, he still allowed Lin Weikai to make the choice. Given that Yumei's potential surpassed that of the petite rabbit, it was prudent to avoid any future dissatisfaction from Lin Weikai should Yumei achieve success. Zhang Cheng was adept at navigating such social intricacies. As anticipated upon hearing this, Lin Weikai wore an expression of exasperation, exclaiming, I have already stated that the rabbit is my woman. How am I supposed to choose now? He conceded, fine. I relinquish Yumei to you. She will undoubtedly be quite pleased. In truth, Yumei was indeed very pleased. Following Zhang Cheng's instructions, Cheng Yu informed her that Zhang Cheng wished to sign her. Although she had just signed a contract with Lin Weitsi's company, which included a substantial penalty for breach, she was willing to take out a loan to cover the penalty if it meant securing Zhang Cheng's favor and switching jobs. In the private room, the two were oblivious to the conversation at hand. Yumei's heart was in turmoil, akin to a cat's claws, filled with impatience. Chapter 64. Signing the contract and bridging the gaps. Yumeng was nearly beside herself with anxiety, her mind racing with possibilities. What if Mr. Lin refused to release her even after she paid the penalty for breach of contract? Should she consider suing him? Although it would mean severing ties, signing with Wuyou Media would certainly be worthwhile. As her thoughts spiraled, the door to the private room swung open, revealing the voice of Lin Weikai. You all can come in now. The four influencers from Sunlin Media entered alongside Cheng Yu, Xiaobai, and Qingqing. You may head back first, Lin Weikai stated. The two women were momentarily taken aback. Wait, brother, you called us and only to send us away? Why not just let us go earlier? Their hearts sank, realizing the implication of his words. They had been eliminated. Mr. Lin, Mr. Zhang, we shall take our leave now. The two women reluctantly departed, casting flirtatious glances at Zhang Cheng, seemingly oblivious to Lin Weitsi's presence. Witnessing this, Lin Weikai felt a pang of disappointment. After all, he was the boss. Why were they all fawning over Zhang Cheng? As for Zhang Cheng, he chose to remain indifferent. There was little he could do. While the two women were indeed attractive, they lacked distinctive qualities that would make them truly marketable, unless he was to rely on monetary incentives to promote them, which seemed unnecessary. He preferred to engage in ventures with greater certainty. Once Xiaobai and Qingqing had exited, Lin Weikai cleared his throat and addressed Gao Xiaodu and Yumeng. Xiaotu, Mr. Zhang has mentioned that he will tailor a marketing plan specifically for you. Be sure to thank him. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, Gao Xiaotu exclaimed, her excitement causing her to jump up, her two white ears twitching animatedly. Had she not been Lin Weitsi's partner, she might have leapt into Zhang Cheng's arms without hesitation. Watching this unfold, Lin Weikai felt an even deeper sense of frustration. He suspected that if he were not present, Gao Xiaodu would have likely gone home with Zhang Cheng. Meanwhile, Yumeng looked on with longing. What about her? If she wasn't being promoted, what was her purpose? With a resolute determination, she declared, Mr. Lin, I wish to terminate my contract. Lin Weikai was taken aback, confusion evident on his face. Wait, I was about to let you go. Why the sudden urgency to dissolve the contract? Although we just signed, I am willing to compensate you fully for the breach. Mr. Lin, I hope we can part amicably. If you are unwilling to release me, I will have no choice but to pursue legal action. Yu Ming's expression was one of unwavering determination. I have already discussed with Mr. Zhang about transferring your contract. Lin Weikai felt utterly disheartened. Although he knew Zhang Cheng held significant influence in the eyes of the influencers, he never imagined it would be to this extent. Now, he was left wondering if Gao Xiaodu also harbored thoughts of switching allegiances. When he turned to glance at Gao Xiaodu, he found her gazing at Yaman with envy. The words FCK lodged painfully in his throat, yearning for release. Gao Xiaodu indeed envied Yaman. Being favored by Zhang Cheng and signing with his company were two entirely different matters. Within Lin Weicai's company, Zhang Cheng might not pay her much attention, but if she were to join his own company, he would undoubtedly invest himself wholeheartedly in her development. Had it not been for her deep binding with Lin Weikai, she would have willingly compensated for the breach of contract to change jobs. At this moment, Yu Mei was still in a state of bewilderment. Zhang Cheng had merely asked Cheng Yu to convey the intent to sign, without indicating that he intended to discuss this matter with Lin Weikai. It was only then that Yu Mei realized that while Zhang Cheng was entrusting Cheng Yu to inquire about her opinion, he had already negotiated the transfer agreement with Lin Weikai. Ah, this. Thank you, President Zhang. Yu Mei was utterly taken aback by the good news. Not only was Zhang Cheng willing to sign her, but he had also proactively negotiated the transfer agreement with Lin Weikai. What did this signify? It meant that President Zhang had faith in her. She was truly on the brink of stardom. Lin Weikai's expression darkened slightly. While he was merely expressing gratitude towards President Zhang, he hadn't mentioned himself at all, had he? Brother Lin, I'll take Yu Mei with me now. I'll return to work on the operational plan for Gao Xiaodu. You just need to have Gao Xiaodu cooperate with me, Zhang Cheng said with a smile. All right, brother, just let me know what you need. Gao Xiaodu will definitely cooperate. Lin Weikai replied, patting his chest. I will certainly cooperate, no matter what. Gao Xiaodu echoed, mimicking him, creating a tumultuous atmosphere that left one feeling dizzy. Zhang Cheng cast a glance and resolved in his heart that he would eventually sign such a significant contract himself. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Lin Weikai, Zhang Cheng took his leave. He arrived with one companion, but departed with two. In the car, Zhang Cheng sat in the front, while two women occupied the back seat. Cheng Yu and Yu Mei exchanged wide-eyed glances. Sister Yu, we will be colleagues from now on. Please take care of me, Yu Mei spoke first, her cute appearance contrasting sharply with her somewhat mature accent. Cheng Yu rolled her eyes inwardly, politely greeting her while feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. She sensed that Yang Chaoyue shared an unusual connection with President Zhang. Moreover, the pair of mother and daughter were both exceptionally beautiful. The sisters from the Treasure Island who visited yesterday were equally stunning, with Qiu Qianqian having already decided to stay, and Lin Xiang seemingly intrigued as well. Now, another Yu Mei had arrived. Although she was currently quite popular and could outshine the crowd, her own prominence had evidently peaked, and President Zhang would surely begin to elevate others soon. Sooner or later, she would be outshone. It seemed to Cheng Yu that she could only endure some hardship herself. As long as she could exhaust Zhang Cheng, the others would have no opportunity to encroach. Yes, that was the plan. Zhang Cheng drove back to Wuyou Media, unaware of Cheng Yu's thoughts. Otherwise, he might have laughed aloud. 2 days ago, his fear might have lingered, but now, as long as he was formidable enough, he could still break new ground. Upon returning to the company, Zhang Cheng first arranged a contract for Yu Mei. After the contract was signed, he received a system reward of 870,000. Yu Mei's score was slightly lower than Cheng Yu's, at only 87. Nevertheless, that was sufficient. She primarily possessed unique traits. Her cute appearance and amusing accent were distinctive features. Moreover, she possesses a pair of intricately tattooed arms, which starkly contrasts with her adorable appearance. To thrive in the digital realm, one must not only possess beauty, but also a distinct character. Yu Ming's allure is undeniably striking, complemented by her unique charm, ensuring her rise to fame is inevitable. However, Zhang Cheng is not in haste to devise a strategic plan for Yu Meng. Instead, he requested Zhou Yun to present the resumes collected over the past few days for his review. The company is currently in need of managers for 2 departments. Without filling these vacancies, his role as the employer would become quite demanding. He must oversee the operations of the Su mother and daughter duo, manage Qiu Qianqian, and also attend to Yu Meng, in addition to the responsibilities concerning Gao Xiaodu under Lin Weikai's supervision. Without addressing the company's shortcomings, Zhang Cheng would lack the energy to engage in these endeavors. Moreover, rectifying these deficiencies would allow him to fulfill a particular task. That afternoon, Zhang Cheng dedicated himself to the interview process, meticulously evaluating several candidates and swiftly filling the remaining managerial positions. At that moment, a system notification appeared before him. Task of rectifying shortcomings completed. 800,000 RMB has been disbursed. System Lottery X4 has been awarded. Chapter 65. The resilience of cousin. 2 newly appointed managers have joined the team. Feng Jinglong, who oversees operations, and Han Yuanjia, who heads the marketing department. Their backgrounds and capabilities appear rather ordinary, yet they should manage to fulfill their fundamental responsibilities without issue. With a side quest lingering, Zhang Cheng decided against further delay and hastily selected the 2 most suitable candidates from a pile of resumes. The cash rewards had already been credited to his account, as well as the opportunities for 4 system lotteries. Currently, Zhang Cheng possesses a total of 6 lottery chances and 2 unused targeted lottery cards. He immediately proceeded to draw 4 times, resulting in 2 cards worth 100,000 in traffic and an additional 200,000 in cash. Unfortunately, this round yielded nothing of significant value. The remaining 2 lottery opportunities and the 2 targeted cards were set aside for future use. After completing his tasks, Zhang Cheng returned home as dusk fell. Qiaoyu had come back early. During this period, she had little to occupy her time and spent her days learning body movement and vocal skills from Su Wanqing. Upon entering, Zhang Cheng found the house impeccably clean. The bedroom was brightly lit and the bed was meticulously arranged. With no work to engage her, she had taken to household chores. Seeing Zhang Cheng, she eagerly approached him, resembling a devoted wife, assisting him in removing his coat and shoes. "Brother Cheng, are you tired? Would you like to take a shower first? We could do it together." Zhang Cheng embraced her without hesitation. "I just showered." Yang Xiaoyu feigned a struggle, though in truth, she relished Zhang Cheng's embrace. She had indeed just bathed, clad only in a modest nightgown that revealed her fair shoulders and slender arms, along with her delicate ankles and feet. Fresh from her shower, she exuded a youthful fragrance. Her skin slightly flushed and adorned with droplets of water, reminiscent of a tender lotus emerging from the water. "Then let's wash again." Zhang Cheng smiled gently, guiding her into the bathroom. The following day, Zhang Cheng stepped out of his home, invigorated and with a rosy complexion. Beside him was a yawning Yang Xiaoyu, clearly exhausted. They arrived at the company together, with Yang Xiaoyu heading straight to Su Wanqing's office, while Zhang Cheng made his way to his own office, summoning the 4 department managers along with Li Kiki for a meeting. With the 4 departments of Wuyou Media now managed, the staff beneath them was also substantial. Although the number of artists had increased, Zhang Cheng found himself with a bit more leisure as the owner. "Zhou Jia, you will continue to oversee the comprehensive office, and I am elevating your position to that of an assistant general manager. When I am absent, you will be responsible for overall coordination." Zhang Cheng first addressed Zhou Yun. She had indeed worked tirelessly during this period, managing the workload of several individuals, and it was only fitting that she be rewarded with the promotion she deserved, for she was fully capable of fulfilling the role. "Thank you, President Zhang," Zhou Yun replied with a modest smile, standing to offer a slight bow in respect. "Kiki, you shall remain by my side as my secretary, assisting me in issuing directives to the various departments, while also taking on some financial responsibilities." Zhang Cheng cast a final glance at his cousin. During this period of experience, Li Kiki had also demonstrated her ability to stand on her own. He entrusted the most critical financial matters to her, for he held a deep-seated trust in Li Kiki. After the death of his parents, a substantial inheritance was held in trust by her parents, and during that time, their family lived in considerable poverty, yet they never touched a single penny of that fortune. Upon reaching adulthood, Zhang Cheng promptly reclaimed it without delay. Such integrity was indeed worthy of trust. Additionally, assigning Li Kiki the role of secretary was intended to hone her skills. Being still quite young, with a few years of training, she would be capable of managing independently. Thank you, Zhang Zong. Li Kiki's expression was somewhat agitated, but not due to the promotion. Rather, she was elated at having altered her fate against all odds. Her cousin truly had a strong destiny. The company not only survived, but thrived, and she had even received a promotion. What a delightful turn of events. No need for thanks. Zhang Cheng waved his hand dismissively and began assigning tasks. Old Han, currently our most successful artist, is Wuyou. Her popularity has reached its zenith, and significant growth is unlikely in the future. It's time to consider monetizing her fame. You are in charge of this task, but be cautious not to act too hastily, as it may tarnish Wuyou's reputation. Zhang Cheng first issued directives to Han Yuanjia. Han Yuanjia, in his 30s, bore a shrewd demeanor, and indeed, he was quite astute. In the realm of market operations, one must be savvy to avoid being duped. Rest assured, Zhang Zong, I will be vigilant, he replied solemnly, unable to suppress his admiration. His previous employer had rushed to capitalize on a rising internet celebrity, hastily accepting every offer, which led to a rapid decline in the celebrity's reputation and, consequently, the collapse of the company. In contrast, the new boss displayed a much clearer mindset. Old Yuan and Old Feng, your tasks are somewhat simpler. Just cooperate with me and execute my commands. Zhang Cheng addressed Yuan Liang and Feng Jinglong. Compared to others, their responsibilities were indeed less complex. He had already made arrangements concerning the artists in the company, so Yuan Liang and Feng Jinglong merely needed to follow his lead steadily. Understood, Zhang Zong, they both nodded in unison. Meeting adjourned, Zhang Cheng proclaimed. Afterward, he watched as a group of people departed, then leaned back in his office chair, exhaling deeply. At last, he felt the essence of being a boss, free from the need to be involved in every minutiae. Since his arrival in this world, he had spent the majority of his time managing company affairs. In the future, aside from devising operational plans for the artists under his charge, he would no longer need to concern himself with other matters. Zhang Cheng would have more time to save her life. The entertainment Tycoon system, despite its name, was indeed a luxurious system. One had never heard of a tycoon who needed to toil endlessly. However, perhaps having been accustomed to hard work, Zhang Cheng found it difficult to remain idle. After sitting in the office for a while, he rose and made his way to visit the Su mother and daughter. As newly signed artists following Cheng's departure, the potential of the Su mother-daughter duo is quite remarkable. Their beauty far surpasses that of the mother-daughter dance influencers encountered by Zhang Cheng in a previous life. With proper management, they are destined for stardom. The company is poised to heavily promote them. Upon reaching the office of the Su family, Zhang Cheng pushed the door open and was greeted by the sight of Su Wanqing and Su Qingqing, both clad in identical dresses, dancing enthusiastically before the camera. Mr. Zhang, what brings you here? Su Wanqing paused her dance and approached him with an air of modesty. Su Qingqing also ceased her movements, her large eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Meanwhile, Yang Chaoyue, who was still practicing her form, halted her actions, her eyes eagerly fixed on the scene. Chapter 66. Bestowing the yoga techniques of the Su family mother and daughter Su Wanqing and Su Qingqing donned matching black camisole dresses, which elegantly revealed their delicate, fair collarbones, while their long, slender legs gleamed with a radiant whiteness. The striking contrast between their porcelain skin and the dark silk fabric of their garments created a powerful visual impact. Moments ago, the two had been energetically dancing before the camera, recording a video, when Zhang Cheng's unexpected arrival interrupted their spirited display. Meanwhile, the production staff from the content department tactfully excused themselves, leaving only Zhang Cheng in the room. Now it's time to vigorously promote your work. Let me assess your current situation, Zhang Cheng said with a gentle smile. Are we finally up next? Su Qingqing exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she bounded forward, her eyes sparkling with delight. When they had initially signed on, Zhang Cheng had provided them with several traffic cards, along with additional promotional support from the operations department. Now, The duo had emerged as notable internet personalities, nearing 1 million followers. Yet, in comparison to Zhang Cheng, their standing still felt significantly lacking. Su Wanqing maintained a more composed demeanor. Having weathered various storms, she found satisfaction in their current lifestyle. Together, their base salary amounted to 40,000, supplemented by additional revenue shares, allowing them to lead a comfortable life. Surprisingly, she preferred not to seek excessive fame. Conversely, Su Qingqing, being younger, yearned for the popularity that Zhang Cheng commanded. She had watched the live stream that night, when he received millions in tips and trended on social media, garnering continuous media coverage. Her anticipation had reached a boiling point. With Zhang Cheng finally expressing his intentions, her excitement was nearly uncontainable. Had her mother not been present, she might have leapt into Zhang Cheng's arms to express her joy. The plan will require some time to develop, so do not rush, Zhang Cheng cautioned. Sensing Su Qingqing's fervor and dousing her enthusiasm with a dose of reality, he felt relatively assured about Su Wanqing, but recognized Su Qingqing's youthful impatience as a potential hindrance. "I'm not in a hurry," Su Qingqing replied, pausing in place and feeling her cheeks warm. "Ms. Su, I have a set of yoga techniques that I would like to teach you. Regular practice will help maintain your youthful appearance," Zhang Cheng remarked, directing his gaze towards Su Wanqing. "Yoga?" Su Wanqing seemed momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the long-term commitment required for its benefits. "My yoga is quite unique. Just give it a try," Zhang Cheng encouraged with a smile. Among all the individuals he had signed, Su Wanqing was the eldest. Although she had maintained her looks well, her prime years were limited. To prolong her career's longevity, Zhang Cheng intended to impart his legendary yoga techniques to her. He planned to share this knowledge with others as well. In the realm of internet fame, beauty equates to wealth, and the industry thrives on youth. The ability to retain a youthful visage for even a single day could translate into substantial earnings. This legendary yoga practice was worth more than 100 million in cash. "All right, I will learn," Su Wanqing replied, managing a somewhat strained smile. She fell silent, pondering Zhang Cheng's intentions. Was he implying that she was aging? Is indeed irrefutable. One cannot deny the passage of time. "Qiaoyu, come over here. You all should learn together," Zhang Cheng beckoned to Yang Qiaoyu. Soon, 3 vibrant flowers stood before him, one mature and 2 youthful. "Su Laoshi, Qingqing, perhaps you should change into different attire. This skirt is rather short." "In yoga involves numerous expansive movements," Zhang Cheng suggested. Su Wanqing nodded slightly, acknowledging the necessity of such a change. For after all, Zhang was a man, and it would be quite improper if there were any unfortunate exposures. As for herself, she had resigned to the inevitable effects of aging, but her daughter was in the prime of youth. However, Su Qingqing, with her impulsive nature, quickly interjected, "Zhang Zong, we need not change our clothes. We are wearing leggings, so there is no risk of exposure. Just see for yourself." As she spoke, she lifted her short skirt. Zhang Cheng instinctively glanced over, and in an instant, he was rendered speechless. Leggings are indeed a practical garment, akin to the conservative shorts worn by men in summer, eliminating the possibility of any exposure. The crux of the matter, however, was that Su Qingqing was not wearing any. As she lifted her skirt, it revealed a light blue pair of cartoon-embroidered undergarments, showcasing her youthful and vibrant skin. Su Qingqing froze momentarily, a chill rushing over her as realization dawned. "Oh no, in my haste this morning, I forgot to wear them." Her face flushed crimson, and she was left in shock. Su Wanqing also stood there, stunned. After a brief moment, she quickly slapped Su Qingqing's hand, causing the skirt's hem to fall back down, concealing the scene that ought to have been covered. "You silly girl, I kept reminding you to wear leggings. You absolutely cannot forget. Just look at you," Su Wanqing exclaimed, her tone tinged with urgency as she reached to scold her daughter. "Cough, cough. Su Laoshi, let us not dwell on this. I was momentarily distracted and did not see anything," Zhang Cheng said with a hint of exasperation. Beside them, Qiaoyu rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "Brother Cheng is just rambling. Your gaze never wandered. It was as if it were welded in place. What is there to see? It's not like I have not witnessed it before." "Zhang Zong, I apologize for this awkwardness, Su Wanqing said, her expression exceedingly uncomfortable. Su Qingqing lowered her head, the flush on her cheeks spreading rapidly to her neck and collarbone. It is nothing, Zhang Cheng replied, somewhat speechless. Su Laosi, how about this? I will teach you first, and once you have learned, you can privately instruct Qingqing. All right, Su Wanqing murmured, still enveloped in her embarrassment. As she nodded gently. For the next hour, Zhang Cheng dedicated himself to instructing Su Wanqing and Yang Xiaoyu in yoga. This practice, inherently involving physical contact, was manageable with Yang Xiaoyu, given their long-standing familiarity. Yet, engaging with Su Wanqing proved to be somewhat awkward for Zhang Cheng. It was not the physical contact that caused his discomfort. He was not so naive as to be flustered by such interactions. Rather, it was the presence of Su Qingqing that rendered the situation awkward. It was indeed embarrassing to engage in so much physical contact with a woman in front of her daughter. If Zhang Cheng felt awkward, Su Wanqing was even more so. Before her own daughter, she found herself in an awkward situation with a man who was not her husband. After an entire session of yoga practice, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, leaving her unable to meet her daughter's gaze. This yoga routine must be diligently practiced at least once a day, understood? Zhang Cheng instructed them with utmost seriousness after the session. Understood, Mr. Zhang, the three women responded, immediately adopting a more serious demeanor. The mother and daughter, along with Xiaoyu, displayed commendable obedience. Zhang Cheng nodded with satisfaction before departing the office to seek out Xiu Qianqian. Having just signed a contract with Wuyou Media, it was essential to discuss her upcoming work arrangements to prevent any confusion. He also intended to check on Lin Xiang, as the contract matters needed to be finalized. Chapter 67. Signing again with Lin Xiang in an office of Wuyou Media, Xiu Qianqian was engaged in a video call with Ida, while Lin Xiang, unfamiliar with Ida, idly fiddled with her phone. As she was not a citizen of Huagua, her impending work in the country necessitated addressing visa issues. During this period, she was unemployed. However, her account had already been registered, and once the visa complications were resolved, she could officially commence her work. Ida, I told you the mainland is wonderful. The street scenes of Hangzhou that I shared with you clearly demonstrate that it is far more developed than most places in Baodao. Xiu Qianqian asserted, her expression one of defiance. Before her arrival, Ida had expressed numerous concerns and even intimidated her by claiming she wouldn't last a day in the mainland before fleeing back to Baodao. She had extended an invitation to Ida to visit the mainland, but Ida declined. After deciding to stay in Hangzhou, Xiu Qianqian found herself disinclined to maintain contact with Ida. It was only when Ida initiated a call today that she couldn't help but express her relief. Ida's continuous disparagement of the mainland seemed to subtly imply that Xiu Qianqian's choice was misguided. Yet, the thriving city of Hangzhou had validated her decision. Ida found herself momentarily speechless. Despite her reluctance to admit it verbally, she recognized that she had indeed underestimated the mainland. However, her purpose for the call was not to discuss this. So, Qianqian, when exactly are you coming back? Ida inquired, having called specifically to ask this question. As fellow students on the brink of graduation, everyone around her had secured internships, while she languished in her dormitory binge-watching dramas. In the past, Xiu Qianqian had accompanied her. But now, she felt a sense of panic and solitude. I'm not coming back, Xiu Qianqian proclaimed with a smile, tugging at her lips. I have signed a contract with President Zhang and will be staying in the mainland to become a blogger. Not coming back? Ida was momentarily taken aback, stammering, Qianqian, are you under someone's control? Do you need me to call the police? Xiu Qianqian was at a loss for words. Her roommate was stubbornly resistant to the idea of acknowledging the mainland's advantages. It's not just me. Xiang is also planning to stay in the mainland to develop her career. She added, deliberately provoking Ida. That cheerleader? Ida exclaimed in astonishment. She was a local from Baodao. How could she? All right, Ida, I must go. I have work to do. Bye. Xiu Qianqian abruptly ended the call, her face radiating satisfaction. She could already envision Ida's incredulous expression on the other side of the line. Hey, who said I was planning to stay? Lin Xiang interjected, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Xiu Qianqian glanced over, scoffing. Oh, please, I'm aware of your thoughts. You have been restless these past few days, clearly contemplating this matter. Lin Xiang fell silent. Indeed, she had been grappling with her decision, with her family, friends, and loved ones in Baodao. Embarking on a journey alone in an unfamiliar land required considerable courage. Yet, the potential exhibited by Wuyou Media was undeniably enticing. She also aspired to become a prominent internet celebrity with millions of followers, dreaming of receiving gifts worth 10 million in a single day. Xiang, please stay. It would be nice to have company. Otherwise, if you leave me alone, I will have no one to assist me here. Qian smiled. You want me to stay so I can help you compete for a man, don't you? Lin Xiang scoffed. At this, Qian fell silent. She had heard about the relationship between Zhang Cheng and Cheng Yu, and though it caused her some distress, it also brought her a sense of relief. Their bond was beyond friendship, but did not quite reach the level of a romantic relationship. While she hesitated to admit that she had quickly developed feelings for a man, she could not deny Zhang Cheng's charisma, and a part of her felt a competitive urge. However, relying solely on her own abilities left her feeling somewhat insecure. If only she had Lin Xiang's assistance, it would be much better. Xiang, my dear Xiang. Qian forced a smile, moving closer to Lin Xiang and playfully nudging her head against her shoulder. All right, I'll stay, Lin Xiang replied, her expression filled with resignation, though inwardly she sighed. This was indeed her true desire, not merely to help Qian vie for a man. Xiang, you're the best. Let me give you a kiss, Qian said, lifting her face and pursing her lips toward Lin Xiang's cheek. Oh, how disgusting. Lin Xiang pretended to dodge, yet she remained still. At that moment, the door swung open unexpectedly. Apologies, the door wasn't closed. It opened as soon as I knocked. Zhang Cheng stood at the entrance, taken aback by the scene unfolding in the office. Wait, this is a waste. Two such beautiful girls, and they are. Cheerleaders must be cheerleaders, right? No. Zhang. Qian's expression froze in shock, her mind racing as she realized that just as she was beginning to entertain some competitive thoughts, Zhang Cheng had witnessed this awkward moment. What was there left to compete for? Lin Xiang felt equally despondent. Though she was a cheerleader, she was not a cheerleader in that sense. Never mind, in our country, though such relationships are not encouraged, they're also not discriminated against. Personally, I hold no prejudice, Zhang Cheng remarked as he stepped inside and closed the door to avoid prying eyes. Although he felt it was somewhat of a waste, he could not deny that the sight of two lovely girls together was quite pleasing. Zhang, please don't misunderstand. We were just joking around, Qian quickly explained. Yes, just playing around, Lin Xiang echoed. Yet Zhang Cheng remained non-committal, casually waving his hand. Let us set this aside for now. Xiang, have you given it some thought? Zhang, I am willing to sign with Wuyou Media, Lin Xiang replied, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Qian next to her wore a look of despondency. It seemed that Zhang Cheng did not fully believe her explanation. Zhang Cheng, oblivious to Qian's fleeting expression, focused on Lin Xiang instead, nodding. Very well, we will arrange for Sister Zhou to draft the contract. And your registration with the company will also be taken care of. Thank you, Zhang, Lin Xiang said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. So, when will you assist me with the operations? Although she had not yet entered the industry, she understood that in order to achieve fame, one must have support behind them. At this, Qian turned her gaze to Zhang Cheng, equally curious about the answer to this question. She too desired recognition. Without it, she felt no confidence in competing with Cheng Yu. Both of your credentials will require some time to process, so let us wait, Zhang Cheng stated. Currently, he intended to promote the beautiful women of the Su family, so the two of them would have to be set aside for the moment. All right. They both nodded in agreement. After all, being outsiders, they indeed needed to ensure that all necessary documents were in order. Now let's set that aside. The reason I came to find you today is to share a particularly effective set of yoga techniques. Zhang Cheng gestured. Yoga technique? The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with curiosity. Chapter 68. The blue-clad god of war in the vacant office. Two yoga mats adorned the floor. Qian and Lin Xiangto had shed their outer garments, assuming an exceedingly peculiar posture atop them. Zhang Cheng stood beside the two, admiring the graceful curves of their figures, occasionally stepping in to adjust their poses. This yoga technique is remarkable. With consistent practice, it can significantly delay physical aging, allowing your bodies to maintain a youthful state for an extended period, Zhang Cheng remarked as he guided them. Is it truly so miraculous? Lin Xiang, panting and with her face flushed, inadvertently altered her pose as she spoke. Indeed, thus, it is imperative to practice diligently and with focus. Zhang Cheng approached, one hand supporting her slender waist while the other adjusted her thigh to correct her posture. His hands were enveloped in a warm, smooth sensation, complemented by the youthful heat radiating from the girl. All right, I understand, Lin Xiang replied, her cheeks reddening further as she gritted her teeth to maintain the awkward yoga position. Meanwhile, Qiu Qianqian glanced over and, upon witnessing their close physical contact, felt a wave of frustration wash over her, causing her previously stable pose to falter. You're not saying anything to her, are you? Zhang Cheng released Lin Xiang and moved to Qiu Qianqian's side, one hand pressing on her lower back while the other adjusted her thigh for alignment. I'm rather clumsy. Mr. Zhang, please offer me more guidance, Qiu Qianqian said, her face equally flushed. Lin Xiang, observing, could only roll her eyes in exasperation. Isn't this a bit too strategic? Women cannot tolerate this. Her competitive spirit is ignited. Had it not been for a friend beside her, she might have feigned injury and collapsed into Mr. Zhang's embrace, sobbing. After an hour of instructing the two until they were thoroughly acquainted with each yoga posture, Zhang Cheng decisively took his leave. Goodness, if I linger any longer, I fear I might lose control. Those two enchantresses, especially Qiu Qianqian, who appears so innocent. Little did I expect her to possess such cunning. Departing from their office, Zhang Cheng made his way to find Cheng Yuyu. This time, it was not to teach yoga, for Cheng Yuyu had already mastered it. He headed straight to Cheng Yuyu's studio, where he found her present, though not alone. In addition to several busy staff members, Yu Meng was also there. Yu Meng is here as well? Zhang Cheng expressed his surprise. Mr. Zhang, are you suggesting that I seem superfluous? Yu Meng pouted. Superfluous? I had just been seething with anger and was about to seek out Cheng Yuyu to cool off, yet here you are, a glaring distraction. Zhang Cheng replied, somewhat speechless. Go find teacher Su and Chaoyue. They're practicing a new yoga technique. You should learn it. It will be beneficial for you. Yoga? What purpose does that serve for me? Yu Meng queried, perplexed. Just practice as instructed. If you don't, your operations will falter, Zhang Cheng retorted, his gaze firm. Oh, I shall go practice right away. Yu Meng pouted, glancing back and forth between Zhang Cheng and Cheng Yuyu before reluctantly departing. Mr. Zhang, by sending Yu Meng away, what are your intentions? Cheng Yuyu inquired sweetly after Yu Meng had left. Today, she had adorned herself in a new style, dressed in a complete athletic ensemble, with form-fitting yoga pants that accentuated her voluptuous curves and a cropped tank top that snugly embraced her ample bosom. She layered a quick-drying jacket over her attire, rendering her alluring silhouette both tantalizing and elusive. What are you doing? Zhang Cheng gazed at the enchanting figure before him, the flames of desire within him intensifying. Manager Yuan has scheduled to shoot my work in an hour. That should be sufficient, right? Cheng Yu playfully licked her delicate pink tongue over her lips. Zhang Cheng, now devoid of words, approached and effortlessly hoisted the sporty Cheng Yuyu over his shoulder, making a beeline for the adjacent lounge. Initially, a few staff members lingered in the room, but they possessed the discernment to discreetly exit as soon as Yu Meng departed. Nevertheless, they were acutely aware of the impending events about to unfold. It must be exhilarating to be the boss. One muttered, of course, that's Cheng Yuyu, a colossal internet sensation with millions of followers. Another chimed in, our company's influencers are all stunning. I wonder about the others. Shoo, don't say another word. As the group gradually distanced themselves, the vicinity of the live studio fell into a hushed silence, although faint sounds seemed to emanate from within. After some time, Zhang Cheng emerged from the lounge, returning to his office to commence the development of operational strategies for the Su family and Gao Xiaodu. Meanwhile, Cheng Yuyu took her time to rejuvenate in the lounge, reappearing in the live studio only after a refreshing shower. Yuan Liang personally oversaw the video shoot. Upon seeing Cheng Yuyu, he was taken aback. "Who did your makeup today, Sister Yuyu? You look absolutely enchanting," he exclaimed, marveling at her seemingly effortless beauty. Unbeknownst to him, a few employees who were in the know stifled their laughter, fully aware of the recent events. Cheng Yuyu, revitalized and breathtakingly beautiful, with her naturally sweet features now glowing with a rosy radiance, exuded an irresistible charm with every smile and glance. "Ahem, I did my own makeup. Manager Yuan, let's get the video rolling." Cheng Yuyu felt a slight blush creeping to her cheeks, though her complexion already bore a rosy hue, rendering her embarrassment undetectable. "All right, let's begin." Yuan Liang, perplexed yet unable to inquire further, seized the opportunity to capture her at her most enchanting moment. Meanwhile, back in the office, Zhang Cheng busied himself with pressing matters. The next initiative for the company was to promote the Su family duo, ensuring fairness and reasonableness in accordance with their signing timeline. Concurrently, he needed to formulate a promotional strategy for Gao Xiaodu, a commitment made to Lin Weikai. Having previously assisted Yu Meng with great ease, and understanding the difficulties she faced, Zhang Cheng recognized the importance of not delaying his obligations. Gao Xiaodu's promotion posed no significant challenge. Her defining feature was her striking pair of large eyes. Having recently entered the industry, she had already amassed over 200,000 followers, a commendable achievement from a personal standpoint. However, Lin Weikai sought a major internet celebrity, as his company lacked a prominent figure. Thus, Zhang Cheng resolved to base his strategy on her distinctive traits. In a previous life, the blue-clad warrior rose to fame on Douyin, amassing 2 million followers overnight. Zhang Cheng now intends to replicate this phenomenon. Gao Xiaodu possesses the requisite talent, yet lacks a trending catchphrase. In the past, the blue-clad warrior soared to stardom thanks to this very phrase, garnering over 10 million fans. Of course, this success was also significantly bolstered by effective company management. In this lifetime, Wuyou Media and Lin Wei's Force Media are joining forces, which may enable Gao Xiaodu to surpass the blue-clad warrior's previous achievements. Nevertheless, Zhang Cheng does not lament the prospect of relinquishing this catchphrase. Currently, he lacks a similarly formidable influencer under his wing. Retaining it would be a waste. He mentions that he will soon sign a prominent female internet celebrity, and he has other trending phrases to promote as well. In his view, the later risen yellow-clad warrior is no less impressive than the blue-clad warrior. When he identifies a fitting candidate, he can still leverage the yellow-clad warrior catchphrase. At that time, he could stage a rivalry with the blue-clad warrior, thereby amplifying the buzz even further. Chapter 69. The emergence of hot topics. The proposal crafted by Gao Xiaodu was swiftly completed, while the plan devised by the Su mother and daughter was notably simpler. Their strategy relied on leveraging traffic cards and financial resources to forcefully push their agenda. The most significant selling point for the duo was their mother-daughter relationship, yet marketing this aspect proved challenging. Overzealous marketing could easily tread on the edges of propriety, particularly in matters of ethics. While such a tactic might garner fleeting popularity, its potential was inherently limited. To truly ascend to the ranks of leading internet celebrities, one could flirt with controversy, yet it must be executed with utmost subtlety, akin to the approach taken by Cheng Yuyu. Consequently, the Su mother and daughter's plan was straightforward. With their follower count nearing 1 million, they aimed to amplify it to several million through an aggressive push utilizing traffic cards and financial investment. As night descended, the office was largely vacated, with only those required for live broadcasting and its logistical support remaining. Apart from Cheng Yuyu, no other staff members were engaged in live streaming. The Su mother and daughter had merely been recording videos and had since returned home. Even Yang Chaiwa had taken an early taxi home. Zhang Cheng, having finalized the proposal, was preparing to drive home when a phone call interrupted him. It was from Su Wanqing, but upon answering, he heard the frantic voice of Su Qingqing. Her tone was fraught with urgency, almost incoherent. "Mr. Zhang, there are numerous creditors outside. My mother and I were just cornered upon arriving home. We can't leave now. Could you please assist us?" Qingqing, Remain calm and explain the situation in detail, Zhang Cheng instructed, already starting his car. Initially intending to head home, he promptly redirected to their villa. On the line, Su Qingqing spoke through tears, her narrative a jumble of distress. After some time, Zhang Cheng deciphered the predicament. He was aware that her father was in debt, but the current circumstances were markedly different. Previously, her father had borrowed money under the guise of business ventures, even accruing several loans for commercial purposes. However, the troubling revelation was that the creditors had discovered that Su Kun was not facing business losses, but rather had succumbed to gambling debts. His borrowing was not a means of recovery, but rather a ticket back to the gambling tables. Initially, the creditors had shown a degree of leniency towards the Su mother and daughter. Although Su Kun had fled, they considered his prior successes and assumed he was merely seeking opportunities elsewhere to repay his debts. Thus, the creditors were not in a hurry to press for repayment, allowing the Su family to continue residing in their grand villa, with only interest payments required initially. However, the total debt was substantial, and even the interest alone constituted a considerable sum. This urgency propelled them to sign with Wuyou Media. Now, a creditor had discovered that Su Kun was in Macau, and moreover, was at a casino. This revelation sent the creditor into a frenzy. So, you've borrowed my money to gamble, have you? Consequently, the creditor broadcasted this information, leading a throng of creditors to converge upon the Su family, who had just returned home, effectively trapping them. A group of creditors pressured Su Wanqing to contact Su Kun, demanding his immediate return to settle the debts. Yet, Su Wanqing found herself unable to reach him. The creditors refused to allow her and Su Qingqing to leave, and she, stealing herself, engaged in negotiations with them, while Su Qingqing, in a state of utter confusion, instinctively called Zhang Cheng. Upon hearing the details, Zhang Cheng felt a sense of dismay. What in the world was happening? Just as he prepared to distance himself from the Su family, they found themselves in trouble. This matter could not be ignored. Qingqing, do not panic. I will be there shortly. You and teacher Su hold on for a bit longer. Zhang Cheng reassured her before hanging up. He immediately dialed Yuan Liang from the content department of Wuyou Media. Old Yuan, bring a few core team members and come in for an emergency shift. I'll send you the location. Hurry, the sooner the better. Understood, President Zhang. We're on our way. On the other end, Yuan Liang had just returned home, preparing to embrace his wife for a romantic evening when he received the call from his boss. Through their recent interactions, he had come to understand Zhang Cheng's character. Zhang Cheng was not the type of boss who relished making his employees work overtime. As long as the work was completed, they could leave at the end of the day, and when overtime was necessary, he was always generous with bonuses. The urgency in Zhang Cheng's voice indicated that something significant was at stake. Ignoring his wife's disappointed glance, he set off immediately, summoning the most capable members of the content department, and they arrived almost simultaneously at the Su family villa. Old Yuan, make sure to capture the scene clearly, especially of Su Wanqing and Su Qingqing, Zhang Cheng instructed before stepping inside. At that moment, the security in the villa's area seemed ineffective, as most guards had gathered at the Su family's entrance to maintain order. The situation outside the Su residence was chaotic. A large number of creditors, visibly agitated, had initially lent money to Su Kun in hopes of his resurgence, only to find that he squandered it on gambling. Thus, they felt justified in directing their ire toward his wife and daughter. A throng of creditors, predominantly tall men, surrounded Su Wanqing and her vulnerable daughter, Su Qingqing. Su Wanqing stood amidst the emotionally charged crowd, her hair disheveled and eyes slightly red, resembling a fragile boat adrift in a turbulent sea, yet exuding an undeniable resilience. Su Qingqing, though more assertive than the average 17-year-old, had lost her composure and relied on her steadfast mother for protection. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Cheng turned to Yuan Liang and the others behind him, exclaiming, "This is it. Capture this moment." Previously, he had been concerned that the mother and daughter lacked any compelling angle for attention. But now, the juxtaposition of the multitude of agitated creditors against the pitifully beautiful mother and daughter was striking. Recording this image would provide excellent material. Yet, Zhang Cheng sought more than mere sympathy or fleeting attention. Thus, He pushed through the crowd, relying on his height and strength, carving a path until he stood before Su Wanqing and Su Qingqing. "President Zhang, you've arrived," Su Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with surprise. In that moment, Zhang Cheng's presence felt like a beacon of hope to her. In the dim light of her eyes, Su Wanqing found a flicker of brilliance. She had been laboriously holding herself together, feeling as though she might shatter at any moment. At that moment, it was truly comforting to have someone standing before her. Zhang Cheng, however, was too preoccupied to engage in conversation with the mother and daughter. He forcefully pushed his way through, drawing the attention of a crowd of creditors. "Everyone, quiet down. If you wish for them to repay their debts, then settle down and listen to me for a moment." He struck at the heart of the matter. The creditors, driven by their desperate desire for repayment, momentarily fell silent. Chapter 70. Who are you relying on? Who are you? What is your relationship with Su Kuan? And can you repay his debts? A creditor posed a question. Instantly, all creditors turned their scrutinizing gazes toward Zhang Cheng. "I am Su's employer. If you wish to demand money from her, surely I, as her employer, am entitled to speak?" Zhang Cheng replied nonchalantly. "Can you repay her debts?" Another voice queried. Indeed, unrelated parties should step aside. Several individuals began to show signs of impatience. "Why do you speak in circles? You are demanding money from her. Yet her funds are disbursed by me. Am I not relevant?" Zhang Cheng retorted sharply at the one who had insulted him. The individual was rendered speechless. It seemed to make sense. "Please be quiet. I need to have a word with Teacher Su. Your debt issues will certainly be addressed shortly." Zhang Cheng addressed the group of creditors, then turned to face the mother and daughter from the Su family. "Regardless of how much your husband owes, you must publicly bear the responsibility and assure them of repayment. I will whisper a few phrases to you that you should articulate to the creditors." Zhang Cheng leaned in close to Su Wanqing, lowering his voice to convey a few words. The warmth of the man's breath brushed against Su Wanqing's ear, stirring her numbed mind back to a semblance of clarity, while her frigid heart felt a renewed warmth. Having been in despair, Zhang Cheng's arrival rekindled a flicker of hope within her. She steeled herself, committing each of his words to memory. "Mr. Zhang, I comprehend what to say, but..." After listening, Su Wanqing expressed her concerns softly. "The amount Su Kuan owes is overwhelming. What if I cannot repay it all?" "Do not underestimate the profession of a social media influencer," Zhang Cheng replied with a smile. "But we aren't particularly famous." Su Wanqing remained puzzled. "You shall be after today." Zhang Cheng maintained his lighthearted demeanor. Being an influencer requires not only wit, but also a persona. This moment presents an exceptional opportunity to establish a compelling character. A husband who gambles, a daughter pursuing her studies, and a resilient mother. A husband who abandons his family after accruing substantial debt, while creditors besiege a vulnerable mother and daughter. The mother stands tall, courageously shouldering her husband's debts, and together they dance online to earn a living. This approach garners sympathy far more effectively than mere lamentation. What could be more intriguing than a strong mother and a delicate daughter? Coupled with a well-crafted persona, this scenario is bound to capture public interest. Furthermore, this is not deception towards their followers, as it is rooted in reality. As he listened to Su Qingqing recount the situation, this idea sparked in his mind. He promptly contacted Yuan Liang, instructing him to gather a team to film the necessary footage. With the stage set, it was time for Teacher Su to take the spotlight. "Please maintain silence and refrain from noise. Allow Teacher Su to speak." Zhang Cheng scanned the surroundings, exuding an air that warned anyone against causing a disturbance if they wished to receive any funds, which quelled the unrest among many. After delivering his statement, Zhang Cheng retreated into the crowd, allowing Su Wanqing to take center stage. She stepped forward, inhaling deeply. "My husband owes a considerable sum, and I assure you that I will repay every penny without fail. However, I implore you to ensure that you do not disturb the normal life I share with my daughter." At this moment, her hair is slightly disheveled, a few strands falling across her face, and her eyes are tinged with red, resembling a gentle yet beleaguered housewife. She possesses a slender figure, dressed in a modest, homey attire befitting a homemaker, Yet her words carry a weight of responsibility that speaks volumes about her maternal resolve. Behind her stands Su Qingqing. Though tears glisten in her eyes, she steadfastly supports her mother. In the distance, Yuan Liang, accompanied by several staff members, captures this poignant scene on camera. Goodness, Zhang is truly a genius, he exclaims, his excitement palpable. Just observing this moment, he realizes that the Su mother-daughter duo is destined for fame. What will you use to repay the debt? One creditor interjects. Upon hearing this, the creditors erupt in a frenzy. They have approached Su Wanqing and Su Qingqing out of desperation, fully aware that the mother and daughter duo lacks the means to settle their debts. Yet, Su Wanqing's words come off as somewhat dismissive to them, inciting their ire. My daughter and I are content creators, and though we cannot repay the entirety of our debts immediately, we can gradually settle them, Su Wanqing states, adhering to Zhang Cheng's instructions. Can a content creator truly earn such a fortune? Another creditor challenges. I do not know, but I swear I will not default on this debt. I will repay every cent my husband owes, Su Wanqing declares with unwavering conviction. At this juncture, Su Qingqing adds, my mother and I already have 900,000 followers. As long as we diligently create content, we will eventually be able to repay our debts. The creditors exchange surprised glances at this revelation. 900,000 followers. Now that sounds impressive. Their performance concluded, Zhang Cheng steps forward, shielding them behind him, and addresses the creditors. I am her employer. If she cannot repay you, you may come to me. That is all. You may disperse. This statement essentially guarantees Su Wanqing's debts. While the exact amount owed by Su Kuan remains unclear, Zhang Cheng's confidence suggests he believes in Su Wanqing's ability to earn enough to settle the debts. You are quite the magnanimous employer, the creditors remark, their expressions a mix of incredulity. With debts already exceeding millions, you stand as a guarantor for her? Is this typical of an employer-employee relationship? However, gazing upon the endearing mother and daughter, the creditors seem to understand. Following a lengthy negotiation with the creditors, assurances were made, and they eventually dispersed. Su Wanqing and Su Qingqing have become internet celebrities, their work information publicly accessible, and the creditors need not fear losing track of them. Once the creditors have left, Zhang Cheng escorts the mother and daughter into the villa and states, do not worry about the debts. Today's events have created a buzz. I will promote this, and your popularity will likely rival that of Cheng Yu. Rest assured, repayment will not be an issue. Though Su Wanqing managed to hold back her tears outside, she can no longer contain her emotions, and they flow freely, unstoppable. Thank you so much, Mr. Zhang. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Upon witnessing her mother shed tears, Su Qingqing could no longer hold back her own emotions and began to weep as well. Zhang Cheng scratched his head, aware of the saying that women need a shoulder to lean on when they cry. He was certainly willing to offer his shoulder. However, now there were two weeping individuals. Naturally, he could support one on each side, but the more pressing dilemma was that they were mother and daughter. Whom should he comfort? Chapter 71. The virtuous wife and loving mother, to whom should one rely? This is not a particularly difficult question. In fact, Zhang Cheng need not make a choice. Su Qingqing wept increasingly, her sorrow deepening, as she threw herself into his embrace. Today had genuinely frightened her, and Zhang Cheng's arrival had been her salvation. The young girl, delicate in form, trembled in his arms as she sobbed, expressing, Mr. Zhang, why must my mother repay his debts? The money she worked so hard to earn should not go towards settling his gambling debts. Su Qingqing found it difficult to comprehend Zhang Cheng's actions. Her feelings for Su Kuan, her biological father, had always been strong. However, the events of today had utterly shattered the grand image she held of him. Although Su Kuan had previously vanished without a word, both she and her mother had believed he had gone elsewhere to seek a chance for redemption. It was only when the creditors arrived that she learned of the substantial sum he had borrowed, only to squander it on gambling. Being besieged by a throng of creditors was but a minor concern. The collapse of her father's image in her heart was devastating. The emotions of youth are fervent, filled with love and hate. Now, she loathed Su Kuan so intensely that she no longer referred to him as father, merely using him as a point of reference. In contrast, She had opened her heart to Zhang Cheng, crying out in questioning tones that resembled a playful pout. Zhang Cheng gently embraced the girl's slender shoulders, elucidating, "With this persona established, you will achieve great success. As for the money, if you wish to repay it, then do so. If not, settle a portion to appease the creditors and maintain your standing. Later, when you reach a resolution with your father, you need not concern yourself further." As he spoke, he glanced at Su Wanqing, aware that she, too, might harbor many questions. However, upon looking at Su Wanqing, he noticed her lost in thought. He inquired, "Miss Su, did you hear what I said?" "Huh? What did you say?" Su Wanqing snapped back to reality, her expression flustered and her cheeks slightly flushed. Witnessing her daughter in the embrace of a man ignited a protective instinct within her. Yet a moment's reflection led her to consider that her daughter was undoubtedly frightened today and perhaps needed a comforting embrace. Observing their tender connection, she felt a twinge of envy. Today, not only had her daughter been afraid, but Su Wanqing herself had felt fear. She had merely been putting on a brave front. Had Zhang Cheng not arrived, she doubted she would have been able to hold on much longer. Up until this moment, Su Wanqing was still shaken. As a woman herself, she found herself wishing for a man to lean on. That very thought had crossed her mind moments ago. Gazing at the still enchanting, albeit blushing, Su Wanqing, Zhang Cheng repeated his earlier words. This time, she listened intently, and upon finishing, her expression turned solemn as she softly declared, "Mr. Zhang, I will heed your advice and repay a portion. After that, I shall divorce him. For too long, she had been repaying Su Kuan's debts in the hope that one day he would return. Yet, he had deceived everyone, including his own wife and daughter. Su Wanqing was now utterly disillusioned with Su Kuan. Indeed, as long as you can understand, that is sufficient, Zhang Cheng replied, nodding in satisfaction. "Mais, Su, you're truly perceptive." In truth, Su Wanqing could refuse to repay even a single cent, but having established her persona, she felt compelled to return a portion. Otherwise, her image could easily collapse. Zhang Cheng was not the type of businessman who sought to profit from a fleeting opportunity. By repaying a fraction of debt, she could placate her creditors and solidify her standing. Later, Su Wanqing and Su Kuan could divorce, dividing the debts. At that juncture, repayment would no longer affect her reputation. After this exchange, the atmosphere became significantly more stable. "Mr. Zhang, please take a seat. I will prepare some tea for you," Su Wanqing invited, urging Zhang Cheng to sit in the living room while she busied herself with the tea. Su Qingqing, having distanced herself from his embrace, sat beside him, her head slightly bowed, unable to meet Zhang Cheng's gaze. "Mr. Su, you should not continue living in this villa. I will find you a place closer to the company for your relocation," Zhang Cheng remarked, observing Su Wanqing as she poured tea. With her graceful figure, a professional dancer, she moved with elegance and poise, her fair hands delicately holding the teapot as she prepared a steaming cup of tea and presented it to him. The scene evoked an image reminiscent of ancient scholars, with her as the enchanting muse enhancing the moment. "I will follow your guidance," Su Wanqing responded, her demeanor radiating newfound confidence, embodying a sense of unwavering support akin to a harmonious partnership. "Very well, then. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave," Zhang Cheng said, sipping his tea and preparing to rise. In an instant, Su Wanqing's hand trembled, nearly spilling the boiling water. Zhang Cheng's presence brought her comfort, but the moment he mentioned leaving, unease surged within her. She found herself at a loss for words to retain him. After a prolonged silence, Su Qingqing finally spoke up. "Mr. Zhang, could you stay a little longer with my mother and me?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her lips pressed together in a thin line. Zhang Cheng, though not adept at offering consolation, felt reluctant to refuse upon witnessing Su Qingqing's distress. He nodded, saying, "Very well. Since you have not yet practiced yoga today, I shall stay a bit longer to teach you before I depart." He had almost forgotten that this particular yoga technique required his personal instruction to achieve its quintuple enhancement effect. Having Su Wanqing teach, it would yield subpar results. It was a perfect opportunity to personally guide Su Qingqing through the practice. "All right," Su Qingqing replied, a smile breaking through her previously solemn expression. Although practicing yoga felt somewhat awkward now, she was relieved that Mr. Zhang could linger a while longer. Then let me prepare a couple of dishes while you teach Ching Ching. And we can have a meal together before you leave, Su Wanqing said, rising to her feet. Upon receiving Zhang Cheng's nod, she headed to the kitchen. The notion of practicing yoga together, intertwined as they were, felt somewhat intimate, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. She too hoped Zhang Cheng would extend his stay, choosing instead to focus on her tasks. As the hours passed, Zhang Cheng instructed Su Qingqing in the legendary yoga technique, while Su Wanqing busied herself in the kitchen. Once his teaching concluded, Su Wanqing had prepared several small dishes. The three gathered at the dining table. By this point, Su Qingqing's spirits had lifted considerably, perhaps due to the calming effects of the yoga practice. The practice of legendary yoga is no less demanding than running 3 kilometers. The young girl's fair skin glows with a hint of rosy hue, her spirit noticeably revitalized, and the sorrow etched upon her face has diminished significantly, restoring her youthful exuberance and vivacity. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing is clad in comfortable loungewear, an apron tied around her waist, exuding an aura of grace, embodying the essence of a devoted wife and nurturing mother, a gentle mother and a lively daughter. Alas, Zhang Cheng, being somewhat younger, does not resemble Su Qingqing's father. Otherwise, this scene would truly resemble a heartwarming family dinner for 3. As the meal concluded, Zhang Cheng took his leave. The mother and daughter watched his retreating figure with a touch of melancholy. "Mom, let us move closer to the company. I no longer wish to stay here," Su Qingqing expressed. Su Wanqing glanced around their long-time residence, nodding without a trace of nostalgia. "Yes, once Mr. Zhang helps us find a suitable place, we shall relocate." Chapter 72. The cousin's classmate. The following morning, Zhang Cheng arrived at the company early, accompanied as always by Yang Chaoyue, who was in high spirits. During this period, although Zhang Cheng sometimes stayed out with Cheng Yu and did not return home, each time he did come back, he was brimming with energy, spending considerable time there, and doing so frequently. Yang Chaoyue believed this was a testament to her allure. A man's vitality is finite. An increase on her side inevitably meant a decrease on Cheng Yu's. It was only a matter of time before Cheng Yu fell out of favor with Cheng Ge. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Cheng Yu harbored similar thoughts. She too felt her charm was on the rise, as her time with Zhang Cheng had increased significantly, believing it was only a matter of time before she surpassed Yang Chaoyue. Both women were in splendid spirits, while Zhang Cheng's mind was occupied with pressing matters. Upon reaching the office, he immediately summoned Yuan Liang and Feng Jinglong for a meeting. "Old Yuan, have the materials been edited?" Zhang Cheng first turned to Yuan Liang. Despite sporting dark circles under his eyes, displayed no sign of fatigue. Excitedly, he replied, "Zhang Ge, the videos are ready, all crafted per your instructions. After filming yesterday, I worked through the night and haven't slept yet. The outcome was commendable. The videos were prepared and awaited release. Thank you for your hard work. Each of you who stayed late will receive a bonus of 1,000 yuan, and I'll add another 1,000. Go to Kiki to collect the funds." Zhang Cheng stated directly. Yuan Liang was instantly invigorated. "Wow, after so many years of toil, this is my first encounter with such a generous boss. Honestly, even if I had to work all night every night, it would be worth it." Feng Jinglong, standing nearby, felt a twinge of envy but was even more eager. Being summoned indicated that he had a task as well. With the boss's generosity, as long as he performed well, financial reward was assured. "Old Feng, once old Yuan sends you the video, contact various online media outlets immediately. Communicate with them to disseminate the video as news. We will then push the content discreetly. Once the traffic increases, we will commence operations," Zhang Cheng directed, turning his attention to Feng Jinglong. Feng Jinglong, listening attentively, was silently amazed. As an operations manager, he grasped some of Zhang Cheng's strategies. Marketing should not be overly contrived. By having online media release the video first and starting real operations only once it gained popularity, this tactic would enhance authenticity. To see such a method employed by a seasoned operator would be expected, but to witness it so adeptly executed by such a young boss was truly remarkable. "I understand your intent, Zhang Ge. Rest assured, Feng Jinglong replied respectfully. Both in capability and in financial acumen, this boss had completely impressed him. All right, that concludes the work arrangements. If your departments require coordination, please consult Vice President Zhou. For any other issues, direct them to her. Meeting adjourned, Zhang Cheng announced. Finalizing the session. After the two managers departed, he called for Li Kiki. Coco, I wish to rent some properties nearby. Would you accompany me in searching for them shortly? Zhang Cheng mentioned yesterday that he would assist Su Wanqing and Su Qingqing in finding a residence, and he is not merely speaking without action. The creditors have been temporarily placated, yet unforeseen circumstances may arise. For the sake of safety, it is imperative to provide a new dwelling for the mother and daughter duo. Zhang Cheng's intention to rent several places is also motivated by his desire to relocate. His old home is situated at a considerable distance from the company, requiring an hour for daily commuting, which is a considerable waste of time. By renting additional properties, the Su family can move in, and he can reside there as well. Moreover, Yang Chaoyue, Qiu Qianqian, Lin Xiang, Yu Meng, and Cheng Yu can also cohabit. It is indeed impractical for Qiu Qianqian and Lin Xiang to continuously stay in a hotel. Yu Meng's rented abode is quite distant, making her commute excessively time-consuming. Cheng Yu has been residing in the company's lounge, which is rather inconvenient. Certain matters are not easily handled within the office, although it may be thrilling. The presence of too many people can be detrimental. Thus, Zhang Cheng's plan is to rent several properties near the company, accommodating himself and the artists under his care, treating it as a form of welfare. Brother, are you looking to rent a place as well? How coincidental. A classmate of mine works at a real estate company nearby, and I secure my own residence through them. Shall I get in touch? With only two people in the office, the way Li Kiki addresses Zhang Cheng has changed. Sure. Let us first inquire with your classmate. Zhang Cheng nodded in agreement. I will contact them now. Li Kiki took out her phone and began sending a message. She seems to be quite familiar with this classmate, quickly establishing contact. After a moment, she turned to Zhang Cheng and said, Brother, he mentioned he could spare a day to show us some properties. Your classmate is quite accommodating, impressive. Is it a male or female? Zhang Cheng inquired with curiosity. An employee of the real estate company, not a property salesman. To dedicate a day to accompany someone for house hunting is not a common courtesy. It's a male. He works nearby, so they're somewhat acquainted, Li Kiki explained. Zhang Cheng assumed an inquisitive expression. So, is he pursuing you? Surely not, he has not shown any such intentions. Li Kiki spoke of this matter with a casual demeanor. As a beauty, she has many admirers. Yet her focus lies solely on her career, disinclined towards romance. You harbor no interest in him? Zhang Cheng probed further. Brother, why are you so nosy? Li Kiki replied, exasperated. I am your brother. Isn't it natural to be concerned about your personal affairs? Zhang Cheng defended himself. Then I shall take an interest in your matters as well, with both Yang Chaoyue and Cheng Yu involved. What are your thoughts? Li Kiki swiftly countered. Never mind. Let us hasten to view the properties. Zhang Cheng promptly shifted the topic. Li Kiki rolled her eyes playfully. Her cousin has changed significantly. He was once the epitome of pure love, yet now he seems to be straddling two boats. More intriguingly, she has observed that these two boats are aware of each other's existence. She is genuinely curious about how Zhang Cheng plans to resolve this situation. However, Zhang Cheng remained silent, leaving her with no recourse. Shortly thereafter, the two set off together and soon arrived at the designated meeting place. Li Kiki's classmate had been waiting there for quite some time. He was a young man dressed in a very fashionable manner, standing earnestly by the roadside. After Zhang Cheng and Li Kiki exited the vehicle, Li Kiki introduced them to each other. Mr. Zhang, this is my classmate Yang Xingwen. Yang Xingwen, this is our company's owner, Mr. Zhang. He is the one looking to rent an apartment. Upon seeing Zhang Cheng, Yang Xingwen was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhang Cheng would be so youthful. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Yang Xingwen greeted him warmly, though his eyes discreetly assessed the two. Zhang Cheng's earlier suspicions were indeed correct. Yang Xingwen harbored feelings for Li Kiki, but her demeanor had always been rather indifferent, preventing him from boldly pursuing her. Now that Li Kiki had taken the initiative to seek his assistance, he saw it as an opportunity to express his intentions. Yet, he was unprepared for the revelation that her employer was so young. Yang Xingwen silently speculated about the nature of their relationship. Was it truly just a boss-employee dynamic? Chapter 73. Acquiring a building. Mr. Yang, your position in the company is quite remarkable, Zhang Cheng remarked, glancing curiously at Yang Xingwen's name badge. Though both Yang Xingwen and Li Kiki had graduated recently, his badge indicated a title of deputy manager. A real estate company is not akin to a sales firm. Not everyone can claim a managerial title. My family hold a slight stake in this company, so I secured the position through connections. I am not worthy of the title general. Yang Xingwen responded with utmost politeness, exhibiting humility. He then complimented, however, Mr. Zhang, you appear exceedingly youthful. Becoming a boss at such a young age is truly commendable. Li Kiki, somewhat taken aback, exclaimed, so this is your family's enterprise? Yet you previously mentioned working here? She had been completely unaware of this fact before arriving. It would seem boastful to mention such things. I'm not one to flaunt. Yang Xingwen maintained his demeanor of modesty. Zhang Cheng smiled silently, recognizing the young man's caliber. Unlike most youths from affluent backgrounds, who were eager to display their wealth, Yang Xingwen had casually revealed his background when prompted and later feigned humility, thus garnering a reputation for being modest and unpretentious. This approach was far more refined than that of the typical wealthy heir. As expected, Li Kiki's impression of Yang Xingwen improved significantly, and she jokingly suggested, then Mr. Yang, you must offer your old classmate a generous discount today, addressing me as Mr. Yang Fekuita Formal. Yang Xingwen replied with a smile, assuring her, rest assured, the discount will be substantial. Your visit guarantees the best offer. Initially, he had no intention of flaunting his status. Back in school, there had been wealthier suitors who pursued Li Kiki, only to be left empty-handed, indicating that she did not place great importance on wealth or status. Hence, when she approached him for rental assistance, he chose not to reveal his background. However, he felt compelled to do so this time due to Zhang Cheng's presence. Zhang Cheng was quite young, and alongside Li Kiki, they did not resemble a typical boss-employee dynamic. In order to maintain an equal footing with Zhang Cheng, he felt it necessary to let slip his familial background. Soon, the trio engaged in light conversation as they arrived at the first property they intended to inspect. Yang Xingwen's company, Mingshi Real Estate, was involved in an extensive array of business activities, including property development, sales, leasing, and property management. They were now viewing an apartment complex developed by Mingshi Real Estate, featuring several buildings of varying heights. The tallest was a budget-friendly single apartment, highly favored by white-collar workers, where Li Kiki resided. She had rented it from Yang Xingwen a few months prior when she began her employment at Wuyou Media. The final building in the complex has just been completed and is ready for leasing. Mr. Zhang, would you be interested in taking a look? This building boasts the finest location, amenities, and services. Indeed, it is the best in every aspect, Yang Xingwen stated as he led them to the shortest building. His description was not exaggerated. The building was indeed impressive. Comprising only 16 floors, each floor housed merely 2 spacious apartments, unlike the typical pigeonhole apartment available for white-collar workers. This residence distinctly boasts superior architectural specifications, complemented by a far more pleasant surrounding greenery and environment. Indeed, Zhang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. However, the price here is rather steep, with monthly rents exceeding 20,000. Yang Xingwen observed Zhang Cheng's expression and remarked, in this day and age, even a shell company qualifies as a boss. He was curious to see Zhang Cheng's reaction upon hearing such a price. Generally, small business owners would likely exclaim at the exorbitance of the cost. Men, after all, often wish to impress in the presence of a woman they admire, and are prone to compare themselves with others. He was eager to ascertain the true caliber of Zhang Cheng as a businessman. 20,000? Li Kiki gasped. That is indeed expensive. I certainly cannot afford it. My monthly salary is barely 2,000. Are you implying something about me? Zhang Cheng turned to his cousin, narrowing his eyes, as if to say he was being unreasonable in expressing discontent over her salary. Li Kiki merely sighed without deeper consideration, her expression shifting between amusement and exasperation. Not at all. Your salary is quite satisfactory. Really? I was contemplating a raise for you, but since you are content, I shall let it be. Zhang Cheng chuckled. Li Kiki was left speechless, gazing at Zhang Cheng with a somewhat forlorn expression. Just teasing you. I will indeed consider a raise later. Zhang Cheng jested. Li Kiki's countenance brightened instantly. Observing this interaction, Yang Xingwen felt a twinge of unease. Is it customary for a boss to joke so casually with an employee? Could it be that, in fact, the pricing here is not unreasonable? Zhang Cheng reconsidered the property, given the quality of the residence and the environment. If situated in the city center, it would command at least 100,000 a month. The location here, while not central, renders a price of 20 to 30,000 quite reasonable. Mr. Zhang, your discernment is remarkable, Yang Xingwen complimented, though he felt a slight apprehension. From Zhang Cheng's tone, it was evident he was no ordinary small business owner. Upon mentioning the 100,000 rental apartments in the city center, Li Kiki's surprise was palpable. Yet Zhang Cheng maintained an air of calm indifference. This clearly indicated a lack of financial constraint. Shall we proceed to explore the interior? Zhang Cheng suggested. Certainly. Please follow me, Yang Xingwen affirmed, leading the two to view the apartment's interior. Upon entering the apartment building, two stewards greeted them with a slight bow. The company provides 24-hour steward service, with accompanying facilities available around the clock, Yang Xingwen explained. They then proceeded into an apartment for inspection. The flat was a spacious, modern minimalist design, fully furnished with appliances and featuring expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a breathtaking view of the surroundings. This is quite impressive, Zhang Cheng nodded in approval. One notable advantage of residing in an apartment is the comprehensive amenities. One can move in with just a suitcase, without the need for concern. Cleaning services are even provided regularly. Moreover, the proximity to the office is convenient, being merely a short walk of about 10 minutes. Although this place has just been newly renovated, it is adorned with eco-friendly materials, and the accompanying facilities have just been completed, allowing for immediate move-in. Mr. Zhang, you might want to consider this. The price is negotiable. As an old classmate of Kiki, I can offer you a generous discount of 40. Yang Xingwen said with a smile, seeking to gauge Zhang Cheng's capabilities. It became evident that Zhang Cheng was not someone constrained by financial concerns, dashing Yang's hopes of comparison. Consequently, he resolved to make a good impression before Li Kiki. Offering a rental at such a low rate truly amounts to a cost price. Mr. Yang, is this apartment for sale? Zhang Cheng inquired, glancing around. Well, it can be sold, but the price is not inexpensive, Yang Xingwen replied, slightly taken aback. After all, purchasing an apartment is not as cost-effective as renting. No worries, I'm not concerned about that. Zhang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Could you calculate for me the cost of purchasing an entire building here? Certainly. Let me do that for you, Yang Xingwen responded. For one unit, the approximate cost is... He took out his phone and checked the price list, but suddenly paused. Wait, Mr. Zhang, how many did you just say you wanted to buy? Chapter 74. My little cousin, mastering the situation, a building? Zhang Cheng inquired. A building? Yang Xingwen repeated, his expression blank. You just mentioned that this building has been newly listed for rent and has yet to be occupied, correct? Zhang Cheng replied, if that is the case, then I shall purchase the entire building. In truth, Zhang Cheng had not planned to buy a property before his arrival. However, this apartment complex was quite remarkable. Its proximity to the company, satisfactory decor, and worry-free management services inspired a spontaneous desire to acquire it. He envisioned not only residing there himself, but also providing accommodation for the company's contracted artists as a form of employee benefit. Several prospective clients had placed deposits, yet no one had actually moved in. Yang Xingwen felt a slight shiver, bitterness creeping into his heart. How absurd! He had previously entertained thoughts of covertly competing with Zhang Cheng. What competition could possibly arise? This individual was purchasing a building outright. Yang Xingwen's gaze shifted to Li Kiki, who appeared equally astonished, her beautiful eyes wide in disbelief, her lips slightly parted, her expression frozen. He could not help but smile wryly. Indeed, who wouldn't he be astonished? Li Kiki was genuinely shocked. Just days prior, Zhang Cheng had taken out $1 million to challenge Cheng Yu, leaving her in disbelief. She hadn't yet found the time to privately inquire about the source of her cousin's wealth. Now he intended to buy a building, An entire building? How much could that possibly cost? Surely over 100 million. Yang, have you calculated the price? Zhang Cheng observed the two of them lost in silence and interjected. The company has set the price at 5 million per unit, but if you are purchasing the entire building, there is room for negotiation. Yang Xingwen swallowed hard and replied, assuming a price of 5 million per unit, with 32 units in the building, the total would amount to a staggering 160 million. Then let us discuss the lowest possible price, Zhang Cheng stated nonchalantly. Well, I cannot decide that. The specific price must be determined in a company meeting, Yang Xingwen said, wiping the sweat from his brow. To be honest, he had entertained doubts about whether Zhang Cheng was merely posturing. After all, the notion of purchasing an entire building sounded fantastical. Did he possess some form of divine wealth system? However, Zhang Cheng's calm demeanor and persistent push for the purchase made it increasingly difficult to doubt the authenticity of the situation. Selling an entire building would result in a significant influx of capital for your company. It should be a great opportunity. Please deliberate carefully and provide me with the lowest price. Zhang Cheng nodded, unfazed. He wasn't in a rush to finalize the purchase. After all, such a substantial transaction would require time and preparation. Mr. Zhang, for a transaction of this magnitude, our company will need to arrange numerous details. Would it be convenient for you to verify your funds? Yang Xingwen cautiously proposed. That is a reasonable request. Please coordinate with Kiki, and I will ensure her cooperation. Zhang Cheng nodded again. At that moment, Yang Xingwen was certain that the man before him was not merely pretending. He genuinely intended to purchase an entire building. Understood, Mr. Zhang. Yang Xingwen's demeanor had subtly transformed into one of greater respect. Initially, his humility was merely a facade, intended to impress Li Kiki. In truth, given his wealth and status, he regarded small-time entrepreneurs with utter disdain. However, at this moment, he could not afford to maintain any semblance of decorum. Such a significant transaction, if he could facilitate it, would elevate him beyond the position of vice president. He could ascend to the role of the president. At that point, even the shareholders who opposed his father would think twice before voicing their objections. As for Li Kiki, the goddess of his university days, he still harbored some feelings for her. Yet if Zhang Cheng and Li Kiki truly shared a bond of that nature, he would have to relinquish his hopes. Mr. Yang, let us conclude for today. You wish to verify the funds, and I will ensure Kiki assists you. However, during this period, the property must not be sold or rented out. Otherwise, I shall withdraw my offer, Zhang Cheng stated as he prepared to take his leave, though not without issuing a warning to Yang Xingwen. I have a particular aversion to second-hand properties unless there are enticing incentives, such as a buy-one-get-one-free deal. Yang Xingwen accompanied the two to their car, and after watching them depart, he promptly returned to his company to convene a high-level meeting. Meanwhile, in the car, Li Kiki had been holding back her curiosity and finally seized the opportunity to inquire. Brother, acquiring that building has cost over 100 million. Where did you obtain such a vast sum of money? My parents left it for me. They had some appreciating assets. Zhang Cheng replied with an air of calmness. A few question marks seemed to hover above Li Kiki's head. She was aware that her aunt and uncle were affluent, but this level of wealth seemed extraordinary. A whole building, over 100 million. Indeed, Zhang Cheng affirmed earnestly. In fact, he was not lying. The cash rewards from the system had been deposited into his bank account through legitimate channels. These channels were various overseas inheritances. Had anyone investigated Zhang Cheng's assets, they would discover that his deceased parents were essentially the most formidable of guardians, possessing properties in numerous countries, continuously generating value. One day, it could happen that millions or even tens of millions would suddenly appear in Zhang Cheng's account. Seeing the seriousness in Zhang Cheng's expression, Li Kiki, though still skeptical, reluctantly accepted his explanation before voicing her confusion again. Brother, that building is indeed impressive. But why not just rent a place instead of spending so much money to buy it? Simply because I desire a more comfortable living situation, Zhang Cheng replied. That's rather extravagant, isn't it? Having money doesn't mean you should spend it so recklessly. Li Kiki murmured, still struggling to comprehend. I'll get you a unit as well. Zhang Cheng glanced at her. Li Kiki seemed momentarily taken aback, swallowing hard before stating earnestly, "Brother, I believe purchasing the building is a wise decision. I support you." "Good little cousin, well played." The two soon returned to the company. Warily Kiki immediately immersed herself in her tasks, from assisting with the verification of funds to negotiating the particulars of the property purchase. She was fully engaged in the process. Experiencing such overwhelming noise for the first time, she felt an immense pressure and dared not slacken her efforts. In contrast, Zhang Cheng was considerably more at ease. He first sent a message to Lin Weikai, requesting him to inform Gao Xiaodu to come and assist with the video shoot. Subsequently, he began to investigate the promotional effects concerning the Su mother and daughter online. The operations department's Feng Jinglong had contacted numerous online media outlets, which presented the Su mother and daughter as predicament of being harassed for debts in the guise of current affairs news. In the footage, the creditors were obscured, yet the Su mother and daughter remained unmasked. The stark contrast between the menacing creditors and the seemingly vulnerable mother and daughter created a striking visual. This news was highly captivating, and with Wuyou Media covertly promoting it, it rapidly became a trending topic on the internet. Chapter 75. An extra hat at present. The video only showcases the first half. It primarily depicts the creditors pressing for repayment, alongside the pitiful appearance of the mother and daughter. As anticipated, despite their indebted status, the two women stirred sympathy among netizens. While they are indeed in debt, I believe the true fault lies with the creditors. Is it merely a matter of money? Must they be so insistent? After all, they are a mother and daughter left alone. The man upstairs has fled, not perished. How can he abandon such a beautiful wife and daughter? What difference does it make between fleeing and dying? The public's moral compass often sways with appearances. The Su family women, possessing exquisite beauty, found themselves in a position where the creditors held no ground. Of course, this also results from the subtle machinations of Wuyou Media, which fan the flames. The first step in marketing, undoubtedly, is aesthetics, followed by the establishment of a persona. Just then, the second half of the video was released. In it, Su Wanqing appeared with disheveled hair and slightly red eyes, exuding a tender vulnerability. Yet her words were resolute. "I will repay every penny my husband owes, but you cannot disrupt my daughter's life." Instantly, the persona of a devoted wife and mother was firmly established. Although she indeed embodies this role, it has now become common knowledge among the public. Upon witnessing this, many netizens expressed their heightened sympathy towards the mother and daughter. Some cursed the creditors. Others berated the fleeing Su Kuan, while many in the comments sought the mother and daughter's payment codes, eager to offer donations. However, shortly thereafter, Su Qingqing made her entrance. Standing behind her mother, she did not appear as a mere fledgling reliant on her mother's protection. Instead, she boldly addressed the creditors. "As long as my mother and I work hard to create content, we will repay it all in due time." To my astonishment, they are internet celebrities? Who knows their Douyin account? I wish to reward them. Goodness, that Su Kuan is truly despicable, forcing such beautiful women to dance online for money. I implore you to share the mother and daughter's Douyin account. At this juncture in the video, the marketing endeavor was nearly triumphant. Some fans who recognized the mother and daughter's accounts promptly tagged their IDs in the comments, leading a swarm of netizens to follow them, resulting in a rapid surge in their followers. Concurrently, their popularity soared. In the span of a single day, this generated several million in rewards for Zhang Cheng. Glancing at his account, he noted that the balance had yet to surpass 50 million. However, the funds that Cheng Up had expended a few days prior were soon to be returned, and upon their arrival, his balance would indeed exceed 50 million. While this amount was insufficient for purchasing a building, Zhang Cheng remained unfazed. At this moment, he had completed all tasks assigned by the system. Given the frequency of task releases, new assignments were imminent. There was ample time to accumulate wealth. Ding! Suddenly, a soft chime echoed. It was a message from Lin Wei. "Cheng, I'm at Hanhai Mall, and Gao Xiaodu is here too. Come find me. Let us have a meal before we get down to business." "I'll be there shortly," Zhang Cheng replied. He did not rush over. Instead, he first called for Feng Jinglong to review the progress made by the Su mother and daughter duo. After confirming that everything was in order, he sent a message to Yu Meng, and only after her arrival did they set off together. They were going out for dinner. and since others were accompanied by their partners, he felt compelled to bring someone along as well. Otherwise, it would be rather uncomfortable to witness others expressing their affection while he remained alone. Choosing Yu Meng was purely a matter of familiarity, as she was well acquainted with Lin Weikai and Gao Xiaodu, allowing for pleasant conversation. Bringing someone unfamiliar would mean spending an inordinate amount of time just breaking the ice, which was a waste. "Why are you bringing me, Zhang? I'm a bit awkward around him," Yu Meng remarked after leaving the company, naturally linking her arm with his. The Su mother and daughter's fan base had surged, and everyone in the company was aware of it, including her. Yu Meng was eager to advance and had long since resolved to put in the necessary effort. However, within the company, she felt apprehensive about crossing Cheng Yu, the reigning queen of the department, and thus refrained from getting too close to Zhang Cheng. Outside the office, however, the dynamic changed. As she leaned closer to Zhang Cheng, the space between them diminished, and his arm brushed against her, revealing a delightful softness. What was there to be embarrassed about? Zhang Cheng mused aloud, recalling the last encounter where he had nearly let her go, and she had insisted on pursuing legal action, leaving him feeling somewhat sheepish. Upon noticing his lack of refusal, Yu Meng's face brightened with joy. "With me around, he won't say anything. There's no need to worry." Zhang Cheng did not drive. As the Hanhai Mall was within walking distance, a leisurely stroll would suffice. That is true," Yu Meng nodded. Having propelled Cheng Yu to fame had already established Zhang Cheng's reputation in the industry. And now the Su mother and daughter were on the verge of their own breakout. Lin Weikai needed to cultivate a good relationship with Zhang Cheng, and out of respect for him, he would not make things difficult for Yu Meng. As they strolled, they soon arrived at the mall, where Lin Weikai had already reserved a table at a Michelin-starred restaurant. They made their way directly to the private room, where Lin Weikai and Gao Xiaodu were already seated. "Brother Lin, regarding the video shoot, couldn't Gao Xiaodu just come over? Why did you make the trip yourself?" Zhang Cheng inquired as he took a seat. Yu Meng, being quite proactive, took a towel to help him wipe his hands and arrange the utensils, effectively taking over the role of the nearby waiter. Seeing this, Lin Weikai felt a pang of jealousy. "Damn, when Yu Meng signed with Wuyou Media, she never treated me like this," he thought, feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, in front of Zhang Cheng, he refrained from showing his discomfort and chuckled, "Just a casual visit. I wanted to learn from your operational strategies as well." "Feel free to learn. You can observe during the video shoot," Zhang Cheng replied generously. "Brother, you are magnanimous." Lin Weikai raised his glass in a toast. In truth, his visit was not solely for the purpose of learning. He sought to foster a closer relationship with Zhang Cheng. He was apprehensive. Lin Weikai cast a glance at the side of him, where Gao Xiaodu stood, immediately noticing that her gaze had been fixated on Zhang Cheng since the moment he entered. Unwavering and unyielding, he genuinely feared that Gao Xiaodu might find herself alone with Zhang Cheng. Lin Weikai harbored grave suspicions. Had he not been present after filming her video, Gao Xiaodu might very well return with a metaphorical hat to place upon his head. Given Zhang Cheng's current renown, such a scenario was entirely plausible. There was no need for Zhang Cheng to take the initiative. A mere hint from him would suffice, and a multitude of female internet celebrities would eagerly gravitate towards him. "Mr. Zhang, I must trouble you to take care of Xiaodu from here on out. Allow me to toast to you first." After Lin Weikai clinked glasses with Zhang Cheng, Gao Xiaodu also raised her glass, sweetly offering her salute. Witnessing this scene, Lin Weikai felt a profound sense of despair. It was not merely a possibility. Observing Gao Xiaodu's demeanor made it abundantly clear that had he not been there, he would undoubtedly find himself adorned with an additional metaphorical hat today. Chapter 76. She is too eager to progress. Zhang Cheng once again shared a drink with the trembling Gao Xiaodu. Lin Weikai felt his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Yu Mei was also silently gritting her teeth. "Damn it. I'm right here. Who do you think you were to toast him?" "Mr. Zhang, you still have work to attend to later. Perhaps it would be wise to drink less." Yu Mei gently dabbed at the corner of Zhang Cheng's mouth with a napkin. Lin Wei's eyelids twitched even more violently. "This is Yu Mei? She is no obedient maiden. One only needs to glance at her tattooed arms to see that. It is fortunate that we live in a better era. The underworld is no longer a threat. Had this been 20 years ago, Yu Mei would undoubtedly have been involved in that lifestyle. When he initially signed Yu Mei, he had contemplated this. However, given her fiery temperament, he had always hesitated. And now, she is wiping Zhang Cheng's mouth? Has she been possessed? Damn it, talent is indeed more valuable than wealth. Yu Mei has even learned to ingratiate herself. And as for Gao Xiaotu, if he hadn't been present, she would likely have done the same. Lin Weikai felt a twinge of frustration as he watched Yu Mei adopt the demeanor of a sweet girlfriend, a wave of envy and resentment washing over him. Cheng, do you have any specific plans for Xiaotu as promotion? How should I cooperate? Lin Weikai took a bite of food, attempting to shift the topic. First, we'll shoot some videos to create buzz around Xiaotu, and then our two companies will collaborate on the promotion. Zhang Cheng replied with calm assurance. Lin Weikai felt a pang of uncertainty. Is that truly all it takes? What else could it be? Zhang Cheng countered. Lin Weikai was tempted to question. Is that enough to achieve fame? Yet, he lacked the courage to voice his doubts. If it were simply Cheng Yuyu achieving sudden fame, one could attribute it to coincidence and luck. But now, the mother-daughter duo from Wuyou Media is also on the verge of stardom. He had been closely monitoring Wuyou Media, noting the rapid rise in popularity of the Su family. He was secretly astonished by Zhang Cheng's capabilities. If the Su mother and daughter were to explode in popularity, it would thoroughly validate Zhang Cheng's talent. In the realm of internet celebrity management, who would dare challenge his authority? This was precisely why Gao Xiaotu was so overtly eager to please Zhang Cheng in front of Lin Weikai. The temptation was simply too great. Then I shall follow your lead. Tell me what to do, and I shall comply. Lin Weikai raised his glass once more, toasting Zhang Cheng. Upon seeing this, Gao Xiaotu quickly lifted her glass as well. Mr. Zhang, I will follow your instructions even more closely. Whatever you ask, I shall do. The two raised their glasses together, and naturally, Zhang Cheng could not refuse them. They shared another drink, and Yu Mei immediately took up the glass to wipe Zhang Cheng's mouth again. Although there was little to clean, the emotional value was certainly heightened. Lin Weikai could hardly bear to watch. Who were they putting on a show for? As if they were the only ones with women. Ahem. Lin Weikai cleared his throat. With her high emotional intelligence, Gao Xiaotu imitated Yu Mei, picking up a napkin to dab at Lin Weikai's mouth, then eagerly poured him another drink. Lin Weikai felt a sense of satisfaction, a smug smile gracing his face. Zhang Cheng found it quite amusing. The man's competitive spirit was utterly peculiar. Could this truly be a matter for comparison? Beside him, Yu Ming, observing the situation, prepared to pour wine for Zhang Cheng. At that moment, she refrained from advising him to drink less. After all, if Gao Xiaotu had already poured wine, it would be rather unseemly for her not to do the same, wouldn't it? However, Zhang Cheng stopped Yu Ming, smiling. I have some matters to attend to later, so I won't drink anymore. Yu Ming set down the wine bottle, her eyes glinting with a new idea, and picked up a pair of serving chopsticks to begin placing dishes onto Zhang Cheng's plate. Lin Weikai noticed this and subtly glanced at Gao Xiaotu. Gao Xiaotu was at a loss for words. Was there truly a need for competition here? Yet, as Lin Weikai was her superior, she felt compelled to curry favor with him. So she mimicked Yu Ming and began serving Lin Weikai as well. This was not merely a contest between Lin Weikai and Zhang Cheng, but rather a rivalry between Lin Weikai and Yu Ming. Lin Weikai could not bear to see Yu Ming and Gao Xiaotu so eagerly catering to Zhang Cheng. He wanted to reclaim some ground. Meanwhile, Yu Ming was determined not to be outdone by Gao Xiaotu, striving to present herself as the superior contender. Soon, the situation escalated to the point where neither Zhang Cheng nor Lin Weikai needed to lift their chopsticks. Gao Xiaotu and Yu Ming directly fed them. Zhang Cheng, for a fleeting moment, relished the indulgent life of an ancient feudal lord, where food was served effortlessly. However, Yu Ming was not particularly meticulous. Her hands began to falter, and during one feeding, she accidentally smeared some sauce on the corner of Zhang Cheng's mouth. Opposite them, Gao Xiaotu let out a sigh of relief. Does this count as a win? She thought. After all, feeding him was exhausting, and she finally had a moment to rest. Lin Weikai, witnessing this, wore a bright smile, feeling as though he had regained some standing. It was evident that Yu Ming lacked the attentiveness that Gao Xiaotu possessed. Yu Ming, momentarily stunned, realized she had lost. This was her first time dining alone with Zhang Cheng, and to lose was simply unacceptable. Eager to improve, her mind raced, and she quickly devised a plan. Instead of reaching for a napkin to wipe the sauce from Zhang Cheng's mouth, she leaned in, her soft lips gently brushing against the skin, her tongue deftly sweeping to clean the area. Zhang Cheng felt a sudden warmth and moisture at the corner of his mouth, causing him to momentarily freeze. This was quite the game indeed. Across the table, Gao Xiaotu and Lin Weikai were both taken aback. Seriously, Yu Ming, do you have no sense of boundaries? Lin Weikai thought. Recalling when he first signed Yu Ming, she had portrayed a tough, rebellious persona, far removed from the image of a sweet, demure girlfriend. Gao Xiaotu felt an ominous premonition rising within her. She subtly turned to Lin Weikai, contemplating, this is far too distasteful. Please don't. Yet, as fate would have it, the worst scenario unfolded. At that moment, Lin Weikai found no urge to compete. There was no need for comparison. With Yu Ming behaving as she did, he knew he could not win. However, it seemed rather enjoyable. Lin Weicai's gaze shifted toward Gao Xiaotu, who lowered her head, feigning ignorance. Although she had long lost track of how many times she had shared a bed with Lin Weikai, she had never once shared a kiss. A woman is generally inclined to kiss only when she fully opens her heart to a man, sometimes even taking the initiative to seek a kiss. There are many women who, despite being willing to sell themselves, refuse to engage in kissing. Gao Xiaotu, in her pursuit of igniting a spark with Lin Weikai, harbors no affection for him whatsoever. The thought of engaging in such an act with Lin Weikai, especially in the presence of others, is utterly beyond her. Lin Weicai's expression froze, his gaze towards Gao Xiaotu laden with deep resentment. Damn it. This wretched woman shows me no respect. Gao Xiaotu feigned ignorance, internally mocking. For heaven's sake, Yu Ming's desperation to gain attention knows no bounds. Can this really be tolerated? As Yu Ming noticed that Gao Xiaotu did not pursue further, a triumphant smile spread across her face. You think you can compete with me? Chapter 77. A guild for you after a meal. The four of them arrived at the content department of Wuyou Media. Yuan Liang was already well prepared. Miss Gao, please change into this outfit, he said, presenting a neatly packaged dress to Gao Xiaotu. Long before the proposal was finalized, Zhang Cheng had instructed him to prepare the clothing. The style was exactly as Zhang Cheng remembered. This dress looks a bit ordinary, Gao Xiaotu remarked, her brow furrowing as she unwrapped the garment. Lin Weikai also glanced over, agreeing that the dress appeared quite unremarkable, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, until Zhang Cheng faced failure, his authority remained unquestioned. It was best to listen. Go ahead and try it on, Zhang Cheng suggested casually. In truth, while the dress indeed seemed plain, its effect was contingent upon the wearer. On a woman of average physique, it might appear lackluster. However, on a woman with the alluring figure of Gao Xiaotu, it became remarkably enchanting. All right, Mr. Zhang. Without further hesitation, Gao Xiaotu obediently made her way to the changing room. Moments later, when she emerged, the eyes of those present sparkled with admiration. The blue dress was tailored perfectly for a voluptuous figure. Its soft fabric clung to her curves, accentuating her enticing silhouette, particularly at the neckline. Unlike typical low-cut garments that reveal cleavage, this dress featured an additional layer of fabric that introduced an air of mystery. As she walked gracefully, a subtle tremor in her movements stirred the hearts of every man present. Lin Weikai found it difficult to tear his gaze away. Having spent considerable time with Gao Xiaotu, he had long since lost the novelty of her appearance. Yet at that moment, despite the dress being quite modest, his heart raced, igniting a spark of desire within him. Could it be that Zhang Cheng is truly a genius? How can a mere change of clothing result in such a transformation? Lin Weikai scratched his head, filled with admiration for Zhang Cheng. It was no wonder he was the man behind Cheng Yu. This was no trivial feat. Excellent. The outfit looks great. Now, let's proceed to makeup. Aim for a gentle and pure aesthetic. Zhang Cheng nodded in satisfaction after observing her. In a previous life, the Blue Warrior had risen to fame through a similar video. Ultimately, it was a matter of subtlety and contrast, soft elegance paired with a fresh visage. A hint of bashfulness gracing her smile, all while her body remained undeniably alluring, with its curvaceous shape and the deep allure of the fabric-covered neckline. As Gao Xiaodu felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, her admiration for Zhang Cheng deepened, prompting her to comply willingly with the makeup process. "Zhang, you truly are remarkable." Lin Weicai's eyes lingered on Gao Xiaodu, only reluctantly diverting his attention back to Zhang Cheng as she entered the makeup area. Unable to suppress his astonishment, Zhang Cheng offered a faint smile, remaining silent. It was akin to taking an exam with the answers at hand. One would hardly err by first perusing the solutions before tackling the questions. Yu Meng, standing nearby, appeared somewhat foolish. She had often pondered how Zhang Cheng would manage Gao Ziachuer, entertaining numerous speculations, yet she had not anticipated that his methods would be so straightforward and direct. By merely altering Gao Ziachuer's appearance, it was as though she had transformed into an entirely different person. Even as a woman, Yu Meng found her exceedingly alluring. Lacking knowledge in operations, she instinctively sensed that Gao Ziachuer was destined for success. Initially, after arriving at the company, Yu Meng had distanced herself from Zhang Cheng, fearing to offend Zheng Yuyu. However, at this moment, she was unconcerned with such matters. She stealthily stepped closer, leaning against Zhang Cheng. Like a robot triggered by a switch, naturally draped his arm around her waist. This was purely instinctual, devoid of any subjective thought, a mere manifestation of masculine nature. Yu Meng maintained her composure, subtly adjusting her posture for greater comfort in his embrace. Yuan Liang observed this scene with an indifferent expression, taking no offense. Such occurrences were commonplace within influencer agencies. Yet, internally he was intrigued. Rarely did those who established influencer agencies remain uninvolved with their influencers. Typically, the owners relied on wealth and status to win the affections of these stars, much like Lin Weicai. Zhang Cheng, however, possessed both money and status. Yet he garnered influencers through sheer talent. Should Lin Weicai face bankruptcy, it was likely he would find himself utterly alone. Conversely, if Zhang Cheng were to fall into financial ruin, Yuan Liang believed that Zheng Yuyu and Yu Meng, among others, would willingly invest their own funds to aid his resurgence. After a brief wait, Gao Ziachuer emerged, having completed her makeup. Her inherent style was far from gentle, but a change in her makeup could lend her a more innocent appearance. While style could be modified, content experts would assist in her adjustment. "Old Yuan, it's up to you now. Refine Gao Ziachuer's style and shoot the video according to the script I prepared." Zhang Cheng instructed Yuan Liang regarding the next task. "Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, I will have the video ready by the end of the day," Yuan Liang vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. If he could not manage this simple task after the core elements had been set, he might as well abandon his managerial role and return home to sell sweet potatoes. "Very well, get to it." Zhang Cheng nodded before leading Lin Weicai and Yu Meng back to the office. Filming a video was a cumbersome process, but it did not necessitate the owner's involvement. The purpose of hiring help was to alleviate their workload. "Lin, ensure you are prepared on your end. Once the video is released, your operations department will spring into action," Zhang Cheng stated upon sitting down. "Absolutely, I'll follow your lead," Lin Weicai replied enthusiastically. Today, he was utterly convinced. Despite Zhang Cheng's previous success in elevating Zheng Yuyu, the Su family duo was also showing signs of significant popularity. However, he did not possess an intuitive understanding of Zhang Cheng's methods. Yet today, he bore witness to them. Gao Ziachuer remained Gao Ziachuer, but merely adorned in a different attire and makeup, resulting in a transformation so profound it seemed as though she had become an entirely different person. It stirred something within him. Could this not be the mark of a genius? Lin Wei decided that this collaboration could not be a mere one-time affair. He must firmly cling to this invaluable ally, ensuring an unwavering grip. "Zhang, I notice your company has few signed artists. I presume the guild is not easy to navigate?" Lin Wei's mind raced, and he concocted a gesture of goodwill. "I have a subsidiary company with a guild in operation. Perhaps I could offer you a connection." Chapter 78, Brothers like hands and feet, women like. Never mind. In the past, our company had too few hosts to manage well, but now we have sufficient numbers. I'll just register a guild myself later. Zhang Cheng pondered and shook his head. Establishing a guild requires certain conditions, primarily the number of hosts and their activity levels. In the past, Wuyou Media had only enshowed you in as a host, which clearly did not meet the criteria. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to borrow from Lin Weicai's guild last time. Lin Weicai was well aware of this, which is why he suggested gifting a guild to Zhang Cheng as a means to strengthen their relationship. However, Zhang Cheng firmly declined, as the number of hosts at Wuyou Media was now sufficient and their activity levels were no longer an issue. He could register a guild independently without needing others' assistance. Well, fine then. Lin Weicai scratched his head. Goodness, in this day and age, even free gifts are unwanted. Just after Zhang Cheng declined, a system notification suddenly appeared before him. Task released. The company must develop. A host guild is essential. Please establish a host guild for Wuyou Media within 1 week. Task reward. Cashback card 1. System lottery 3. Cashback card. Full refund on a single expenditure after use. A task has arrived. Zhang Cheng gazed at the system information, feeling a sense of relief that he had not accepted Lin Weicai as guild earlier. Otherwise, this task would not have been triggered. This task was practically a gift. Zhang Cheng had already intended to create his own streaming guild, and meeting the requirements would be quite manageable, essentially a matter of convenience. As for the rewards, a cashback card. This item was remarkable. A full refund on a single expenditure. This meant that after utilizing a cashback card, whatever amount was spent on the next transaction would be fully refunded by the system. If only he could use it when purchasing a building. The first thought that crossed Zhang Cheng's mind was precisely this. Wouldn't that amount to acquiring a building for free? While Zhang Cheng was lost in thought, new system notifications appeared before him. Side quest released. Side quest. Assist a competitor. Task content. Aid a competitor in managing an influencer with over 5 million fans on a single platform. Task reward. System lottery 5. Side quest released. Side quest. The competitor is a fool. Task content. Manage an influencer of the same type as the target in the assist a competitor side quest and surpass their fan count on a single platform. Task reward. System lottery 6. The system had now issued 2 new side quests. After reviewing them, Zhang Cheng's expression turned peculiar. System, are you having a split personality? First, assist the competitor, then insult them as a fool. Zhang Cheng glanced at the competitor in his office, unable to suppress a twinge of sympathy. He had saved a popular meme featuring a yellow-clad warrior, intending to use it later when encountering a similar influencer to Gao Xiaodu. But he wasn't particularly fixated on it. Perhaps he would never meet such an influencer. Nonetheless, with the system tasks now released, the prospect of 6 lottery chances was undeniably enticing. Now he must actively seek out his targets and swiftly elevate their status. Poor Lin Weicai, who had only just garnered a few million followers thanks to a burgeoning internet celebrity, soon discovered that another contender of the same ilk was about to overshadow Gao Ziachuer. Initially, Lin Weicai pondered how to deepen his relationship with Zhang Cheng when he suddenly noticed a hint of pity in Zhang Cheng's gaze directed at him. Momentarily perplexed, he scratched his head and asked Zhang, "What kind of look is that?" It's nothing. I just think Gao Ziachuer is quite impressive and was considering signing a similar influencer." Zhang Cheng decided to offer a gentle caution to spare Lin Weicai from future heartache. Gao Ziachuer is exceptional. Acquiring another of her caliber is not a trivial task. This remark filled Lin Weicai with a sense of pride. Yet he soon questioned Zhang Cheng's intentions. Could it be that he was indeed a shrewd businessman, quick-witted and understanding the principles of sacrifice and gain? "Brother, do you have your eye on Ziachuer?" Lin Weicai inquired, his expression somewhat conflicted, yet he continued, "It's fine if you like someone of her caliber. I'm not a stingy person. How about this? I'll have her come to your company for a few days of learning." Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng was taken aback. Is this really about learning? Or is this just your playful scheme, Lin? Lin Weicai sighed, acknowledging the rarity of someone like Gao Ziachuer. Yet, in business, sacrifices must be made. If parting with Gao Ziachuer could lead to the growth of his company, surely he could find another like her in due time. Is it really that trivial? Yumu, who had been absorbed in her phone, suddenly set it aside, her expression blank as she turned her attention to Lin Weicai. She felt fortunate to have been chosen by Zhang Cheng. Had she continued with Lin Weicai, she might have ended up being passed around without a care. But would Zhang Cheng accept her? If he did, It would imply that he was no different from Lin Weikai, and that could pose a threat to her safety. Shifting her gaze, she focused on Zhang Cheng. "No, Brother Lin, that is not what I meant." Zhang Cheng chuckled, bemused by the situation. "I have a similar trending concept that could elevate someone akin to Gao Ziachur. I just wanted to inform you in advance to avoid any misunderstandings between us brothers." "Not a problem, brother, just a woman," Lin Weikai replied, interpreting Zhang Cheng's words as mere politeness, smiling broadly. Zhang Cheng, however, was left speechless. Yumu felt a sense of relief. Her willingness to devote herself to Zhang Cheng stemmed from his youth, wealth, and talent, an investment she was eager to make. Had it been someone else, she might not have felt the same. Moreover, the thought of being tossed around like an object was unsettling. Fortunately, Zhang Cheng was not that kind of man. "Just remember what I said today. When one of my influencers surpasses Gao Ziachur, keep in mind our conversation. I've given you fair warning, so don't hold it against me," Zhang Cheng concluded, opting for silence rather than further explanation. "Bro, can I really blame you?" Lin Weikai chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Supporting a single internet celebrity of the same ilk was manageable, but to elevate two prominent figures? That posed quite a challenge. He sensed that Zhang Cheng held a fondness for someone like Gao Ziachur, yet felt hesitant to approach her directly, thus contemplating the idea of signing her himself, albeit wary of misinterpretation, hence the preemptive disclaimer. "We're all brothers here. Why be so formal?" Lin Weikai mused, believing that Zhang Cheng was a friend worth having. However, upon glancing outside, he spotted Gao Ziachur shooting a video on the grassy patch by the entrance, igniting a sudden urge within him. "Cheng, I'm heading down to take a look. I won't be keeping you company any longer," he declared before dashing down the stairs to join Gao Ziachur. Thus, in the office remained only Zhang Cheng and Yuma. Chapter 79. For the happiness of Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, are you truly intent on signing someone like Gao Ziachur? Yu Meng could not restrain her curiosity after Lin Weichai's departure. Indeed, Zhang Cheng nodded affirmatively. Yu Meng pouted her lips, realizing that men undeniably prefer those of more ample proportions. Yet, her own capabilities fell short. Despite having a similarly slender figure, Cheng Yu was more endowed. Even Xiao Qianqian surpassed her in desirability. A wave of frustration washed over Yu Meng. "Do you have any suitable recommendations?" Zhang Cheng, recognizing Yu Meng's status in the online celebrity realm, inquired. "Mr. Zhang, do you genuinely favor the voluptuous?" Yu Meng found herself at a loss for words. "Isn't it obvious? Who doesn't appreciate the ample?" Zhang Cheng's words trailed off as he hesitated, wary of scrutiny. "I admire those with talent," Yu Meng replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Who possesses talent?" Zhang Cheng pressed. "You do," Yu Meng asserted with unwavering conviction. Zhang Cheng remained noncommittal, pondering that a woman's words could often be deceptive. "Do you not believe me?" Yu Meng felt a twinge of grievance. Her admiration for Zhang Cheng was genuine, or she would not have behaved thus at the dinner table. I believe, Zhang Cheng replied, employing the peculiar syntax of the Chinese language to convey his negation. "Then you like me?" Yu Meng retorted, her teeth clenched in irritation. "You're passable," Zhang Cheng replied casually. "What does passable mean?" Yu Meng was exasperated, realizing that Zhang Cheng was as slippery as an eel, evading capture effortlessly. "How is your yoga practice coming along?" Zhang Cheng, uninterested in furthering the conversation, deftly shifted topics. I suppose it's going all right," Yu Meng stammered. In truth, she had not practiced at all. That day, she had sought out Su Wanqing, who demonstrated a few poses, prompting her to abandon the endeavor altogether. The yoga poses were exceedingly challenging. Who could manage to touch their toes to their head? Yu Meng had not sought Su Wanqing's guidance again since. Now, confronted by Zhang Cheng, she felt akin to a wayward student caught in a moment of shame. "Show me a few poses," Zhang Cheng commanded. "All right." Yu Meng steeled herself and attempted several basic poses, though they were executed clumsily and lacked precision. "I instructed you to learn for your own benefit. Do you think it was for anyone else?" Zhang Cheng's tone grew stern. "I will personally teach you. Practice diligently. If you fail to improve, I shall not spare you." This was the first time Yu Meng witnessed Zhang Cheng's severity. She stood meekly to the side, head bowed. Resembling a frightened little rabbit, her delicate arms adorned with tattoos, adding to her sense of injustice. Subsequently, Zhang Cheng commenced instructing Yu Meng in the art of legendary yoga. Despite her petite stature and delicate build, she learned swiftly when she applied herself, though the practice was painful enough to elicit grimaces. From now on, practice at least once every day. I will conduct spot checks. Should you fail to improve on any given day, your operations will be immediately revoked. Following their session, Zhang Cheng issued a stern warning. Oh, I see. Yu Meng, not one to exhibit an honest disposition, muttered softly after agreeing. What is there to practice? Isn't it merely for your pleasure? What did you say? Zhang Cheng, endowed with a physique thrice that of an average person and possessing keen auditory faculties, distinctly caught her faint murmurs. At that moment, he experienced a sensation akin to a teacher's frustration when confronted with a particularly lackluster student. For heaven's sake, I'm encouraging you for your own good. What does it matter to me? Yu Meng was taken aback, astonished that such a soft voice could be heard. Yet, having been exposed, she boldly whispered, Look at the postures you've taught, this one and that one. Aren't they all merely for those matters in bed? Oomph. You profess to like me, yet you've already studied the future positions. Zhang Cheng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Is this truly the sensation of dealing with a slacker? He finally comprehended why some parents erupt in anger while tutoring their children. Goodness, encountering such an astute person. Who would be incensed? Never mind, don't practice anymore. With your intellect, I fear you might end up doing yourself a disservice. Zhang Cheng slumped into the executive chair, for the first time since his transmigration, feeling utterly powerless. Such a slacker, whether they learn or not, is inconsequential. Even if healed, it would merely result in drooling. Mr. Zhang, please don't be angry. Observing his demeanor, Yu Meng felt a twinge of anxiety and quickly added, For your happiness, I will practice diligently. Just get the hell out of here. Zhang Cheng had no desire to see her at that moment. Well then, I shall take my leave. Yu Meng, somewhat reluctant to part, leaned in and gently kissed Zhang Cheng on the cheek before departing. As he watched her leave, Zhang Cheng slumped in the executive chair, taking a long while to regain his composure. Checking the time, he noted it was nearly time to clock out. He then summoned 4 managers and Li Kiki for a meeting. How many followers do Su Laoshi and Su Qingqing have on Douyin now? Zhang Cheng inquired. They've surpassed 5 million, Feng Jinglong replied, his tone brimming with excitement, adding that their popularity continued to surge. The other managers shared in the exhilaration. The company was thriving. Given the current trajectory, it was merely a matter of time before another influencer with 10 million followers emerged. Old Feng and Old Yuan. You two need to put in the effort. One should monitor content quality while the other keeps track of operational progress. No slacking off, Zhang Cheng instructed. Understood, Mr. Zhang. Yuan Liang and Feng Jinglong replied in unison. The company should also register its own live streaming guild. Zhou Jia, please handle this matter. Coordinate the streaming schedules of all our hosts, and once standards are met, promptly register the guild. Zhang Cheng turned to Zhou Yun. Certainly, Mr. Zhang. Zhou Yun nodded calmly. Given the current prowess of Wuyou Media, fulfilling the requirements for guild registration was exceedingly simple. The establishment of a guild is of utmost importance. At the highest level, the platform can reduce the commission on donations to 20%. With 10 million in donations, 3 million could be saved. Even without system tasks, Zhang Cheng intended to pursue this endeavor. Zhang Cheng entrusted the task to Zhou Yun, feeling a sense of reassurance. With no further matters at hand, he announced, The meeting is adjourned. The crowd dispersed, yet Li Kiki lingered behind. Brother, I have already coordinated with Mingshi Real Estate, and the capital verification has been completed. They are currently negotiating the price. Although Zhang Cheng's account holds less than 50 million at present, Mingshi Real Estate has come to believe in his capabilities. For someone with 50 million, acquiring a property valued at over 100 million is quite straightforward. Thus, Mingshi Real Estate has initiated the pricing process. In such a significant transaction, the price is of paramount importance. Naturally, Mingshi aims to maximize their profit, yet they are cautious not to make exorbitant demands. If they were to frighten away a client in a deal exceeding 100 million, the company's executives would face severe repercussions. After delivering her report, Li Kiki edged closer to Zhang Cheng and, lowering her voice, said, "However, Yang Xingwen discreetly revealed to me the bottom-line price of Mingshi real estate." Chapter 80. They have become popular. What price did he mention? Zhang Cheng inquired with keen interest. "4,200,000 per unit," Li Kiki replied. "That price is acceptable. When you negotiate with them, aim for this figure." Zhang Cheng nodded. "Brother, why do you think Yang Xingwen is acting this way?" Li Kiki asked, somewhat perplexed. "Perhaps he is trying to pursue you, and this is his way of showing it." Zhang Cheng chuckled. "How could that be?" Li Kakaraturta. A hint of disbelief in her tone. She could sense that Yang Xingwen had an interest in her, yet this was a transaction worth over 100 million. Revealing the bottom line would save Wuyou Media at least 20 million, while Mingshi real estate would incur a loss of over 20 million in profit. She was not made of gold. Was it really worth such madness for Yang Xingwen? Perhaps there are internal conflicts within their company. Yang Xingwen wants to facilitate this deal to earn credit for himself, sacrificing the company's profits while still gaining recognition. Zhang Cheng mused with a smile. "That makes sense. You're just teasing me," Li Kiki said, a resigned smile tugging at her lips. "All right, knowing the bottom line makes negotiations easier. I'll leave this matter entirely in your capable hands. I want to interfere," Zhang Cheng decided, delegating the task to his cousin. With such a talented cousin, it would be a shame not to leverage her capabilities. "Brother, this is a huge responsibility, and I feel a bit anxious," Li Kiki admitted, her tone wavering. Although she had managed finances, she had never overseen a transaction of such magnitude. "This is an opportunity for you to grow. If you succeed in this deal, what else could possibly daunt you in the future?" Zhang Cheng assumed the role of the encouraging older brother. "Thank you, brother," Li Kiki replied, deeply moved. Entrusting her with a transaction worth over 100 million felt monumental. If she were to emulate Yang Xingwen and secretly benefit herself, she might even outsmart her cousin. Yet, he had placed his trust in her, clearly believing in her potential and aiming to cultivate her skills. She felt grateful to him. Zhang Cheng smiled gently. "Brother, I must take my leave now. I have many tasks to attend to," Li Kiki said as she excused herself. After she departed, Zhang Cheng left the office and headed straight to the content department. The video featuring Gao Xiaodu had already been filmed, and under Yuan Liang's leadership, the team was working diligently to finalize the editing. Lin Weikai and Gao Xiaodu were also present, standing behind the editor as they witnessed the video take shape. "President Zhang, you're here," Yuan Liang greeted upon spotting Zhang Cheng, prompting everyone to turn their attention to him. "Cheng, you've arrived. When will we publish the video?" Lin Weikai asked. "Let us release it now," Zhang Cheng asserted decisively. It was just past 5 o'clock, the peak time for both office workers heading home and students finishing classes, coinciding with the highest traffic on short video platforms. Now was indeed the opportune moment for release. After the video went live and had some time to gain traction, it would align perfectly with the evening peak traffic. Suddenly, Lin Weikai felt a surge of nervousness. He had witnessed the video being crafted with his own eyes and felt an overwhelming sense of quality that suggested it would undoubtedly become a sensation. Yet, at the moment the publish button was clicked, his heart sank. As the central figure in this unfolding drama, Gao Xiaodu felt an immediate tension coursing through her body. Could it truly become popular? Could she ascend to the heights of fame akin to Cheng Yuyu? She yearned for that recognition. In the realm of internet celebrities, popularity was paramount. When she was still on the fringes, Lin Weikai could summon her at will. Yet after Zhang Cheng expressed his desire to promote her, her status visibly soared. For instance, at the dining table today, she had boldly disregarded Lin Weikai as authority, and he had not uttered a word of protest. This was the power of Zhang Cheng. He aimed to elevate Gao Xiaodu. Despite not yet being a household name, was already enjoying the privileges of one. Gao Xiaodu could scarcely fathom the heights she might reach if she truly achieved fame like Cheng Yuyu. Her standing would be immeasurable. At the very least, Lin Weikai would no longer view her as a mere plaything. She cast a fleeting glance back at Zhang Cheng, who stood there silently, exuding an aura of reverence akin to that of a towering mountain. In her heart, she felt a pang of regret, wishing that she had been the one chosen that day. Gao Xiaodu harbored an intense envy for the dreams she longed to realize. As a certain motivational guru Teacher Xiao once proclaimed, "For the employees who betray me, I offer 1,000,000. But for those who remain loyal, they are worth billions." Understand the applause. Clap, clap, clap. This was precisely what Gao Xiaodu envied. She was acutely aware that she was not Zhang Cheng's prodigy. He wielded such formidable influence even over an outsider like her. How much more powerful would he be in supporting his own? Lin Weikai also noticed Gao Xiaodu's subtle movements, but chose to ignore them. Unlike Zhang Cheng, who could captivate women with his talent, Lin Weikai felt he could manipulate Gao Xiaodu at will. However, if she were to rise to prominence and become a cornerstone of forest media, he would have to afford her a measure of respect. Yet for now, she remained uncelebrated, and the video had just been released. Nevertheless, wherever Zhang Cheng went, it felt as though Gao Xiaodu had already achieved fame. He no longer dared to bully her casually. After the video was published, Zhang Cheng promptly provided a promotional boost of 100,000 in traffic. Although Gao Xiaodu was not officially part of Wuyou Media, she was still a product of Zhang Cheng's efforts, and his expectation was for her to explode in popularity. He could not afford to have her merely lukewarm. He had too much at stake. Therefore, he did not hesitate to allocate a traffic card. "Let us head to the operations department to review the data," Lin Weikai exclaimed, grasping Gao Xiaodu's arm as he hurriedly tried to pull Zhang Cheng along. "You two go ahead. I'm heading home after work," Zhang Cheng replied, gently freeing himself. He had done all he could. Now it was time to patiently await the fruits of his labor. Watching data was less appealing than spending time with Chaiwei. Lin Weikai, burning with urgency, felt a rising panic, and Zhang Cheng's nonchalance only heightened his distress, causing him to fidget restlessly. Zhang Cheng, appearing oblivious, turned and walked away. Damn it! Lin Weikai was left speechless, yet he was genuinely anxious to review the data, disregarding Zhang Cheng and hastily dragging Gao Xiaodu along to the operations department. However, Gao Xiaodu hardly needed his assistance. She was faster than Lin Weikai. Upon their arrival at the operations department, they discovered that, apart from themselves, two others were also intently focused on the data, their expressions fraught with tension. "Goodness, we have 6 million fans." Su Qingqing, adorned in a youthful fairy-like dress, embraced Su Wanqing's arm with palpable excitement. The soft fabric enveloped her slender figure, causing her to tremble with joy. The hem of her dress swaying to reveal delicate ankles and a pair of dainty white shoes. Su Wanqing, equally attired, exhibited no overt attempt to appear youthful. Her demeanor was gentle and her movements graceful, reminiscent of a true, celestial being descending to earth. Yet, even this ethereal figure struggled to contain her exhilaration, endeavoring to suppress the tremors of her body. 6 million fans. Just over an hour ago, we had just surpassed 5 million. Before that, we hadn't even reached 1 million. We're on fire. We are truly thriving. If Zhang Cheng had been present at that moment, they would have been inclined to worship him reverently. Zhang Cheng had rescued them from the depths of obscurity and bestowed upon them an incredibly bright future. They were at a loss as to how to express their gratitude. Chapter 81. Assisting competitors in achieving 6 million followers upon hearing Su Qingqing's voice. Lin Weikai and Gao Xiaodu exchanged a glance, astonished by the startling speed of her follower increase. Gao Xiaodu, feeling a twinge of anxiety, asked Mr. Lin, "Do you think my followers can grow as rapidly?" Lin Weikai, though uncertain, replied, "It should be possible." Despite the high quality of Gao Xiaodu's videos, the prospect of gaining 1 million followers in just over an hour seemed rather exaggerated. Both awaited the data refresh with bated breath. Soon, the statistics for the first hour emerged. View counts, likes, shares, comments, and, most crucially, the follower count were all soaring. "It's a hit," Gao Xiaodu exhaled in relief. The data alone reassured her of her stability. Yet when compared to the Su family's mother and daughter duo, her progress seemed modest. Indeed, their advantage was palpable. With this realization, Gao Xiaodu's initial joy was somewhat diminished, replaced by a deeper envy of the Su family. Meanwhile, Lin Weikai was on the phone, remotely directing the operations department of Wuyou Media to further amplify Gao Xiaodu's video. For them, this night was destined to be sleepless. The same held true for the Su family. and even more so for Chao Yu. The following morning, Yang Chaowei requested her first day off. "Sheng Yi, I would like to take a day to rest." She curled up in her blanket, revealing only her pitiful little face, her eyes blinking up at Zhang Cheng. Although Zhang Cheng had not been analyzing the data in the operations department, he was well aware of the impressive results achieved by the Su family and Gao Xiaodu. The final follower count for the Su family reached 7 million, but the news was still brewing, and Wuyou Media had officially begun its campaign. It was only a matter of time before the Su family's followers surpassed 10 million, perhaps within just a day or two. Gao Xiaodu, too, had crossed the 3 million mark, and as the video of the blue-clad war god circulated online, her follower count continued to escalate at an astonishing rate. With 2 successes under his belt, Zhang Cheng's mood was buoyant, and his spirits were lifted. However, after days of tireless effort, Yang Chaowei found herself unable to rise that morning. "Rest well," Zhang Cheng said, gently pinching her cheek before dressing and heading to the office. As she watched him leave, Yang Chaowei sighed in relief. She had been genuinely pleased with the increased time Zhang Cheng spent with her, but as his momentum surged, she found herself overwhelmed. Alone in her blanket, she gazed pensively, pondering how she could possibly cope. Upon arriving at the office, Zhang Cheng first visited the operations department to review the specific data. To his surprise, he found Lin Weikai, Gao Xiaotu, and the Su family gathered there. The 4 appeared fatigued, yet exuded an unmistakable air of exhilaration. Clearly, they had not left the premises all night, likely having foregone sleep altogether. Upon the arrival of Zhang Cheng, Su Qingqing was the first to greet him. "Mr. Zhang, my mother and I are truly elated." "Thank you." The young girl excitedly leaped into Zhang Cheng's embrace, her delicate fragrance and warm body heat flooding his senses. At this moment, his constitution was alarmingly heightened, unable to withstand even the slightest provocation. Had he not expended considerable energy earlier that morning, he might have found himself in an embarrassing predicament. Zhang Cheng glanced at Su Wanqing, acutely aware that she valued the boundaries between men and women, particularly when it came to safeguarding her daughter. Su Qingqing was overly enthusiastic, clinging to him as if unwilling to let go. Zhang Cheng's expression betrayed a hint of helplessness. "Please, let go, dear lady, or you might startle yourself," he thought, casting a hopeful glance at Su Wanqing, wishing she would intervene. Yet, unexpectedly, the most conservative Su Wanqing showed no inclination to halt the proceedings. In truth, she too felt an exhilarating rush within her. If not for her age and her daughter's impulsive action, she might have hesitated before joining the embrace herself. The events of the previous night had been utterly wild, leaving her in a state of heightened exhilaration, momentarily devoid of rational thought. As Su Wanqing remained silent, Zhang Cheng felt compelled to speak. "Qingqing, this is the office. It may not be appropriate." All right, I'm letting go," Su Qingqing replied, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Even after releasing Zhang Cheng, she remained in an exuberantly animated state. "Mr. Zhang, my mother and I truly do not know how to express our gratitude." Slowly, Su Wanqing approached, but her emotions surged within her until she could no longer contain herself. She threw herself into Zhang Cheng's arms. However, in stark contrast to Su Qingqing's exuberance, tears streamed silently down her face. "Why are you crying?" Zhang Cheng gently patted her back. Su Wanqing remained unresponsive. Lost in her tears, memories of her husband's departure flooded back, particularly the despair she felt when creditors came knocking at her door. Yet, Zhang Cheng had rescued them, illuminating a path towards hope. As Su Wanqing wept, she suddenly sensed something amiss. It was then that she realized Zhang Cheng had undergone a change. While Su Qingqing, being youthful and oblivious, did not comprehend the implications, Su Wanqing, having experienced life, understood fully. In an instant, she became acutely aware and stepped back, her face flushed. "Mr. Zhang, I apologize." Rather than reproaching him, she offered her apologies. In her eyes, Zhang Cheng was undoubtedly a good man, and the current situation bore no relation to him. It was entirely her own responsibility. However, the thought that at her age, Mr. Zhang could still. Su Wanqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Nearby, Lin Wei observed the scene and suddenly understood. No wonder Zhang Cheng dismissed Gao Xiaotuo. It seems he simply found her unworthy. The Su mother and daughter, despite Su Wanqing's mature age, appeared youthful. Thanks to her well-maintained appearance and the legendary yoga techniques that bestowed upon her the visage of a woman in her 30s. Su Qingqing exuded an invincible youthfulness, brimming with the freshness and innocence of a young girl. With their presence, it was only natural that one might overlook Gao Xiaodu. Teacher Zhang, Qingqing, you have both been awake all night. It's time to stop analyzing the data and get some rest, Zhang Cheng remarked, his expression calm as he addressed the two. Mr. Zhang, we shall take our leave to rest, Su Wanqing replied, a hint of anxiety stirring within her as she hurriedly pulled Su Qingqing away. Despite her reluctance to part, Su Qingqing ultimately yielded to her mother's insistence and left with her. How many fans does Gao Xiaodu have now? Zhang Cheng inquired. Mr. Zhang, we're nearing 4 million. Gao Xiaodu interjected eagerly before the operations manager, Feng Jinglong, could respond. She too was brimming with excitement at that moment. Very well, continue to amplify the flow. Ensure Gao Xiaodu's fan count exceeds 5 million swiftly, Zhang Cheng instructed Feng Jinglong. Without delay, Feng Jinglong commenced his operations, while Lin Wei promptly contacted his own company's operations department. The combined efforts of the two companies' promotional campaigns, along with organic traffic, led to Gao Xiaodu's fan count surpassing 5 million by noon. Simultaneously, a notification appeared before Zhang Cheng. Side quest completed. Chapter 82. The Ruler. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 system lottery draws. The system notification appeared before him, presenting a total of 5 opportunities for lottery draws. Within the office, Zhang Cheng could hear the jubilant cheers emanating from the operations department. First came the exuberant voice of Gao Xiaodu, followed by Lin Wei's enthusiastic shouts. Both were brimming with excitement, and even the employees of Wuyou Media joined in the celebration. The prowess of their boss was simply astounding. Supporting another's internet celebrity was an endeavor they executed flawlessly. In the office, Zhang Cheng glanced at the 5 lottery chances but did not rush to use them. Based on his experience, the lottery draws predominantly yielded the guaranteed rewards of a 100,000 traffic card or 100,000 yuan in cash. Currently, he had a total of 7 unused lottery opportunities, and if he were to draw individually without utilizing the targeted lottery card, he likely wouldn't secure anything of value. Thus, he deemed it wiser to accumulate his chances and utilize them all at once when the numbers increased, thereby amplifying the likelihood of obtaining something worthwhile. At the very least, it would be more gratifying. As the afternoon arrived, Lin Wei and Gao Xiaodu continued to endure their fatigue as they monitored the data in the operations department. After Zhang Cheng had ordered Su's mother and daughter to take a brief respite, they could not resist returning to the company, vigilantly observing the data in the operations department. Their reaction was, after all, quite normal. When Cheng Yu was at the height of her popularity, she had exhibited similar behavior. Zhang Cheng understood this and chose not to concern himself with the excited quartet, opting instead to focus on his own tasks. Days passed, and finally, the identification documents for Qiu Qianqian and Lin Xiang were completed. Zhang Cheng summoned the two to his office, announcing, "Your documents are ready, and the accounts across various platforms have been registered. You may now commence the creation of your works and live broadcasts." Qiu Qianqian's attire today was as cool as ever, featuring black work-style jeans with a loose fit that cascaded down to her ankles, paired with a black leather jacket that exuded the essence of a street dancer. However, this edgy ensemble, combined with her adorably charming face, did not render her demeanor any cooler. Rather, it accentuated her cuteness. "Zhang Zong, what are our work arrangements going forward?" Qiu Qianqian inquired, her delightful single eyelids blinking at Zhang Cheng. Over the past few days, she had engaged in little work and had explored Hangqing thoroughly. The only regret was that her companion had not been Zhang Cheng, but Lin Xiang instead. She eagerly longed to begin her work, which would afford her opportunities to spend time with Zhang Cheng. Now, her wishes were finally coming to fruition. You and Xiang Xiang will need to work diligently to fulfill the live streaming hours required by the guild. Once teacher Su and Su Qingqing's operational activities conclude, I will commence the operations for you, Zhang Cheng replied. Wuyou was currently live, streaming regularly, and Su's mother and daughter would soon begin their broadcasts as well. Lin Xiang and Qiu Qianqian could also start their live streams immediately, while Yuma was consistently filming videos and live streaming daily. It was anticipated that within just a day or two, they would be able to register for the lowest tier of the guild. Zhang Zong, what should I broadcast? Lin Xiang questioned at that moment, highlighting her significant differences from Qiu Qianqian. Qiu Qianqian has a work titled Love Ice Cream and has appeared in Wuyou's live broadcast. Her fan base and future trajectory have been clearly defined. She is to follow the path of a singer. However, Lin Xiang finds herself in a state of confusion. With no fame in the mainland and uncertainty about her developmental direction, she struggles even to determine what kind of videos to create, let alone engage in live streaming. You got it easy, Zhang Cheng remarked with a smile. With your stunning looks and great figure, you could simply take beautiful photos showcasing your physique and face. Live streaming could just be about chatting with your fans. It's rather straightforward. Lin Xiang, still somewhat perplexed, questioned, is that really enough to gain popularity? Meanwhile, Qiu Qianqian scrutinized her friend, contemplating Zhang Cheng's unexpectedly high appraisal of her. Although she had not anticipated such praise, she reassured herself that she was not lacking either. Casting a glance at herself, Qiu Qianqian acknowledged that although her figure was slender, she possessed the essentials. The only regret was that it was not summer, preventing her from revealing her slender waist, which she considered her secret weapon. The one tea suffice, Zhang Cheng responded to Lin Xiang's inquiry. There are many beautiful faces and great figures, but achieving fame is not so simple. However, you need not worry. I already have a strategy for your promotion. What you must focus on now is increasing your live streaming hours. Understood, Mr. Zhang. Lin Xiang felt a sense of relief wash over her. She had been quite lost, yearning for fame, but unsure of the direction to take. Thankfully, she had a competent boss to alleviate her concerns. Qianqian, your path is clear. It's singing, particularly sweet songs. Is there any issue with that? Zhang Cheng turned his gaze towards Qiu Qianqian. I have no issues. Qiu Qianqian promptly assured him, thumping her chest. Very well. You may return to your tasks. Zhang Cheng concluded the serious discussion, allowing the two to continue with their work. Qiu Qianqian felt a twinge of urgency. It had been several days since she had last seen Zhang Cheng, and now that they had finally met, was he really going to leave after just a few serious words? Yet, she could not think of a reason to keep him. She could only exchange anxious glances with Lin Xiang. Lin Xiang rolled her eyes inwardly, bemused by her friend's pursuit of a romantic interest. Why must I be the one to think of ways to keep him here? She thought. However, being more experienced than Qiu Qianqian, she quickly devised a plan. Mr. Zhang, the yoga techniques you taught us last time are quite effective, but it seems Qianqian is still unfamiliar with a few poses. Lin Xiang said, casting a knowing glance at Qiu Qianqian. Qiu Qianqian felt a surge of joy. Lin Xiang was indeed resourceful. She looked at Zhang Cheng and eagerly nodded, yes, Mr. Zhang. There are a few poses I'm not very proficient in. Could you possibly teach me again? All right, since it's not yet peak streaming time, I'll demonstrate once more. Zhang Cheng nodded, retrieving 2 yoga mats to lay on the office floor. I'll take my leave then. Lin Xiang began to step away to grant them some privacy, but suddenly realized something. With a dainty finger pointing to herself, she exclaimed, what about me? To teach one is to teach, and to teach two is also to teach. In fact, it provides you an opportunity to reinforce your learning, Zhang Cheng remarked. Lin Xiang, reluctant to be a third wheel, could only cast a helpless glance at Qiu Qianqian, who echoed the sentiment. With such a sizable presence beside them, it was indeed challenging to fully express themselves. All right, let us commence, Zhang Cheng announced as he laid out 2 yoga mats. Lin Xiang and Qiu Qianqian exchanged a glance, resigning themselves to the situation, and proceeded to remove their outer garments to step onto the mats, initiating their yoga practice for the day. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng turned back to his desk and retrieved a ruler from the drawer. Having been utterly exasperated by the lackluster student Yu Meng the previous day, he had purchased the ruler en route to today's session, intending it for Yu Meng. Now it seemed it would serve a purpose for Qiu Qianqian and Lin Xiang first. Chapter 83. Responsibility for one's actions. The legendary art of yoga is akin to a divine skill for internet celebrities and stars whose vitality is closely tied to their youth. However, the benefits may not manifest after just 1 or 2 attempts, leading to a lack of diligence in practice. This measuring stick serves not only as a reminder for the aspiring, but also for others. Those who do not commit to their training cannot complain about the consequences. Today, Qiu Qianqian and Lin Xiang found themselves at the receiving end. In truth, both were quite adept at their practice. Yet, seizing the moment required them to feign a lack of familiarity. As they engaged in yoga, their gazes met, oblivious to Zhang Cheng's grip on a ruler. Lin Xiang subtly gestured to Qiu Qianqian, indicating that she should intentionally mis-execute a few poses, prompting Zhang to approach for personal guidance. With a slight nod, Qiu Qianqian deliberately altered her stance, eagerly anticipating Zhang Cheng's correction. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, as if something was cutting through with great speed. Just as she pondered the source of the noise, a loud crack resonated. A surge of excruciating pain radiated from her well-defined posterior, coursing through her nerves directly to her brain. She cried out, collapsing onto the mat. Fortunately, the yoga mat cushioned her fall, but the searing pain lingered, bringing tears to her eyes, threatening to spill over. Lin Xiang, initially bracing for a playful moment, was startled by the scene before her, causing her own pose to falter. This is it. Her face paled in realization. As expected, Zhang Cheng turned his attention to them, brandishing the ruler with a swift motion. A crack resounded again, and Lin Xiang too found herself clutching her rear, sprawled on the ground. Do you truly disregard my words? Zhang Cheng's gaze bore down on the two, who were now pitifully covering their behinds. You must understand, even the most advanced biotechnology cannot restore youth. Yet yoga possesses such remarkable benefits. Such a precious art deserves your utmost dedication. Logically speaking, Zhang Cheng was merely an employer, devoid of the authority to strike his employees. However, to advance the practice of this legendary yoga, he had resorted to this unorthodox method. Naturally, his strikes were measured, targeting only the posterior, plentiful flesh that would not sustain injury, yet painful enough to instill a lesson. At this moment, Qiu Qianqian and Lin Xiang cradled their sore backsides, listening to Zhang Cheng's admonishment, feeling utterly aggrieved. If they were to be punished for poor performance, it would be one thing, but they were indeed practicing well. Lin Xiang cast a sorrowful glance at her friend, silently conveying the message. For you, I have endured so much. I was doing fine, yet here I am punished. Qiu Qianqian, at a loss for words, bowed her head in guilt. Get up and practice earnestly. Failure to improve will only lead to more consequences. Zhang Cheng's ruler tapped against his palm, his tone stern. Yes, I will practice diligently. Qiu Qianqian and Lin Xiang obediently rose to their feet, fully engrossed in their yoga practice. This time, they dared not resort to any petty tricks. Before long, the two skillfully completed a session of their training. Wasn't their performance commendable? Zhang Cheng nodded approvingly and remarked, those who practice poorly face consequences, while those who excel are rewarded. I am willing to grant you some incentives. Feel free to suggest what you desire, as long as it is reasonable. He was well versed in the approach of offering a stick and then a carrot, having risen through the ranks himself. Boss Zhang, may I request an advance on my salary for a month? Lin Xiang's eyes lit up as she spoke hastily. My family does not understand my decision to work on the mainland, and I wish to purchase some valuable gifts to prove my worth. Her parents had been urging her to return home, and she had long contemplated this notion. However, as she had only just joined the company and not yet started working, she felt somewhat embarrassed to ask for an advance. Now that Zhang Cheng was offering a reward, she seized the opportunity. No need for an advance. I will give you a bonus of 10,000. That should suffice for your gifts. Zhang Cheng responded directly. That's more than enough. Lin Xiang beamed with delight. Such a generous boss was truly endearing. If it weren't for Qiu Qianqian's prior claim, she might have initiated a pursuit of her own. And for you, I shall also grant a bonus of 10,000. Zhang Cheng turned his gaze to Qiu Qianqian. His wealth was abundant, and he was unconcerned about this trivial sum. What mattered was to inspire their enthusiasm for yoga. The longer they retained their youth, the more they could potentially earn, an irrefutable gain. I do not want money, Qiu Qianqian replied, her eyes darting mischievously, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Boss Zhang, you hit me quite hard earlier. Just help alleviate the pain. Alleviate the pain? Should I buy you some medicine? Zhang Cheng scratched his head, puzzled. He had not struck her that hard, had he? No need for medicine. Just give me a gentle massage. Qiu Qianqian lowered her gaze, wishing to conceal her flushed cheeks and bashful demeanor from Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng and Lin Xiang exchanged glances. You, with your seemingly innocent and sweet appearance. Who would have thought you could be so fiery? Zhang Cheng remarked, scratching his head in bemusement. Lin Xiang shot a knowing glance at Qiu Qianqian, teasing, oh, look at you playing the innocent flower all along. Boss Zhang, you must take responsibility for your actions. Otherwise, I shall ignore you. Qiu Qianqian bravely lifted her head and declared, such words, I merely tapped you. If someone who didn't know us overheard, they might think I harmed you severely. Zhang Cheng paused, then nodded. Come here. Instantly, Qiu Qianqian's heart raced with excitement, and she eagerly approached Zhang Cheng. And what about you? Do you need a massage as well? Zhang Cheng inquired, glancing at Lin Xiang. Lin Xiang immediately covered her backside, shaking her head vigorously like a bobblehead. Are you joking? With Qiu Qianqian's fiery gaze fixed upon you, do you think I dare to ask for a massage? Then why are you still standing there? Zhang Cheng prompted. Lin Xiang felt somewhat speechless. Had she truly become a mere third wheel? What followed was merely a matter of gentle rubbing. In an instant, a multitude of images flooded her mind, causing her complexion to take on a rosy hue. Not daring to linger, she turned and departed. Some thoughts, when contemplated, could render a person utterly dazed, and yet they still had to proceed with their actions. It was infuriating. Embarrassed and enraged, Lin Xiang exited the office. Qiu Qianqian lowered her head, attempting to conceal her eager expression. She had already been sufficiently proactive today. If President Zhang were to catch sight of her expression, her carefully crafted persona would surely unravel. How could she possibly get any closer? Zhang Cheng took 2 steps back, settled into a chair, and then beckoned her over. Chapter 84. The eve of the transaction, as the timid Qianqian approached, she boldly pulled Zhang Cheng into her embrace, effortlessly settling onto his lap. I have no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship, he stated, cradling the petite and charming Qianqian in his arms. The immediate sensation of her delicate skin against his only reinforced his realization that she possessed a captivating allure. Despite her slender frame, their close proximity revealed her exquisite curves. He felt it necessary to clarify his stance. He had no interest in deceiving women. Was it perhaps due to the incident involving Xiao Jun? Nestled against his chest, Qianqian could feel the warmth of his body and the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. She inquired softly, is it because of what happened with Xiao Jun? Although she had only recently joined Wuyou Media, she had already heard whispers of the events that had transpired there. Like Chenggu, Qianqian attributed Zhang Cheng's current disposition to the emotional turmoil inflicted by Xiao Jun. After being wounded by a woman, he had lost faith in love. That doesn't really concern you, Zhang Cheng replied candidly. It was purely due to the overwhelming temptations within this industry. He recognized his inability to resist such allure, hence his decision to abstain from romantic entanglements. And what about your relationship with Chang Yu? Qianqian probed, considering Zhang Cheng's reluctance as mere bravado, typical of men who were prideful and reluctant to admit their feelings. Well, Zhang Cheng hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Discussing another woman in the presence of a woman was indeed a delicate predicament. I am aware of your situation with her. Everyone has their needs, and I understand that. As long as you don't pursue her, I might have a chance, Qianqian declared, tilting her head upward with unwavering determination. At that moment, she and Cheng Yu shared an unspoken understanding. Better to seize the opportunity than to wait. With her bold declaration, Zhang Cheng could no longer hold back. Gazing at her blushing face, he leaned in and kissed her. Qianqian closed her eyes, obediently reciprocating his affection. However, she soon felt a sudden chill at her waist. Her clothing had been lifted, and the invader had breached the long-sealed sanctum of her heart. Meanwhile, Lin Xiang returned to her live streaming studio, preparing for that day's broadcast, yet her mind was in disarray, leaving her without direction. After a flurry of activity, her progress felt minimal. Why hasn't Qian returned yet? Could it be? Unhealthy thoughts flooded her mind, causing her heart to race. Suddenly, the door swung open. Qian's face was flushed, reminiscent of the aftermath of vigorous exertion. Qian, you. Lin Xiang observed her state with disbelief. Had she truly given herself so readily? Qian closed the door behind her and took a seat, still catching her breath before shyly responding. It's not exactly that. Lin Xiang was left with a myriad of questions. The distinction between having given herself and not was perplexing. President Zhang mentioned that he was overly disrespectful in the office and promised to surprise me in a few days, and then Qian's face radiated with shyness and anticipation. Little did she expect that President Zhang would exhibit such gentlemanly behavior. Lin Xiang had always held a favorable impression of her boss, Zhang Cheng. Upon hearing Qian's words, her admiration surged. It wasn't entirely gentlemanly. Qian seemed to recall something, her complexion deepening in hue. Do tell. Lin Xiang's heart raced, sensing a thrill. President Zhang is quite mischievous, insisting that I. Qian hesitated, gesturing with her hand in a vague manner. Lin Xiang understood immediately. She was brimming with curiosity and couldn't resist inquiring. Is President Zhang formidable? Qian felt that the matter was somewhat private and should not be spoken of lightly. Yet the event of the day had indeed stirred her. And Lin Xiang was the only one she could confide in. Thus, she nodded, he's exceptionally strong. Lin Xiang's expression turned envious. Qian, you've truly found a treasure. President Zhang is wealthy, talented, and youthful, and so formidable. Your future is bound to be blissful. Ah, it's not as wonderful as you imagine, Qian replied, her heart fluttering with joy yet tinged with a hint of sorrow. President Zhang and I have yet to establish a relationship. Huh? Lin Xiang exclaimed in disbelief. After all this, you still haven't defined your relationship? President Zhang has been deeply hurt by Xiaojuan. He no longer believes in love and has no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship. Qian sighed. Then what about today? In a few days, will you still? Lin Xiang gazed blankly at her friend. Isn't that tantamount to giving it away? There's no other way. This offers a glimmer of hope. Without it, wouldn't it be utterly impossible? Qian sighed once more. And what of Cheng Yu? Lin Xiang asked. She probably thinks along the same lines. It's a matter of who proves to be more capable. Upon mentioning this, Qian's expression hardened with determination. So, does that mean President Zhang is playing both sides? Lin Xiang appeared utterly shocked. And you're still willing to pursue him? It's competition. Qian turned to her friend. Xiang, you must assist me. How can I possibly help? Lin Xiang was at a loss for words. Help me devise a strategy. Qian persisted. I believe you're quite adept at that. You don't need my assistance. Lin Xiang teased. Qian flushed slightly, rendered speechless. Today, she had indeed been quite audacious. All right, I shan't keep you. I need to prepare for my live stream. Qian evaded the conversation. Is President Zhang truly that captivating? Lin Xiang pondered in confusion as she watched her friend's retreating figure. At the company, the relationship between President Zhang and Cheng Yu had become almost public knowledge. Whispers also circulated regarding Zhang Cheng's connection with Yang Chaoyue. Yet Qian was still willing to devote herself. Wasn't he that akin to flying into the flames? However, after reflecting, Lin Xiang found herself reconsidering. If it were her in that situation, she too might be inclined to such a path. Instantly, she fell into silence. Time seemed to race by when engrossed in work. 3 days slipped away in the blink of an eye. Among the artists at Wuyou Media, all except Yang Chaoyue were diligently live streaming. The fan base of the Su mother-daughter duo had surpassed 10 million, bringing Zhang Cheng at least tens of millions in popularity rewards. Gao Zichur has truly risen to prominence. She is, after all, not the legendary blue-clad war god herself. Although Zhang Cheng has made commendable efforts to replicate her essence, there remains a slight nuance missing. Nevertheless, with the vigorous support of 2 companies, her fan base has soared to the tens of millions. Forest Media has finally birthed a leading broadcaster with over 10 million followers. Lin Wei has returned to the company, poised to embark on an ambitious campaign. Meanwhile, Li Kiki has been negotiating prices with Ming Shi Real Estate, armed with the bottom line discreetly disclosed by Yang Xingwen. During negotiations, she steadfastly clung to this minimum price, much to the exasperation of Ming Shi Real Estate. Ultimately, they acquiesced to the lowest offer, for $1,200,000 per unit. With 32 apartments in a single building, the total sums to over $130 million. With the price agreed upon, it is time to finalize the deal. However, before proceeding with the transaction, the guild's registration criteria have been met. Zhang Cheng has decided to hold a lottery before concluding the trade. Chapter 85. The Boss Card at present. Zhang Cheng's savings have approached $70 million. Although acquiring a building costs over $100 million, and with taxes and various additional expenses, the total increases considerably. No one has stated that purchasing a property must be done in full cash. One can opt for an installment plan for a single unit, and the same applies to an entire building. Nonetheless, Zhang Cheng aspires to make a full payment. This desire stems from his successful registration with the Wuyou Guild, which awarded him a cashback card. Besides the company's expenditures, his personal expenses have remained modest. Even his vehicle is an old one inherited from his late father. The purchase of a building represents his most significant expenditure to date. The prospect of receiving over $100 million in cashback is undeniably enticing. Thus, Zhang Cheng intends to utilize all his lottery opportunities to see if he can procure the remaining funds required. If unsuccessful, he will resort to a targeted lottery card to maximize his benefits. Originally, he had 2 unused lottery chances. After completing a task to assist a competitor, he earned 5 additional chances, and upon fulfilling the guild registration task, he received 3 more. Currently, he possesses a total of 10 lottery opportunities. He decides to draw 8 times consecutively. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 100,000 traffic card 1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100,000 cash. Congratulations, host. The subsequent 6 draws yield nothing novel, merely the standard minimum rewards. However, on the 7th draw, he finally acquires something of value. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the boss card. Boss card. Upon use, it randomly designates a target in the vicinity of the host, temporarily transforming them into a boss template. By inflicting a critical hit, the host can receive a cash reward, with no upper limit. The 8th draw, unfortunately, brings no fortune. He merely receives another standard traffic card. Naturally, Zhang Cheng is indifferent to the 7 minimum rewards, his focus primarily resting on the boss card acquired during the 7th draw. Undoubtedly, this is a tool for financial gain, perfectly suited to his current situation. If he can amass a few million, he would not need to employ the remaining 2 lottery chances or the targeted lottery card. However, the description of the boss card leaves Zhang Cheng somewhat perplexed. It states that it randomly designates a target, transforming them into a boss, and by inflicting a critical hit, one can obtain a monetary reward. Within the confines of the company, the designated target will undoubtedly be one of his colleagues. A critical hit? Does this imply that he must physically assault the individual transformed into a boss? The rewards from the system are surely substantial, even if he were to strike someone. As long as sufficient compensation is provided afterward, it would be worthwhile. If the compensation is generous enough, perhaps the targeted individual would even feel pleased. Without question, he intends to utilize this item. The only question remains: who will be the unfortunate yet fortunate recipient of this transformation? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Cheng decisively activates the boss card. Under the system's formidable power, a card materializes from thin air, subsequently transforming into a flurry of light. This radiant cluster, akin to a headless fly, flits chaotically around the office before ultimately finding the door and darting through the crack. Zhang Cheng hastily follows. However, once outside, the light is nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, on the other side, in an office transformed to resemble a dance studio, Su Wanqing and Su Qingqing are engaged in the filming of a piece. Both are adorned in identical attire, traditional clothing of the northern nomadic tribes. Recently, Mongolian dance has gained considerable popularity on Douyin and as internet celebrities in the dance community. The mother-daughter duo naturally aims to capitalize on this trend by creating a Mongolian dance video. With their follower count exceeding 10 million, they have surpassed the phase of explosive growth, reaching a plateau that likely won TC significant increases in the future. Nowadays, creating content is straightforward. They simply ride the wave of trends while incorporating their unique flair to maintain their popularity. Su Qingqing, youthful and vibrant, moves gracefully to the exhilarating music, her movements lively and swift, embodying the essence of a prairie woman. Su Wanqing, slightly older, has established her style, although clad in traditional attire and performing Mongolian dance. Her poise remains elegant, lacking the wildness of the steppe, yet possessing its own distinct charm. The filming concludes swiftly. Teacher Su, you truly embody the essence of a dance troupe. Your foundational skills are impeccable. This Mongolian dance, executed flawlessly on the first attempt, showcases Qingqing's innate talent. Capturing the wild and carefree spirit of a prairie heroine, Yuan Liang praises, admiring the completed video. The quality of internet celebrities varies widely. Some lack any real talent, creating content that can be utterly disappointing. However, within Wuyou Media, such mediocrity is absent. Each individual possesses a unique skill set, making work a breeze. Manager Yuan, you are too kind. Su Wanqing responds with a gentle smile, expressing her gratitude. Teacher Su, you and Qingqing should take a break. I will proceed with video production. Yuan Liang nods and departs with his team and equipment, leaving only the mother and daughter behind. Mom, I haven't seen President Zhang these past few days. I wonder what he's busy with. Su Qingqing sits down, her expression slightly melancholic. With her youthful disposition, she easily becomes reliant on others. After being rescued by Zhang Cheng at home, she has developed a fondness for his company. Perhaps President Zhang is preoccupied, Su Wanqing replies, yet inwardly sighs. Their follower count has surpassed 10 million, and the marketing department has begun securing advertisements for them. A mere few lines of spoken content can garner at least 100,000, and meticulously crafted advertisements may reach up to 1 million. This income is astonishing. Zhang Cheng has salvaged their lives, and she has long sought an opportunity to express her gratitude. However, with nothing to offer, as the money they earn is ultimately derived from him, she is at a loss for how to convey her appreciation. Shall we go find President Zhang? Su Qingqing suggests with a hint of excitement. But if there is nothing pressing, wouldn't it be inappropriate to disturb him? Su Wanqing contemplates, feeling a twinge of hesitation. True, Su Qingqing concedes, nodding in a somewhat dejected manner. It seems rather improper to intrude on the boss without a valid reason. Both mother and daughter lapse into silence, yearning to visit Zhang Cheng, yet lacking justification. At that moment, a beam of light pierces through the crack of the door, illuminating the room. However, this beam of light was invisible to others, and naturally, the mother and daughter remained oblivious. Ultimately, this radiant glow penetrated Su Wanqing's body, yet she felt nothing. After a brief silence enveloped the room, Su Wanqing abruptly shattered the tranquility, stating, "We should pay him a visit, given our current popularity, which is largely due to President Zhang's unwavering support. We ought to express our gratitude, even if we cannot repay him in kind." "You're right, Mom. Let's go now." Su Qingqing replied, her spirits instantly lifted. "First, let me change my clothes." Su Wanqing was particular about her appearance. However, Su Qingqing, young and impatient, could hardly wait. She seized her mother's wrist and playfully insisted, "Let go just like this. President Zhang hasn't seen us like this before. He might even prefer it." "All right, fine." Su Wanqing acquiesced after a moment's hesitation, following her daughter. Chapter 86. The grand boss Su Wanqing Zhang Cheng sat in his office, contemplating whether to call Zhou Yun and request a gathering of all employees for a meeting. After the usage of the boss card, the radiant light had vanished without a trace, eluding his pursuit. It was only by convening everyone that he might identify the individual transformed into a boss. This was the optimal scenario. Should the boss card select a target outside the company, complications would inevitably arise. He pondered whether there was a time constraint on the boss's transformation. What if they were unable to locate the individual before the card expired? That would be disastrous. With a sigh, Zhang Cheng reached for his phone, preparing to dial Zhou Yun, when a knock interrupted him. "Come in," he called, setting the phone aside to address the matter at hand. He had anticipated a manager requiring assistance, but to his surprise, the door swung open to reveal Su Wanqing and her daughter, Su Qingqing. The pair donned matching traditional attire. One exuded the wild and free spirit of a prairie woman, while the other embodied the grace and dignity reminiscent of a princess from the Central Plains of old. "Teacher Su Qingqing, what brings you here?" Zhang Cheng began, intending to inquire about their purpose, but his words faltered as he noticed a line of crimson text materializing above Su Wanqing's head. "Boss, Su Wanqing, health, attack 001. The boss battle will commence in 30 minutes, lasting 3 hours. Inflicting critical hits on the boss will yield cash rewards." It was indeed Teacher Su, and she had arrived so conveniently. Zhang Cheng was taken aback. This development required no effort on his part. Yet, given Su Wanqing's delicate demeanor, it seemed rather cruel to strike her. "Mr. Zhang, we have come to express our gratitude." Su Wanqing began, her tone sincere yet formal, shaped by habit. In contrast, Su Qingqing, with her youthful candor, stepped forward, twirled playfully, and exclaimed, "Mr. Zhang, do you like our outfits? May I perform a dance for you?" "Please." "No dancing now. I have no time for that and am focused on the boss." Zhang Cheng attempted to decline, but Su Qingqing had already commenced her performance. The video from their recent shoot had yet to be released, and he was privy to a live rendition. To his surprise, her dance was quite captivating, exuding charm and grace. "Teacher Su, how do you wish to express your gratitude?" Zhang Cheng inquired, all the while enjoying the spectacle. At that moment, he should have exchanged pleasantries, but with the impending boss battle, he decided to lay the groundwork for what was to come. Su Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. This was an unexpected turn. Wasn't this the time for polite exchanges? She found herself at a loss for words. "I do have a favor to ask of you," Zhang Cheng said. "Please do tell." Su Wanqing replied, her demeanor now fully attentive. She had always been at a loss as to how to repay Zhang Cheng, feeling that she possessed nothing of value. However, now that Zhang Cheng was asking for her assistance, the opportunity for gratitude had finally presented itself. Didn't I mention helping you find a place to live? The house has been located, so let us go and take a look. It will be best to discuss this matter privately," Zhang Cheng suggested. Su Wanqing's mind was filled with questions. His words seemed somewhat off, almost reminiscent of, "Mr. Zhang, are we indeed going to view the house alone? Should we not bring Qingqing along?" she inquired, glancing at her daughter, who danced gracefully. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. It felt as though her initial suspicions were confirmed. A man and a woman, a boss and an employee. Alone together, it all appeared to imply something untoward. Yet, the traditionally conservative Su Wanqing found herself hesitating to outright refuse. She delicately probed the situation, recognizing that had it been anyone else, she would have certainly declined. But Zhang Cheng had rescued her and her daughter. Such a profound kindness was beyond repayment. Recalling her last encounter with Zhang Cheng, where she had been cradled in his arms, her face deepened in color, even her fair neck showing signs of blush. At over 30 years of age, she pondered what a young man like him could see in her, though her heart was filled with shyness. A flicker of joy also surfaced, as if to affirm that she still possessed allure. "Let be just the two of us. It might not be proper for Qingqing to witness," Zhang Cheng proposed. Indeed, it was inappropriate for her daughter to witness such a scene. It would be utterly distressing for her to see her mother in a compromising position. "So, is this confirmed? We are to go out alone, and it would be inconvenient for my daughter to see," Su Wanqing murmured, her gaze lowered, unable to meet his eyes. She did not refuse, and even acquiesced. The magnitude of Zhang Cheng's kindness was overwhelming, and if he found interest in this older woman, perhaps she could repay his generosity in kind. She silently affirmed this to herself. "Let us wait until Qingqing finishes her dance." Zhang Cheng sighed softly, noting how gentle and delicate Su Wanqing was, resembling exquisite porcelain. Yet now, he was to deliver a harsh blow to her, hoping she would not harbor resentment afterwards. "Yes," Su Wanqing replied softly, her voice barely audible. Before long, Su Qingqing completed her dance. "Mr. Zhang, did you enjoy it?" she asked, stepping forward, her lively spirit shining through as she smiled. "If you liked it, I can dance alongside my mother for you." Perhaps next time. Su teacher and I are going to look at the house. You may amuse yourself for a while. We shall take our leave now, Zhang Cheng responded, playfully pinching Su Qingqing's cheek, leaving her no time to react before he took Su Wanqing's hand and departed. Su Qingqing stood bewildered, watching their receding figures. Why aren't they taking me to see the house? She pondered, but by then, they had already vanished from sight, leaving her in a state of confusion. The apartment complex was not far from the Han Integrated Complex. In fact, it was developed specifically to cater to the professionals and executives of Han Hai. Zhang Cheng, feeling rather pressed for time, did not take a leisurely stroll, but instead drove directly to the apartment building in just a few minutes. He had previously communicated with Yang Xingwen, and upon his arrival, the steward greeted him with utmost respect. Mr. Zhang, all rooms have been equipped with your fingerprint access. You may inspect them at your leisure. Very well. You may remain downstairs and refrain from disturbing me, Zhang Cheng replied with a nod, taking Su Wanqing by the hand and proceeding to the eastern unit on the first floor. He placed a finger on the fingerprint lock, and the door swung open, revealing a spacious, elegantly minimalist apartment. Mr. Zhang, is this the property you have arranged for us? Su Wanqing, who had resided in a villa before, possessed discerning taste. Yet she found herself quite taken with the ambience of this place. Indeed, Zhang Cheng affirmed with a nod, guiding Su Wanqing to the sofa where they sat down. Ms. Su, there is something I am uncertain whether to disclose. A chill ran down Su Wanqing's spine. It was indeed the insinuation of unspoken rules. However, she had steeled herself for this moment and nodded in response. Mr. Zhang, I have no objections. Chapter 87. A critical hit exceeding 30 million. Zhang Cheng was taken aback, yet as he gazed upon Su Wanqing's face, which was flushed to the point of appearing as though it could bleed, he began to comprehend the situation. He opened his mouth, intending to offer an explanation, but fell silent, sensing that such an explanation was unnecessary. After all, the woman had already consented. To offer further clarification would imply his lack of interest. A truly awkward predicament. Su Wanqing, her head lowered and cheeks aflame, felt her heart racing as if it were powered by a motor. Stealing a furtive glance at Zhang Cheng, she felt a pang of urgency. Speak up, she thought. I have already agreed, yet your silence speaks volumes. Zhang Cheng blinked and glanced at the time. There were almost 10 minutes remaining before the boss battle commenced. Perhaps he should act without delay. At this juncture, to hesitate would seem unmanly. Su, shall we move to the bedroom? He proposed, grasping her delicate hand, resolved to cast aside any lingering doubts. They had come this far. It was time to deepen their bond. Perhaps this would lessen her pain when the moment arrived. I should freshen up first. I broke a sweat during the dance. Su Wanqing said, still conscious of her appearance. There's no time. You can wash up afterward, Zhang Cheng declared, rising and leading her swiftly toward the bedroom. Is it really that urgent? Su Wanqing was slightly taken aback, yet her heart brimmed with joy. Despite her age, she still held a certain allure in Zhang Cheng's eyes. Inside the bedroom, a soft double bed awaited, adorned with cozy linens. The apartment, while not inexpensive, was well appointed, truly a place one could move into with just a suitcase. Even the bedside table was stocked with tissues. Zhang Cheng pulled Su Wanqing to the edge of the bed and gently pushed her down. She gasped as she reclined on the bed, still processing the moment when Zhang Cheng lunged forward. Mr. Zhang, this dress is rather costly. I should remove it. She protested. You look exquisite in that dress. Keep it on. He insisted. Ah, how swiftly time passes during moments of joy. Those immersed in delight often lose track of time. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had elapsed. Zhang Cheng, believing he could hasten the proceedings and conclude before the boss battle, underestimated his own stamina. 10 minutes was merely the beginning. For Su Wanqing, however, those 10 minutes had been intensely exhilarating. Now, she lay in a vulnerable state, her hair disheveled and damp with perspiration, clinging to her face and body. She resembled a small boat adrift in a tempestuous sea, silently enduring the tumult. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before Zhang Cheng's eyes. The system notifications flooded before Zhang Cheng's eyes. Boss battle initiated. Critical hit 999. Dealt 999 damage to the boss. Rewarded 999 renminbi. First critical hit reward multiplied by 100, reward 99,900 renminbi, critical hit 1199, reward 1,199 renminbi, critical hit 923, reward 923 renminbi, critical hit. Zhang Cheng paused momentarily. Could this truly be deemed a critical hit? He was taken aback. For the delicate and graceful Su Wanqing, he had always hesitated to take action, pondering that if he were to forego the boss battle, perhaps he could simply enjoy a moment of happiness with Teacher Su. However, at that moment, the system's prompt indicated that he might indeed have the best of both worlds. Zhang, director. Su Wanqing sensed his hesitation. Her assent interrupted abruptly, leaving her feeling quite unsettled. She opened her eyes, gazing at Zhang Cheng in confusion. Teacher Su, you are truly beautiful. Zhang Cheng bent down and gently kissed her lips, before resuming his onslaught against the boss. Critical hit 1999, reward 1,999 renminbi. Critical hit 2230, reward 2,230 renminbi. Critical hit 3,000, reward 3,000 renminbi. Critical hit 99999, reward 99,999 renminbi. Critical hit 99999, reward 99,999 renminbi. Critical hit 99999, reward. The first boss battle concluded. The formidable boss finally had a moment to breathe. Yet for Zhang Cheng, the one engaged in the battle, he remained at the pinnacle of his combat prowess. Without granting the boss much respite, he swiftly initiated another challenge. Critical hit. Reward. The system notifications continued to chime. Soon, he reached the zenith of a critical hit at 99999. After a few minutes of respite, the merciless player unleashed another wave of fierce assaults. It was fortunate that Su Wanqing possessed infinite health. Otherwise, she might not have withstood such relentless critical strikes. 3 hours swiftly passed. Zhang Cheng concluded his battle for the day, leaning back against the headboard, exhaling deeply. If only he smoked. Lighting a cigarette at that moment would surely have been exquisite. Beside him, Su Wanqing lay languidly on the bed, her form soft and motionless. The sheets beneath her soaked with sweat. Her eyes were tightly shut, resembling someone in a faint. Her skin, pale and delicate as a blank canvas, now bore a flush reminiscent of red ink diffusing across the white, a hue only achieved through intense physical exertion. Zhang Cheng cast a glance at her, a hint of guilt washing over him. With his triple physique, his combat capabilities were astonishing. Although Su Wanqing had trained in dance for years and possessed a stronger constitution than most, enduring this ordeal had nearly cost her half her life. Indeed, the outcome was favorable. Zhang Cheng gazed at the over 30 million that had materialized in his account, enveloped in silence. To his astonishment, he had never anticipated that he could accrue such wealth, and in such abundance. With an existing sum of over 60 million, his total savings had now reached a staggering 100 million. He was merely 3 million shy of the funds required to purchase a property. The remaining amount was easily resolvable. Linga, could you lend me a bit? Is 10 million possible? He inquired. Well then, please gather the amount and transfer it to me. I shall repay you promptly. After placing a call to Lin Weikai, the 10 million was effortlessly arranged. Zhou Jia, you and Kuku should apply for a loan. Collectively, securing 30 million from various banks should pose no difficulty, correct? Just ensure that no single bank lends too much. Keep the amounts modest as I prioritize speed. Zhang Cheng then contacted Zhou Yun, instructing her and Li Kiki to pursue loan applications. Given the strength of Wuyou Media, obtaining 30 million was not a daunting task. However, to expedite the process, he advised them to approach multiple banks, thereby distributing the amounts for quicker disbursement. Finally, Zhang Cheng reached out to Yang Xingwen, confirming the formal completion of the transaction for the following day. Once all matters were settled, he gently lifted Su Wanqing, placing her on the sofa and covering her with a blanket. He then summoned the housekeeper to replace the bed linens. After the housekeeper departed, he carried Su Wanqing back to bed and lay down beside her, embracing her as he succumbed to slumber. 3 hours of relentless exertion had left even his enhanced physique feeling somewhat fatigued. Chapter 88. The transaction. Zhang Cheng awoke the following morning, having slumbered soundly through the night. Upon awakening, he retrieved his phone, which was inundated with messages, the majority of which were from Su Qingqing. Mr. Zhang, where did you and my mother go? Why hasn't she returned all night? Su Qingqing had sent numerous perplexed emoticons. Given that Su Wanqing had ventured out with Zhang Cheng, her worry was minimal. However, there were certain occurrences she hoped would not transpire. She was on the brink of 18 and had grasped the nuances of adult life. The notion of a man and a woman spending the night away from home could very well imply. Yet, Su Qingqing wished to dismiss such thoughts. She could not fathom why, but she simply did not want it to be true. Zhang Cheng replied. Teacher Su decided to stay at the house after inspecting it. She forgot her charger, and her phone has run out of battery, hence she couldn't respond to your messages. Is that true? Su Wing inwit. Her skepticism evident. Indeed, Zhang Cheng assured her. Then I believe you. Su Qingqing accepted this explanation. Subsequently, Zhang Cheng perused the messages from Yang Xingwen, who sought to confirm the timing of today's transaction. He refrained from replying immediately, opting instead to review the communications from Lin Weikai and Zhou Yunyan. Lin Weikai had successfully secured 10 million, which had already been transferred to his account. Furthermore, the loans applied for by Zhou Yunyan and Li Kiki were poised for disbursement today. After absorbing this information, Zhang Cheng finally responded to Yang Xingwen, suggesting, let us conduct the transaction this afternoon. Understood, Mr. Zhang. I await your update. Yang Xingwen promptly replied. Zhang Cheng switched off his phone and turned to gaze at the still sleeping Su Wanqing. She lay on her side, presenting a hazy profile. Her tousled hair gently cascading against her skin, leading his eyes to her elegant neck and smooth, fair shoulders. She certainly did not resemble a woman in her 30s. One could easily mistake her for a youthful matron in her 20s. Her well-maintained appearance belied her true age. Yet, the charm accumulated through the passage of time bestowed upon her a depth that eluded younger beauties. Unlike a vivacious young girl, she rarely solicited anything. Regardless of Zhang Cheng's fervor, she would not refuse him, instead quietly enduring, only letting out soft whimpers of surrender when the intensity became overwhelming. Seemingly aware of Zhang Cheng's gaze, Su Wanqing's lashes fluttered slightly before she opened her eyes. Where am I? She initially appeared bewildered, but as memories of the previous day flooded back, a blush crept across her fair complexion. Could it be that she possessed such allure? Was Mr. Zhang truly that impassioned? Mr. Zhang. Su Wanqing turned to face him, her eyes evasive and shy, casting her gaze downward. In her movement, she noticed that the cup had slipped a bit, revealing a glimpse of her form beneath the covers, prompting her to hastily pull the blanket up, her face growing increasingly crimson. Teacher Su, I apologize for yesterday, Zhang Cheng offered, remorse evident in his tone. Although the experience had been more impactful than a mere beating, 3 hours of intense engagement was still beyond what most could bear. Yet, Su Wanqing had not uttered a single word of refusal. He indeed felt somewhat beastly. Mr. Zhang, please do not say that. Your kindness is something I could never repay, even in death. Su Wanqing slightly lifted her head, meeting his gaze directly. This is your way of expressing affection for me, and I must admit, it brings me joy. However, please refrain from being so reckless in the future. It is detrimental to your health. Zhang Cheng glanced at Su Wanqing, his eyes glimmering with delight. He had presumed that Su Wanqing's acceptance was merely a gesture of gratitude, believing she would not entertain the idea again, especially after his wild behavior yesterday, which surely left an unfavorable impression on her. Yet, to his astonishment, she had mentioned the future. No, that's not what I meant, Su Wanqing quickly interjected, realizing her words could be misinterpreted. I meant when you are with Yu Chaoyue, you must not act so wildly. Your body cannot endure it. Traditionally conservative, she had only accepted once, driven by her utter disillusionment with Su Kuan and a desire to repay Zhang Cheng's immense kindness. Although she felt an inner yearning for more, she maintained her rational composure. With a daughter of such an age, how could she, as a mother, pursue a relationship with someone so significantly younger and without any formal recognition? For her daughter's sake, Su Wanqing would not entertain such thoughts. Teacher Su Zhang Cheng gently pulled her into his embrace, leaning close to her ear. From now on, be with me. I will take good care of you and Qingqing. Mr. Zhang. That is impossible. The man's presence rendered Su Wanqing weak, yet she mustered her strength to refuse him rationally. Teacher Su, do you believe that one encounter suffices for gratitude? Zhang Cheng, sensing her rejection, resorted to a moral entrapment. Certainly, it is insufficient. Your kindness is something I could never repay in a lifetime. However, Su Wanqing struggled to articulate her final refusal, her reasoning wavering. Then let be a lifetime, Zhang Cheng asserted resolutely. Su Wanqing, with her typically resilient exterior masking a tender heart, found herself devoid of any inclination to resist Zhang Cheng's domineering nature. Nevertheless, she made one last effort to resist. I'm still married to Su Kuo. That makes it even better, Zhang Cheng replied with excitement. Su Wanqing closed her eyes, leaning softly against Zhang Cheng's chest, surrendering any remaining excuses. After a night of recovery, Zhang Cheng was revitalized. Yet he was acutely aware that another encounter might truly overwhelm Su Wanqing's frail state. Thus, he merely held her delicately, allowing her to rest against him, savoring the softness of her skin and the warmth of her presence. Time passed slowly, and by noon, Zhang Cheng instructed the housekeeper to bring lunch, and they shared a simple meal in bed. Su Wanqing attempted to rise, walking with a slight limp, needing some support, but it was nothing serious. Zhang Cheng insisted she rest for a while longer. By around 4 in the afternoon, the final bank loan had been secured, and Zhang Cheng began messaging Yang Xingwen and the representatives from Mingshi Real Estate to finalize the transaction. Mr. Zhang, how is your stay? Is it comfortable? Yang Xingwen was the first to arrive and felt a sudden surge of joy upon seeing Su Wanqing nearby. Zhang Cheng and Su Wanqing were quite close, with his arm resting on her slender waist, indicating a relationship that was anything but ordinary. If Mr. Zhang and this lady were indeed a couple, then what of Li Kiki? Yang Xingwen mused contentedly. If Li Kiki had any ties to Zhang Cheng, he would dare not entertain any thoughts. However, if there were no connections, that seemed equally implausible. With a man like him by her side, could Li Kiki truly find interest in another? Just as Yang Xingwen's excitement peaked, his spirits sank once more. Not bad, Zhang Cheng casually remarked, glancing at Su Wanqing beside him, seemingly indifferent to her comfort, yet acknowledging that Su was indeed quite charming. Each harbored their own thoughts, lacking any genuine desire for conversation. They exchanged mere pleasantries. Soon, all the senior executives from Mingshi Real Estate arrived. The contract, which Li Kiki had confirmed well in advance, was neatly laid out on the table. Zhang Cheng briefly reviewed it once more, finding no discrepancies, before picking up a pen and signing his name. Chapter 89. One person, one apartment. Upon signing the contract, utilizing the cashback card and transferring the funds, Zhang Cheng found himself with an astonishing sum of over 100 million in his account, along with the unexpected acquisition of a new property. Mr. Zhang, the house is now entrusted to you. Our company will provide you with 1 year of butler and property management services, after which you may either continue with our services or form your own team. The representative stated, I shall not disturb you further. Should you require assistance, feel free to contact me directly for prompt service. Following the completion of the transaction, Yang Xingwen could hardly contain the exuberance etched upon his face. His demeanor toward Zhang Cheng was one of utmost respect, far exceeding the deference he would show even to his own father. Prior to this transaction, he had merely been a nominal vice president, wielding no real power, surviving solely on family shares. However, post-transaction, his status would be irrevocably transformed. With a bit of support from home, he could orchestrate a plan to displace the current CEO and ascend to that coveted position himself. All of this was made possible by Zhang Cheng. Mr. Yang, you are too kind, Zhang Cheng replied with a smile, exchanging pleasantries before seeing Yang Xingwen and the representatives of Mingshi Real Estate off. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing stood by, her expression frozen in astonishment as Zhang Cheng finalized the contract. Even now, she was engulfed in a state of shock. Mr. Zhang has purchased an entire building? Initially, she had assumed that Zhang Cheng was merely renting an apartment for them, having experienced a life of affluence herself. A monthly rent exceeding 20,000 was surprising but not entirely shocking. Yet the fact that Zhang Cheng had outright bought a property was staggering. Such wealth? Over 100 million, used in a single cash transaction. The representatives from Mingshi Real Estate, although aware of Zhang Cheng's intent to make a full payment, bore expressions akin to Su Wanqing's at the moment of the transfer. Teacher Su, what are you daydreaming about? Zhang Cheng turned to her with a smile, saying, this entire building is now ours. I'll call Qingqing to join us. You two can each choose an apartment. Each person gets one. Su Wanqing snapped back to reality, exclaiming, no, that would be too large. It would feel too lonely for one person. Let us have Qingqing and me share a place. Sharing a space did not sit entirely well with Zhang Cheng. It would pose certain inconveniences. Nevertheless, Su Wanqing's reasoning held merit. The apartments in this building were quite spacious, exceeding 130 square meters, yet designed for individual occupancy. While the youth might revel in such ample space, Su Wanqing, being slightly older, would indeed find solitude daunting. Then you may reside together for now. Should you wish to separate later, I will reserve an apartment for Qingqing, Zhang Cheng suggested. Wrapping his arm around Su Wanqing's slender waist and leaning closer to her ear, as the child grows, separation will become inevitable. Otherwise, it could lead to awkwardness. The sentiment left Su Wanqing weak at the knees. Perhaps it would be best to continue living with her daughter after all. If one were to reside alone in such a place, convenience would come at a perilous cost. The mere recollection of the harrowing 3 hours from yesterday sends shivers down Su Wanqing's spine. Nevertheless, she does not outright refuse. Though she presents a facade of strength, she is, in essence, quite fragile. Once someone breaches her defenses and is accepted by her, she becomes exceedingly gentle and compliant, embodying the notion of harmonious partnership. Deep down, Su Wanqing is a woman of traditional values. Very well, you should rest for now. I shall make a call to have everyone come over. This apartment is a benefit I've arranged for all the artists in the company. Zhang Cheng playfully patted Su Wanqing's resilient form. If others are around, do refrain from such liberties, or I shall find myself in a most awkward position. Su Wanqing cast him a reproachful glance before limping away. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng settled onto the sofa in the apartment's lobby and dialed his cousin, Li Kiki. Kiki, please gather all the artists from the company and bring them to the cloud apartment. Understood, Zhang. Li Kiki was currently at the bank, personally overseeing a transfer, but upon receiving her new directive, she promptly returned to the company to inform all the artists. The apartment, aptly named Cloud Apartment, is tailored specifically for high-profile individuals, boasting premium services provided by Mingshi Real Estate, which Zhang Cheng had no intention of changing.